Upon entering the realm of quick transmigration, Xin Yu's initial mission was to embody various scoundrels. Scoundrels so egregious that the protagonist would abandon their embrace. Seeking solace in the arms of countless handsome suitors, relentlessly pursuing their heart only to remain. Resolute in their decision to never return, ultimately, they would find themselves in the depths of solitude as they aged. World 1. Portraying an exceedingly stingy Phoenix man. As Xin Yu immersed himself in the narrative, he was compelled to incessantly berate the protagonist. Doing laundry should be hand-washed. Using a washing machine is an utter waste of electricity. Clearly, you lack sincerity. Chapter 1. Transforming into the stingy Phoenix man. Upon returning home today, when you see Xin Yu using the washing machine to do laundry, you must reprimand him. Accuse him of being inattentive. How could he not even manage to hand-wash your clothes and undergarments? Xin Yu was left speechless. Seriously, this man is utterly insufferable. He could scarcely contain his urge to scoff, setting aside how he had inexplicably traversed dimensions a month prior, or how he had suddenly bound himself to a system, thrust into a tale of pure love where he was to portray a character that was beyond ludicrous. The Sweet Temptation. Abandoning the Scoundrel, I Became a Heartthrob, was the title of this novel. It centered around a devoted wife who, upon encountering a rogue, inexplicably fell for him, only to discover that he had no regard for her. In her determination to be with her true love, the scoundrel, she resolutely severed ties with her affluent family to prevent their attempts at a union, insisting on foraging for wild vegetables alongside the scoundrel. Moreover, the scoundrel himself was a quintessential Phoenix man, constantly finding ways to vex the protagonist. Fortunately, during this tumultuous time, the protagonist's friends, A, the scoundrel's superior B, and the scoundrel's friend C, who was also a potential marriage candidate, were irresistibly drawn to the protagonist's kindness and fragility, falling for this innocent yet resilient heir of considerable wealth. Amidst the warmth of her friends, the devoted wife ultimately recognized that the scoundrel was indeed not a virtuous man, leading her to decisively divorce him, leaving him in a state of regret. Thus commenced the saga of pursuit and despair, wherein she would never look back, leaving the scoundrel to weep inconsolably, culminating in a dramatic demise. From the information transmitted by the system, it was evident that when Xin Yu arrived in this narrative, these characters were still entrenched in their comedic skits, their entanglements unresolved. Indeed, it was true. Xin Yu had traversed into the role of this insufferable Phoenix man. Recently, the system had shown leniency towards him, not imposing any tasks or pressures upon his arrival in the novel. But it seemed that today, the inevitable had arrived. Xin Yu furrowed his brow at the unfolding events, bewildered by the fact that the scoundrel bore his exact name, and found the narrative utterly exasperating. Upon returning home, the scoundrel witnessed his devoted wife, Xin Yu, washing his clothes and undergarments, and instead of feeling touched by her thoughtfulness, he chastised her for wasting electricity with such a small load of laundry. Why resort to a washing machine? Hand washing would suffice. What a waste of time. I can't stand it. This man is truly foolish, Xin Yu lamented, unable to suppress his criticism once more. He even questioned whether the author harbored some animosity towards him. Otherwise, how could a character so foolish share his name? Host endure. Your portrayal as cannon fodder only requires the genuine suitors to discover Xin Yu's merits, and then you may retire. The system, resembling a large orange cat, seemed to sense Xin Yu's impatience, brushing its head against his calf in a comforting gesture. Just as Xin Yu was about to respond, the system urged, "Advance the plot. Advance the plot." As Xin Yu spotted Xin Yu, clad in a suit, returning home, her eyes lit up as she prepared to close the washing machine. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Xin Yu always felt a peculiar discomfort at the sight of Xin Yu's delicate demeanor. Dressed in an apron, her shoulder-length hair secured with a hair tie, a few strands framing her face, upon seeing Xin Yu, her eyes sparkled and her cheeks flushed with a youthful shyness. Taking small, dainty steps, she approached him, gently bending her knees to nestle her face against his shoulder. "You're back, dear husband. I missed you so much." Xin Yu gazed at the slightly bent Xin Yu with a complex expression, questioning whether the original Xin Yu's harsh words towards her stemmed from the fact that Xin Yu was in fact taller than him. Sin Yu stood just over 180 centimeters, while Yu Sin Yu was approximately 185 centimeters tall, slender and graceful, and undeniably beautiful, making her affectionate demeanor less off-putting. But who was Sin Yu portraying? A cold-hearted, domineering scoundrel. With an abrupt shove, he pushed Yu Sin Yu away and began to unleash his scripted tirade. "I wonder how you manage to wash clothes so quickly every day," Sin Yu, who had returned home early due to feeling unwell, remarked. "Turns out it's all for show. You haven't washed anything properly." He pointed to the washing machine that had just been turned off. "Haven't I told you that laundry must be done by hand? No shortcuts, especially my undergarments. They must be hand-washed." As Sin Yu continued to internally berate the absurdity of his own words, he declared, "You have no idea how much the electricity bill costs." Yu Sin Yu looked up, interjecting, "I can cover the electricity bill for you." Sin Yu was well aware of Yu Sin Yu's wealth. He pondered the scoundrel's reaction to such a statement and resumed his tirade. "It's not about the money. It's your attitude that matters." He removed his suit jacket and tossed it on the nearby sofa. He loosened his tie and rolled his shoulders before addressing Yu Sin Yu. "Enough with the excuses. Get to hand-washing the laundry right now." With that, he turned away, ignoring Yu Sin Yu, who seemed to be on the verge of tears, and pushed her toward the bedroom. Upon returning to the bedroom, Sin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to bang his head against the wall. How utterly crass. How utterly crass. How could such lowly dialogue exist? Even more terrifying was the fact that he had uttered these words himself. The system cat promptly appeared, nuzzling against Sin Yu. "Host, there's no need to worry. Your performance just now was flawless." Huh, could it be anything but flawless? Even he wished to strike himself for the utter absurdity of it all, desperate to avoid further disparagement. Sin Yu rummaged through the drawer for a change of sleepwear and decided to take a shower first. In the original text, this segment involved him suddenly developing a fever and leaving early, so although he felt a bit dizzy, it was not severe. A shower would suffice. Sin Yu stepped into the bathroom. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he looked just as he did in reality. A strikingly handsome, yet aloof visage, exuding an air of inaccessibility. 2 beauty marks beneath his left eye gave the impression that he was perpetually on the verge of tears. Sin Yu studied his reflection for a moment before extending his tongue to inspect the piercing adorning it. The tongue piercing, though not overly large or particularly conspicuous, combined with Sin Yu's typically serious demeanor during interactions, has led his colleagues to remain oblivious to it. If one were to inquire why he has not removed it, it would likely hint at a subtle sense of rebelliousness. Moreover, Sin Yu adorns his ears with a bridge and multiple piercings. Tattoos embellish both his arms and lower abdomen. As Sin Yu gazed at his reflection in the mirror, he began to unbutton the iron gray shirt he wore. With each button released, he beheld the tattoo that traversed his entire lower abdomen. The design depicted a serpent grasping a decayed apple, evoking the imagery of an Eden that has long ceased to be a paradise. The placement of this serpent tattoo is quite intricate, with its tail resting at his hip bone, winding across his lower abdomen, while to the right lies the withered apple. "Darling, I've dried your new pajamas for you. Would you like me to bring them to you?" Chapter 2. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Sin Yu, feeling somewhat guilty yet resolute in maintaining his persona as a cold-hearted scoundrel, ignored the need to rebutton his shirt upon hearing the cautious voice of Yu Sin Yu. He abruptly swung open the bathroom door, gazing at Yu with feigned impatience. "Why are you shouting?" he provocatively inquired. "Is this garment hand-washed? If it isn't, I refuse to wear it. I am allergic to clothes laundered in a machine." His words were purely a means of vexation. The moment he uttered them, Sin Yu wished he could slap himself 10 times. What a contemptible wretch he was. After a brief pause, when Yu Sin Yu did not respond, Sin Yu initially thought he had reduced her to tears and contemplated whether to offer a half-hearted apology. However, he soon spotted Yu holding a silk nightgown. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed shyly at him. Sin Yu stood frozen for a few seconds, and following Yu's line of sight, he realized the source of her blush, his own unbuttoned shirt. "Do you blush at the swimming pool as well?" he mused silently, observing the bashful Yu, whose face was a rosy hue, unable to meet his gaze. His mind echoed with a singular thought. He was utterly enamored. He seized the nightgown from Yu's grasp, admonishing, "Don't forget to wash your clothes. They must all be hand-washed." He had not forgotten this detail. Yu Xinyu, having finally relinquished the nightgown to Xinyu, fidgeted with her fingers, seemingly preparing to voice something. Speak your mind, he urged. Darling, Yu Xinyu began. Have you been in touch with Sang Qianshan recently? The plot thickens. Xinyu's interest peaked at her words. He had not communicated with Sang for some time. He scrutinized Yu from head to toe, questioning, what? Are you smitten with Sang Qianshan? Let me tell you, no one but me would want you. Ugh. The assertion was too potent, almost nauseating. Xinyu felt he might need to file a grievance for emotional distress after enduring the plethora of cringeworthy male cliches within this peculiar realm. That's not it. Yu Xinyu seemed to sense Xinyu's misinterpretation and grew anxious. How could I possibly like him? You know I adore you the most. With that confession, she leapt into Xinyu's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Her cheek brushed against his collarbone a few times as she whispered, You remember, I fell for you at first sight. Xinyu indeed recalled this narrative. In the novel, the reason the naive, affluent Yu Xinyu fell for him was straightforward. During a school incident where Yu was accosted for money, Xinyu had gallantly rescued him, and from that moment, Yu regarded Xinyu as his heroic savior. Yet, reflecting on this storyline from his memory, Xinyu could only scoff. As previously mentioned, despite Yu Xinyu's delicate demeanor, he was not short, standing at least 185 centimeters, and even during his school days, he was 180 centimeters tall. The assailants had not even reached his height. Moreover, Xinyu was hardly a noble hero. He had merely been in dire need of money at the time, and upon hearing the young Master Yu's desperate plea, Who will save me? I'll pay you, he had decided to intervene. Thus, Xinyu stepped forward and chased away the two ruffians. Holding a plastic bag, he was about to seize the afternoon, free from classes, to take a part-time job making milk tea. After dispersing the thugs, he squatted down to glance at Yu Xinyu, who was half lying on the ground. He poked his head, demanding payment. With tear-filled eyes, Yu Xinyu looked up at Xinyu and lamented that he had no cash on him. Transfer it to me. I have a payment code. Xinyu replied as he fished out his phone. The device had just been snatched by those two men. Yu Xinyu gazed up at Xinyu, as if beholding a great hero, and proposed, Let us go home together. I promise my butler will pay you. Xinyu scoffed at the mention of a butler, standing up and dismissing Yu Xinyu. Whether he was truly a fool or a genuine young master mattered little to him. He looked down at Yu Xinyu with disdain. Get lost. I won't ask a fool for money. With that, he turned to leave for work, only to feel Yu Xinyu grasping his ankle. Given it was summer, Xinyu wore nothing but a pair of inexpensive knee-length beach shorts. He glanced down at Yu Xinyu's hand, gripping his ankle, and commanded, Let go. As he prepared to lift his foot, Yu Xinyu pleaded, Allow me to repay you. Squatting there, his eyes sparkled as he gazed at Xinyu, with a striking visage. Perhaps owing to his foreign ancestry via his grandmother, his hair was light, his features sharp, and his eyes a hazel mixed with green, exuding a naive charm of wealth and innocence. However, Xinyu had no time to indulge the young master. Get away, he retorted, breaking free from Yu Xinyu's grip and heading to work. Since discovering where Xinyu made milk tea, Yu Xinyu had persistently queued for it. And on days when Xinyu worked, he would invariably place large orders. Unable to tolerate this persistent suitor any longer, Xinyu beckoned Yu Xinyu over with a finger. Come here. Yu Xinyu eagerly ran over, only to receive a punch to his abdomen from Xinyu. Didn't I tell you to get lost? Sen Igriku reprimanded, gripping Yu Xinyu by the collar. Every time you show up, I'll hit you once. Undeterred by the blow, Yu Xinyu merely patted his sore stomach, protesting. But I want to pursue you. Huh? You're quite remarkable. You saved me back then. Yu Xinyu's eyes sparkled with admiration. I fell in love with you at first sight. Recalling this rather absurd sequence of events, Xinyu found himself at a loss for words. Is this what it means to be hopelessly infatuated? You wouldn't dig for wild vegetables if I didn't tea. Frustrated by Yu Xinyu's love-struck demeanor, Xinyu pushed him away. Is that so? It seems you're quite interested in Sang Qianshan. Sang Qianshan was the third protagonist of this narrative and also a good friend of Xinyu's, at least before any romantic entanglements. Unlike Xinyu, who worked as a company employee, Sang Qianshan possessed striking looks and was discovered for acting right after graduation. Initially, he thought it would be a minor venture for extra cash, but he unexpectedly skyrocketed to fame. After 5 years in the industry, he garnered a prestigious award. achieving both critical and box office success. In the original text, Sang Qianshan consistently disapproved of Sun Yu's attitude towards Yu Xinyu. However, whenever he voiced his opinion, Sun Yu would respond sarcastically, suggesting that his concern for Yu Xinyu might be indicative of affection. While Sang Qianshan found Sun Yu utterly incomprehensible, he gradually became captivated by this seemingly resilient yet delicate individual, who, it must be noted, was indeed well off, thus setting the stage for ensuing tumultuous events. As Yu Xinyu appeared eager to offer an explanation, Sun Yu interjected, firmly stating that he no longer wished to discuss other men, expressing his fatigue and desire to take a bath. With that, he closed the bathroom door before Yu Xinyu. In Chapter 3, titled Transformed into a Frugal Phoenix Man, the system reappeared, embodied in a large orange cat that had materialized in the bathroom. Sun Yu removed his shirt, gazing at another tattoo on his arm, depicting a cherubic angel playing a trumpet. This tattoo occupied half of his forearm, and its existence was not without reason. As previously mentioned, he was in need of money. When an acquaintance sought someone to practice tattooing on, Sun Yu, in dire financial straits, agreed to take on the job. Due to the tattoo's considerable size, it required a fair amount of time, and thus, the two exchanged contact information. This acquaintance was none other than Sang Qianshan. Before embarking on his acting career, Sang Qianshan had harbored aspirations of becoming a tattoo artist. Perhaps it was the perfectionist within him that prevented him from inking any significant designs on his own skin before achieving flawlessness. He approached Sun Yu, having practiced extensively on faux leather and various pig skins, believing he was now ready to tattoo on a human canvas. Lacking financial need and not intending to pursue a professional career in tattooing, he opted instead to compensate someone to model for him. His requirements were numerous, encompassing skin condition, height, and musculature. However, the remuneration was sufficiently enticing for Sun Yu to accept. To his surprise, shortly after completing the tattoo, Sang Qianshan was discovered and thrust into the entertainment industry. After his bath, Sun Yu reclined in the tub, unable to suppress his complaints to the system, remarking how unrealistic such narratives were, lamenting the rarity of instant fame. The little cat emphasized Sang Qianshan's storyline is crucial. Sun Yu was well aware that. In the original narrative, following his tumultuous breakup with Yu Xinyu, he adopted a cold demeanor, while Yu Xinyu suffered in silence. Unable to bear the sight of her distress, Sang Qianshan resolved to take her out to lift her spirits and subsequently invited her to participate in a slow-living variety show he was slated to record. This storyline is exceedingly implausible, Sen Igreku exclaimed. These two are hardly friends, and now they are to be invited to partake in a variety show? The little cat replied. After all, Yu Xinyu will gain popularity through the show, discovering her many virtues and the vibrancy of the outside world, which will ultimately empower her to break free from her toxic relationship. Meanwhile, the scoundrel, during the period of their breakup and Yu Xinyu's participation in the show, will realize he cannot endure her absence, igniting a fervent pursuit of reconciliation. Perched at the edge of the tub, the little cat observed the host submerged in water. This is the climax of the narrative. The moment Yu Xinyu resolves to end the relationship, and the scoundrel, filled with regret, embarks on a passionate quest for her. Very well, Sen Igreku conceded. Sun Yu leaned against the edge of the bathtub, casting a glance at the little kitten. What is Yu Xinyu doing now? The kitten momentarily diverted its attention. Report to the host. Yu Xinyu is currently hand-washing your clothes, specifically scrubbing your underwear. Sen Igreku remarked. There is no need for such specificity. Yu Xinyu sat on a small stool in front of the washing machine, methodically removing Xinyu's clothes that had been tossed inside. All of her own garments, which could not withstand the machine's washing, were crammed in without hesitation. This one is purchased by me, Yu Xinyu said, gazing at one of the shirts. She recalled how Xinyu looked in it yesterday, and with delicate fingers, she caressed the fabric, thinking, my husband looks good in anything. She held it for a moment, and ultimately leaned in to gently inhale the scent embedded within. A faint trace of his signature fragrance lingered, now reduced to a subtle, woody aroma, barely perceptible after a day. It seemed devoid of any other scent. There is no annoying perfume, Yu Xinyu muttered to herself. About a month prior, She had discovered an unfamiliar fragrance occasionally clinging to Sinyu, sometimes around the shoulder, other times at the cuffs or at the collar. Certainly not a woman-esque fragrance. Instead, it was an aggressively masculine scent, a blend of rum and patchouli, starkly contrasting with the understated woody perfume he typically wore. Yu Xinyu detested this aroma, loathed the idea of it lingering on Sinyu's clothes. After all, they were his garments, and he belonged entirely to her. How could another scent invade their space? Like a lion whose territory had been encroached upon, her hostility surged the first time she detected that strange fragrance on him. Yet, when she inquired, Xinyu merely responded with mild annoyance, sniffing his own clothes and dismissing her concerns. What perfume scent? He questioned. There's no scent at all. Has anyone new joined the company recently? Yu Xinyu pressed, her fingers gripping tightly, one hand's nails nearly piercing her palm. Someone? Xinyu loosened his tie, carelessly tossing it onto the nearby sofa. He removed his leather shoes, feeling the floor beneath his feet, and plopped down onto the couch, as if recalling something unpleasant. Indeed, there's a new superior who has been transferred from headquarters. It was him. Yu Xinyu's immediate reaction was one of realization. She observed Xinyu reclining on the sofa, his half-closed eyes and meticulously combed hair now slightly tousled. His skin was a cool white, emanating a jade-like quality under the light. Beneath his eyes, 2 beauty marks rested, and when he was not smiling, a melancholic expression often lingered, evoking an instinctual desire to soothe his troubles. Enchanted, Yu Xinyu gazed at Xinyu before gradually approaching him, crouching beside him and fixating on his face. The mere thought of that perfume ignited a surge of anger within her. She couldn't help but grip the shirt tighter, but in the next moment, she realized her reaction. "I'm sorry, my husband," she whispered to the garment. "I didn't mean to." He gently caressed the collar and chest of the garment, consumed by overwhelming anger and jealousy. Clutching the shirt, he was fortunate that his husband returned home today without that lingering scent of perfume. After muttering to himself for quite some time, he finally began to wash the shirt by hand. Once he completed the delicate task, his gaze shifted to the final article of clothing in the laundry basket, a thin black fabric. With a flush of embarrassment, Yu Xinyu retrieved the last piece, holding it in his hands for a while, seemingly reluctant. After a moment of hesitation, he stood up and retrieved a brand new, unopened box of the identical style from a nearby cabinet, subsequently tossing a pristine piece into the basin of clear water. "I'll wear it and toss it away," he murmured to himself. This should suffice. However, the thought of being discovered prompted him to consider hiding it until his husband went to work. Chapter 4. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Xinyu exited the bathroom after reconciling with the system regarding the plot. Draped in the pajamas Yu Xinyu had presented, his raven black hair still damp, a few strands fell gracefully across the beauty mark beneath his eye. Upon entering the living room, he found Yu Xinyu seated on a small stool, blushing as he scrubbed his garments, which made Xinyu feel somewhat bashful. Clearing his throat, he approached the basin and glanced at the shirt submerged in water. Enough of this scrubbing, he thought, squatting down to toss the remaining clothes into the washing machine, deciding that it would suffice for the task at hand. But remember, this is a one-time exception. Darling, Yu Xinyu, still immersed in the cold water, was touched by Xinyu's concern for him, realizing he was dissuading him from washing the clothes. Tears welled in his eyes. "I know you love me the most," he expressed, genuinely moved. "It's all right, my husband. I will hand wash your clothes every day from now on." Xinyu felt an overwhelming urge to retort. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately swallowed his words. He gazed silently at Yu Xinyu for a few seconds, thinking to himself, "As long as you are happy." Yu Xinyu nodded, rising from his perch on the stool. Unperturbed, he wiped his hands on his exorbitantly expensive, non-machine washable clothing before approaching Xinyu. "Darling, let me dry your hair." Xinyu noticed the sparkle in Yu Xinyu's eyes, seemingly filled with anticipation for this task. Rather than insisting that he could manage it himself, he tacitly permitted Yu Xinyu to proceed. With joy, Yu Xinyu took Xinyu's hand and led him to the sofa in the living room, gesturing for him to sit comfortably. He then fetched the hairdryer. "Without me, you really can't manage," Yu Xinyu mused aloud, "not even drying your own hair." Sin Yu desperately wanted to ask, so when I'm away on business, do you have a wild man to dry your hair for you? Yet, he merely feigned exhaustion, reclining against the sofa, his neck nestled at its edge, allowing Yu Sin Yu to dry his damp strands. Yu Sin Yu held a hairdryer, his fingers delicately combing through Sin Yu's hair, which was still damp from his recent shower. He gently stroked the roots of Sin Yu's hair, the deep hue contrasting beautifully with his pale complexion and impassive expression, evoking an ethereal presence. His fingers began to massage Sin Yu's scalp. "Allow me to relieve your headache with a gentle massage," he offered. Sin Igriku replied softly. Yu Sin Yu gazed intently at Sin Yu's face, admiring the elegant bridge of his nose, the length of his eyelashes, and the 2 tear moles beneath his eyes. With a delicate touch, he traced the positions of those moles in the air, marveling at how striking Sin Yu appeared in every aspect. He tenderly groomed Sin Yu's black locks before retrieving the hairdryer, gradually drying his hair. The wet strands transformed under the warm breeze and his gentle manipulation, becoming soft and lustrous, reminiscent of a well-cared-for feline, its coat gleaming and smooth. He recalled their first encounter when Sin Yu's hair had been cropped short and unkempt, dressed in the simplest of athletic wear, with bruises adorning his cheeks. The tear moles had captivated him instantly. Watching Sin Yu's skin regain its radiant pallor and his hair lose its prior disarray under his care filled Yu Sin Yu with profound satisfaction. The powerful hairdryer worked swiftly, and soon, Sin Yu's once damp hair was thoroughly dry. Though Yu Sin Yu felt a tinge of regret as he set down the dryer. He noted how Sin Yu's hair now appeared voluminous, and his demeanor softened, shedding the earlier aloofness. After a moment of admiration, Yu Sin Yu reached out and gently pinched Sin Yu's earlobe. "There, your hair is all dry now." Sin Yu, drowsy and on the verge of slumber, awoke at Yu Sin Yu's words. "I think I shall retire for the night. I have work in the morning," he stated, rising and walking toward his bedroom without a backward glance. Midway, he glanced at Yu Sin Yu, who stood behind the sofa, and couldn't help but add, "You should rest early as well. Don't worry about the clothes." Once he entered his room, Sin Yu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him again. It seemed the mild fever he had experienced from his soak and the prolonged time spent in his pajamas in the living room had intensified. It was rather peculiar. Although Yu Sin Yu and Sin Yu cohabited, they had always slept in separate rooms. In this world, same-sex marriage was commonplace, and Sin Yu's explanation was, "Before we marry, I cannot bear to touch you." Upon hearing this, Yu Sin Yu was momentarily moved to tears, and thus, they became a peculiar kind of housemates, more akin to a landowner and a laborer. Sin Yu had refrained from disclosing his fever because he knew that upon hearing it, Yu Sin Yu would spring into action, treating the situation with utmost urgency, even calling for emergency assistance to ensure he was taken to a hospital. Sin Yu was the type of person who would avoid the hospital unless absolutely necessary. To him, a fever could simply be managed with some antipyretics. It was hardly a matter of concern. With this thought in mind, he poured himself another cup of warm water and sank into the soft embrace of his bed. As soon as Yu Sin Yu entered the bedroom, he proceeded to take a shower. The pajamas he wore matched Sin Yu's. Though the oblivious Sin Yu had not noticed that the top he had been given actually belonged to Yu Sin Yu. Since the pajamas were oversized, Yu Sin Yu, being slightly taller than Sin Yu, could easily wear the other's clothing. Carefully placing his pajamas aside, Yu Sin Yu stood in the still damp bathroom, enveloped in a light mist and the aroma of cedarwood. The scent emanated from shower gel that Sin Yu adored, although he had never explicitly stated his preference. He used it consistently and never asked Yu Sin Yu to replace it with another fragrance, leading Yu Sin Yu to understand that Sin Yu was indeed fond of this particular scent. The mingling of cedarwood fragrance with the steam made Yu Sin Yu inhale deeply. He then unfastened his top, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Contrary to his tall and slender appearance, Yu Sin Yu's torso was remarkably well-defined, with clearly visible abdominal muscles. Perhaps due to his mixed heritage, his overall bone structure was more substantial, though his height and usual attire gave him a lean appearance. As he removed his clothing, preparing to toss it into the nearby laundry basket, he noticed Sin Yu's recently discarded shirt. After a moment's hesitation, he nervously picked it up, carefully inhaling the scent from the collar and sleeves, a subtle blend of rum and patchouli. The presence of this bold and distinctive fragrance caused Yu Xinyu to clench the shirt tightly, as if he wished to crush the owner of that scent within its fabric. That scoundrel, he muttered bitterly. Chapter 5. Dressed as a frugal phoenix man, Xinyu appeared to harbor a strong dislike for his newly appointed superior, often referring to him in derogatory terms, such as a rich, arrogant newcomer. This was also the reason why, despite his profound aversion to this superior, Yu Xinyu had yet to lose his composure completely. Clutching the shirt in his hands, he repeatedly reassured himself that it was all right. That Xinyu simply did not like him. Yu Xinyu was well aware of Xinyu's indifference toward him, yet he dismissed it. Since Xinyu was averse to everyone, Yu Xinyu considered himself to be the sole exception, the one whom he had willingly acknowledged as his boyfriend. With this realization, a sense of peace washed over Yu Xinyu. Looking once more at the shirt and the lingering scent upon it, the earlier feeling of discomfort dissipated, replaced by a joyful impulse to nuzzle against the fabric. Aside from the collar and sleeves, which bore that loathed scent, the rest of the shirt still retained the familiar fragrance of Xinyu. The fragrance, characterized by an elegant yet understated woody essence, carries hints of bittersweet basil and damp moss. Yu Xinyu buried her face in the shirt until the familiar scent enveloped her nostrils, the cool woodiness finally overshadowing the prior aroma of patchouli. Only then did she lift her head, carefully smoothing out the fabric of the shirt. "I'm so sorry, darling," she murmured to herself. "I've wrinkled your shirt. I'll buy you a new one." What Xinyu remained oblivious to was Yu Xinyu's utter lack of laundry skills. Most of her clothes had been ruined, only for her to replace them with identical replicas. Yet, she could not bear to part with the damaged garments, which were all stored in the vast wardrobe of her room. Should Xinyu one day enter Yu Xinyu's unlocked bedroom and open the wardrobe that spanned an entire wall, he would discover numerous identical pieces to those in his own closet, those discarded items ruined by Yu Xinyu's ineptitude. Once Yu Xinyu reconciled her feelings about this, she felt considerably lighter. Joyfully, she moved to the shower, ready to cleanse herself. She squeezed out some shower gel, identical to Xinyu's. A delightful smile gracing her face as she reveled in the thought that they not only shared the same fragrant shower gel. After all, she had purchased it herself, but also donned matching pajamas. However, she sensed something was amiss with Xinyu's demeanor upon his return that evening. Yu Xinyu paused for a few seconds under the spray, beginning to contemplate the matter. Was it that insufferable boss who had troubled Xinyu? No. If that were the case, Xinyu would surely return with a scowl. Could he be unwell? The thought propelled Yu Xinyu into a flurry of motion, hastening her shower. She resolved to sneak a peek into Xinyu's room. The room was dimly lit, the curtains drawn tightly. As Yu Xinyu stepped inside, she heard Xinyu's steady breathing. Quietly, she shut the door behind her and approached Xinyu's bedside, her gaze falling upon the medication on the nightstand. Upon noticing the fever reducer, Yu Xinyu's heart sank. Ignoring the possibility of disturbing Xinyu, she reached out to touch his forehead, only to find a thin sheen of sweat glistening there. His temperature was noticeably elevated. Seeing this, Yu Xinyu quickly fetched a thermometer. Fortunately, the fever was not alarmingly high, suggesting that the medication was beginning to take effect. She leaned against the edge of Xinyu's bed, allowing her eyesight to adjust to the dimness of the room. Xinyu lay there, his cheeks slightly flushed, and his breathing more labored than usual. Yu Xinyu simply watched Xinyu's face, extending her hand hesitantly before gently lifting the covers to reach within. Due to the fever and perspiration, Xinyu's pajamas felt damp and uncomfortable to the touch. Yet Yu Xinyu hesitated to change them outright. Instead, she returned with a warm towel, gently wiping the sweat from Xinyu's neck and forehead. Yu Xinyu lay by the edge of the bed, perhaps due to the oppressive heat. Xinyu's arm extended limply beyond the covers, resting on the bedside. Initially, Yu Xinyu intended to tuck that arm back under the blanket, but after a moment's contemplation, he instead pressed his head gently into Xinyu's palm, his cheeks softly brushing against Xinyu's hand. Due to his fever, Xinyu's palm felt warmer than before, a stark contrast to the slightly cool temperature Yu Xinyu remembered. Yu Xinyu remained at the bedside, gazing at Xinyu's face and the beauty marked beneath his eye. The arm that Xinyu had extended was the very hand adorned with a tattoo. Yu Xinyu observed the little angel playing a trumpet on Xinyu's forearm. tracing its outline with his fingers. He opened his mouth, but ultimately, he merely tenderly nipped at Xin Yu's arm, leaving no mark upon his skin. At that moment, Xin Yu's phone, resting on the bedside table, received a message, its screen illuminating abruptly. Yu Xinyu knew he ought not to look. Yet the little devil within him compelled him to sneak a glance. Just before the screen dimmed again, he caught sight of the sender's name. Superstar Sang Qianshan. In an instant, Yu Xinyu realized that the messenger was Sang Qianshan, the only celebrity among Xin Yu's acquaintances. At that instant, Yu Xinyu's own phone vibrated, and though he initially resisted the urge to check it, the persistent buzzing finally led him to open the device. To his surprise, his group chat had erupted with a flurry of messages, all tagging him. Group chat. Sang Gij is unbearably popular. 178. Sang Gij's patron. What? Gij is actually going to participate in a variety show. Little hoo-hoo. Haha. Was it said that the movie star wouldn't stoop to such levels? Licking lips. Is it because the patron has run out of money, forcing him to join a variety show for quick cash? Winking. A Lao Wang Auto Repair. A variety show with ordinary friends? Question. May I ask if Gij has any ordinary friends? ISNT Sang Gij, notoriously known for elevating some while belittling others. Does he even know what friendship means? 1 ton a day. What does the group leader think of Xiaoyu? Sang Gij's patron. What does the group leader think of Xiaoyu? Little hoo-hoo. What does the group leader think of Xiaoyu? A Lao Wang Auto Repair. What does the group leader think of Xiaoyu? Chapter 6. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Yu Xinyu held his phone, aware that Sang Gij was a nickname for Sang Qianshan. Initially, fans and agents referred to him as Sang Go, but detractors labeled him as arrogant and temperamental, likening him to a villainess in a palace drama, thus bestowing upon him the name Sang Gij. For reasons unknown, upon reading the messages in the group, Yu Xinyu's mind wandered back to the message Sang Qianshan had just sent to Xinyu. A wave of anxiety washed over him, prompting him to check Sang Qianshan's message. He discovered it was a rumor about Sang Qianshan joining a new variety show on Lilian TV, said to be a slow life show inviting ordinary friends. Ordinary friends. Sang Qianshan. The combination of these 3 pieces of information ignited a frenzy in the comments below on Weibo, but Yu Xinyu paid no heed to those, focusing solely on the revelation before him. Reflecting upon the message that Sang Qianshan had just sent to Xinyu, he attempted several times to revert to their previous chat history, yet found his hand trembling uncontrollably. Biting his nails, he ultimately shoved the phone back into his pocket. No, it couldn't be. Sang Qianshan would never participate in a variety show, and even if he did, he certainly would not invite Xinyu. With this thought, he leaned back against the edge of Xinyu's bed, silently observing the profile of Xinyu's face, where the angelic tattoo now seemed to glare at him. At the moment Xinyu awoke, he felt as though a heavy weight rested upon his arm. Instinctively shifting his arm, he discovered he was utterly immobilized. Was he experiencing sleep paralysis? His mind snapped to full awareness as he turned his head in terror, only to find Yu Xinyu sprawled at the edge of the bed, clad in identical pajamas. Kneeling on the carpet, her upper body lay on the bed's edge, her head and part of her arm pressing down upon his arm. Xinyu's gaze shifted to a towel nearby, surmising that Yu Xinyu must have entered after he had fallen asleep, noticing his fever, and thus had cared for him throughout the night. With this realization, he summoned the system. Had Yu Xinyu been here all night? The large orange cat plopped down onto Xinyu's blanket, first licking its paw before commencing to sift through the recordings. Report to the host. Last night, after entering the room, Yu Xinyu discovered you had a fever and began to care for you. After wiping your sweat, she watched you for a while before playing on her phone and then fell asleep. Well, at least she knows how to use her phone. Xinyu was genuinely fearful that the system would report that Yu Xinyu had vigilantly watched over him throughout the night without rest. Attempting to extricate his arm, he found Yu Xinyu's grip to be surprisingly firm. Never mind, he thought. Using his other hand, he reached for his phone resting on the bedside. To his astonishment, a message had been sent to him last night by someone saved in his contacts as Big Star. Big Star, I've moved into a new house. When you have time, bring your wife along for dinner. Upon reading this message, Sun Yu felt a wave of derision wash over him. See, the plot was indeed unfolding. Sang Qianshan had begun to take an interest in Yu Xinyu. In the past, he would have merely invited Sun Yu over. This time, however, he was contemplating bringing Yu Xinyu along. With this thought, he affectionately patted the cat's head and promptly replied with an OK emoji. Following that, he was met with a barrage of messages from his dreaded superior, filled with revisions pertaining to the proposals he had submitted the previous week, demanding that he completely redraft them and send them back before the end of the day. Yet another insufferable capitalist at play. Glancing at the timestamps, he noted that these messages had been sent at 1 a.m. Good grief, was he working overtime without rest and dragging his employees into it as well? Was this company his to run? Sun Yu had never anticipated that even while undertaking tasks, he would still need to juggle two jobs, one in the quick travel bureau and the other within the confines of a novel. He promptly replied to Lu Buochuan's message. On the other side, Lu Buochuan, who had risen early for his workout, soon noticed a message sent by Sun Yu, having just returned from abroad. His arrival here felt rather sudden. This company is a relatively significant subsidiary of the group, and he preferred not to start directly at the headquarters. Thus, he concealed his identity and entered a department within this subsidiary. Although referred to as a subsidiary, it functions as a major local enterprise. Lu Buochuan considered himself quite low-key, driving only a modest car, believing that no one would discern his true identity as a newcomer. Little did he know, the moment he drove into the company's underground parking garage, messages began circulating in several small groups. SOS. Suspected rich heir has landed. After completing his strength training, Lu Buochuan opened his phone on the treadmill, glancing at Sun Yu's message, momentarily puzzled by its intent. It was true that he identified as gay. However, he had no intentions of coming out of work. What did Sun Yu mean by sending a one? As he walked on the treadmill, Lu Buochuan furrowed his brow, contemplating how to respond. He held a positive impression of Sun Yu, appreciating his diligence at work. Despite his cold demeanor and lack of enthusiasm, he excelled in his tasks, naturally raising Lu Buochuan's expectations. Yet, was this a valid reason for Sun Yu to probe into his personal life and orientation? After much deliberation, he finally replied, Lu Buochuan, I believe it is best if we only discuss work matters. Sun Yu withdrew his hand from beneath Yu Xinyu's head. As he stood up, he glanced at Yu Xinyu, curled up on the floor, and felt a pang of sympathy. He intended to lift Yu Xinyu onto the bed, but quickly realized he couldn't manage it. Yu Xinyu was much sturdier than he had anticipated. Although he could exert some effort to move him, he didn't wish to awaken Yu Xinyu, lest it tarnish his image as a cold-hearted rogue. Ultimately, Sun Yu merely draped a blanket over Yu Xinyu. As he walked to the bathroom to brush his teeth, he noticed Lu Buochuan's reply. Lu Buochuan, I believe it is best if we only discuss work matters. What did that mean? Sun Yu scrutinized the exchanged messages. Lu Buochuan had bombarded him with a series of revisions, and then he responded with a one, only for Lu Buochuan to state they should only discuss work. Were they not conversing about work? Sun Yu was beset with questions, brushing his teeth while contemplating one of feigned drunkenness, enabling Lu Buochuan to escort him home. He would then arrange for Yu Xinyu and Lu Buochuan to have some time alone, while he, the supposed inebriate, could recline and relax, allowing the two protagonists to interact freely. Spitting out the foam from his mouth, Sun Yu finished his grooming, changed into fresh clothes, and left his room. Upon arriving at the office, he spotted Lu Buochuan, who had already taken a seat there. He raised an eyebrow, choosing not to speak, and was just about to sit at his desk and power on his computer when he noticed the glass door of the office had been left ajar. Lu Buochuan, clad in his impeccably tailored three-piece suit, leaned against the doorframe of his office, lightly tapping on the frosted glass. Once Sun Yu's gaze shifted towards him, he spoke. Do you have a moment? We need to converse. Chapter 7. The Frugal Phoenix Man. What shall we discuss? Sun Yu's mind, inexplicably, conjured the words. Shall we talk about my wife? He chuckled inwardly at this thought before turning to Lu Buochuan. Is it now? Lu Buochuan glanced at the office. Perhaps due to the fact that there were still 30 minutes until work commenced, the lights had yet to illuminate the premises. The employees of their company were resolutely averse to being labeled as work thieves, typically arriving only 5 minutes before their shift to clock in at the last possible moment. Yes, now, Luo Buochuan affirmed, surveying his empty office. He deemed this the opportune moment for such a conversation. Though he was uncertain about the true implication behind Sun Yu's remark, he was aware of workplace decorum, recognizing that discussions, particularly those of a personal or sensitive nature, were ill-suited for a crowded setting. Sun Yu appeared perplexed. Uncertain of Luo Buochuan's intentions, he complied and entered the office. "Please have a seat." Luo Buochuan gestured towards the chair in front of his desk. Sun Yu sat down. Since there were no meetings scheduled for the day, he had dressed in a more casual manner, while Luo Buochuan remained steadfast in his 5-day-a-week suit ensemble. Luo Buochuan turned and walked to the back of his office. "I bought this for you." He indicated the coffee resting on his desk. Sun Yu glanced at it, utterly bewildered by Luo Buochuan's intentions. "Thank you?" he responded, still confused. "Let me pose a question," Luo Buochuan began, searching for an appropriate introduction. "What are your thoughts on this job?" he added. "Or, if you have any opinions or suggestions regarding my role as your superior, feel free to express them." Sun Yu was genuinely baffled. "What is this? Are you contemplating firing me, or perhaps granting me a raise?" He internally rolled his eyes, recalling Luo Buochuan's late-night messages urging him to revise documents. Clearing his throat, he ventured, "I believe we should respect each other's personal time. Please refrain from sending me messages in the middle of the night." Luo Buochuan paused, his hand holding the pen, faltering momentarily as he regarded Sun Yu across the desk. He appreciated Sun Yu's cleverness and diligence, yet Luo Buochuan furrowed his brow internally. He had no desire to cultivate any romantic entanglement with his subordinate. His gaze lingered on Sun Yu's fair complexion and the teardrop mole beneath his eye. He pressed his lips together, musing, "Personal time? Yes, we should allow each other some space." Sun Yu could not comprehend why Luo Buochuan appeared so apprehensive upon hearing his words. "Really? You don't see a problem with sending late-night messages to your subordinates for revisions? Yet when I suggest you avoid messaging during off hours, you seem to react as if the sky is falling." "Very well," Luo Buochuan finally exhaled. "I will take your words into consideration. Since Sun Yu has already mentioned that it is a private matter to be discussed during personal time without affecting work, he could simply refrain from engaging in the conversation. He was unwilling to create discord with his subordinate over this issue, as it would render their relationship in the office rather awkward. He glanced at Sun Yu, whose expression brightened momentarily upon hearing his words, before diverting his gaze to the frosted glass wall at the back of the office. However, it must be made clear that work hours should still be dedicated to earnest labor. Of course, that was a mere jest. Sun Yu mused to himself that the time he spent idling was indeed his own earned time. Noticing that Luo Buochuan had reflected on the disturbance caused by sending messages late at night, which affected employee morale and forced them to work overtime, he decided not to press too hard and to take the good fortune as it came. He observed Luo Buochuan, who appeared lost in thought. Yet he had not forgotten an important matter recently. "By the way, Brother Chuan," he called out, as their company adhered to a flat management structure, avoiding the use of titles. "Is there a dinner gathering planned for our group tonight?" Luo Buochuan noticed that someone had entered the office, turning on the lights in that area, albeit partially. This indicated that employees were beginning to arrive for work. He was reluctant to allow others to see him conversing privately with Sun Yu in the office, not due to any ambiguous implications, but because employees might speculate about promotions, salary adjustments, or changes in work structure and inquire excessively. If they were to learn about Sun Yu, and considering that Sun Yu is not one to keep secrets, Luo Buochuan wished to avoid being outed at work, especially under the label of an office romance. "Yes," Luo Buochuan replied, glancing at the computer screen. "You may leave first." Sun Yu felt a sense of relief as he took the coffee Luo Buochuan had prepared for him and exited the office. Upon returning to his desk, a red-haired girl quietly approached from behind and tapped his shoulder. Turning around, he recognized it as a colleague from the design team. "Is something the matter? Why does the young master seek you?" Sang Luo inquired, casting a glance around the office. "He mentioned something about the dinner gathering tonight," Sun Yu responded, as Sang Luo was a colleague with whom he shared a decent rapport, often joining each other for a smoke in the downstairs smoking area. Sun Yu did not smoke frequently. He only indulged when the stress of Luo Buochuan's proposals became overwhelming. However, Xin Yu found something peculiar about Lu Buochuan's behavior today. Unable to resist, he beckoned to Sang Luo. Analyze this for me. I would like to hear your thoughts. Sans Liu mimique ta smoking gesture. All right. The two made their way to the smoking area downstairs. Perhaps it was too early, as no one else was there. After lighting a cigarette, Xin Yu noticed Sang Luo wink at him. Speak up, what is on your mind? Sen Igriku prompted. He then recounted the strange occurrences surrounding Lu Buochuan from yesterday to today. Sang Luo pondered for a moment before looking back at Xin Yu. Is there a possibility? The young master may be unaware of what one signifies. Xin Yu paused in his action of holding the cigarette. No way, right? However, upon careful reflection, he realized that in the past, his responses had typically been limited to a simple acknowledgement, such as received, or okay, or perhaps an emoji. This time, overwhelmed by irritation, he had merely replied with a 1. He could not comprehend the significance of such peculiar remarks. Perhaps the other party perceived his response as a declaration of his identity. Calmly finishing the last puff of his cigarette, Sang Luo dropped a bombshell and patted his shoulder, congratulating him on successfully coming out in front of the young master. Xin Yu was utterly speechless. He extinguished the cigarette but in the nearby ashtray and remarked to Sang Luo, "So that's why he asked me about my company's opinions and such." But what nonsense question did he actually respond to? Private time for each other. What on earth did Lu Baichuan interpret that to mean? Sighing, Xin Yu glanced at Sang Luo, who had also extinguished his cigarette, and admitted, "I truly am just a 1. Chapter 8. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man. By the way, how many people are attending the dinner tonight? Xin Yu had not forgotten that there was an important plot to unfold this evening. After getting intoxicated, he intended to have Lu Baichuan escort him home, where he would encounter Yu Xinyu, who was being suppressed and casually commanded by a scoundrel. Witnessing Yu Xinyu, who despite everything, dutifully washed the scoundrel's clothes, would stir a flicker of compassion in Lu Baichuan's heart, leading him to cherish Yu Xinyu and ultimately persuade her to bravely pursue a new life, breaking free from the scoundrel. How touching, Xin Yu mused. This segment of the original narrative was crucial. Yu Xinyu, who had long been oppressed, would suddenly realize her own charm in the eyes of others, proving she was not merely someone who washed clothes at home. Moreover, she had studied painting since childhood, and had she not encountered a scoundrel like Xin Yu, she might have become an artist later on. He remembered that in the original text, Yu Xinyu eventually picked up the brush again. With this thought in mind, after Sang Luo departed, Xin Yu promptly dialed Yu Xinyu. "Hello, darling. Why are you calling me during work hours?" Xin Yu could never quite get used to Yu Xinyu's clingy demeanor, and after a brief pause to compose himself, he replied, "Tonight, their SA department dinner. I might end up drinking too much. Remember to do the laundry." Emphasizing the point, this time no slacking off. "It must be hand-washed. You're going to dinner?" Yu Xinyu's voice immediately darkened. Xin Yu, puzzled, removed his headphones, wondering if they were malfunctioning, as he suddenly sensed a shadow of gloom in Yu Xinyu's tone. "Yes," he stated, glancing at the glass curtain wall of the building and his colleagues inside. "Is it with that newly appointed leader, Lu Baichuan?" Xin Yu was taken aback. He anticipated that Yu Xinyu would already be aware of Lu Baichuan. They surely had not interacted. Could it be that his previous complaints about Lu Baichuan had left an impression on Yu Xinyu? He worried about leaving a poor impression. Standing downstairs, he continued the call, staring absently at the glass curtain wall, oblivious to the familiar figure emerging from the building behind him. Yes, Lu Baichuan is going too. He pondered for a moment, considering whether suddenly speaking well of Lu Baichuan might shatter his carefully crafted persona. Yet, he could not allow Yu Xinyu to perceive Lu Baichuan as a loathsome villain. Thus, he decided to refrain from mentioning him altogether. Xin Yu ultimately failed to utter any commendatory words regarding Lu Baichuan, for he was not one to offer praise lightly. "I shall return home a little later tonight," he stated. "Do not prepare dinner for me." Once he finished the call and removed his headphones, he noticed Lu Baichuan standing a mere meter behind him. "When did he arrive?" "I wasn't here to catch you," Lu Baichuan remarked, glancing at his watch, acknowledging that it was indeed working hours. Holding his car keys, he added, "I'm stepping out for a while. Remember to send me the revised plan on time." Xin Yu reflected briefly, realizing he had not said much. He simply nodded. However, Lu Baichuan did not leave immediately. Xin Yu cast him a questioning look, silently inquiring about his purpose. Lu Buchuan asked, "Do you live with your family?" "Family?" Xin Yu contemplated for a moment before responding, "Roommate." This was also the reason Xin Yu was portrayed as a scoundrel in the original narrative. Having never come out at work, he declared Yu Xinyu to be merely his cohabiting roommate to the outside world. "Is that so?" Lu Buchuan nodded. "Very well. I shall take my leave." With his keys in hand, he watched Xin Yu's retreating figure as he entered the building. He did not eavesdrop intentionally. He merely halted upon hearing his own name and subsequently overheard Xin Yu telling someone on the phone not to prepare dinner for him. Initially, he presumed Xin Yu was conversing with a family member, but recalling that Xin Yu did not appear to be a local, he began to wonder if that person was perhaps Xin Yu's significant other. The words exchanged were too natural, too intimate. Lu Buchuan could conceive of no other relationship than that of lovers who spent their days together. Thus, he decided to probe further. He noticed Xin Yu's gaze falter momentarily before he finally declared they were merely roommates. "Ah, Humat." Lu Buchuan tightened his grip on the car keys, his expression growing colder. It was typical for someone reluctant to come out to respond to inquiries about a significant other by downplaying their relationship to mere roommates. This behavior irked Lu Buchuan considerably, leading to a diminished impression of Xin Yu, whom he now regarded as an irresponsible scoundrel. After all, if one already had a partner, why send ambiguous messages? Meanwhile, Xin Yu remained oblivious to the unfavorable reputation he had unwittingly acquired. Upon returning to the office, he first opened a web page to idly browse before he began to sigh and lament, drawing the attention of his colleague, Xiao Gao. "What's the matter, Xinge? Is the king of hell tormenting you again?" Xin Yu scrutinized Gao Lanyuan, who had only begun his internship this month. He could not fathom how, in such a small company, two formidable figures could coexist. Besides Lu Buchuan, the strong competitor, the narrative, a tale that made scoundrels regret their actions, featured several rivals vying for Yu Xinyu's affection. Among them was Gao Lanyuan, a university junior and an admirer of Yu Xinyu, who idolized her genius and thus harbored a deep disdain for the oppressive Xinyu. Certainly, all of them are admirers of Yu Xinyu, and Gao Lanyuan is undoubtedly not a pauper. Like Lu Baichuan, he is also a princeling born with a silver spoon, currently interning at this company, and likely to inherit his family's enterprise upon graduation. Xin Yu and Gao Lanyuan's relationship is quite amicable, at least until Gao Lanyuan discovers that Xin Yu is the scoundrel who has wronged Yu Xinyu. Subsequently, their relationship takes a turn, culminating in a dramatic confrontation where Gao Lanyuan vehemently berates Xin Yu. The mere thought of that episode brings a tinge of satisfaction to Xin Yu. He glanced at the refreshing Gao Lanyuan beside him and remarked, "You messaged me at 1 in the morning." Gao Lanyuan frowned at his words. 1 in the morning? Didn't he just return from abroad? Is he so oblivious to the concept of rest? Xin Yu regarded the younger man with admiration, even though they later parted ways. They shared a commonality in their propensity to slack off at work. "What did he send you?" Xin Yu inquired, pointing to the computer. "He wants me to revise this proposal before the end of the day." He reclined in his office chair, reluctant to attend the gathering. Yet to further the plot, attendance was imperative. "Then don't go." Gao Lanyuan suddenly leaned closer, studying Xin Yu's face and the beauty mark beneath his eye. "My friend's band is performing tonight. It's going to be electrifying. Care to join?" Chapter 9. Transforming into a penny-pinching phoenix man, Xin Yu leaned back in his chair, turning to look at the approaching Gao Lanyuan, utterly perplexed as to how the latter discerned any interest in band performances from him. "Me?" He pointed at himself. "Not interested." "Come on, Xingu," Gao Lanyuan urged, stepping onto the chair to draw nearer. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he gazed at Xin Yu. "I think your tongue piercing and tattoos are incredibly cool." At the mention of this, Xin Yu felt exasperated. Most of his colleagues were oblivious to the tongue piercing, as he never flaunted it. Moreover, the chosen style was not ostentatious. It was only on the day he had just traversed into this narrative that he had his former classmates' studio shoot him in a series of photos. He was coerced into modeling. Ordinarily, Xin Yu had no obligation to assist, but this was a significant plot point. Consequently, due to these images, he attracted a slew of fervent fans from Yu Xinyu's dedicated following after participating in a variety show who deemed him a complete playboy and scoundrel. leading to widespread criticism of his photos online. In truth, the photographs were not scandalous. They merely featured Sun Yu reclining on a bed and in a bathroom. His classmate captured black and white artistic portraits, and Sun Yu did not need to show his face, as most images showcased interplay of light and form. For instance, one depicted him lying on a white bed, surrounded by pillows and white fabric, with a beam of sunlight streaming through a crack in the window. The focus lay on his snake tattoo on his abdomen and the play of light and shadow, accentuating the contours of his side. The bathroom photographs featured his arms propped against the sink and the dip of his lower back wrapped in a towel, captured from behind, with the only close-up being a reflection in the mirror. In the scene, Sun Yu opened his mouth as if to utter something, only to reveal the piercing on his tongue. The photograph appeared quite ordinary. However, once it was unearthed by a well-meaning individual, it was unjustly labeled as evidence of Sun Yu's misconduct. Even his friend, who clarified that the images were taken specifically for his photography studio, was accused of attempting to vindicate Sun Yu. Coincidentally, on that day, the photography studio was not solely occupied by Sun Yu's friends, but also by Gao Lanyuan, who had accompanied a friend. Sun Yu, having just changed his attire and exchanged pleasantries with his companions, spotted the eager Gao waiting at the entrance of the studio. "Sun Yu," Gao Lanyuan exclaimed with enthusiasm. "I had no idea you had a tattoo." Sun Yu wished to respond, but had deliberately opted for a more conspicuous tongue piercing for the shoot, in addition to an ear bridge. Exasperated, he simply turned his ear toward Gao Lanyuan and asked, "What's the matter, young master? I want to get one too," Gao Lanyuan declared, pointing to himself, "and a tattoo as well." As he leaned closer, ready to say more, Sun Yu pushed him away, preparing to leave with his bag. He then noticed Sun Yu messaging him again, inquiring about his return. Casting a glance back at Gao Lanyuan, he mused that when the time came for the latter to learn of how he tormented her idol, it would be Gao who first struck him. With a wave, Sun Yu departed without a backward glance from the photography studio. Unexpectedly, following that day, Gao Lanyuan seemed to develop an interest in tattoos and piercings, frequently inquiring about Sun Yu's opinions whenever he had the chance. "Then you should get one too," Sun Yu suggested, opening a review app. "I'll find a few places for you. Just set the navigation." Gao Lanyuan's expression soured, akin to a golden retriever whose enthusiasm had been dampened. He looked at Sun Yu with a hint of grievance. "Sun Gu, I feel you lack romantic sensibility. Don't you think this is our little secret?" "I simply wish to leave work without any secrets between colleagues," Sun Yu replied candidly. Noticing Gao Lanyuan was about to retort, he swiftly gestured for silence. Although Gao Lanyuan felt somewhat wronged, he dutifully returned to his position. "By the way," Gao Lanyuan turned back at this, "could you change your perfume?" Sun Yiku replied earnestly, "I'm not particularly fond of the scent you currently wear." Sang Qianshan observed his agent with an impassive expression as the latter lamented, "Sang Gu, this isn't what we intended. It's due to that incident that we wish to improve your public image. Hence the request for you to participate in this variety show." Sang Qianshan's entry into the entertainment industry had originally been a mere whim, but he hadn't anticipated his remarkable talent. Finding joy in portraying diverse roles, he decided to pursue this path further. Yet, he was inherently not a sociable person. Even after months of filming with the crew, he would not engage unless prompted by his agent. In theory, this matter should not have been significant. However, recently, a supporting male character from a film featuring Sang Qianshan gained sudden popularity after participating in a variety show. During the show, the host could not resist inquiring about Sang Qianshan, prompting the male character to innocently exclaim, "Ah, Brother Sang hasn't added us to the group chat." He chuckled somewhat sheepishly, adding that none of them possessed Sang Qianshan's contact information. This remark ignited a fierce debate among fans. The male character's admirers rallied in support, assuring him, "Don't be upset, baby. Brother Sang is just that kind of person." Meanwhile, Sang Qianshan's detractors unanimously asserted, "How could someone as high and mighty as Brother Sang possibly associate with a mere nobody? If he had friends, I would be shocked." They were resolute in their belief that Sang Qianshan lacked friends within the entertainment industry, and, according to his critics, such a flawed character would likely have no friends outside of it either. It seemed as though Sang Qianshan's expression darkened further as his manager, trembling with anxiety. Finally mustered the courage to ask, "Brother Sang, do you truly have no friends?" He contemplated the possibility of renting someone to pose as a friend, perhaps a stranger under contract, to appear on the show. Upon hearing this question, Sang Qianshan's face grew even more sullen. Reluctantly, he conceded to his manager, "I do." The manager, with an incredulous expression, doubted whether Sang Qianshan's idea of a friend might be a mere Ultraman toy. Infuriated by his manager's disbelief, Sang Qianshan retorted, "I will call you right now to prove it." Without regard for the time, he began dialing Xin Yu's number. Chapter 10. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Xin Yu had just opened a document for revision when he noticed his phone vibrating. Glancing at the caller ID, he was taken aback to see that it was Sang Qianshan. Why would Sang Qianshan be calling him? After pondering for a moment, he allowed the call to end. Not a second later, the phone rang again. Xin Yu retrieved his Bluetooth headset and stepped into the safety corridor. "Is there something you need?" From the other end, Sang Qianshan's voice sounded somewhat chaotic, as if he had activated the speakerphone. "Just wanted to give you a call." Leaning against the stair railing of the corridor, Xin Yu gazed at the porcelain tiles beneath him, responding, "If there is something to discuss, let us get to it." "Is this about your move?" "I can't meet up right now." "No, Sang Qianshan promptly naive. I heard you have a partner." He continued, "Since you haven't met your partner yet, it would be a good opportunity to gather at your new place." Xin Yu thought to himself, smiling, "Haha, after you meet, you'll become the partner." "All right, just let me know when you're free," he replied. "Sure." Sang Qianshan quickly responded, "Last time, a friend gifted me some fruit. I've been away from home for so long. I'll have my assistant deliver it to you." "Same place?" Indeed, Xin Yu thought, reflecting that aside from his intentions towards his wife, Sang Qianshan was truly commendable in other respects. "Without further ado, I shall attend to my work. Farewell." As Sang Qianshan ended the call, he noticed his agent wearing a look of utter bewilderment. With a slight scoff in his heart, he tossed his phone onto the nearby sofa. "Did you see that? I certainly have friends as well." The agent hesitated, clearly taken aback. "You call this an ordinary friend?" It dawned on him that every time the assistant reported to him about Sang Qianshan, he always sent some food or drink to a specific address. He had previously assumed that this individual was Sang Qianshan's secret romantic partner, but the assistant had mentioned that it was merely an ordinary apartment. Given Sang Qianshan's notoriously cantankerous temperament and the other person's lavish gifts, it was unlikely that a genuine partner would reside in such a commonplace dwelling. Moreover, the agent was taken aback. Aside from filming, he had never witnessed Sang Qianshan speaking to anyone in such a manner. Usually, he was as impatient as one could be, but on the phone, he seemed to adopt the demeanor of a romantic lead from a film. "Your friend, is he in a relationship?" The agent inquired cautiously. "Yes." Sang Qianshan felt a wave of displeasure wash over him at the mention of this topic. He thought it quite unfair of Xin Yu to keep such matters hidden. If it hadn't been for the fact that Xin Yu's partner had answered the call, he might have remained oblivious. He recalled the evening he had called Xin Yu, intending to ask about the game they had been playing together and where he had placed the game disc. To his surprise, the voice that answered was that of a stranger, yet remarkably gentle. However, the tone carried an inexplicable chill. He was momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar voice. "Who are you? How did you get Xin Yu's phone?" The voice fell silent for a moment before responding in a soft tone, "I am Xin Yu's boyfriend." He gingerly inquired, "And you are?" "Xin Yu's boyfriend." Upon hearing this, Sang Qianshan was first astonished, then a flicker of dissatisfaction stirred within him. He frowned and asked, "Didn't Xin Yu give me a note?" "He did," replied the voice, but it simply stated big star. Sang Qianshan fell silent. "Fine, please have him return my call later." Yet, by midnight that day, Sang Qianshan had still not received a call back from Xin Yu and impatiently messaged him. Only then did Xin Yu explain that Xin Yu had likely forgotten, as he had fallen asleep shortly after the call. Sang Qianshan felt a twinge of annoyance, though he could not quite pinpoint the source of his irritation. He could only ask, "When did you start dating?" "For a while now," Xin Yu replied vaguely. "Why didn't you tell me?" Xin Yu responded, "I hadn't planned on coming out to you directly." Sang Qianshan was momentarily taken aback by Xin Yu's response. He had almost forgotten about this matter. During their school days, too many boys had confessed to him, and he had been ruthlessly indifferent, leading to the spread of his notorious reputation. "You are different," Sang Qianshan replied. "Let us find some time to meet and get acquainted." He indeed had a partner. Sang Qianshan leaned back on the sofa, observing his agent lost in thought, and declared, "Don't even think about it. It's impossible. I would rather rent a friend than bring him onto a variety show." He was entirely averse to Xin Yu being exposed to the camera, nor did he wish for the other party to be subjected to the scrutiny of a group of inexplicable individuals. Most importantly, he did not want their every utterance to be magnified and used as fodder for quarrels after the program aired. The manager cast a glance at Sang Qianshan, exclaiming helplessly, "All right, my ancestor, I shall rent you a friend." At 5:30 in the afternoon, Xin Yu finally sent the revised proposal to Lu Baichuan. In fact, he had completed the modifications by 1 o'clock, yet the art of being a diligent worker entailed not finishing early, lest the leadership perceive a lack of workload and impose further demands. As the clock approached 6 o'clock, Lu Baichuan, who had remained in the office, stepped out. He clapped his hands, announcing, "We have a dinner gathering soon. I've reserved a spot, and the address has been shared in the group chat. Those with cars, please carpool. If not enough, simply take a taxi, and the company will reimburse you." Lu Baichuan caught sight of Xin Yu, who was preparing to hitch a ride with Gao Lanyuan, and suddenly said, "Xin Yu, please stay a moment. I need to discuss the proposal with you." Xin Yu looked up at Lu Baichuan, incredulous. "Seriously, brother? We're having dinner at 6. I sent you the proposal at 5:50. You insist on giving me feedback today? I recall that this proposal isn't due until next Wednesday." Lu Baichuan had already shed his suit jacket, now clad only in the waistcoat and shirt from his three-piece suit, his tie meticulously arranged, and his hair impeccably styled, presenting an image far removed from that of a weary employee. He resembled someone just returning from a business banquet. "No problem," Xin Yu replied, having little choice. For the plight of the working class is often disregarded. Gao Lanyuan glanced at Lu Baichuan, only to resume his seat after initially standing. "What is up?" he asked. "I forgot that my car is in for maintenance today," Gao Lanyuan cheerfully remarked, turning to Lu Baichuan. "I'll just wait for you all and catch a ride with Brother Chuan." Though still youthful, soon to graduate from his senior year, Gao Lanyuan was charming and agile, and his good looks rendered him quite popular within the company. His placement next to Xin Yu was a strategic one, intended to have the seasoned employee mentor the newcomer, making his comment entirely reasonable. Lu Baichuan regarded the grinning Gao Lanyuan and felt an inexplicable kinship, which only intensified the displeasure in his gaze towards Xin Yu. He tapped on the glass door of his office and instructed Xin Yu, "Bring your laptop and come in. Let us be swift. Once we finish, we can head to dinner." Chapter 11. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Xin Yu entered Lu Baichuan's office with his laptop and discovered that the latter was not standing behind his desk, but rather facing away. Gazing out the window, their company was situated on the 31st floor of a skyscraper. As a moderately significant figure in the leadership, Lu Baichuan had his own office, strategically located in a corner of this Grade A office building. The office featured floor-to-ceiling windows, ensuring ample natural light. From Lu Baichuan's vantage point, he had a panoramic view of the surrounding buildings, and Xin Yu could even spot the particularly foolish IXX. He wondered who had rented the outer facade of the building 100 meters away for a public declaration of love. What aspects required modification? Sen Yukai, indifferent to whether Lu Baichuan was contemplating the scenery outside, was preoccupied with the unfolding narrative. He hoped that the unfortunate company would meet its demise soon. He reminded himself to ensure that Lu Baichuan did not arrive late for the final gathering, disrupting his quest to fulfill his task. Upon hearing Xin Yu's voice, Lu Baichuan turned around. At that moment, the exterior was aglow with the first lights of the evening, illuminating his office with a brightness that seemed to rival the sun itself, the lighting fixtures radiating fervently, allowing Lu Baichuan to discern Xin Yu's face with clarity. He observed Xin Yu's detached and weary expression, coupled with a document that had only just been sent over as the workday drew to a close. A competent leader, of course, is aware of when his employees are slacking off. He recognized that Xin Yu was deliberately procrastinating. Hence, he had kept him back to amend the document before the end of the day. Lu Baichuan's gaze drifted past Xin Yu to the frosted glass behind him, where Gao Lanyuan sat in the office, engrossed in her phone. "Let us expedite this." Lu Baichuan gestured for Xinyu to open the computer he had brought. Xinyu activated his laptop, displaying the proposal. Lu Buochuan approached from behind, pointing to several sections on the screen. I believe these areas require revision. He indicated for Xinyu to shift slightly, his fingers gliding gently over the touchpad of Xinyu's computer. Due to the limited space and the necessity to articulate the specific modifications needed for the proposal and data, Lu Buochuan leaned forward, inadvertently encroaching upon the space between Xinyu and his laptop. His elbow, maneuvering the touchpad, occupied the scant distance between Xinyu's chest and the computer. The proximity was such that Xinyu could not help but catch a faint whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Lu Buochuan's cuff, a warm blend of tobacco and black tea. It was subtle, only perceptible in this close quarters, especially as Lu Buochuan had removed his suit jacket, clad only in a shirt, allowing the slightest hint of his scent to waft through the air with his every movement. Are you listening? Xinyu suddenly realized that Lu Buochuan had paused in his speech, his gaze now fixed upon him. Of course, Xinyu retorted, unwilling to let Lu Buochuan perceive his momentary distraction. He focused back on the screen, affirming, I'm paying attention. Lu Buochuan did not press further and continued. The areas requiring alteration were not numerous, merely trivial details. Relying solely on annotations would not suffice for clarity. Indeed, face-to-face discussion proved more efficient. Still, Xinyu harbored a suspicion that Lu Buochuan was being intentionally obstructive. Glancing at the time in the upper right corner of the screen, he noted that over half an hour had elapsed since his arrival. Lu Buochuan, too, noticed Xinyu's gaze. We can address the rest tomorrow. His fingers withdrew from the touchpad, restoring the social, or perhaps safe, distance between them. Standing there, he could easily observe Xinyu's profile, noting the beauty mark beneath his eye and the marks left by piercings on his ear. It was only when Xinyu turned to him, a look of confusion etched on his face, that Lu Buochuan realized he had been staring at Xinyu's ear for quite some time. Aware that he ought to say something to dissipate the slightly charged atmosphere between them, he inquired, Did you have your ears pierced? Xinyu was taken aback that Lu Buochuan had scrutinized him for so long before posing such a question. He stood up, closed his laptop, and held it in his hands. Then he touched his ear and remarked nonchalantly, Is this what you meant? Yes, I have. He pushed open the door to Lu Buochuan's office, and his eyes instantly brightened upon seeing Gao Lanyuan. Ready? Then let's go for dinner. Gao Lanyuan pointed at her phone. They've been asking when you two will arrive. Lu Buochuan followed Xinyu out of the office, casually turning off the lights behind him. Soon, in 20 minutes, he said to Gao Lanyuan. Gao Lanyuan beamed at him, but then shifted her gaze to Xinyu, effortlessly taking the laptop from his hands and placing it on his desk. Hurry up. I'm starving, Xingu. Xinyu turned to Lu Buochuan. Let's go down together, Lu Buochuan suggested. Upon hearing this, Gao Lanyuan immediately raised her hand in excitement and pressed her phone into Xinyu's hands. Xingu, take a look at the menu. They're almost done ordering. When they reached the parking lot, Xinyu hesitated for a moment at the side of Lu Buochuan's car. Theoretically, he should have taken the passenger seat, but the dilemma arose. Should he let Gao Lanyuan sit in the back? It seemed absurd for them both to occupy the back seat. After all, Lu Buochuan was specifically their drive. Xingu, I want to sit in the front, Gao Lanyuan declared before Xinyu could figure out the seating arrangement. Like an eager puppy, she pressed close to him and opened the passenger door. I get motion sickness. Sitting in the front is better. You drive to work, don't you? Xinyu questioned Gao Lanyuan's claim of motion sickness. I get sick in other people's cars, she replied, and with that, she slid into the passenger seat. Her smile still in place, but somewhat more formal as she addressed Lu Buochuan. Sorry for the trouble, Brother Chuan. Xinyu shrugged and proceeded to open the back door. Just as he settled in, Lu Buochuan was about to start the engine when he noticed his phone ringing. Xinyu glanced at it and was surprised to see a voice call from Yu Xinyu. This isn't in the script, he mused. He recalled that in the original story, they simply went out for dinner, and it was only when he returned home drunk that Lu Buochuan had any interaction with Yu Xinyu. However, in the original, Lu Buochuan had never asked him to work overtime. Are you not going to answer the call? Lu Buochuan inquired as they left the parking space. Eager to meet your future wife? Are we? Xinyu looked at the two individuals in front of him. It was quite the coincidence that one of the contenders for the main character's affections and Yu Xinyu's admirer were both present. Thus, he deliberately answered the call. still contemplating how to play his part. Then, Yu Sinyu's voice echoed from the speaker. Darling, what time will you be back from dinner? I'm home alone and scared. Sinyu clenched his fist upon hearing this. Well done, Yu Sinyu. The stage is set for me. He cleared his throat. What time will I be back? Do I need to report to you? Can't you be a little understanding? I'm out with my colleagues discussing important matters. So stop being suspicious and checking up on me. Chapter 12. Transformed into a frugal Phoenix Man 12. The awkwardness was palpable, truly excruciating. As Sinyu uttered his lines, he began to dig his toes into the ground, contemplating that if he were one of the two individuals in the car, they would likely be clutching their phones, live streaming and venting to friends, simultaneously posting on Weibo, Douban, and Xiaodigwo, lamenting that their colleague was an utterly lowly man. To amplify their posts, Sinyu continued, Did I just hear the sound of a washing machine? He was merely stirring up trouble. Haven't I told you countless times that clothes must be hand-washed? Yu Sinyu's voice carried a note of grievance. No, dear, you must be mistaken. I am indeed hand-washing them. Listen, as she spoke, the sound of scrubbing clothes echoed through the voice message. Sinyu glanced at the two in the front seat, yet saw no discernible expressions on their faces. Truly, they were adept at maintaining their composure as mature professionals. Enough, let us cease this farce, Sinyu thought to himself, recognizing that he had surpassed his own limits in this performance. He concluded with a terse, all right, we are in a colleague's car now, no more evasion, goodbye, and swiftly ended the call. At that very moment, Lu Buchuan was pulling the car out of the underground parking lot. Sinyu, seated in the back, awaited the first inquiry from the front. However, he soon realized that the two ahead seemed to have temporarily lost their hearing, as no one asked, expressed curiosity, or displayed disdain. Goodness, the workers in this big city are so reserved. How can they not gossip? Sinyu's gaze shifted to Lu Buchuan at the wheel, whose hand rested on the steering wheel. As his sleeve fell back, it revealed a watch nestled between his wrists. This would become an important prop later. Sinyu had discovered Lu Buchuan's secret precisely because he found this watch in his own home. Noticing that Lu Buchuan was seemingly engrossed in driving and had no intention of commenting, Sinyu could no longer contain himself. His eyes turned to Gao Lanyuan in front of him, filled with suspicion. Isn't this the senior you admired in college? You can't even recognize the voice of a senior you idolized? It appeared that Sinyu's intense gaze from the back seat prompted Gao Lanyuan to suddenly turn around. Singu, would you like a snack? He produced a piece of orange candy, adding, if you're hungry, this will tide you over. No, my friend, don't you have anything else to say? That conversation was so explosive, and you have no thoughts to share? Sinyu's mind swirled with ideas. Yet he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately reaching out to accept the orange candy offered, murmuring, thank you. By the way, Singu. Gao Lanyuan turned his gaze back toward Sinyu. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow under the light, and he flashed a smile at Sinyu. Was that your partner on the phone just now? Huh. Here we go, Sinyu thought, realizing that this person could not hold back. His gaze shifted back to Lu Buchuan, only to unexpectedly lock eyes with him in the rearview mirror. Although Lu Buchuan seemed to casually glance at the back seat, Sinyu knew better. Stop pretending. Brother, you are dying of curiosity, aren't you? No. Sinyu chuckled lightly, unwrapping the candy and placing it in his mouth, the piercing of his tongue coinciding with the hard orange candy. Just my roommate. In a moment of reflection, Sinyu pondered the conversation, realizing that if one could refer to the other merely as a roommate, it was undoubtedly a sign of a cad. He had initially anticipated that Gao Lanyuan would offer some criticism, yet to his surprise, she merely nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it indeed crossed a line. However, why would a mere roommate inquire so much? Gao Lanyuan's bias was nearly oceanic at this point. Singu, are you sharing a flat with someone? I happen to have a property close to the office. Renting it alone would be a stretch for me, so why not move in together? The rent could be more economical. Sinyu, chewing on his orange candy, replied no. What a pity, Gao Lanyuan lamented. If you live with me, we could attend a live performance of my friend's band. What band? Lu Buchuan, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked. Taken aback by Lu Buchuan's interjection, Gao Lanyuan glanced at him. It's a rock band of a friend. Rather obscure, you wouldn't know them. Do you both enjoy rock music? Lu Buchuan inquired. Em indifferent. Xin Yu replied, resting his head against the window and gazing at the driver. But Xiao Gao is a fan. Yes, I am, she affirmed. As her words hung in the air, Lu Buichuan offered no further comment, and the atmosphere within the car grew noticeably colder. Fortunately, the dining venue was now in sight. After parking the car, Lu Buichuan observed the lively banter between Gao Lanyuan and Xin Yu, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its feathers. He regarded Xin Yu, tall and slender, who, despite an air of fatigue and aloofness, possessed an undeniable allure when silent. When silent, Lu Buichuan thought with a smirk. Having clearly heard the exchange in the vehicle and growing increasingly contemptuous of Xin Yu's character, he wondered what Gao Lanyuan saw in someone like him. Even if he was indeed handsome, he deliberately increased his pace, drawing the attention of the two conversing individuals to his arrival. Shall we head in together? Lu Buichuan suggested. Xin Yu glanced to his left at Lu Buichuan, then to his right at Gao Lanyuan, feeling perplexed about being caught in the middle. However, whether he stepped back or ventured out alone felt odd. Resolving not to overthink it, Xin Yu decided to enter the dining establishment alongside these two companions. The department comprised precisely 20-some individuals, perfectly fitting a large private room. Although there had been a suggestion for a different type of cuisine, the vote leaned toward hot pot. As Xin Yu entered, he was immediately greeted by the aroma of hot pot. He sought a seat away from Lu Buichuan and Gao Lanyuan, only to discover that only 3 spots remained vacant in the entire room. Once seated, he glanced at Gao Lanyuan to his left and Lu Buichuan to his right, thinking, "Are you both planning to change formations? Whatever. If you're late, you should start with a few drinks." Just as the trio settled, a colleague jested about drinking. Though it was merely in good humor, their industry lacked the traditional drinking culture. As Lu Buichuan prepared to mention his inability to drink due to driving, he noticed Xin Yu suddenly rising with a glass in hand. "I was delayed on my end," Xin Yu feigned, thinking it was a fortuitous opportunity and that no one should compete with him. "Let me drink on their behalf." As he spoke, he picked up the glass placed before him and gulped down 3 large cups of beer in quick succession, before his colleagues could even cheer him on for his bravado. Xin Yu had already collapsed onto the table. In that instant, everyone was taken aback. Gao Lanyuan, too, was momentarily stunned. He glanced at Xin Yu, whose cheeks were flushed, and voiced the unspoken question lingering in everyone's minds. Has he already gotten drunk? Chapter 13. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man in truth. Xin Yu had no intention of getting drunk. He merely sought to feign intoxication, but he never anticipated that the Xin Yu from his memories, a streetwise worker of sorts, would be utterly incapable of handling alcohol. The moment the 3rd cup went down, his consciousness began to drift. While he retained some awareness, he was far from coherent. He felt lightheaded and weak. Realizing he still needed to navigate the unfolding narrative, he decided to surrender completely and rest his head on the table. Luo Baichuan instinctively reached out to help Xin Yu, but was promptly outpaced by Gao Lanyuan. "Is Xin Gu already drunk?" Gao Lanyuan leaned in closer, almost whispering into Xin Yu's ear. Luo Baichuan found the scene somewhat disconcerting, yet he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable amusement at the situation, prompting him to avert his gaze. Other colleagues gathered around, seemingly surprised by Xin Yu's poor tolerance for alcohol. "Should we take Xin Yu home?" suggested one bespectacled colleague. Luo Baichuan was about to propose that Xin Yu simply sit for a while to sober up when he heard Gao Lanyuan volunteer, "I'll take Xin Gu back." Luo Baichuan turned to him, "You're not driving, so it might be inconvenient." "It's fine," Gao Lanyuan replied, holding up his phone. "I could take a taxi." "Forget it." Luo Baichuan, still clad in his suit jacket, stood up and looked at the slump Xin Yu. "I'll take him home. You all continue eating." Seeing this, Gao Lanyuan also stood up. "It's not convenient for you to go alone. I'll help you, Brother Chuan." Luo Baichuan wore a neutral expression as he exchanged glances with the grinning Gao Lanyuan. "All right." He then addressed the bewildered onlookers in the private room. "We'll take Shaoxin back first. You all continue eating and just use this card to settle the bill later." He handed his card to a familiar team leader. Luo Baichuan glanced at Xin Yu, who was now being assisted by Gao Lanyuan. "Let us go." At this moment, Xin Yu was still somewhat aware. Upon hearing Gao Lanyuan mention his name, he instinctively wanted to protest, but before he could, Luo Baichuan was already at his side. Was this the power of a narrative master? To soothe the inebriated, Gao Lanyuan opted not to sit in the front passenger seat, instead taking a place in the back. He supported the flushed Xinyu, whose complexion had shifted from cool white to a rosy hue, likely due to the alcohol. The scent of liquor was faint, only occasionally surfacing with his breath, which did not overly bother Gao Lanyuan. His gaze lingered on Xinyu's face for a few moments before he smiled and remarked, "Xinge, you can't drink. Why did you have so much?" He reached out, his thumb brushing against the mole beneath Xinyu's eye. "Buckle your seatbelt," came Luo Baichuan's voice from the driver's seat. Gao Lanyuan allowed Xinyu to rest his head on his shoulder. Through the rearview mirror, he observed Lu Baichuan fastening his seatbelt, seemingly reminding him out of instinct. A subtle chuckle escaped him as he extended his arm, almost embracing Xinyu, pulling the seatbelt from the other side. His movements were exaggerated, yet he appeared to be considerate of the inebriated individual. One arm around Xinyu's shoulder, while his right hand grasped the seatbelt above Xinyu's left shoulder. From Lu Baichuan's perspective, it appeared as if he was embracing Xinyu and turning to kiss him. Quite an eyesore. Fortunately, Gao Lanyuan did not pursue this charade. After securing Xinyu's seatbelt, he fastened his own. He caught a glimpse of Lu Baichuan's gaze meeting his in the mirror. "We can go now, Brother Chuan. Where's your home?" Lu Baichuan inquired, gripping the steering wheel. "All right, Xinge, where's your home?" Gao Lanyuan tilted his head to look at the drowsy Xinyu. Xinyu swatted away, Gao Lanyuan's hand resting on his shoulder, feeling hot. Annoying, he muttered impatiently, and then seemed to catch a key word, quickly providing the name of a neighborhood and the unit number. He then reclined against the back seat once more. Gao Lanyuan, unperturbed by Xinyu's dismissal, felt a twinge of grievance as he held his reddened hand before Xinyu. "You made my hand sore. Drunk Xinge is rather fierce. Stop pretending." Although Xinyu was intoxicated, his state was only moderately so, about 60 inebriated. He feigned a state of near unconsciousness solely to ensure Lu Baichuan would take him home, thus fulfilling his own agenda. Upon hearing the address, Lu Baichuan initiated the navigation. Their current location was not too far from home, approximately a 40-minute journey. Xinyu contemplated whether he should inform Xinyu. After all, in the original narrative, he was only intoxicated towards the end of the meal. Now, he had begun drinking 2 hours earlier. What if Xinyu were not home? Who would perform the role he had set up? With this thought, Xinyu fumbled for his phone, a movement immediately noticed by Gao Lanyuan beside him. He swiftly grasped Xinyu's hand. "Don't fidget, be good. We're in the car, and we'll be home shortly." Annoying, Xinyu shook off Gao Lanyuan's grip. "I need to make a call," he asserted confidently. He retrieved his phone from his pocket, promptly dialing Xinyu's number. Within mere seconds, the call connected, and Xinyu's voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, husband, what's wrong? I'm coming back. Sen igriku mambud. Don't forget to do the laundry." His words were jumbled, and combined with the unmistakable slur in his voice, it became apparent to Xinyu that Xinyu was intoxicated. He nearly crushed his phone in a bid to maintain a gentle tone. "Have you been drinking?" he asked softly. "Didn't I tell you it's best not to drink outside? Drinking is harmful to your health." Such generosity and thoughtfulness. At that moment, Xinyu felt the effects of alcohol surging within him. Xinyu's soothing words were akin to a lullaby. "Hang up," Xinyu said, attempting to end the call, but he soon felt his consciousness beginning to blur. "You want to hang up? Allow me." Gao Lanyuan spoke tenderly, then clasped Xinyu's hand and ended the call. Xinyu heard the unfamiliar voice of a man, youthful and vibrant, who gazed at the clothes that Xinyu had just changed out of, retrieved from the laundry basket. Ultimately, he submerged the garments in water, though the motion resembled an attempt to drown them. "Do not be angry, do not be angry," Xinyu reminded himself. Xinyu would soon return, and he ought to finish washing the clothes. This was what he believed, yet his gaze remained fixed on the door. He pondered whether that voice belonged to Lu Baichuan, but from Xinyu's words, it seemed that Lu Baichuan was his superior and should not possess such a youthful voice. Moreover, if the other party was driving, could he really make a phone call? Was he perhaps taking a taxi back? His mind raced with various possibilities as he sat on the stool, uncertain of how long he had been waiting. At last, he heard the chaotic sound of footsteps outside the door, as if several individuals had arrived simultaneously. He hastily dried his hands and opened the door, only to find Xinyu being nearly carried by 2 men. He He tightened his grip on the doorknob, observing the two men before him. Chapter 14. The Frugal Phoenix Man. Are you Tsinyu's roommate? Lu Buichuan asked, supporting Tsinyu while gazing at the just-opened door where Yu Xinyu stood. At that moment, Tsinyu was feigning severe drunkenness, but upon hearing Lu Buichuan's voice and realizing he was home, he struggled to open his eyes. Yu Xinyu, clad in a soft cashmere sweater, with slightly long hair cascading over his shoulders, exhibited the innocent and affluent demeanor of a young master. His green-brown eyes now filled with concern for Tsinyu, a picture of deep worry. Are you Tsinyu's colleagues? Yu Xinyu inquired, nervously wringing the apron he wore. The strawberry pattern twisted from his grip. Donning a gentle smile, he reached out to take Tsinyu, saying, "Thank you for your assistance." He grasped one of Tsinyu's arms, his other hand instinctively encircling Tsinyu's waist. "Let's take him inside first," Gao Lanyuan suggested with a smile. "It will be easier for us to carry him together." He observed Yu Xinyu, whose delicate frame, though tall, seemed fragile, and added, "We wouldn't want Tsingu to fall." Yu Xinyu's expression turned cold, yet as his gaze fell upon Tsinyu's flushed cheeks and the faint scent of alcohol that lingered around him, his eyes softened with affection. "It's all right," he reassured, still gripping Tsinyu's arm, his hold on the waist tightening as if he wished to draw Tsinyu into his embrace. "I am accustomed to taking care of him. Besides, it is getting late." Yu Xinyu's voice was gentle, and as he wrapped his arms around Tsinyu, his hands slowly traveled from Tsinyu's waist to the nape of his neck, preparing to pull him into his arms and leave. "Thank you. I can take care of him. You may return now." As he leaned closer to Tsinyu, he caught a familiar scent of rum mingled with patchouli perfume. That wretched man. His gaze shifted toward Gao Lanyuan, who was casually dressed. "May I ask how you are dressed?" Gao Lanyuan came to reply. "Lu Buichuan." Yu Xinyu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that the perfume was not from Lu Buichuan. His gaze shifted to the side where Lu Buichuan was supporting Tsinyu, seemingly to lend a helping hand. He slightly loosened the buttons of his suit jacket, and the meticulously styled hair on his forehead appeared somewhat disheveled. Yu Xinyu, having misdirected his ire, felt no remorse within. He embraced Tsinyu, observing Lu Buichuan still holding onto Tsinyu's arm, along with that insufferable person nearby. He merely smiled and declared, "I am Yu Xinyu, Tsinyu's roommate for 3 years. Let go. I can take good care of him." Tsinyu's head rested against Yu Xinyu's shoulder, and his silence was intentional, aimed at facilitating a meeting and conversation between Yu Xinyu and Lu Buichuan, thereby creating a spark that would ultimately propel Yu Xinyu to cast aside this scoundrel and stride toward a brighter future. Although the effects of alcohol dulled Tsinyu's senses, he was not entirely inebriated. His cheek grazed the soft shoulder of Yu Xinyu, contemplating whether he should utter something. What was the meaning of standing at the door? And why was Gao Lanyuan butting in? Impatiently, he swatted away Gao Lanyuan's hand, which grasped his other arm. So tired, he murmured, rubbing his cheek against Yu Xinyu's shoulder. "Yu Xinyu?" He feigned a semblance of sobriety as he lifted his head. Yu Xinyu immediately touched the nape of Tsinyu's neck. "Are you sober now? Shouldn't you be doing laundry?" Tsinyu, in a fit of unreasonable annoyance, questioned why he was there. Lu Buichuan stood nearby, one hand still gripping Tsinyu's arm to prevent him from falling. He should have departed earlier, but perhaps due to Tsinyu's prior state of confusion, he had intended to escort him inside first. Seeing that Tsinyu seemed a bit more alert, Lu Buichuan released his hold on him. "Since Tsinyu is awake, we will take our leave," he stated, casting a glance at Gao Lanyuan, who was looking down at his own hand, recently swatted away by Tsinyu. "Shall I accompany you, Xiao Gao? I can give you a ride," Lu Buichuan offered. Gao Lanyuan lowered his hand, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. "I'll just take a cab home from here. No need to trouble you, Brother Chuan." As Yu Xinyu observed the two parting ways, his smile became more genuine. "Then, I bid you farewell." Lu Buichuan nodded, adding that if Tsinyu felt unwell after sobering up, he could message him to take a leave of absence. "After all, he drank so much. I share some responsibility," he remarked, referring to the incident of having Tsinyu revise documents in the office, resulting in his tardiness. However, the more calmly he spoke, the more resentment brewed within Yu Xinyu. What did he mean by my responsibility? The smile on Yu Xinyu's face nearly faltered. He felt an urge to dismiss both men immediately, but recalled that Xin Yu was now somewhat alert, and the person he cherished most adored his innocent and carefree demeanor, along with his gentle and understanding nature. Striving to maintain his facade, he prepared to return inside with the unsteady Xin Yu and close the door. "Don't go," Xin Yu blurted out. Upon hearing that Lu Buchuan was about to leave, he was instantly agitated. This was, after all, the prime candidate whom everyone in the original narrative would eagerly invest in. He was also the first to notice the pure and innocent Yu Xinyu, who had been wronged by a scoundrel. This was a crucial segment in their storyline. Now that he was leaving, how would the plot unfold? Sen Igriku, witnessing the impending derailment of the narrative, disregarded whether he was acting out of character and firmly grasped Lu Buchuan's wrist. In the next moment, he feigned complete intoxication and collapsed. Yu Xinyu could no longer maintain the smile on her face. Lu Buchuan furrowed his brow, observing the seemingly unconscious Xinyu and the hand clutching his wrist. He attempted to pry Xinyu's fingers apart, but found the grip to be unyielding, leaving him with no chance of escape. Gao Lanyuan, who had been standing by, chuckled lightly, though her smile seemed somewhat superficial. It appeared that Brother Chuan was temporarily unable to leave. Casting a glance at the slumbering Xinyu, who was nearly draped over Yu Xinyu, she waved her hand and said, "I'll take my leave now." After Gao Lanyuan departed, Lu Buchuan felt a headache coming on as he surveyed the scene before him. Yu Xinyu looked down at Xinyu's sleeping face and said, "You may come in. The slippers are here." Thus, just as in the original storyline, after drinking too much at the gathering, Lu Buchuan, who was escorting Xinyu home, saw that Yu Xinyu was unable to manage the drunken individual alone and brought Xinyu directly into the apartment he shared with Yu Xinyu. Chapter 15. Transformed into a stingy phoenix man, Lu Buchuan looked at the man reeking of alcohol who was shouting for Yu Xinyu to fetch the slippers with disgust. Observing the man in an apron, who was genuinely about to retrieve slippers from the shoe cabinet for himself, he immediately intervened, saying, "No need." "Are you Xinyu's roommate?" Lu Buchuan inquired. Yu Xinyu felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. She wished to say something, but considering Xinyu's presence and the fact that this man was Xinyu's superior, she could only nod. Is this how the original plot unfolds? Squinting his eyes while leaning against the sofa, Xinyu discreetly conversed with the system. The orange cat nudged Xinyu's hand, reminding him, "Do not forget your lines." Xinyu narrowed his eyes, eager to discern what Lu Buchuan and Yu Xinyu were doing after he entered. However, he found that neither of them spoke, and his persistent grip on Lu Buchuan's arm left the latter with a displeased expression as he stood beside him. Xinyu cleared his throat and, adhering to the original script, exclaimed, "Where are the slippers? Why haven't you brought me the slippers?" He shouted at Yu Xinyu. Yu Xinyu glanced down at Xinyu's shoes. Since formal attire was not required that day, Xinyu had opted for a pair of sneakers instead of dress shoes, leaving some footprints on the floor. The moment Lu Buchuan entered, he had removed his shoes at the threshold. Hearing Xinyu's outburst, he noticed the sneakers on the latter's feet. Yu Xinyu remained silent, merely retrieving a pair of house slippers from the shoe cabinet. As Xinyu watched Yu Xinyu approach with the slippers, prompted by the system, he resolutely decided to act as an ill-mannered scoundrel once more. "You kneel down." Xinyu reclined on the sofa and spoke to Yu Xinyu. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinyu turned his gaze towards Xinyu, whose cheeks were flushed from intoxication and whose eyes appeared somewhat hazy. He observed the tear mole beneath Xinyu's eyes for a moment, then followed the line of his flushed cheeks to the equally reddened neck, gradually kneeling beside Xinyu. He moved to Xinyu's side like a well-trained, loyal dog, seemingly awaiting his master's command. He paid no heed to the presence of Lu Buchuan nearby, or indeed to anyone else in the world whom he deemed unworthy of his concern. Yu Xinyu's gaze lingered with fascination on Xinyu before he softly declared, "I have knelt down." A wave of guilt surged within Xinyu. Hearing Yu Xinyu's tender, affectionate voice made him feel like an irredeemable villain. Yet, the narrative had reached this point, and he had no choice but to continue playing his part. He boldly placed his foot on the kneeling Yu Xinyu's knee and said, "Did you not see that I haven't changed my shoes yet? Hurry and help me change them." Vicious, scoundrel, lacking in manners, Xinyu silently scorned himself. He sensed a slight movement from Lu Buchuan, who had been grasped by him, seemingly wanting to stop Yu Xinyu from kneeling to remove Xinyu's shoes. So he discreetly released his grip, allowing Lu Buochuan to act freely. However, before he could discern Lu Buochuan's next move, one of Yu Xinyu's hands had already seized his ankle. He appeared entirely unbothered by Xinyu resting his shoes upon his thigh, gently holding Xinyu's ankle with one hand while the other deftly untied the shoelaces and removed the shoes from Xinyu's feet. He could feel Lu Buochuan's gaze upon them. Thus, he swiftly slid a pair of house slippers onto Xinyu's feet, and without waiting for a response, proceeded to change the other shoe as well. Once both shoes had been exchanged for slippers, Yu Xinyu picked up Xinyu's outdoor shoes and placed them at the entrance. When he turned around, he glanced at Lu Buochuan, who stood beside the sofa, naturally noticing the ungrasped arm of the latter. Lu Buochuan's expression was difficult to describe. He glanced at Xinyu, then at Yu Xinyu, and, mirroring the original narrative, asked the question, "Are you roommates?" Yu Xinyu met his gaze earnestly, replying, "Yes." Lu Buochuan frowned, wishing to say something, but ultimately feeling that he should not pry into the personal lives of his subordinates. His attention settled on Xinyu, who lay languidly on the sofa. Initially, upon witnessing Xinyu commanding Yu Xinyu, he had a fleeting impulse to intervene. However, he observed the willing expression upon Yu Xinyu's face, even noting an indescribable fervor in his eyes as he knelt to change Xinyu's shoes. It struck Lu Buochuan that, were he not present, Yu Xinyu would likely have completed the task of changing Xinyu's shoes with astonishing swiftness. The young man's almost reverent admiration left Lu Buochuan with an inexplicable tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. "Since the task is complete, I shall take my leave," he declared. Luo Buochuan was reluctant to linger in the room. Without casting a glance at Xinyu, he prepared to depart. Yu Xinyu's smile appeared to be somewhat more genuine. "I shall escort you," he said, making his way to the door with Luo Buochuan. The distance was merely a few steps, raising the question of what warranted such an escort. However, faced with another's kindness, Luo Buochuan deemed it unnecessary to refuse. Thus, he nodded in acquiescence. Luo Buochuan quickly donned his shoes, ready to leave. Yu Xinyu stood at the threshold, his countenance now revealing a vulnerable expression, and softly explained to Luo Buochuan, "Xiaoyu is merely intoxicated. Ordinarily, he does not treat me this way." He continued, "He is generally a gentle and caring person." Yu Xinyu gazed at Luo Buochuan, adding, "He takes care of me. I am inept and can only wash and cook for him at home." Upon hearing this, Luo Buochuan instinctively frowned. While Yu Xinyu's words appeared to excuse Xinyu's impolite behavior and emphasize the latter's attentiveness, the underlying tone suggested that he had been subjected to emotional manipulation and mistreatment by Xinyu. The implication that he was incapable of anything beyond domestic chores for Xinyu was particularly disheartening, not to mention the earlier phone call Xinyu had made in the car. Had he not witnessed Xinyu kneeling to change his shoes, revealing an underlying fervor in his eyes, Luo Buochuan would have readily condemned Xinyu based on the phone call and the recent behavior alone. Although this would not alter his assessment of Xinyu's professional capabilities, human beings are inherently emotional creatures. Under similar circumstances, they tend to favor those who exhibit honesty, generosity, and kindness over individuals of questionable character. Luo Buochuan regarded the delicate, mixed-race youth before him and nodded, stating, "I assure you, I will not misconstrue his actions." He smiled lightly, adding, "Rest assured, I prioritize their professional abilities over their private lives." Xinyu possesses commendable skills. Unsurprisingly, as his first words escaped his lips, he noticed the gentle youth's gaze darken. Amused yet somewhat pitying for the oblivious Xinyu, he merely nodded, "I shall take my leave. Please inform Xinyu that I shall see him at work tomorrow." Chapter 16. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Xinyu, with his ears perked, leaned against the sofa, straining to overhear the conversation between the two male leads. What were they discussing? He queried the system. He realized his hearing was inadequate, or perhaps the two had developed an affinity for one another, causing their voices to drop to hushed tones. "Host, Yu Xinyu is speaking well of you," the system replied. The little cat, having overheard the exchange between Yu Xinyu and Luo Buochuan, remarked, "He does not blame you. You are typically very gentle with him, and he only acted this way because he was intoxicated." It purred contentedly, nuzzling Tsinyu's hand. Goodness, he can speak on my behalf. Tsin Igriku, despite having read the original plot, could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the system's remark. And what of Luo Buichuan? He is astute and surely would not be deceived by Yu Xinyu's words. After all, he was commanding Yu Xinyu in a harsh tone to wash clothes while they were carpooling, only to return and demand Yu Xinyu fetch his slippers to serve him. Luo Buichuan could hardly be under the delusion, much like Yu Xinyu, that he epitomizes the ideal man of a new era. The little cat eavesdropped for a while longer. Host, it relayed, Luo Buichuan claims he will not let personal feelings interfere with work. He prioritizes the capabilities of his subordinates, thus reassuring Yu Xinyu. Such platitudes. Asserted Tsin Igriku. He must have perceived the forced smile of Yu Xinyu and has begun to detest me. The scoundrel. Xinyu absent-mindedly patted the little cat, pondering that perhaps the tasks at hand were not as daunting as he had imagined. The little cat, seemingly understanding, affectionately rubbed against Xinyu until it noticed Yu Xinyu was about to enter, vanishing into thin air. Observing this, Xinyu reclined on the sofa. Why have I consumed so much today? Yu Xinyu murmured softly, gradually approaching Xinyu, who lay back on the couch. Perhaps due to his inebriation. He had initially been sitting upright, but had now sunk into the sofa, one arm draped over the armrest, nearly horizontal. You clearly cannot hold your liquor, Yu Xinyu remarked, gently caressing Xinyu's flushed earlobe. You've turned quite rosy. He gazed at Xinyu, whose eyes were closed, almost greedily tracing the contours of his features. His attention drifted towards several concealed cameras in the room. Xinyu was aware of their presence. He had mentioned they were for safety, to deter potential intruders. There were cameras before the table, on the ceiling, behind the sofa cabinet, and the most conspicuous one nestled in the corner of the wall. He had backed up all the footage from every camera, just so he could watch Xinyu whenever he longed for him. In his bedroom, a projector played the recordings he had saved during Xinyu's work hours. Sometimes, Xinyu appeared angry. Other times, he lay exhausted on the couch, but most often, he sat in serene beauty, exuding an air of indifference. Xinyu likely did not realize how alluring he became when he wore that cold expression, especially with the two beauty marks beneath his eyes. In countless solitary nights spent without Xinyu, Yu Xinyu's imagination was forever captivated by the image of tears cascading down those beauty marks, intertwined with the sight of his serpentine tattoo. He was lost in thought until he noticed Xinyu slowly stirring back to consciousness. Regaining his composure, he masked his emotions and donned a tender, compliant facade. "Shall I prepare some honey water for you?" he suggested, not waiting for a response as he made his way to the kitchen. Swiftly, he poured a glass of honey water at the perfect temperature for him. Xinyu, still reclining on the sofa, reached out to accept the honey water Yu Xinyu offered. He took a sip. The warmth and sweetness were a comforting remedy for his discomfort after drinking, surpassing anything else. He scrutinized Yu Xinyu's gaze, discovering that it held only gentle affection, tinged with the light brown of his verdant eyes, as if he were gazing upon a great hero. "There's no hope. Let us bury it." Xinyu coughed awkwardly after a few more sips of honey water. He did not say anything to Lu Baichuan just now, did he? He cast a worried glance at Yu Xinyu, fearing that the latter might inadvertently expose their relationship. Such a spineless, unworthy man made Xinyu feel somewhat lowly just thinking about it. Nevertheless, in order to avoid being out of character, he steeled himself and approached the situation. "Let me tell you, you mustn't speak of this carelessly," Xinyu said, avoiding Yu Xinyu's gaze. "Otherwise, I will not spare you." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Xinyu suddenly asked in a hushed tone. Xinyu looked at him, as the latter's voice had been too soft and rapid for him to fully comprehend. "It's nothing." Yu Xinyu replied with a smile that radiated a saintly sense of understanding, gazing at Xinyu. "Of course, I would never speak carelessly." He crouched beside the sofa, looking up at Xinyu, with one hand resting on Xinyu's knee. Noticing that Xinyu no longer wished to drink the honey water, he took the cup and set it aside. "When you were on the phone with me in the car earlier, were you with them?" "Yes." "Did my accidental words have any impact on you?" Yu Xinyu inquired, his expression genuinely apologetic. Crouching before Xinyu, he wore an expression of trepidation. "Why I called you hubby? Did they misunderstand anything?" "Of course not," Xinyu thought. "They would only think I'm a complete trashy man." Huh, do you think there are that many homosexuals in the company? Sinyu immediately interjected. They would only assume we were straight men joking around. Besides, I already said we are roommates. What could they possibly suspect? Sinyu glanced at you, Sinyu again. But you from now on, when you call, refrain from addressing me as hubby. Upon hearing this, Yu Sinyu suddenly lowered his head, his voice dropping. But I truly want to call you hubby. There's no saving you now, Sinyu sighed, staring at the ceiling. No wonder this story can stretch for hundreds of thousands of words. With characters like this, it's impressive that Yu Sinyu remains so infatuated. Fine, when we're alone, do as you wish, Sinyu replied dismissively. He looked at Yu Sinyu, who lay his head on Sinyu's knee. His mood dampened by their earlier conversation. Sinyu's gaze lingered momentarily on Yu Sinyu's fingers, which were peeling due to washing clothes. He felt a twinge of compassion. Although he understood that Yu Sinyu was merely a fictional character, he still wanted to urge him, brother, go find a better man. Don't hang your hopes on a scoundrel. He reached out, his fingers gently running through Yu Sinyu's soft hair. Get up, stop being lazy. Go wash the clothes. Chapter 17. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Sinyu felt slightly excessive for what he had just said. In the next moment, Yu Sinyu lifted his head, and just when Sinyu thought the latter might finally reach his breaking point and lash out at this scoundrel, Yu Sinyu once again displayed that gentle, submissive demeanor. He leaned on Sinyu's knees, looking up at him, seemingly cherishing the warmth of Sinyu's hand that had brushed through his hair. He grasped Sinyu's hand, pressing his cheek against his palm, like a large dog in need of its owner's comfort. Now stroke my hair. Speak without gasping for breath. It's quite frightening. Sinyu's hand was firmly grasped by Yu Sinyu, rendering him immobile. He raised his gaze to meet Yu Sinyu's eyes, who seemed to reflect a realization that his previous demeanor had been rather excessive. Even in the guise of scoundrel, such behavior seemed unwarranted, especially considering Yu Sinyu's earnest efforts. Contemplating this, he reached out once more to gently pat Yu Sinyu on the head. After a few perfunctory strokes, this time, the other did not impede his withdrawal, and the smile on Yu Sinyu's face became more pronounced. I'm going to do the laundry, Yu Sinyu announced. Rising from the carpet, he bent down to look at Sinyu. You should rest for a while. Sinyu shifted uncomfortably in his position. As Yu Sinyu leaned down, Sinyu suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Perhaps it was due to Yu Sinyu's habitual choice of soft, light-colored garments, coupled with his gentle smile, that instinctively led one to perceive him as delicate, fragile, and submissive. However, when Yu Sinyu supported himself against the armrest of the sofa while leaning down to gaze at him, Sinyu experienced a palpable sense of intimidation. The light above seemed somewhat obscured by Yu Sinyu's broad and flat shoulders, casting a shadow over him. Fortunately, it was merely a fleeting moment. For Yu Sinyu soon left the side of the sofa and gradually returned to his usual spot for doing laundry. Seated there, he donned an apron and began to wash the clothes he had just changed out of. Sinyu found himself questioning his own clarity of mind, pondering why he would perceive such a seemingly innocent character as Yu Sinyu to be so menacing. He reflected on the plot. Was there any deviation? It should pose no issue. Suddenly, as Yu Sinyu sat down to wash the clothes, he seemed to have a thought. Xiao Yuan's hot spring resort has opened. He asked if we have time to show our support. Really? Sinyu perked up at the mention of this keyword. Xiao Yuan, as Yu Sinyu referred to him, was his gentle childhood friend and, aside from Lu Baichuan, the second male lead. In the tumultuous arena of love, he was undoubtedly a top contender. Coming from a family of similar standing to Yu Sinyu's, he had inherited his family business at a young age, embodying the qualities of a refined gentleman with impeccable manners, rarely speaking ill of others. Even when harboring disdain, he merely distanced himself with a smile. However, this seemingly perfect persona had become enraged for Yu Sinyu's sake. Chang Yuan had initially thought that his childhood friend had succumbed to the whims of romance, enamored with an inconsequential trinket, merely viewing the situation as a passing fancy. Although he was aware that this man had caused a rift between Yu Sinyu and his family, leading to Yu Sinyu's near-complete estrangement from the Yu household, he believed that during their occasional encounters, Yu Sinyu always spoke of this individual with a radiant happiness, assuming that the man treated Yu Sinyu well. Hence, he contemplated inviting his friends to enjoy a holiday at his hot spring resort just before its grand opening, with the additional hope of gauging Sinyu's sentiments. Little did he anticipate that Xin Yu would prove to be so disreputable, deeming him a petty and brutish individual, exceedingly stingy. Upon witnessing Xin Yu being reprimanded by Xin Yu, a wave of compassion washed over him, and he found himself nearly ready to confront Xin Yu on Xin Yu's behalf, only to be halted by Xin Yu herself, who hurriedly led Xin Yu away. It was in that moment, within the confines of a separate courtyard, that Chang Yuanqing began to ponder the true nature of his feelings for his childhood companion, Xin Yu. This marked the inception of a dramatic turning point. Sen Igriku, reflecting on this, felt a surge of exhilaration, yet maintained an outward demeanor of indifference. Who is Xiao Yuan? He mused. What is this so-called hot spring villa? Is it merely a bathhouse charging 10 yuan for a scrub? Xin Yu began to entertain uncharitable thoughts about Chang Yuanqing, suspecting him of being a petty individual. I have encountered many like him. Once they acquire a modicum of wealth, they brandish their modest bathhouse as a luxurious hot spring resort or a holiday villa. He reclined on the sofa, dismissively. Besides, what wealthy friends could you possibly have? This aligns with the original narrative. Understanding Xin Yu's pettiness, Xin Yu had only revealed that her family's circumstances were relatively comfortable, possessing a little wealth. Thus, it was only in the end, when Xin Yu was lavished with affection by 3 prominent figures, that Xin Yu discovered her true identity as the young master of the Yu family. Her elder brother was a perennial fixture on the covers of major financial magazines. The Yu family was renowned and well-known. The mere thought of Xin Yu's elder brother caused Xin Yu some distress. This character, who enters the story later, had previously endured Xin Yu's affection for this scoundrel, choosing to remain silent. However, when Xin Yu finally severed ties with the cad without remorse, Xin Yu's awareness of her esteemed identity only fueled his relentless pursuit, even going so far as to fabricate threats involving intimate photos of Xin Yu. This led to a thorough rectification by Xin Yu's elder brother and several of her suitors, culminating in a tragic ending. Xin Yu pondered whether, when the time came for him to leap from this narrative and exit this small world, it would hurt. On the other side, Xin Yu, unfazed by Xin Yu's retorts, maintained his serene demeanor, his smile unwavering. He sat quietly, his fingers submerged in cool water, observing Xin Yu reclining on the sofa, incessantly complaining. Xiao Yuan would not deceive me. He spoke softly. He invited us to stay for 2 days, although the location is somewhat distant. Then we shan't go. The taxi fare would be exorbitant, Xin Yu interjected. He mentioned he would drive us. Xin Yu continued. By the way, Xiao Yuan mentioned that place is about to open. There's quite a bit of promotion online. It seems to be called Nanfeng Villa. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu quickly searched for Nanfeng Villa on his phone, discovering an overwhelming amount of online promotion. It was touted as a premier resort created by the Chang family, featuring private hot spring suites within expansive grounds, complete with distinctive spa services. The nightly rate was nearly equivalent to Xin Yu's salary for over half a month. As he absorbed the details of this establishment, he suddenly heard Xin Yu softly inquire from a distance. Xiao Yu, were you pretending to be drunk just now? Chapter 18. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man. Xin Yu was instantly startled, nearly dropping his phone. He contemplated for a moment, convinced that his act of feigned drunkenness had been executed flawlessly. Thus, Xin Yu should not have detected the ruse. After some deliberation, he decided to be straightforward. Xin Yu reclined on the sofa, gazing at Xin Yu. What nonsense are you spouting? You seem rather lucid to me. Xin Yu, feeling aggrieved, replied, when you collapsed against me at the door, I could sense that you were not completely inebriated. You still had the strength to support your own weight. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu felt a pang of dread. A person truly intoxicated would have felt as heavy as lead and would have plummeted downwards. He was not intimately acquainted with Xin Yu, although he had fallen against her. He was fully conscious, incapable of allowing his limbs to go limp and rely entirely on her. Moreover, he could not bear the entirety of his weight on her. After a brief moment of contemplation, he declared, Can't you see? I simply do not wish to attend the gathering. Besides, Lu Buchuan will be there, which is rather unfortunate. He continued to maintain the persona of Xin Yu, only to find that Xin Yu was merely seated on a stool, observing him. When he finally shifted his gaze, she blinked and smiled lightly. Lu Buchuan? Xin Yu inquired. Is he your superior? Did you see him today? Xin Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. He turned his body to remove the alcohol-scented jacket he wore, feeling slightly pretentious. Come on, I'm already so low-key. Must you press on? Xin Yu mentally shouted, hoping Xin Yu would quickly perceive the unpleasantness of the scoundrel and recognize the array of admirable men surrounding him. Xin Yu's voice floated from behind him. I indeed do not like him. Xin Yu fell silent for a moment, desperately wishing to turn around and peer into Xin Yu's thoughts. Not fond of Lu Buichuan? Then who does she like? Perhaps herself? That would be something. Xin Yu mustered his courage and said, there are simply too few good men like me. He sighed. Never mind, I shall take a shower first. He could no longer maintain the facade. Thus, he shrugged off his garments, leaving only a fitted black t-shirt as an undershirt. He casually tossed his clothes onto the sofa, thinking the garments wouldn't need washing today. After all, they cost 500 yuan, and he would wash them by hand. With that, he could no longer tolerate the situation and fled back to his room, quickly grabbing a change of clothes before dashing into the bathroom. Xin Yu sat on the stool, watching Xin Yu's back as he spoke. She observed him as he removed his jacket, slightly lifting the black t-shirt beneath it. The t-shirt appeared to have good elasticity, riding up as he shed his outer layer. By the time Xin Yu had taken off his shirt, the t-shirt had already rolled up above his chiseled physique. Xin Yu turned slightly, tossing his shirt onto the sofa with one hand while pulling down the t-shirt that had risen above his abdomen with the other. The sight of his toned frame, momentarily exposed, captured Xin Yu's attention before it was swiftly covered again by the t-shirt. After uttering this, her ears flushed with warmth, and she hastily fled, feeling quite flustered. Adorable. Xin Yu sat on the stool, murmuring to himself, so adorable, my dear. Rising gently, he wiped his damp hands carelessly on the hem of his clothing and slowly approached the sofa. He stood silently before it for a moment, until the sound of running water from the bathroom broke the stillness, prompting him to bend down and retrieve the shirt that Xin Yu had carelessly tossed aside. It was a knitted pullover, and, as Xin Yu lifted it, his fingers brushed against the collar, where he detected a faint scent of alcohol, mingled with the subtle aroma of the cedarwood-scented body wash that Xin Yu favored, now reduced to a mere whisper of fragrance. Alongside this were the lingering notes of two distinctly recognizable perfumes: rum, patchouli, warm tobacco, and red tea. They were delicately balanced, the sense of two individuals lingering in the air, so faint that they were nearly imperceptible, yet Xin Yu could still discern them. Wretches, he muttered. Two wretches. He roughly massaged Xin Yu's shirt, wishing fervently that it could transform into a voodoo doll, enabling him to eliminate the two individuals who dared to covet Xin Yu. Luo Buichuan, Xin Yu thought. Though this person did not exhibit his intentions as overtly as Gao Lanyuan did, his attitude toward Xin Yu was equally intriguing. After pondering for a moment, he noticed the sound of water in the bathroom gradually cease, and he hurriedly tossed Xin Yu's shirt into the nearby laundry basin. Just as he completed this task, Xin Yu emerged from the bathroom clad only in gray loungewear, a towel draped over his shoulder, his hair still dripping wet. Clearly taken aback by Xin Yu's presence waiting just outside the bathroom, his expression registered a fleeting surprise, and the hand that had been drying his hair paused momentarily. Xin Yu's gaze followed the tear mole beneath Xin Yu's eye, trailing down to the droplets cascading from his hair onto his chest. A few beads of water trickled down Xin Yu's well-defined muscles, eventually reaching the snake and rotting apple tattoos adorning his abdomen. The serpent's tail peeked from the edge of his pants, prompting Xin Yu to awkwardly pull his trousers up slightly to cover part of the tattoo. The absence of a smile on Xin Yu's face, coupled with the heaviness in his gaze, made Xin Yu feel a sense of unfamiliarity. He tugged the towel down a bit, just enough to shield his chest. Is there something you need? Blocking my way while I change? He said, feigning impatience. Yet, Xin Yu did not step aside. Instead, a hint of concern crept into his expression. Darling, I just suddenly remembered something, Xin Yu abruptly remarked. Xin Yu, puzzled yet intrigued, inquired, what is it? Xin Yu regarded Xin Yu, his expression marked by hesitation. Perhaps I'm overthinking, he stammered, but I can't help but feel that Luo Buichuan may not like you. As soon as he uttered this, he seemed to realize the potential misstep, quickly adding, or maybe I'm just imagining things. After all, he is your superior. How could he not appreciate you? You excel in your work, my dear. Hearing Yu Xingyu's words, Xin Yu nearly burst into laughter. Not liking him is exactly right. It confirms that the narrative has not gone awry at all. Xin Yu, feeling a sense of relief, gently patted Yu Xingyu's shoulder. He was indifferent to their relationship. After all, he harbored no fondness for him either. As long as the two of them cherished each other, he would be content. In Chapter 19, transformed into a penny-pinching phoenix man, Yu Xingyu's expression stiffened. He had initially intended to warn Xin Yu to be cautious of Lu Buochuan, yet he did not anticipate this reaction. However, upon hearing Xin Yu express his lack of affection, he felt a sense of reassurance and resumed the familiar gentle smile that Xin Yu recognized. I merely worry he might deliberately ostracize you. It's nothing. He will ultimately meet his demise, Xin Yu replied, observing Yu Xingyu's cheerful demeanor while contemplating the unfolding narrative. Lu Buochuan had already encountered Yu Xingyu and had discovered this resilient flower, who, under the manipulative tactics of a scoundrel, was hand-washing clothes, reluctant to even use a washing machine. This egregious villain not only belittled her, but also incessantly undermined her spirits. As for Gao Lanyuan, Xin Yu pondered. He found the latter's attitude rather ambiguous. Was he suffering from amnesia, unable to recognize his senior, or was he simply an exceptional actor, concealing his true feelings? It seemed he exhibited no surprise upon meeting Yu Xingyu. Xin Yu resolved to test him the following day to gauge his attitude towards Yu Xingyu. Having come to this conclusion, Xin Yu impatiently told Yu Xingyu, "Do not obstruct me. I'm going to sleep. If you're not tired, wash my clothes before you rest." Yu Xingyu's gaze lingered on Xin Yu's damp hair for a moment. Shall I dry your hair for you?" he asked with concern. "You have been drinking. This is detrimental to your health." Xin Igriku hesitated briefly. "The new hairdryer is in my room," Yu Xingyu gently proposed. "It will dry quickly. Would you like to come to my room?" In the original narrative, Xin Yu had never visited Yu Xingyu's room. His feelings for Yu Xingyu were quite intricate, and the latter seldom invited him over. Xin Yu was indeed curious, wondering if Yu Xingyu was truly so infatuated, blindly enduring the scorn of a cad, still clinging to his affections without hesitation. Thus, he hesitated for merely a few seconds before slowly nodding. Yu Xingyu's expression softened even further. He took Xin Yu's hand and slowly led him to his bedroom. "What a good boy," he murmured softly. "You can also try on my new robe." Upon entering Yu Xingyu's room, Xin Yu's first impression was that it was rather dull and gray. This was in stark contrast to Yu Xingyu's gentle appearance and his usual preference for light-colored attire. The decor of Yu Xingyu's room was predominantly in cold tones, featuring a concrete gray bedding set and a wardrobe that occupied an entire wall. Xin Yu watched as Yu Xingyu opened the nearest wardrobe, retrieving a black silk nightgown. The soft material appeared quite form-fitting, reaching down to the calves, eliminating the need for additional sleep pants. Yu Xingyu handed a silk robe to Xin Yu, expressing his belief that donning such a garment would enhance one's slumber. He gazed at Xin Yu with eager anticipation, urging him to try it on. Upon receiving the robe, Xin Yu marveled at its softness and almost weightless quality, instinctively sensing that it would feel delightful against his skin. With a towel still draped over his shoulder, he began to set it aside, only for Yu Xingyu to promptly take it from him, stating, "I'll hold it for you." Xin Yu coughed slightly, taken aback by this gesture. Although he initially intended to slip into the robe immediately, the intensity of Yu Xingyu's unwavering gaze instilled an inexplicable pressure, compelling him to reconsider. As he contemplated turning away, he noticed the dressing mirror in Yu Xingyu's room and felt a sense of relief wash over him as he approached it. Gazing into the mirror, he observed his reflection. The hem of his gray sweatpants just obscured a portion of his snake tattoo. His broad shoulders tapered into a narrow waist, accentuating the contrast that made his figure appear strikingly slender. The damp strands of his black hair clung to his neck, the stark interplay of black and white enhancing the air of aloofness that surrounded him. Once he donned the robe, he immediately tightened its sash. "Not like that," came Yu Xingyu's sudden voice. Startled, Xin Yu turned to discover that Yu Xingyu had silently approached him from behind. The plush carpet in the room absorbed sound beautifully, combined with Yu Xingyu's almost ghostly grace, rendering his footsteps nearly inaudible. He reached out, deftly untying the loosely knotted sash at the front of Tsinyu's robe with a flick of his fingers. Then, with a gentle touch, he retied the belt, adjusting it to enhance Tsinyu's appearance. "This looks better," Yu Xinyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Tsinyu's reflection in the mirror. Though his hands hovered closely around Tsinyu's waist, they did not make contact. Instead, he simply secured the sash before withdrawing to stand behind Xinyu. Being slightly taller than Xinyu, his presence exuded a subtle yet undeniable sense of intimidation, particularly when he refrained from adopting his usual demure demeanor. Perhaps it was due to his mixed heritage, as his broader frame subtly overshadowed Tsinyu's slender form. Xinyu stared at the elegantly tied knot Yu Xinyu had fashioned, along with the cheerful expression reflected in the mirror. "It suits you perfectly, Xiao Yu," Yu Xinyu said, his eyes sparkling as they lingered on Xinyu. Water droplets from Tsinyu's still damp hair began to trickle onto the robe's collar, prompting Yu Xinyu to reach out and gently wipe them away. "Let me dry your hair first," he offered kindly, his gaze wandering around his bedroom before adding, "Unfortunately, I don't have a chair here. You're seated on my bed for convenience." Xinyu cast a glance at the pristine and neatly arranged bedding, and without hesitation, was about to take a seat on the edge of the bed when Yu Xinyu grasped his arm. "Is there something wrong?" Xinyu inquired with a look. "I just changed the sheets," Yu Xinyu replied, his expression somewhat troubled. He glanced at the gray loungewear beneath Tsinyu's bathrobe. "Could you possibly change your trousers?" Xinyu looked down at his attire. These trousers were what he typically wore while lounging in the living room or dining out. Indeed, they were rather unsuitable for sitting on freshly laundered sheets. Moreover, he was still clad in a bathrobe, not wanting to dwell on it. Xinyu tossed his loungewear onto the carpet and, attired in his robe, asked Yu Xinyu, "Is this acceptable?" Chapter 20. Dressed like a frugal phoenix man, Yu Xinyu produced a newly purchased hairdryer, gently tending to Tsinyu's hair, sitting on the edge of the bed. The noise of the dryer was rather loud, and he sensed that Yu Xinyu was attempting to communicate, yet he could not hear a word. "What did you say?" Xinyu raised his gaze to Yu Xinyu. "I can't hear you." Just then, Yu Xinyu had dried Tsinyu's hair to a damp state. He switched off the dryer. "It's nothing." Observing Xinyu, he reached out to tousle his hair, dismissing the need for an explanation. Xinyu pondered over the shape of Yu Xinyu's lips moments ago, feeling an inkling that he might have uttered something akin to "baby, I really want." "Baby." Sen Igriku shuddered. He had not anticipated that Yu Xinyu could be even more sentimental than he had imagined, likely refraining from further commentary to avoid mockery from Xinyu. "All done," Yu Xinyu informed him. "Your hair is dried." Xinyu's gaze lingered momentarily on Yu Xinyu's room, falling upon the enormous wardrobe. "As I mentioned, refrain from purchasing so many clothes," he reiterated. "Money does not grow on trees. You are not earning, so you must be frugal." Yu Xinyu continued to regard him with a gentle demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the paternal tone of his words, his smile unwavering. "Would you like to see my wardrobe?" Xinyu was taken aback by Yu Xinyu's reaction. He contemplated whether this was an implicit invitation to showcase beautiful garments in an attempt to win his favor. He resolutely declined, for he fancied himself a heartless scoundrel. "No need. I merely wish to advise you that earning money is no easy feat, so buy fewer clothes." A look of regret crossed Yu Xinyu's face as he regarded Xinyu. What a pity yet. He quickly donned a cheerful expression, seemingly eager to convey something more. But Xinyu, weary of the charade, interjected, "I have work tomorrow. Let us not engage in further conversation." As he stood to leave, he noticed a painting veiled by a black cloth in the corner of the wall, a position so obscure that he had not seen it while seated on the bed moments earlier. He recalls that in the original work, Yu Xinyu had been studying painting since childhood, demonstrating exceptional talent. Later, when Yu Xinyu picked up the brush again, he quickly gained widespread acclaim. Supported by the Yu family background and the immense affection of his family, Yu Xinyu even opened an art gallery. "Is this your new painting?" Sen Igriku approached, intending to lift the black cloth covering the artwork, only to have his wrist seized firmly by Yu Xinyu, who had followed him closely. The grip was surprisingly strong, causing Xinyu a twinge of discomfort. This reaction was almost uncharacteristic of Yu Xinyu. Frowning, Xinyu instinctively raised his gaze to Yu Xinyu's face, which had transformed into a pitiable expression, with tears glistening in the corners of his eyes as he looked at Xinyu. "I haven't finished it yet," he said, still gripping Xinyu's wrist Can we wait a moment before you look? What is this? An artist's quirk? Sen Igriku mused, somewhat confused. His curiosity was piqued by the praise Yusinyu had received for his artistic prowess in the original narrative. Noticing the other's reluctance, he felt no pressing need to see the painting and shrugged off Yusinyu's hold. If you don't want to show it, then fine. It's no big deal, he remarked dismissively, turning away from Yusinyu and opening the door to his room, striding out. As Yusinyu watched Tsinyu hastily retreat in his robe, he waited until Tsinyu's figure vanished before shutting the door. Leaning against it, he unveiled the black cloth draped over the painting. The canvas depicted Tsinyu with an apple core clenched between his teeth, ensnared by thorny brambles, the serpent tattoo on his skin vividly visible, its tail extending to his pubic area. Yusinyu gazed almost entranced at his unfinished work, locking the door behind him. He quietly sat on the edge of his bed, precisely where Tsinyu had recently occupied, and stared at his painting for a long time. The following morning, as Tsinyu stepped out, he found Yusinyu already dressed and cooking in the kitchen. Spotting him, Yusinyu cheerfully held up a food container. I made this last night for you. Enjoy it at lunch. Tsinyu opened the container to find a selection of light dishes, perfect for the day after a hangover. However, adhering to his persona, he refrained from offering compliments. It's passable. You should learn a few more recipes. When the time comes to host colleagues for dinner, you should impress them and not embarrass me. Completing his daily task, Tsinyu felt a sense of satisfaction as he took the food container and left. Upon arriving at the office, before he could settle in, he noticed Gao Lanyuan approaching with coffee in hand. Xinye, Gao Lanyuan exclaimed, slightly surprised. I thought you would take the morning off. Chuckling to himself, Tsinyu thought, if Yusinyu weren't home, he definitely would have taken a day off. However, he would never voice that sentiment aloud. After all, taking leave wouldn't incur any salary deductions. He pulled out a chair, sat down, and opened his computer, calculating the potential deductions for a half-day leave. Gao Lanyuan stood behind him, observing as Tsinyu powered on his computer, his gaze lingering momentarily on Tsinyu's attire. It was evident that he didn't appear to be in financial distress. Indeed, how could Yusinyu possibly be short of funds? Gao Lanyuan reflected on the amusing sight of Yusinyu from the previous day, who feigned a demeanor as gentle as water. With an air of nonchalance, he casually hooked his pinky finger around the label at the back of Tsinyu's collar. Does Tsingu lack money? He toyed with Tsinyu's collar, which was rather expensive, wasn't it? Tsinyu sensed Gao Lanyuan's subtle gesture and recalled his own character's persona, with a hint of impatience. He pulled his collar back from Gao Lanyuan's grasp, declaring it fake, a counterfeit. Is that so? Gao Lanyuan chuckled. The counterfeiting techniques nowadays are quite impressive. Tsinyu glanced at the proposal from yesterday, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that Lu Buochuan was absent from the office. Could it be that he wasn't coming in today? He turned to look at Gao Lanyuan, who stood behind him with a cup of coffee. Who was absent? He inquired with a look towards the office. It seems there was something this morning, Gao Lanyuan replied as he resumed his seat, leaning back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the surface of the desk. Tsingu, you were quite persistent with Brother Chuan last night, Gao Lanyuan remarked with a smile. You didn't spill your guts all over him, did you? Chapter 21. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man. If I had truly done that, he would have surely twisted my head off. With Lu Buochuan absent from the office, Tsinyu felt a slight sense of relief. He glanced at Gao Lanyuan, still holding the coffee. Should he inquire about Gao Lanyuan's impression of Yusinyu? After all, in the original narrative, Gao Lanyuan harbored great admiration for this senior, which had directly led to his own fall from grace. Why did he show no reaction upon seeing his long-admired senior yesterday? Even today, he merely mentioned that Lu Buochuan didn't speak of Yusinyu. Could it be that Gao Lanyuan had forgotten Yusinyu's appearance? Tsinyu pondered for a moment when he heard Gao Lanyuan directly ask, was that person last night Sinji's roommate? Here it comes. The plot thickens. Upon hearing Gao Lanyuan's question, Tsinyu knew the narrative was about to unfold. He cleared his throat. Of course, if he is not a roommate. What else could he be? He glanced at Gao Lanyuan, implying, what is the matter? Nothing much, Gao Lanyuan replied with a smile, just curious. After all, I never imagined a roommate would help with laundry. Tsinyu certainly sensed the underlying meaning in Gao Lanyuan's words. The thought that the other party was using jealousy to jab at him made Tsinyu's mood considerably lighter. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to voice his previous insinuation directly. I heard from Xiaoyu that he seems to know you. Are you his junior? Gao Lunyuan maintained his smile. His junior? He leaned back in his chair, seemingly contemplating for a moment, observing Xinyu with sidelong glances, finding Xinyu's excuse quite absurd. Would you, Xinyu, remember him? Who doesn't he know that Yu Xinyu has lofty aspirations and is indifferent to others? Of course, he possessed the capital to be so. Yet, the Yu Xinyu who feigned gentleness and humility yesterday was a first for him. He deliberately held his coffee, taking a few sips as if in deep contemplation, until Xinyu's gaze reflected a growing urgency and impatience, at which point he slowly placed the coffee cup back on the table. It seems indeed to be the case. However, given the senior's fame, he probably wouldn't remember me, right? Gao Lunyuan turned to glance at Xinyu, pondering whether he truly recalled her. He deliberately feigned a look of astonishment. Who knows? Xinyu mused, yet it seemed the original text mentioned that Yu Xinyu had an exceptional memory. Anyone he had met, even briefly, was unlikely to be forgotten. This remarkable trait was indeed a key reason why Gao Lunyuan's numerous admirers were so devoted to him. After all, it is hard not to be moved when one discovers that their former idol remembers them from a fleeting encounter and can accurately recall their name. Moreover, this remarkable memory of his garnered him quite a following when he appeared on a variety show alongside Sang Qianshan. As Xinyu considered this, he adopted a demeanor of impatience and remarked that the other looked familiar, as if they had met before. Meanwhile, hushed conversations were occurring elsewhere in the office. I told you Sang Qianshan has no friends. Who came up with the idea to rent a friend? Xinyu's ears perked up at the mention. Renting a friend? The storyline involving friends participating in a variety show in the original narrative occurred much later. Why was it being mentioned so early now? Intrigued, he leaned in closer. What friend did Sang Qianshan rent? Come, let us hear the gossip. The red-haired designer promptly shared the forum page with Xinyu. Title: Who Understands? An XX-level performing arts student receives their first side gig portraying the friend of a top-tier celebrity. A bit of networking involved. The original poster is a performing arts student, an absolute nobody, not boasting much beyond a slightly above-average appearance. Yet they were recently contacted by the manager of a top-tier celebrity. Initially, I thought this celebrity was reaching out for a mutually beneficial transaction. I had always assumed this celebrity was the last straight man on earth, but when a manager contacted me, I felt a twinge of excitement, only to discover that the celebrity wanted me to play the role of his friend. Just a friend. The platonic kind. After posting this, the original poster hastily deleted their account. Nonetheless, the curious onlookers are drawn in by keywords like top-tier celebrity, rent a friend, last straight man, and platonic friend, flooding the comments with theories. The most plausible speculation pointed towards a new variety show by Durian TV. Let us disperse, folks. Durian TV is heating things up, haha. I'm sweating here. Are they really targeting such a small forum? Well, let me tell you, I do not wish to see any platonic friends. Wait a minute. Am I the only one curious about who this top-tier celebrity is? Who else could it be? If he has to rent friends, it must be our temperamental princess, Sang Qianshan. Isn't he about to join a variety show on Durian TV? It's definitely him. Let us take Sang away. But please keep an eye on his upcoming film. As the thread continued to gain traction, while some believed it to be mere fabrication, a substantial portion of the audience was convinced that this top-tier celebrity was indeed Sang Qianshan. After all, it is well known that this individual possesses a lofty sense of superiority and an abundance of wealth. Without diligent effort, he could simply return home to inherit the family business. In the entertainment industry, one could say he has no friends at all, and it is highly unlikely that he has any acquaintances among the general populace. Xinyu did not anticipate that this plot twist would unfold so swiftly. However, in the original narrative, Sang Qianshan had not intended to rent a friend, as the invitations for variety shows were slated for later in the storyline. Thus, his plan had already been to invite Yu Xinyu. Little did he know that this segment of the plot would arrive much sooner than expected. Sang Qianshan was entirely unfamiliar with Yu Xinyu and, of course, could not extend an invitation. He needed to devise a method for them to meet. Sang Qianshan's manager was utterly flabbergasted upon seeing the forum post. He had certainly not sought out any false friends, nor had he planned to rent one. Moreover, How foolish would he have to be to recruit an actor to impersonate Sang Qianshan's friend? That would be akin to inviting scandal. He suspected that rival factions within the entertainment industry, having discerned that Sang Qianshan likely had no genuine friends among the public, had deliberately stirred the waters by creating such a post, inciting heated discussions. To avoid detection, he had no intention of finding a contractual friend for Sang Qianshan. In a state of panic, he noticed Sang Qianshan casually lying nearby, engrossed in his phone. Good heavens! What should he do now? Sang Qianshan paid him no mind, as he had just received a message from Xinyu, who mentioned that he had yet to introduce his partner to him and expressed a desire to arrange a dinner together. Upon hearing his manager's words, he responded with mild annoyance, whatever. Then, with a fierce determination, he replied to Xinyu's message. Sang Qianshan, sure. I have time lately since I'm not busy with schedules. I'm available whenever you are. Xinyu, okay. Sang Qianshan tossed his phone aside. The manager observed Sang Qianshan's expression for a moment. His ex-girlfriend is getting married? What ex-girlfriend? Sang Qianshan furrowed his brow, finally granting his manager some attention after sending his message. The manager inwardly grumbled about the sour expression on Sang Qianshan's face, wondering why he looked so displeased over an ex-girlfriend's wedding. Yet, he dared not broach the subject directly and instead shifted the conversation, saying, it seems that the matter of renting friends may have been discovered by the rivals. I have no rivals, Sang Qianshan replied, only defeated foes. The manager wiped his face, acknowledging that indeed, they were merely defeated foes. The defeated foe Sang Qianshan referred to was Pei Zhe, who had narrowly lost to him at a recent award ceremony. Pei Zhe, who had debuted earlier than Sang Qianshan, had cultivated an image as a genteel and generous gentleman within the industry, enjoying an excellent reputation. Due to their similar ages and career trajectories, coupled with Pei Zhe's earlier debut and professional acting background, the public had gradually pitted them against each other. However, Sang Qianshan had always harbored a disdain for the seemingly charming Pei Zhe, believing him to be cunning and insincere. What has Pei Zhe done now? Sang Qianshan inquired. Looking towards his manager, he recalled that Pei Zhe would also be participating in the upcoming variety show, bringing along his non-industry friend. Pei Zhe spoke of this acquaintance with admiration and respect, and coincidentally, Pei Zhe was the first guest promoted by Durian TV for the show, creating a buzz even before its airing. Sang Qianshan was the last to make his appearance. As soon as the names of these two individuals were revealed, the spectators erupted with excitement, anticipating a spectacle that would transition from online drama to offline confrontations. The agent let out a sigh, likely aware that Pei Zhe was also cognizant of the fact that Sang Qianshan had no allies. Upon receiving Sang Qianshan's piercing gaze, he quickly changed his tune, stating that he had no friends willing to be exposed on camera. He speculated that Sang Qianshan's participation in the show was not purely voluntary, hinting that he might resort to some strategies, hence the preemptive measure of opening a post on the forum. Sang Qianshan, growing increasingly impatient, remarked on the show's lack of appeal, yet he felt bound by the contract he had signed. Although he had a penchant for capriciousness, he understood that the show was the culmination of his entire team's efforts. The agent, wiping sweat from his brow, lamented, who else could possibly join? Who? It alludes to that person known for their bad temper and solitary nature. The agent hinted at a recent breakout star from a drama named Yu Huaining, with whom Sang Qianshan had previously collaborated. That one? Sang Qianshan questioned, puzzled by the fact that he did not recall Yu Huaining being on the initial list. Although he was generally indifferent to such matters, it was evident that Yu Huaining aimed to create a buzz at his expense. He distinctly remembered that Yu Huaining was absent from the original roster. The agent, sweating profusely, explained that the originally selected participant had suffered a leg injury while engaging in extreme sports and was unable to attend. In a pinch, Yu Huaining had volunteered, and the production team, recognizing his recent surge in popularity, had included him as an alternative. Are they interested in his fame, or merely for the drama? Sang Qianshan scoffed. He then grabbed his phone, preparing to leave. The agent, glancing at him, was taken aback, exclaiming for heaven's sake, wear glasses and a hat. At that moment, Xinyu, who was about to shut down his computer for the day, received a message from Sang Qianshan. Superstar, I'm parked outside your company. License plate number XXXXX. Upon reading it, Xin Yu was filled with confusion. Wait, what? He quickly closed his computer and began messaging Sang Qianshan, concerned that his typing speed was insufficient. He opted to send a voice message instead. Where are you? Sang Qianshan promptly replied with a voice message of his own. No parking allowed here. I've gone to the garage of the adjacent building. Come find me. The company was divided into 3 buildings. Building A was purely an office, while the other 2 catered to high-end dining and hotels. After glancing at the message Sang Qianshan sent, which detailed the specific parking location and license plate number, Xin Yu was preparing to head over when he was tapped on the shoulder by the following companion, Gao Lanyuan. Xin, wait for me. Xin Yu glanced at Gao Lanyuan. I have something to do today. Were you meeting your roommate? Gao Lanyuan inquired. No, it's with other friends. Xin Yu then slipped his phone into his pocket. The building was bustling with people, especially since they were on a higher floor. Leaving work felt akin to a battle, as securing an elevator was a struggle. Just as he spotted an opening in the elevator, Gao Lanyuan stepped in alongside him. As Xin Yu was about to mention the overcrowding, Gao Lanyuan chuckled apologetically, expressing urgency as she squeezed closer to him. She draped her arm over Xin Yu's shoulder, pressing against him and urging him to move further into the elevator. It felt as though the space behind him had been entirely filled. When Gao Lanyuan pressed against him, Xin Yu found it nearly impossible to shift his legs, and his upper body instinctively leaned back, only to be steadied by Gao Lanyuan, who supported herself on one side of the elevator while wrapping her other arm around his waist, requesting him to close the door. The elevator doors swiftly shut behind her, and once closed, the already overloaded elevator ceased to halt, proceeding directly to the first floor. Xin Yu could feel Gao Lanyuan's palm resting on his lower back, creating a sense of discomfort that made him wish to adjust his position. However, the impatient click of someone nearby forced him to remain still, standing like a statue in the crowded elevator. Gao Lanyuan, with her height exceeding 185 centimeters, stood out among the throng of passengers, while Xin Yu, though not short, felt the disparity in their heights due to their close proximity. His face nearly brushed against the side of Gao Lanyuan's, compelling him to turn his head slightly. Yet in doing so, he inhaled her delicate, woody fragrance. Xin Yu's nose twitched as he glanced at Gao Lanyuan and quietly inquired, "Have you changed your perfume?" "Yes," she replied, having switched to a lighter scent, a blend of wood and basil. "Didn't you mention you didn't like my previous one?" She chuckled, her breath almost brushing against Xin Yu's ear. "So, I opted for a new fragrance." Chapter 23. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Xin Yu mused that this truly was the realm of romantic fiction, where even someone like Gao Lanyuan, who hardly fit the role of a genuine lead or even a supporting character, could exude such charm. Fortunately, the elevator soon reached the ground floor and the doors opened, prompting many to promptly exit. Xin Yu, however, took the opportunity to step back into the elevator, awaiting its descent to the underground level. "Going to the basement?" Gao Lanyuan paused her stride, opting to re-enter the elevator alongside Xin Yu. "Is your car ready?" Xin Yu recalled Gao Lanyuan mentioning the day before that her vehicle was undergoing maintenance. He had thought she would leave with the crowd, assuming she hadn't driven today. "Yes, it's been serviced," Gao Lanyuan replied absently as they awaited the elevator to arrive at the basement. She trailed behind Xin Yu. After a few steps, Xin Yu spotted her car. He had expected her to open the door and depart, but surprisingly, she remained close behind him. "Aren't you heading home?" he asked. Turning to look at her. With a cheerful grin, Gao Lanyuan explained, "I just received a message from a friend inviting me to dinner." She waved her phone, indicating that the meeting was at a restaurant directly across from the company. While it was somewhat inconvenient to walk from the underground garage, it was far more practical than taking the elevator back to the first floor. She casually observed Xin Yu as he focused on his phone, asking, "Are you also meeting a friend nearby today?" Xin Yu was inspecting the license plate of Sang Qianshan's vehicle, paying little heed to Gao Lanyuan's inquiries. He had come to pick me up along the way. He suspected that what Sang Qianshan wanted to discuss was the variety show matter, especially since the latter had just been exposed by netizens for associating with a fake friend. However, Xin Yu recollected that Sang Qianshan's agent in the original narrative indeed harbored such an idea. After all, The only individual Sang Qianshan knew well enough to consider a friend was Tsinyu, who often made bold statements. If they were to appear together on a variety show, Sang Qianshan would undoubtedly be labeled as one who associates with his kind. While Tsinyu pondered this, he paid little attention to Gao Lunyuan's words until he spotted a familiar license plate and immediately approached it. Halfway there, he waved to Gao Lunyuan, saying, "I must be off. My friend has arrived." Without waiting for a response, he proceeded directly to the black business vehicle parked in the garage, which was equipped with opaque windows. Gao Lunyuan, standing nearby, instinctively thought that the person inside was likely a public figure. They had deliberately chosen an inconspicuous business vehicle to pick up Tsinyu from the company building. He entertained various possibilities in his mind, yet he could not deduce a clear rationale. He watched as Tsinyu opened the front passenger door and swiftly closed it, seemingly anxious to conceal the identity of the driver. Why the concern? Are they engaged in an illicit affair? Dark thoughts crossed Gao Lunyuan's mind. Standing in an empty parking space, he held his phone to his ear, occasionally glancing toward the elevator as if genuinely waiting for someone. The business vehicle soon started and drove past him along the lane. The parking lot was brightly lit, typical of commercial buildings, and through the windshield, Gao Lunyuan quickly discerned the man in the driver's seat. The individual wore a cap and sported black frame glasses. In the next moment, the business vehicle passed by him until the license plate vanished from view, prompting Gao Lunyuan to cease his pretense of making a phone call. Despite the driver being clad in a hat and glasses, and their encounter being fleeting, the striking features of that face lingered in Gao Lunyuan's memory, allowing him to instantly recognize the person, Sang Qianshan. Why was Sang Qianshan there to pick up Tsinyu? Were they acquainted? After leaving the parking lot, Sang Qianshan removed his cap. He turned to Tsinyu and asked, "Where to?" "You're asking me?" Tsinyu pointed to himself, incredulous that he had heard correctly. If memory served, it was Sang Qianshan who had taken the initiative to seek him out. "I don't know where to go. Let's south head to my place," Sang Qianshan replied, turning the steering wheel to take Tsinyu to his home. "No," Tsinyu interjected immediately, a sudden plan forming in his mind. "Let us go to my house." This was fortuitous, as Sang Qianshan was in need of a partner for the variety show. He informed Tsinyu. For according to Tsinyu's character, he seldom disclosed his plans to anyone. "Your home?" Although Sang Qianshan had never visited Tsinyu's residence, he had sent several items to him and certainly remembered his address. Without the aid of navigation, Sang Qianshan drove towards a destination he was familiar with. After a while, he seemed to recall something and suddenly inquired, "You previously never allowed me to visit your home. Why the sudden change of heart now?" He remembered back to their graduation days when he heard that Tsinyu was living alone. At that time, before he became a star, he had wished to visit Tsin's residence, but was met with excuses of inconvenience. It was unexpected that Tsinyu would now extend an invitation to him. "Sans you anticipated, sans Qianshan est question." With a chuckle, he replied, "Well, I came out to you, didn't I?" As he spoke, he began to carefully observe Sang's expression. After all, in the original narrative, Sang Qianshan was portrayed as an archetypal straight man, with a somewhat notorious reputation due to the numerous confessions he received from male classmates. Some of these suitors employed questionable tactics, which led him to react with fury whenever a man expressed his feelings towards him. There were even instances where long-term acquaintances faced severance of friendship upon revealing their sexual orientation and their interest in him. In the original story, after Tsinyu's unexpected revelation, there was a significant period during which Sang Qianshan ceased all communication with him. Now, as they reconnected, Sang was beginning to recall that Tsinyu was in a relationship, which eased his concerns about their friendship. However, when he heard Tsinyu mention the term coming out, he could distinctly sense Sang Qianshan's brow furrow, even behind his glasses, as if he were suppressing some emotion. After a lengthy pause, Sang finally remarked, "If you have come out, you are still my friend." Seizing a moment at a traffic light, he turned to gaze at Tsinyu, only to be met with Tsin's observing eyes. Sang Qianshan possessed strikingly handsome features, with deep-set eyes, prominent brow bones, and a serious demeanor that radiated an inherent depth. His renowned ability to convey myriad emotions through his gaze was particularly noted during his performances. At this moment, however, he simply fixed his eyes on Tsinyu and said, "You know I would never be angry with you." Chapter 24. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, he continued, I just didn't know when you found someone. As the traffic light shifted from red to green, he diverted his gaze and resumed driving, adding, but didn't even mention it to me. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he frowned. Do you live together? He certainly recalled the voice on the other end of the line, which sounded gentle yet strangely cold. At this moment, Sang Qianshan was lost in thought, almost instinctively asking, what is he like? He is quite obedient, Sun Yu pondered before responding. He glanced at Sang Qianshan's profile and began to extol Yu Sinyu's virtues. She is beautiful, comes from a wealthy family, and is quite compliant. She even washes her clothes by hand. Does your home lack a washing machine? Sang Qianshan curieux, puzzled. You still hand wash? Sun Yu suddenly remembered that. In the original story, this scoundrel had always concealed his stingy nature to maintain a certain image in front of friends, which led Sang Qianshan to remain oblivious to Sun Yu's meticulousness. In an attempt to conserve electricity and assert his authority within the household, he was reluctant to allow Yu Sinyu to operate the washing machine for laundry. Oh heavens, how has this person become so utterly mundane? He believed that hand washing was sufficient. With a sense of silence enveloping him, Sun Yu found himself at a loss for words. Resorting instead to gazing out of the window, Sang Qianshan, noticing the lack of response, diverted his attention and discovered Sun Yu staring silently at the side window. His expression inscrutable, marked by awkwardness, with eyes cast downward as if contemplating how to mend the situation. A wave of irritation surged within him. More vexing than conversing with Peja. It was known that Peja would also participate in the same variety show. Thus, he swiftly shifted the topic to capture Sun Yu's attention. What? Peja is going too? Sun Yu turned his head abruptly. This twist was entirely absent from the original narrative. In the source material, the variety show featuring ordinary friends had Sang Qianshan as the foremost celebrity, garnering the majority of screen time and the best script arrangements. The extensive camera presence, coupled with Sang Qianshan's impressive background, resulted in minimal unfavorable editing during live broadcasts, significantly contributing to Yu Sinyu's rise to fame. How could Peja suddenly insert himself into this scenario? Sun Yu recalled the storyline where Peja and Sang Qianshan were vying for a coveted Best Actor nomination. It was rumored that ever since Sang Qianshan had won the Best Actor award, their paths had increasingly overlapped, heightening the competition. What should he know about? Sang Qianshan l'inquirit soudainement. Perhaps realizing that Sun Yu was more invested in him than he had anticipated, a smile broke upon his face. Of course, Sun Yu sensed a shift in Sang Qianshan's mood. He refrained from admitting that he had confirmed Sang Qianshan's participation by reading a post on a forum. Who will you be appearing on the show with? Sun Yiku probed discreetly. At that moment, a red light halted their vehicle, and Sang Qianshan turned to face Sun Yu. Whom would you prefer I go with? How would I know who else you might be friends with? Sun Yu paused, reflecting on his recollections of Sang Qianshan, who had always been a solitary figure, rarely engaging with others. During their school days, no one was aware of his family circumstances. Their acquaintance had stemmed from Sun Yu's financial struggles, while Sang Qianshan, affluent, merely required a model. Sun Yu was not one to shy away from pain. Otherwise, he would not have gotten tattoos, ear piercings, and a tongue stud. Sang Qianshan had tattooed him in his own apartment, a stark, cement-colored studio filled with various tools. Neither was particularly talkative, although occasionally, Sang Qianshan would ask if it hurt when tattooing certain areas, to which Sun Yu would respond that it was manageable, that he could endure it. Do you have any friends who could appear on camera? Sun Yu was genuinely curious. Sang Qianshan remained silent, observing Sun Yu through his glasses. The city's nightlife glittered, the neon lights reflecting off the car's tail lights and casting patterns upon Sun Yu's face. As he regarded the two beauty marks beneath Sun Yu's eyes, Sang Qianshan eventually averted his gaze, murmuring, yes. He said he simply did not wish to bring him into the limelight. It was a hassle. What sort of person is so unpresentable? A fleeting thought crossed Sun Yu's mind, but in the next moment, he realized the identity of this individual was none other than himself. Indeed, he was somewhat unpresentable. Sun Yu felt no anger, for he acknowledged the truth of the matter. Perhaps due to the evening rush hour, traffic had become congested, and Sang Qianshan's business vehicle was crawling through the flow of cars. Just then, Sun Yu's phone rang. Glancing at it, he noticed it was a call from Yusinyu. Group chat. Sang Gij's unbearable absurdity. 180. Little hoo-hoo. I'm dying of laughter. Gij is actually renting friends. I told you he has no friends, didn't I? Little hoo. After all, not everyone enjoys catering to a young master. Licking lips, winking, Lao Wang auto repair. You understand the durian stage. Not only is there Gij, but also the hypocrite and the opportunist. What a splendid variety show. I can't wait for the premiere day when the forum will explode with 100 live threads and Weibo will be trending. Winking, one tone a day, trending. Sang Qianshan's black face scolding the ordinary, Sang Gij's financial backer. If it's not you whining, how did he become the opportunist? Who's he leeching off? Little who? Report to the group owner. Little you. Another fan has entered the group. Little you. Already kicked them out. Little you. Sang Qianshan indeed has no friends. After Yusinyu finished those two remarks in the group, he began checking the time on his phone. Logically, Yusinyu should have been back by now. Why was there still no sign of him? He had certainly seen the post shared in the group. And upon learning that Sang Qianshan intended to take an ordinary friend onto a variety show, coupled with that late-night message from Sang Qianshan, a surge of anger ignited within him. He feared that Sang Qianshan might have found Yusinyu. He contemplated calling Yusinyu, but hesitated, worried that Yusinyu might perceive it as an intrusion. Finally, after waiting for another half hour, Yusinyu dialed Yusiniu's number. Xiaoyu, are you not back yet? Yes, I'm a bit delayed due to traffic. Yusiniu's voice came through the phone, somewhat unclear amidst the cacophony of honking horns. Yusinyu frowned. He recalled that Yusinyu was supposed to be returning by subway. Did you take a taxi today? He probed cautiously. No. Yusinyu replied promptly. A friend gave me a ride home. There was a hint of deliberate pride and boastfulness in his tone. I should introduce you to. Chapter 25. Transformed into a stingy Phoenix man. Group chat. Sang Gij's unbearable absurdity. 179. Little you. I want to kill that scoundrel Sang Qianshan. One tone a day. What is going on, group owner? Little hoo-hoo. What has Sang Qianshan done to make our group owner so furious? Little you. Sang Qianshan stole my girlfriend. Little hoo-hoo, oh no. The group owner has been driven to illness by Sang Gij. Yusinyu did not concern himself with the chatter in the group any longer, gripping his phone tightly, gazing at his reflection in the darkened screen. It was not that he was overly suspicious. It was simply that Yusinyu was indeed a person with no friends. Yusinyu had known Yusinyu for many years, having deliberately intervened in each other's lives for so long that he failed to realize that Yusinyu had no acquaintances, not even family. Yusinyu was an orphan, raised in an orphanage. It was said that at the age of 8, he was once to be adopted, but for some reason, he returned to the orphanage and continued to grow up there. Because of this, whatever Yusinyu did or said, even his little schemes, appeared charming and delightful to Yusinyu. Even when Yusinyu snapped at him, Yusinyu relished it. Consequently, he was acutely aware that Yusinyu's circle of friends was exceedingly narrow, with only one person, Sang Qianshan, qualifying as a friend over the years. The mere thought of Sang Qianshan coming to their home made Yusinyu feel nauseous. He darkly mused that if Sang Qianshan were to withdraw from the public eye now, with everyone denouncing him, such a superficial and mercenary person like Sin, you would likely sever their friendship. He sat on the sofa, lost in thought, absent-mindedly tapping on his phone screen. However, the sudden ring of the doorbell jolted him from his reverie. He glanced at the doorbell, and the next moment he heard the sound of the smart lock disengaging, and Yusinyu appeared at the door. A habitual smile adorned Yusinyu's face as he stood up and slowly approached Yusinyu, adopting an innocent demeanor and meticulously scrutinized the expression on Yusinyu's face. The friend you mentioned, he paused. Who is it? Upon uttering this, he seemed to finally notice the tall figure standing behind Yusinyu, clad in casual attire, wearing a baseball cap with a pair of clear glasses perched on his nose and a mask obscuring his face. He followed Yusinyu like a guardian deity. Yusinyu feigned surprise, exclaiming, Ah, little you, who is that person behind you? He tugged at Yusinyu's arm, seemingly attempting to pull him inside. Is he following you? No, Yusinyu replied, glancing back. Sang Qianshan raised an eyebrow, observing the man in an apron within the doorway. Let us discuss it inside, Yusinyu suggested, noting Yusinyu's cautious demeanor, which hinted at a fear of Sang Qianshan. Acknowledging that the doorway was not suitable for conversation, He gestured for Sang Qianshan to change in his slippers before stepping into the room. It was only after Xin Yu closed the door that he deliberately cleared his throat. He watched as Sang Qianshan removed his cap and mask in front of Yu Xinyu, then met Yu Xinyu's gaze. Reflecting on this being the first encounter between the main characters of the narrative, observing their exchanged glance, Yu Xinyu maintained his gentle smile. Though his expression revealed confusion as he regarded Sang Qianshan, seemingly unaware of his identity. Xin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Yu Xinyu did not recognize Sang Qianshan? That seemed improbable, for the advertisement for Sang Qianshan's watch graced the grand screen in the city center, and he had previously boasted countless times of his acquaintance with the superstar. Just days prior, hadn't Xin Yu inquired about whether he had been in contact with Sang Qianshan? Or perhaps Yu Xinyu merely knew Sang Qianshan's name, but not his face. A sense of doubt lingered in his mind, yet outwardly he displayed a proud expression, declaring, "This is my brother, Sang Qianshan, the superstar." He deliberately emphasized the phrase big star when mentioning Yu Xinyu. "Do you recognize him? I have mentioned him before. He's my good buddy." Yu Xinyu looked at Sang Qianshan with wide eyes, resembling a startled fawn, and after a cautious appraisal, seemed slightly intimidated by his lack of a smile. She carefully approached Xin Yu and whispered in his ear, "Darling, is this really how he looks?" What else with that tone of disdain? Xin Yu was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that just a few days prior, Yu Xinyu had inquired about any communication between Sang Qianshan and himself. Why now did she act as if she had never met him? Observing Xin Yu's puzzled profile, Yu Xinyu continued, "Is he an actor in a TV drama?" "Yes," Sang Qianshan replied. He had indeed acted in television dramas, and his response was merely to gauge how this individual intended to perform. The moment he opened the door and laid eyes on her, the disdain in his gaze was almost impossible to conceal. Xin Yu had mentioned he would introduce them, and he had previously brought him up. So why the pretense of unfamiliarity now? "I apologize." Yu Xinyu smiled sheepishly. "I don't usually watch those idol dramas, so I may not have seen your performances. Could you tell me the titles?" She turned to Sang Qianshan. "I could look them up when I have some free time." "No need," Sang Qianshan replied. "They're not particularly noteworthy, not worth your time." Xin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that their conversation was laced with veiled barbs. However, on the other hand, it seemed this was simply Sang Qianshan's temperament. Perhaps he felt a twinge of annoyance that his beloved, or so it seemed, did not recognize him. With this thought in mind, Xin Yu interjected, "I've mentioned him to you several times, and you even asked if I've been in contact with him recently. Haven't you searched for his name? He is quite famous, a big star." He endeavored to speak well of Sang Qianshan, laying the groundwork for the upcoming narrative. They were soon to record a variety show for Durian TV, the kind that involved traveling with his ordinary friends. Xin Yu forced a look of envy, recognizing this as a significant opportunity for notoriety. "So, Yu Xinyu, you should seize this chance. Don't hang yourself on a crooked tree like that scoundrel." Durian TV's variety show? Upon hearing this, Yu Xinyu's face indeed expressed surprise. She turned to Sang Qianshan. "Is Mr. Sang also participating in this show? I had only heard that Peja would be on it." She mentioned Sang Qianshan's family name, her expression turning astonished as she realized Mr. Sang would also be featured. At this moment, Sang Qianshan was certain that Yu Xinyu was fully aware of her actions. She knew Peja was to appear on the show. It was impossible for her not to know he would also be involved, as Durian TV was leveraging his fame for publicity. Watching the gentle and seemingly innocent Yu Xinyu, and observing Xin Yu as he continued to explain the show's content, he truly questioned whether Xin Yu's intellect had been compromised. How could he mistake such a carnivorous flower for a pure, white lotus? Chapter 26. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Yu Xinyu could not help but repeat Xin Yu's address to Sang Qianshan, holding his phone while still wearing a smile when facing Sang Qianshan. He was indeed looking forward to this variety show. "I will watch this program with Xiao Yu," Yu Xinyu said with a grin. "Haha, not only will you watch, but you will also perform personally," Xin Yu thought, finding it intolerable to see several individuals standing at the door as a form of punishment. "Go fetch some drinks," he commanded deliberately. "Why not be a bit sharper? Can't you see the guests have arrived? Don't let them see a joke." Yu Xinyu's expression remained unchanged as he glanced at Sang Qianshan. "Does Mr. Sang have any dietary restrictions?" No, just give me mineral water, Sang Qianshan replied. Until Yu Xinyu departed. Sang Qianshan furrowed his brow at Xinyu. How do you know him? Upon noticing Sang Qianshan's frown directed at him, Xinyu realized that this matter was indeed significant. The other party likely did not anticipate Xinyu's brazen reprimand towards his partner, brimming with a sense of masculinity, as if he wished the entire world to know of their acquaintance. It is essential to note that in the original work, Sang Qianshan valued his privacy greatly, thus detesting paparazzi and those who, taking advantage of their connection, indiscriminately divulged his private life and personal preferences for the sake of gaining attention. Although Xinyu had not engaged in such behavior, their previous conversation inadvertently revealed something. He often boasted to his partner about knowing the renowned star Sang Qianshan. Humph. Not pleased, are you? Xinyu mused inwardly, maintaining a vague facade. We just met unexpectedly. His clumsy performance, of course, aroused Sang Qianshan's suspicion. Xinyu anticipated Sang Qianshan's inquiry regarding his encounter with Yu Xinyu, yet he was taken aback by Yu Xinyu's swift actions. Before Sang Qianshan could even pose a question, Yu Xinyu appeared before them with a bottle of mineral water. He stood close to Xinyu, then pulled him down onto the sofa. On the other side, Sang Qianshan was left to occupy the remaining single sofa. It is thanks to Xiao Yu's rescue that we became acquainted, Yu Xinyu said, his face radiating admiration as he looked at Xinyu. At that moment, I was being bullied, and unexpectedly, Xinyu defeated that group. He leaned his head on Xinyu's shoulder, resembling a great hero. Is this a joke? Xinyu thought, wishing to shake off the goosebumps on his skin. But he still laughed heartily as he embraced Yu Xinyu. Indeed, it suddenly saved him. Sang Qianshan observed the two before him, his expression akin to witnessing a couple showing off their affection in a public setting. Did you not call the police? He inquired of Xinyu. Hearing this, Yu Xinyu turned to Sang Qianshan. That group fled too quickly. We didn't have time. Isn't there surveillance? Yu Xinyu chuckled. I was so frightened that I forgot. Sang Qianshan squinted at Yu Xinyu. A nagging feeling that something was amiss lingered in his mind. Whether it was the hostility directed at him or the cliché of the hero saving the beauty. He recalled that during their university days, Xinyu had always stood out, not only as the renowned working emperor of the school, but also as someone who could fulfill any request. At that time, there had been numerous posts on the campus forum declaring affection for him. Xinyu probably remained oblivious to this. Sang Qianshan gazed at Yu Xinyu, who did not shy away from his gaze and smiled back at him. Xinyu's eyes flitted between the two, sensing that they were on the verge of becoming more than mere acquaintances. He silently clenched his fists, then interrupted the gaze shared between the two. What are you looking at? Nothing. It was only then that Sang Qianshan diverted his attention. When facing Xinyu, his expression noticeably softened, an almost instinctive reaction that Xinyu remained oblivious to, while Yu Xinyu perceived it all too clearly. She bitterly clenched her palm, wishing she could shatter Sang Qianshan's face right then and there. Actually, I came to discuss something with you. Sang Qianshan's gaze shifted to the side, landing on Yu Xinyu, as if to indicate that the presence of a third party made the conversation inconvenient. Sen Igriku, recalling that the original storyline did not mention any particular reason for Sang Qianshan to seek him out, quickly understood that the matter was likely unsuitable for Yu Xinyu to overhear. He observed Yu Xinyu, who looked pitifully at the two of them, initially wanting her to return to her room alone, but ultimately cleared his throat. Never mind, let's talk in my room. As he said this, he stood up, preparing to lead Sang Qianshan to his bedroom for their discussion. Upon hearing the words in my room, Yu Xinyu felt an urge to grind her teeth in frustration. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up and addressed Xinyu. You two are planning to discuss something, right? Winking at Xinyu, she added, I won't disturb you then. I'll head back to my room and wait for you to finish before we have dinner together. She emphasized the notion of dinner, subtly implying that Sang Qianshan's presence was rather ill-timed. Xinyu, reminded by her, noticed that the meal in the dining room was already prepared. He intended to allow these two principal characters some time together, so he replied, All right, you can head back to your room first. Sang Qianshan observed Yu Xinyu as she walked back to her bedroom. He took a careful look at the doors on either side, then inquired, Don't you all live together? Brother, you truly have a knack for bringing up the most inappropriate topics. Sen igreku chakeld inwerdi. In a novel so rife with romantic tropes, could a character as pure and pristine as Sang Qianshan ever be coveted by someone as unprincipled as himself? Hence, prior to the official protagonist's appearance, it was clear that they would be sleeping separately. Sin Yu hinted, Sin Yu doesn't sleep well, which is why we all have separate rooms. Rest assured, big brother, I have never crossed any lines. Sang Qianshan merely nodded at that, opening the bottle of mineral water that Sin Yu had just handed him. Taking a sip, he nearly choked on the overly salty liquid. He coughed slightly, but still managed to swallow the salt water. What's wrong? Sin Yu asked, surprised, as he looked at Sang Qianshan. Sang Qianshan wiped the water from the corner of his mouth and replied, nothing. He was not inclined to complain to Sin Yu. Otherwise, given the latter's knack for playing the innocent, he could easily concoct 100 excuses to make Sin Yu believe he was entirely blameless. Placing the open mineral water aside, Sang Qianshan then got straight to the point. You should know about the variety show I recently participated in, which invites ordinary friends. I know. A sense of foreboding washed over Sin Yu. He watched as Sang Qianshan maintained a calm demeanor before suddenly dropping a bombshell. My manager asked me whom I would like to partner with. Sang Qianshan gazed at Sin Yu. If he hadn't contemplated this before, his visit to Sin Yu's home had swiftly altered his perspective. He sensed that the bond of friendship between them had grown increasingly tenuous. Thus, he deemed it an opportune moment to reinforce their camaraderie. With an almost horrified look from Sin Yu, he spoke, if it pleases you, I would like to invite you to participate in this variety show. Chapter 27. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Sin Yu crouched on the floor, observing the footage from the living room cameras. He could clearly see the shock etched on Sin Yu's face and distinctly hear Sang Qianshan's voice inviting Sin Yu to join the show. Those words made him clench his phone tightly, and he frantically began sending messages in the group chat. Group chat. Sang Gij is unjust 179. Xiao Yu. Sang Qianshan. Godi. I want to kill this scoundrel. Xiao Ho Ho. What is going on, group leader? 1 ton a day. Group leader. Calm down, extends hand. As Sin Yu raged in the group, he remained oblivious to the fact that a private subgroup had already been formed. Group chat. Secret Alliance 3. Xiao Ho Ho. Group leader. Have you been cheated on? 1 ton a day. Are you joking, Lao Tai? Does the group leader know Sang Qianshan? Xiao Ho Ho. Afraid the next time we see the group leader, it will be in a news report. Trembles. Sang Gij's patron. No way. Is this fool out his mind? Which fanbase does he belong to? After furiously sending messages, Sin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to post 10 more curses against Sang Qianshan online before he returned his attention to the living room camera. He then observed Sin Yu looking somewhat troubled as he faced Sang Qianshan. Isn't this inappropriate? I still have to work. The variety show won't interfere with your job. Sang Qianshan reassured him, mentioning the name of a dating program. You can maintain your normal work schedule, and besides, the recording will provide you with compensation. As he spoke, he typed a series of numbers on his phone and presented it to Sin Yu, indicating a considerable sum. Sin Yu's eyes lit up upon seeing the screen, and he looked back at Sang Qianshan, asking, are you serious? This amount? How much can it be? Sin Yu scoffed at the thought. Nevertheless, Sin Yu was indeed swayed by the figure, but perhaps still hesitating, he ultimately said to Sang Qianshan, let me think it over. Sang Qianshan withdrew his phone, and his gaze suddenly shifted to the camera, momentarily startling Sin Yu in the room. It seemed that after being in the spotlight for so long, he had become overly sensitive to the lens, quickly noticing the camera in the living room. His eyes met Sin Yu's through the lens. He then inquired of Sin Yu, do you have cameras installed in your home? Sin Yu appeared to still be lost in the haze of the number he had just seen, replying absent-mindedly, yes, mainly for security purposes. Sin Yu is usually home alone. Oh, is that so? Sang Qianshan's gaze wandered around the living room. That seems to be quite a few cameras, doesn't it? Quite a few? Sen Igriku echoed, intrigued by Sang Qianshan's remark. Indeed, Sang Qianshan replied, glancing at the most conspicuous camera, sensing that there might be more than one. More than one camera? Sin Yu meticulously recalled the narrative in his mind. He remembered that this particular sequence was prompted by Sin Yu's habitual solitude at home. As he feared the potential intrusion of ill-intentioned individuals, thus prompting the installation of security measures for his safety. However, the original text did not specify how many cameras were installed. Perhaps it was due to an overwhelming fear that prompted the installation of multiple devices. Trusting the original storyline and perceiving Yu Xinyu's demeanor as exceedingly compliant, coupled with the system's assurance of no issues in the recent plot developments, Xinyu did not take Sang Qianshan's words to heart. "It's safer this way," he mumbled, resigned to the narrative's design and unwilling to question it further. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, upon hearing Sang Qianshan's deliberate mention of more than one camera in the living room, Yu Xinyu felt his heart leap into his throat. He envisioned numerous scenarios, such as Xinyu's furious reaction, his disbelief, and subsequent self-reproach. Yet, he never anticipated that Xinyu would harbor no doubts about him, nor contemplate why multiple cameras were installed in their home. Yu Xinyu gazed at Xinyu on the screen with an almost obsessive admiration, murmuring, "What a silly darling. How adorable." Sang Qianshan, utterly unprepared for Xinyu's indifference to his comments, furrowed his brow in disbelief. How could someone so intelligent perceive Yu Xinyu, a femme fatale, as an innocent flower? Based on his understanding of Xinyu, he surmised that the latter was now ensnared in a fantasy where his wife was a pure and selfless angel, devoted to him to the point of sacrificing her identity as a full-time homemaker. However, he realized that stating Yu Xinyu's behavior was merely an act would undoubtedly be met with skepticism from Xinyu. Sighing, he noticed Xinyu's gaze had transformed into that of someone observing a love-struck fool. "Never mind," he said to Xinyu, uttering the universal phrase, "I respect and bless your happiness." What is that? A personal attack. Although Xinyu couldn't quite grasp Sang Qianshan's intent, he sensed a hint of mockery. Observing Sang Qianshan's furrowed brows and scrutinizing expression, he concluded jealousy must be at play. It was likely that Sang Qianshan had developed an infatuation with Yu Xinyu. He confidently surmised. After concluding their discussion, Xinyu approached Yu Xinyu's bedroom and knocked softly on the door. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a look of surprise on Yu Xinyu's face. "Have you finished your conversation, dear?" He glanced between Xinyu and Sang Qianshan. "I'll go warm up the food," he added, slipping past Xinyu in his slippers and brushing shoulders with Sang Qianshan, who stood before the sofa. Xinyu was no fool. Sang Qianshan soudainement whispered, ensuring only Yu Xinyu could hear, "No matter how much you pretend, your true nature will eventually reveal itself." Yu Xinyu displayed a wounded expression, his face reflecting confusion as he regarded Sang Qianshan. "Just make sure my darling doesn't find out," he replied. His expression, though delicate, was imbued with a commanding tone. After uttering this, he gracefully passed by Sang Qianshan and made his way directly to the dining area. Upon hearing the words, Sang Qianshan immediately turned around, his gaze fixed intently on the busy figure of Yu Xinyu in the dining hall. Xinyu stood at Yu Xinyu's doorway, observing Sang Qianshan as he turned to watch the other's bustling silhouette. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for his large feline companion, realizing that Sang Qianshan was indeed deeply enamored with Yu Xinyu. Chapter 28. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, regardless of the tempestuous undercurrents between these two, who might wish to drag each other into a cage and shred their faces to bits. They presented a harmonious facade before Xinyu, one exuding gentleness and the other demonstrating thoughtful care. After Yu Xinyu reheated the meal, she called Xinyu to dine. Once seated, he couldn't resist murmuring to his hefty orange companion, marveling at Yu Xinyu's culinary prowess. The dining table was adorned with 4 dishes and a soup. Xinyu had previously tasted Yu Xinyu's cooking and believed she could easily work as a chef in a high-end restaurant. He casually took the soup she offered, savoring its exquisite flavor, particularly the fish broth, which was exceptionally fresh and delicious. Sang Qianshan sampled a Kung Pao shrimp ball, his expression revealing surprise. Xinyu immediately began to extol Yu Xinyu's skills, asserting that her culinary abilities were quite remarkable. Indeed, Sang Qianshan replied, "It's comparable to a private dining establishment I've visited before. That establishment operated on a membership basis, requiring reservations, and never accepted takeout." He glanced at Yu Xinyu, who maintained her cheerful demeanor while serving Xinyu, astonished that he could experience such culinary talent. "I just made it casually," Yu Xinyu modestly remarked, surprised that her cooking could rival that of a private restaurant. Sang Qianshan internally scoffed, though he was unaware of where Yu Xinyu had discarded the takeout container. He was certain it had been brought from elsewhere. Xinyu nodded, affirming, I told you her skills are exceptional. You should try it. Yu Xinyu turned to him, saying, Yes, eat more to quell your incessant chatter. Sang Qianshan pretended not to notice the hostility in Yu Xinyu's eyes and casually shifted the conversation, asking, Has no one at your company noticed your tongue piercing? Xinyu assumed Sang Qianshan was merely curious and slightly extended his tongue to reveal the piercing. Because the adornment was subtly chosen and Xinyu typically refrained from speaking with his tongue out, only a few familiar faces, like the red-haired designer, were aware of his tongue piercing. No, he replied, retracting his tongue. I remember being quite envious of that tongue piercing back then, Sang Qianshan reminisced, expressing a desire to get one himself. You didn't get one in the end, did you? Just a navel piercing? Xinyu recalled this particular detail. Sang Qianshan's gaze drifted to Yu Xinyu, who was struggling to maintain her smile. Yes, he affirmed, but I removed it later for filming. Yu Xinyu silently cursed Sang Qianshan, questioning the intent behind his nostalgia. What petty tactic? Upon this thought, she turned her attention to Xinyu, asking tenderly, Darling, did it hurt when you got your tongue pierced? He grasped Xinyu's chin, seemingly intent on scrutinizing his tongue piercing. It is said that after getting a tongue piercing, one cannot eat properly for a while. It's manageable, Xinyu replied dismissively. How would he know if it hurt? After all, he hadn't been the one to undergo the procedure. Noticing Sang Qianshan frown at Yu Xinyu's proximity, he cleared his throat, reminding them to focus on their meal. Although Yu Xinyu felt a twinge of reluctance, the displeased expression on Sang Qianshan's face alleviated some of his discomfort. He smiled gently and took a seat beside Xinyu, occasionally offering him food. Sang Qianshan hardly touched his chopsticks. By the end of the meal, it could hardly be said that the gathering was joyful, as both Sang Qianshan and Yu Xinyu would have preferred to eliminate each other. Their mutual desire to do so was so palpable that Xinyu, observing quietly, couldn't help but reflect for the umpteenth time on how deserving Sang Qianshan was of being the charming protagonist in the original story. Embracing the mindset that he might accomplish his task swiftly, Xinyu hinted again as he saw Sang Qianshan off. Perhaps you might consider looking for someone else? Someone else? Sang Qianshan chuckled lightly, adjusting his glasses. He lowered his gaze to meet Xinyu's. Who do you think I could find? For instance, Yu Xinyu was a thought Xinyu would never voice, given their unfamiliarity. Based on Sang Qianshan's character, he would never take it upon himself to invite Yu Xinyu out. That could only happen if Yu Xinyu discovered that Sun Yu was indeed not a good person and began to feel pity for him. Xinyu pondered this and recognized that patience was essential. Thus, he added, perhaps looking a bit longer might yield a more suitable option. I might even consider renting someone. Sang Qianshan chuckled self-deprecatingly. He donned a mask, nodded at Xinyu, and said, No need to see me off. I can manage on my own. The moment Sang Qianshan opened the car door, he immediately realized he was being photographed. Frowning, he paused mid-action, scanning his surroundings until he spotted the source. With long strides, he approached, and just as the hidden paparazzo braced for a confrontation, he witnessed Sang Qianshan tapping gently on the car window. This paparazzo was a familiar face to Sang Qianshan, a well-known figure in the industry who had captured his image numerous times. Understanding the unspoken rules of the trade, he knew that, generally, if a celebrity was in good spirits, they might even exchange pleasantries. However, Sang Qianshan's notorious temperament and privileged background made him a wild card in such situations, leaving the paparazzo feeling uncertain. With a nervous demeanor, he rolled down the window, taking in the sight of Sang Qianshan thoroughly disguised in a hat, glasses, and mask. Sang Yi, he exclaimed, attempting to elicit sympathy. Please let me off this time. There has been hardly any news lately, and I'm nearly out of food. Sang Qianshan initially intended to request the deletion of the photos. His own image was of little concern to him, as he merely wished to keep Xinyu from appearing in the limelight. However, that thought flickered away almost instantly, replaced by another. He beckoned to the paparazzo, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, with a finger. What did you capture? Let me see. Reluctantly, the thin monkey handed over the camera. Sang Qianshan glanced at the scenes captured by the thin monkey, which began the moment he entered the garage, awaiting Xin Yu. The footage not only depicted him, donned in a duckbill cap and glasses, waiting for Xin Yu, but also captured the subtle smile that emerged when Xin Yu entered the car. Additionally, there were moments of him laughing after a brief exchange with Xin Yu in the parking lot. The video and photos were quite skillfully taken. His own face was distinctly visible, whereas Xin Yu's visage was either obscured by the rearview mirror or only presented as a blurred outline. After reviewing all the videos and images, Sang Qianshan deleted a few pictures where Xin Yu's face was relatively clear and returned the camera to the thin monkey. "That's enough. Do not try to elicit sympathy from me," Sang Qianshan remarked, lifting his chin towards him. "Here, take it back, but don't write anything excessive." With that, he lost interest in wearing the mask and cap, striding directly towards his business vehicle. The thin monkey hastily opened the camera that had been returned to him. Initially pained by Sang Qianshan's deletion of photos, he was suddenly filled with a flicker of hope upon hearing Sang Qianshan's words. "What on earth?" he muttered, pinching himself. It was evident that Sang Qianshan had deleted only the images capturing his friend from his side, leaving untouched any photo of himself. Could it be that he was indeed a clandestine lover? The thin monkey mused, wondering if that was the reason for such protective measures. Chapter 29. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, darling. Do you have any plans this weekend? Xin Yu composed herself and slowly settled beside Xin Yu. Xin Yu was somewhat uncertain about Xin Yu's intentions and urged her to speak plainly. "Chang Yuanqing has invited us to his hot spring villa this weekend." She deliberately articulated Chang Yuanqing's full name, uncertain whether it was to avoid misunderstandings or to convey a message to Xin Yu. "Chang Yuanqing?" Xin Yu's interest was piqued, akin to a fish taking the bait. "That childhood friend of yours? He is inviting you to the hot spring villa? Isn't he aware you're in a relationship?" He frowned at Xin Yu. Surely he doesn't harbor any ulterior motives. He continued, "See, I told you he has feelings for you." "Ugh," Xin Yu exclaimed, feeling nauseated. "That's too overwhelming." He observed Xin Yu's expression from the corner of his eye, noticing her cheeks flush with apparent anger. Was he too harsh? Xin Yiku pondered, concerned that Xin Yu might burst into tears. He lamented the unreliability of the system that required him to create his own lines. Just as he hesitated to salvage the situation, he noticed Xin Yu lift her head and smile at him, her cheeks still slightly flushed, yet her eyes held no tears. "Darling, you're overthinking it," Xin Yu gently reassured Xin Yu. "How could he possibly like me? He merely sees me as a brother." "Huh, right now, he may regard you as a brother, but once we arrive at the villa, things may not remain the same." With a firm grasp of the script, Xin Yu felt as though he had unraveled the entire truth. Recognizing that he was on the verge of encountering the pivotal moment of the narrative, he steeled his resolve. "That's enough. No need for explanations. I'm free this week," he murmured again, casting a suspicious glance at Xin Yu. "I'm telling you, keep your distance from that friend of yours." Xin Yu maintained a smile, his cheeks still flushed as before, while he observed Xin Yu, who continued to grumble. "All right, my dear, I will remember that." Just moments after returning to his room, Xin Yu couldn't help but reminisce about Xin Yu's tone. How adorable he was, he thought. How could he doubt that he would be with another man, and even feel jealous? As this thought crossed his mind, Xin Yu began to pace anxiously around the room. He unveiled his concealed artwork and scrutinized his painting of Xin Yu. Like an animal exhibiting repetitive behavior, he circled the room several times, and, after 6 or 7 laps, he could no longer contain the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. He began to call acquaintances for distraction. "Hello," Xin Yu spoke, his voice lacking the previous gentleness. "We'll be coming this weekend." The background noise on Chang Yuanqing's end suggested a gathering of some sort. "You all together?" Chang Yuanqing inquired. "Yes," Xin Yu replied. Nearly unable to suppress his urge to boast, he started recounting Xin Yu's recent antics. "He is so adorable," Xin Yu gushed. "He actually doubted that you would like me and got jealous." He repeated Xin Yu's words, savoring the expression that had crossed Xin Yu's face. "Fortunately, I recorded it." He added, "I can watch it multiple times." There was silence on the other end. "Hello, did you hang up?" After Chang Yuanqing ended the call, he struggled to resist the urge to rub the goosebumps on his arms. He wondered if Xin Yu's mind was truly unhinged. who would interpret those words as anything but a player attempting to manipulate him. Yu Xinyu actually believed it was jealousy on the other's part. Grasping his champagne flute, Chang Yuanqing stood on the terrace at the corner of the party, unable to resist taking a sip. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone else had also stepped onto the terrace. "When did you return?" Chang Yuanqing asked, surprised to see Lu Baichuan at the gathering. Lu Baichuan loosened his bow tie and leaned against the railing, exhaling before responding. "Not long ago. Why didn't I hear anything? I'm not planning to go back for now," Lu Baichuan stated frankly. Chang Yuanqing was aware of some matters concerning the Lu family, originally rooted in industry, but having expanded into various ventures, leading to well-known scandals. Lu Baichuan's relationship with his family was not particularly strong. Besides him, there were 3 sons and 4 daughters, making for quite a tumultuous clan. His strained relationship with his father hinted at a desire to break free from family ties and forge his own path. Chang Yuanqing had heard rumors before, but did not expect to encounter Lu Baichuan now. He refrained from probing further, recognizing Lu Baichuan as a capable individual, far more worthwhile than the rest of the Lu family's inept members. Thus, he extended an invitation to Lu Baichuan to visit his yet-to-open hot spring resort. "Not open yet," Lu Baichuan replied, taken aback. "Indeed, apart from a few friends, there is no one else." Chang Yuanqing chuckled, remarking that in a private hot spring, one would not encounter other individuals. "Aside from my childhood friend and his partner, there are no others." Upon hearing this, Lu Baichuan felt a flicker of interest and promptly arranged a date with Chang Yuanqing to visit the hot spring villa. The location of the terrace where the two were seated was quite secluded. Perhaps no one expected 2 individuals to be hidden away here, and they began to converse without restraint. "Does Sang Qianshan truly have a fondness for men?" The old master of the Sang family must be beside himself with rage. "I believe this time Sang Qianshan will genuinely be expelled from the Sang family." There was a hint of schadenfreude in the dialogue. Chang Yuanqing, however, had no interest in such discussions and was about to clear his throat to remind the gossips outside that there were others present. Just then, he heard another voice say, "Sang Qianshan even want to pick him up from work at that man's office building. Tianhe Tower? What businesses are located there?" Lu Baichuan initially paid little heed, but upon hearing the familiar name, Tianhe Tower, he furrowed his brow. Wasn't that the very building where he worked? Chapter 30. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man in the past, Lu Baichuan would never have opened his phone. Yet, upon hearing the name of Tianhe Tower, he inexplicably opened his device and began searching for Sang Qianshan's name. Meanwhile, Chang Yuanqing, who had just deemed this group unbearably dull, turned to see Lu Baichuan also engaged in searching. "You surprised me. I never knew you were so curious." He regarded Lu Baichuan with a perplexed expression, while Lu Baichuan remained oblivious, having instantly recognized the individual beside Sang Qianshan in the paparazzi's covert video and photographs. It was Xinyu. In the video, Sang Qianshan donned a cap and sunglasses. Upon arriving at the foot of Tianhe Tower, he began speaking into his phone, evidently sending a voice message. With one hand on the steering wheel, he continued his conversation before placing the phone aside and driving into the underground parking garage of Tianhe Tower. At this moment, the paparazzo cheekily provided commentary. "Oh, today I was supposed to dine out with friends, but stumbled upon our male idol at the base of a certain skyscraper. Seeing him in such a rush, could it be that he is picking someone up from work?" The scene shifted to the paparazzo following Sang Qianshan into the underground garage. After Sang Qianshan parked his vehicle, he lowered his head to engage with his phone, not lifting his gaze. After a brief interval, a figure appeared in the frame, dressed casually. The instant this figure emerged, Sang Qianshan tucked his phone away. As this person entered the car, a smile graced Sang Qianshan's face. After exchanging a few words, he drove away from the parking lot. Who would have thought our idol is indeed picking someone up after work? But please rest assured, dear female fans, our idol is merely fetching his good brother. The paparazzo emphasized good brother with a particular intonation, seemingly underscoring a point. The commentary continued. The last time we saw our idol smile was when he won Best Actor. It is truly rare to witness such a sight. It appears that this friend holds significant importance to the male idol. Could it possibly be that unassuming acquaintance? Lu Baichuan, unable to endure the incessant commentary, promptly muted the audio. He then observed Sang Qianshan escorting Sun Yu to a place that was strikingly familiar. It was, after all, Sun Yu's residence he had previously seen. The paparazzi did not venture upstairs, capturing only the moment when Sang Qianshan and Sun Yu ascended together. Liu Baichuan furrowed his brow, noticing the ensuing chaos beneath the Weibo post, where a flurry of comments erupted. Upon encountering speculation regarding Sang Qianshan and Sun Yu being secret lovers, his frown deepened. What nonsensical chatter was this? Sun Yu clearly had a boyfriend. The shifting expressions on his face did not escape the keen observation of Chang Yuanqing, who was rather surprised to witness such a range of emotions from Liu Baichuan. Curiosity piqued, he searched for related news, only to find it readily available on the trending topics of Weibo. Apart from Sang Qianshan himself, this enigmatic friend appeared to be merely a side profile. Indeed, a rather handsome man. Chang Yuanqing found it perplexing that those around him had recently developed an affinity for men. Disinterested, he closed Weibo, watching as Liu Baichuan tucked away his phone as well. The two engaged in casual conversation on the terrace. It was evident to Chang Yuanqing that Liu Baichuan's mind was elsewhere. Upon entering the company, Sun Yu immediately sensed the subtle scrutiny of those around him. Feeling slightly puzzled, he prepared to head to his workstation when he encountered a colleague with whom he shared a good rapport. The red-haired designer playfully clasped her hands in greeting, cautioning him not to inform Sang Qianshan that she had mocked his need to rent a friend. To his astonishment, she dashed away, leaving him bewildered. What was that all about? He thought, bemused, yet he gradually returned to his desk. Before he could settle in, Gao Lanyuan beside him spoke up. Was it Sang Qianshan who picked you up yesterday? Sen Igriku instinctively reacted, only to be struck dumb with shock as he looked at Gao Lanyuan, just as he intended to suggest a more discreet demeanor. He noticed the curious glances of his colleagues discreetly drifting towards him. What did this mean? He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How do you know? He inquired of Gao Lanyuan. She beckoned him closer, turning her computer screen towards him. A rising star, she remarked with a knowing smile. I think the entire company is aware. Sun Yu's eyes widened as he read the sensational headline. Sang Qianshan spotted with mysterious friend. 2-hour escort up the stairs ends in hasty departure. He stared at the high-definition close-up of Sang Qianshan, alongside his own half-profile, feeling an overwhelming urge to spit blood onto Gao Lanyuan's screen to vindicate himself. How could the paparazzi indulge in such fabrications? What did they mean by 2-hour battle ends hastily? What was wrong with sharing a meal with a friend for 2 hours? He nearly spat blood. Yet in the face of Gao Lanyuan's gaze and the subtly prying eyes of those around him, he managed to maintain his composure and spoke calmly. It's just that we were university classmates. We had a meal together yesterday. Did you go to his house? Gao Lanyuan inquired, aware of the inconvenient nature of dining out. Sun Yu maintained his serenity as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Are you going to participate in his variety show? Gao Lanyuan pressed further. Variety show? Sun Yu quickly deflected. I doubt it. He will likely invite someone else, perhaps you Sun Yu. This was a sentiment he would never share with Gao Lanyuan. Just then, the workday commenced, prompting Sun Yu to feign diligence in his tasks to deter further inquiries. When Gao Lanyuan realized there were no more questions to be asked, she returned to her own workstation. However, before Sun Yu could breathe a sigh of relief, the office door swung open to reveal Liu Baichuan, clad in a fresh suit. Standing at the threshold, Sun Yu instinctively lowered his gaze, hoping to remain unnoticed, but Liu Baichuan approached his desk and gently tapped the surface. Once Sun Yu looked up, Liu Baichuan nodded and said, Come to my office for a moment. I need to speak with you. Heaven above, Sun Yu wished to crash his head onto his desk, yet begrudgingly followed Liu Baichuan into his office. Please have a seat. After closing the door, Liu Baichuan gestured for Sun Yu to sit across from him. Sen Igriku, filled with trepidation, observed Liu Baichuan, who seemed to have summoned him to discuss the follow-up on a previous proposal. After Sun Yu submitted his revisions, the client company expressed a satisfactory initial review. I will continue to follow up on this, Liu Baichuan informed Sun Yu. Just as Sun Yu thought the conversation had concluded, Liu Baichuan unexpectedly shifted his gaze from the screen to him and inquired. This is more of a personal question, though it pertains to the company's progress. I would like to know if you intend to join Sang Qianshan's variety show. I apologize. I learned about it from the news today. Liu Baichuan adopted a business-like demeanor, explaining, considering that your participation might affect the timelines of certain projects, I need to make alternative arrangements. Thus, I wish to ask you, are you planning to record the show with Sang Qianshan? Chapter 31. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man innocent. This was an outrageous misconception. Xin Yu swore he had no intention whatsoever of joining Sang Qianshan for the variety show. Moreover, based on the unfolding narrative, although Sang Qianshan was currently extending an invitation, it was likely that soon he would be inviting Yu Xinyu instead. Therefore, he promptly expressed his disingenuous loyalty to his superior. There is absolutely no possibility of that. He assured Liu Baichuan, I guarantee I won't neglect my work for this. After all, Xin Yu's image within the company was, at least on the surface, that of a diligent individual. Liu Baichuan regarded him for a prolonged moment, uncertain whether to believe him or not. Finally, he simply nodded, All right, I understand. You may return to your tasks. After finishing his words, he returned his gaze to the computer. Observing this, Xin Yu took the opportunity to leave Liu Baichuan's office. At this hour, since it was work time, even though the remaining colleagues were casting furtive glances at him, none dared to approach and inquire. Beside him, Gao Lanyuan seemed to be lost in thought. Xingu, he spun around in his chair to face Xin Yu. Have the photos you took that day been printed yet? There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. I would love to see the final pieces. They seemed particularly professional. Xin Yu frowned at the remark, perhaps. Truth be told, he was uncertain. In the original narrative, Xin Yu's friend had not shown him the pictures after the shoot. As a gesture of gratitude, his friend had later sent him a generous red envelope. Upon receiving it, Xin Yu felt a twinge of curiosity about why his friend had suddenly become so magnanimous. His friend explained that after the set of photos was released, they had caught someone's eye, leading to an immediate purchase of the entire collection with a request for confidentiality. Although this did not generate any publicity, it appeared that the buyer had substantial connections, which helped his friend's studio secure several gigs in the fashion industry. Naturally, as the key contributor, Xin Yu deserved a substantial token of appreciation. In the original story, upon seeing the sizable red envelope, Xin Yu did not concern himself with who had purchased the photos. After all, he thought the images looked quite good when he had glimpsed them on a classmate's screen. And since they revealed little, it was of no consequence. Little did he know that this supposedly private collection of photos would eventually become the final straw that broke him. In response to Gao Lanyuan's inquiry, Xin Yu pondered for a moment. Yet, since this was merely a plot point, who had bought them was of no concern to him. Thus, he offered a vague reply. I suppose they're still being edited. After all, my classmate hasn't contacted me yet. Gao Lanyuan appeared somewhat disappointed. I thought the photos were really quite good from what I saw. He gazed at Xin Yu, feeling an urge to keep them. Xin Yu's friend certainly could not afford to rent an entire large photography studio, so that portion was merely a corner. Gao Lanyuan recalled that the sunlight was exquisite that day. As he approached and observed for a while, he spotted Xin Yu, who had a tattoo on his abdomen, languidly reclining on a white sheet. When lying on his side, the muscular contours of his waist were accentuated by the light. Gao Lanyuan found himself transfixed by the snake tattoo, unexpectedly discovering that the man sitting beside him, who appeared attractive yet somewhat materialistic, possessed such an intriguing side. Subsequently, he learned the name of Xin Yu's friend's photography studio. Initially intending to purchase the collection, he found it had already been snatched up. He squinted at Xin Yu, who was still oblivious to the situation, and thought him adorably foolish. Thus, he chuckled softly, suggesting, Xingu, it might be best to inquire, lest someone else sells them. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu felt a sudden pang of suspicion. Could it be that Gao Lanyuan was the one who had bought the photos? Could it be that the revelations regarding his actions toward Yu Xinyu had led to a shift in public sentiment, resulting in the public dissemination of this collection? However, upon closer observation of Gao Lanyu's expression, he dismissed his initial conjecture. It seemed that Gao Lanyu was not the one who purchased the photograph, although he must have been aware that it had been acquired by someone else. This realization prompted him to remind himself. Although he could not fathom the reason behind the purchase of the photograph or why he was being reminded, Xin Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, brother. Chang Yuanqing was engrossed in reviewing reports on his tablet when he noticed an unexpected name illuminated on his phone's caller ID. The moment he recognized the contact, an involuntary shiver coursed through his scalp. Yet he steeled himself and answered the call. "Brother Yu," he greeted with a smile. The caller was none other than Yu Xinyu's elder brother, Yu Jinheng. "Is Xiao Yu visiting your hot spring villa this weekend?" The tone of Yu Jinheng's voice was not cold and detached. Rather, it was gentle, but this only heightened Chang Yuanqing's unease. He chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, it's not open yet. And Xiao Yu enjoys soaking in hot springs, so I invited him to take a look." Yu Jinheng chuckled lightly on the other end of the line. "You are quite thoughtful." However, he swiftly shifted the conversation. "But I've heard that the stray dog will also be attending." The thought of being questioned by the family of his friend, who was merely trying to find a partner, sent a wave of anxiety through Chang Yuanqing. He had long assumed that Yu Xinyu's elder brother was indifferent to the situation. But it now appeared he had been aware all along, perhaps waiting for the right moment, as no harm had come to Yu Xinyu thus far. Chang Yuanqing felt an inexplicable sensation akin to being caught by the parents of his friend while trying to shield him. Faced with Yu Jinheng, perhaps due to the deep-seated shadows of childhood, he felt a genuine sense of trepidation. As he contemplated how to navigate the conversation, he heard Yu Jinheng state directly, "Prepare a room for me as well." He added with a smirk, "I am curious to see what kind of stray dog has captivated Xiao Yu so thoroughly." Chapter 32. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man by Friday evening, after completing his evening routine, Xinyu returned to his bedroom only to find a portly cat perched at the head of his bed, gazing intently at him. "Host, Chang Yuanqing will be here to pick you up tomorrow." The hefty cat meowed softly and approached, rubbing its head against Xinyu's wrist. "Do you recall how it was described in the original text?" Xinyu donned an expression of grave determination. In the original narrative, Xinyu's behavior in the car was indeed quite cringeworthy. He first compared his height with Chang Yuanqing's, feeling disgruntled upon realizing the latter was taller. Then, upon spotting Chang Yuanqing's car, he began to probe, either intentionally or unintentionally, about its cost and whether it was purchased on loan. Following that, he inquired about Chang Yuanqing's current job and monthly earnings. Even matchmakers would not be as intrusive. The more Chang Yuanqing was questioned, the more his discomfort grew, and he began to suspect that Yu Xinyu's judgment was severely impaired if she had chosen such an exceptionally awkward partner. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Xinyu compiled a list of quotes from the low man from the Dubon breakup group and the small sweet potato criticism thread, then nodded at the hefty cat. "I will do my utmost." As Chang Yuanqing parked his car beneath Yu Xinyu's building, he noticed two individuals standing nearby on the street. He had intended to inquire why Yu Xinyu, who clearly owned a vehicle, was pretending not to know how to drive. His gaze traversed the windshield, landing on the man beside Yu Xinyu. Although slightly shorter than her, the man possessed a strikingly cold handsomeness. His expression, devoid of a smile, exuded an air of indifference, as if nothing in this world piqued his interest. Two beauty marks adorned his lower eyelids, and his jet-black hair contrasted with his pale complexion, creating an unforgettable visage. Chang Yuanqing was momentarily taken aback, having not anticipated that Yu Xinyu's partner would appear in such a manner. Despite Yu Xinyu's descriptions of Xinyu as overly masculine and somewhat petty, her infatuation painted him as a flawless figure in her eyes, even more so than some ardent fans who idolize celebrities. After parking, Chang Yuanqing alighted from his vehicle and offered a smile to Yu Xinyu, preparing to greet her. "Have you added height insoles?" Sen Igriku suddenly remarked. Chang Yuanqing was caught off guard by this comment. He observed Xinyu start to chatter nonsensically, avoiding his gaze, perhaps fearing he would falter under scrutiny. Xinyu appraised Chang Yuanqing from head to toe, then glanced at his shoes. "I mean, brother, is it really necessary to be so vain? Meeting someone requires an elevation of 6 or 7 centimeters. Standing approximately 186 centimeters tall and dressed casually, Chang Yuanqing did not appear to be wearing height-enhancing footwear. Yet, Xinyu continued to fabricate. "I reckon you're only about 176, right?" He chuckled. "No shame in using height insoles, I understand." The confusion in Chang Yuanqing's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. He instinctively turned to Yu Xinyu, only to find her gazing at Xinyu with starry eyes, seemingly convinced by his assertions. No. Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Chang Yuanqing was on the verge of irritation. I haven't used height insoles. He attempted to maintain his composure. All right, if you say so, Xinyu replied impatiently. Yu Xinyu suppressed a smile, affirming, yes, we believe you, Haven T. Damn you, Yu Xinyu. Chang Yuanqing nearly lost his composure. What is there to believe or not believe? Just as he was about to voice further objections, he watched Xinyu effortlessly open the rear left door, tossing a bag into the back seat. Enough chatter. I'll sit in the back. You two haven't seen each other for a while. It's a perfect opportunity to catch up. His words dripped with an apparent kindness. Yet only Xinyu understood that he was creating an opportunity for Yu Xinyu. Given that Chang Yuanqing's villa was nearly 2 hours away in a neighboring city, Xinyu lacked the confidence to maintain his facade for that long. He resolved to feign sleep in the back seat after delivering his scripted lines. As he plotted this, he observed the increasingly ashen face of Chang Yuanqing as he took his place in the driver's seat. Although Yu Xinyu wished to join him in the back, she felt it inappropriate to treat Chang Yuanqing merely as a chauffeur, so she opened the front passenger door and settled inside. Just as the car roared to life, Xinyu resumed his chatter. Hey, the vehicle you possess appears quite impressive. It must hold considerable value, does it not? Xinyu began to caress the leather seats in the rear and examine the interior, scrutinizing the sound system before turning to the driver's seat where Chang Yuanqing sat. Did you purchase this on loan? Chang Yuanqing furrowed his brow, glancing at his companion, Yu Xinyu, and felt an overwhelming urge to inquire. Are you out of your mind? Chang Yuanqing responded dismissively, not much. Oh, then it seems it truly lacks worth, Xinyu remarked before resuming his seat in the back. Buckle your seatbelt, Chang Yuanqing said, suppressing his irritation. Observing the strain on Chang Yuanqing's expression, Xinyu understood it was prudent to cease his remarks and obediently fastened his seatbelt, falling silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Yu Xinyu maintained an ever-present smile, seemingly oblivious to the discomfort Xinyu's behavior might cause during this initial introduction. In fact, he even smiled with satisfaction. Please do not take offense, he gently reassured Chang Yuanqing. My husband is simply blunt. He harbors no ill intentions. Sen Igriku, Jian Yuanqing, goodness. The naivety of love is terrifying. However, only Yu Xinyu understood the thoughts swirling within his mind. He observed the disdain and impatience in Chang Yuanqing's eyes and felt that Xinyu's performance was commendably effective. He wished for Xinyu to speak even more. Until Chang Yuanqing's aversion reached its peak. Chang Yuanqing, who so enjoyed putting on airs, surprisingly stepped out of the car to retrieve their luggage upon seeing the two. Onlookers might interpret this as a display of gentlemanly decorum, but only Yu Xinyu, who had known him since childhood, recognized that Chang Yuanqing's curiosity had been piqued by Xinyu's appearance, prompting him to approach them. He inwardly scoffed, yet maintained a gentle demeanor. Chang Yuanqing activated the car's music. No, let me connect my Bluetooth instead, Xinyu interjected, fearing that Xinyu might unleash some exuberant dance track. Chang Yuanqing promptly turned off the music, deciding it best to focus on driving. He then glanced at the smiling Yu Xinyu, resolved to offer a reminder. Your elder brother is also coming. After stating this, he fell silent, awaiting Yu Xinyu's reaction, with a smile still gracing his lips. Yu Xinyu's gaze suddenly turned icy. Considering Xinyu's presence behind him, he could only suppress his feelings and respond. Is that so? How unfortunate. Chapter 33. Transforming into a penny-pinching phoenix man, Yu Xinyu's elder brother? Upon hearing the exchange between the two, Xinyu felt a twinge of unease. In the original narrative, he had little interaction with Yu Xinyu's brother, who looked down upon him as an inferior and a stray dog. Moreover, he distinctly recalled that Yu Xinyu's brother did not appear at the Hot Springs Villa at all. In a frenzy, he mentally probed the large fat cat. What is happening? He desperately poked the plump orange cat's belly. How could Eugene Heng suddenly arrive at the Hot Springs Villa? The large fat cat rolled over and meowed, seeming to take a few moments to process the information before responding, It's all right, host. The portly cat remarked that he merely missed Yu Xinyu a little, and since Yu Xinyu had run away from home, he intended to sneak a few glances. Rest assured, the two of you shall not meet. The portly cat patted his chest with his paw, asserting that such a final boss would certainly not make an appearance at this juncture. Sinyu pondered this for a moment, finding some merit in the portly cat's words, and thus set aside his anxious emotions. Leaning against the car window, he succumbed to slumber, perhaps due to the tension of the previous night, having scarcely slept. Shortly after he fell asleep, the smile on Yu Sinyu's face faded. Another change of expression? Chang Yuanqing inquired. Hush, do not disturb Xiao Yu's slumber. Yu Sinyu gestured for silence. He turned a glance at Sinyu, who had his head resting against the window, not sleeping soundly. He longed to immediately crawl into the back seat and allow Sinyu's head to rest upon his shoulder. After observing for a while, he turned away. How could my elder brother possibly know? He said, his tone as cold as ice. How would I know? Chang Yuanqing replied, managing Yu Sinyu's inquiries while driving, occasionally casting glances at Sinyu in the back seat. He acknowledged that the young man was quite handsome, yet his words were off-putting. He could not fathom Yu Sinyu's infatuation. A mere few seconds of gazing had not gone unnoticed by Yu Sinyu, who donned a facade of insincerity once more. Stop looking. Do not go mad, Chang Yuanqing retorted, exasperated. Do you think he is a celestial being, that everyone is enamored by him? Chang Yuanqing looked at Yu Sinyu, adding besides, I'm a straight man. Yu Sinyu merely smiled in silence. Do you know who last claimed to be a straight man? Who? Song Qiaoshan? Yu Sinyu smiled. Remembering the recent rumors surrounding Sang Qianshan, Chang Yuanqing fell silent. He cursed himself for engaging in a debate with someone as romantically inclined as Yu Sinyu. Sinyu slept soundly until the car entered the hot spring resort, slowly awakening. The resort, known for its privacy, featured individual courtyards that ensured residents were not disturbed. Aside from the public hot springs, there were also exclusive VIP baths. Only guests in specific room types had access. Upon parking at the resort's entrance, a dedicated steward arrived, driving a golf cart to escort the guests to their respective courtyards. Emphasizing natural healing and luxurious opulence, the resort was adorned with lush vegetation. The various room types were nestled among layers of trees, easily disorienting. The room assigned to the two was approximately half an hour's drive from the resort's entrance. I heard that in autumn, the courtyard will be adorned with maple leaves. Yu Sinyu quietly informed Sinyu from the back seat of the golf cart. Sen Igreku, distracted, meticulously recalled the area where they had disembarked, sensing that perhaps others had come before them. Could it be Eugene Hang? I heard the pool in our room is filled with flower petals. Yu Sinyu continued, seemingly oblivious to Sinyu's distraction, as he enthusiastically shared more about the resort. Along the way, the steward warmly introduced the various hot spring pools within the resort. As Sinyu listened for a while, he felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Lu Buchuan. Do you have a computer nearby? Sinyu was taken aback. Could he be unwell? He stared at the screen, bewildered by the inquiry on a Saturday. Choosing to ignore it, he placed his phone in his pocket. Who is it? Yu Sinyu leaned on Sinyu's shoulder, her gaze fixed on his phone screen, having distinctly seen Lu Buchuan's name. What a lunatic, Sinyu muttered, likening him to a miserly figure from folklore. Yu Sinyu chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a facade of shared indignation. Even on a weekend, he expects people to work. Leaning against him, she scrutinized Sinyu and suggested, why not quit your job? Sinyu looked at her in surprise. Quit? Are you going to support me? Just as he prepared to retort, he realized that such a statement would not faze Yu Sinyu, who would undoubtedly respond affirmatively. He swiftly suppressed the thought, dismissing her starry-eyed gaze. After all, it was foolish of the boss to disrupt his earnings. Yu Sinyu's expression dimmed, just as she prepared to press further, encouraging Sinyu to abandon work altogether and enjoy a tranquil life at home. His phone rang once more. With irritation, Sinyu retrieved his device, only to find Lu Buchuan had initiated a voice call. Forget it, he decided to state that he was on vacation without a computer. Upon answering, he heard Lu Buchuan's calm voice asking, Are you at home? No, Sinyu replied immediately, adding, I didn't TC the message earlier. I'm out with friends. Could you tell me approximately when you'll be home? Lu Buchuan's tone remained composed. There's a point in the proposal you submitted that needs revision. Sen Igreku kerst inwardly, wondering why Lu Buchuan couldn't handle the adjustments himself without a computer. Yet, he forced a smile and said, I'm currently enjoying a hot spring with friends. I probably won't be home until Saturday night. The mention of the hot spring caused Lu Buchuan to hesitate for a few seconds. Just then, a voice from a walkie-talkie interrupted, relaying that a tree branch had fallen and obstructed the road, requiring guests to wait momentarily. Sen Igriku listened absently. But as they approached the fallen branch, he recognized the familiar golf cart ahead and the increasingly audible voice on the phone. As Lu Buichuan turned, he caught sight of Xinyu in the back of the vehicle. What a coincidence! Xinyu greeted him, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. I truly didn't bring my computer. Lu Buichuan furrowed his brow, seemingly surprised to encounter Xinyu in this location, soon perceiving an unfriendly gaze directed towards him. He focused his attention and confirmed that it was indeed Yu Xinyu sitting beside Xinyu. The other party's head rested on Xinyu's shoulder, and his gaze seemed laced with venom. Yet, as their eyes met, he smiled briefly before looking up at Xinyu. Earlier, you mentioned bringing a laptop, but I thought it would be too much trouble, so I didn't have you pack it. He cast a self-reproachful glance at Lu Baichuan, implying that it was his fault and urging him not to blame Xinyu. Xinyu was taken aback by Yu Xinyu's willingness to take the blame. Instantly, Yu Xinyu's stature in his eyes rose significantly. In his heart, Yu Xinyu transformed into a selfless individual who willingly accepted responsibility while also coming to his aid. Lu Baichuan was surprised by Yu Xinyu's unexpected gesture. He was almost amused by it. He had merely inquired about Xinyu in passing, as the client had suddenly changed their mind. He had not anticipated that the client, who typically would never review work on a weekday, would make an exception and review it over the weekend. At that moment, he found himself in a bind, and since Xinyu was technically the primary responsible party, he had asked if Xinyu had the time. Of course, had Xinyu been unavailable, he had other contingencies in mind, whether it be asking the hotel concierge to procure a laptop or other solutions. Yet, Yu Xinyu's readiness to take the fall for Xinyu made Lu Baichuan appear as a harsh landlord, ruthlessly exploiting the poor laborer. He had not only done Xinyu a favor, but also significantly tarnished Xinyu's impression of him. It's quite all right. Lu Baichuan concluded the call and turned to Yu Xinyu. I've asked the hotel concierge to help me purchase a new laptop. He nodded at Xinyu, wishing him a pleasant weekend. Just then, the trees that had previously obstructed the road were cleared away, and Lu Baichuan's concierge seemed to sense the tension in the air. As soon as Lu Baichuan finished speaking, the concierge revved the golf cart, ready to take him away. Meanwhile, Xinyu's concierge deliberately delayed their departure slightly, creating a distance between the two vehicles. I don't like him, Yu Xinyu declared boldly. Xinyu was taken aback. Why? My original character. Why would Tiu adore the stock attack #1? After all, due to proximity, Lu Baichuan's popularity was quite high in the original narrative. He makes you work overtime. Yu Xinyu responded deliberately, then adopted a petulant demeanor, nuzzling against Xinyu. He inhaled the familiar scent of the shower gel lingering between Xinyu's neck and collar, the familiar aroma of cedar wood evoking a sense of possessiveness. He looked up at Xinyu and said, We're supposed to be on vacation. Let us ignore him. Shall we? I hope he stays as far away as possible. Yu Xinyu darkly mused, wishing for him to faint in the hot spring and be carried away. Meanwhile, far away, Chang Yuanxing sneezed, oblivious to the fact that his hot spring resort had yet to open. Yu Xinyu had already concocted a reason for its closure. Xinyu sighed at this. In truth, he harbored a strong desire for a capitalist like Lu Baichuan, who made people work overtime on weekends to hang from a lamppost. However, mindful of the narrative, he resolved to speak a few kind words on his behalf. Perhaps it's simply because he takes his work quite seriously. He endeavored to discern the merits of Lu Baichuan. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinyu subtly furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Xinyu. It was evident that he could detect the underlying intent of praising Lu Baichuan, and he found it peculiar that Xinyu, who harbored such disdain for Lu, would suddenly speak well of him. However, he merely nodded without further comment. Moments later, the golf cart arrived at their temporary residence, the Maple Leaf Courtyard. The garden was adorned with maple trees, though it was regrettable that the leaves had yet to turn crimson. Xinyu took a cursory glance before following the butler, who was laden with luggage, into the courtyard. The yard boasted not only 2 private hot springs, but also shower facilities, one of which featured a semi-open design nestled within the maple grove, allowing one to revel in the scenic beauty of the courtyard while showering. The other shower was a conventional one located indoors. Moreover, the room was equipped with all essential amenities. including a grand floor-to-ceiling window that offered a splendid view of the entire garden. After a brief exploration, Sinyu suddenly stumbled upon a significant issue. There was only one master bedroom, and it contained a double bed. Heaven above! How could a mere supporting character share a room with the protagonist? Upon opening the master bedroom door and beholding the expansive double bed, Sinyu felt his body stiffen in response. One of the private hot springs was conveniently located behind the sliding door of the master bedroom, clearly designed with couples in mind. "Ah, a double bed," Sinyu remarked, trailing behind Sinyu and squinting at the bed. This was not a mere coincidence. Chang Yuanqing believed that the two were a couple and could not possibly be assigned standard rooms at the hot spring resort, hence the special arrangement. He stepped closer to Sinyu, glancing at the nape of his neck. "Would you like to soak for a while?" he inquired, appearing quite considerate. Sinyu immediately nodded, eager to devise a way to navigate this predicament. He promptly crouched down to rummage through his luggage, only to discover that it had all been packed by Sinyu. As he opened the suitcase, he found only a few everyday garments, a bathrobe, and, upon noticing an unopened box of underwear, realized they were indeed his size. Yet, he typically preferred boxers, not this elastic brief style. Upon seeing the box in Sinyu's hand, Sinyu's face flushed crimson. "I seem to have taken the wrong ones." "Taken the wrong ones?" Sinyu echoed in bewilderment. "Yes," Sinyu replied, somewhat abashed. "These are mine, but they are brand new." He looked down at Sinyu, who was still crouched by the luggage. "You can wear them if you wish." "I apologize. The packaging looked so similar that I accidentally grabbed the wrong pair." As he spoke, he opened the other side of the suitcase and indeed retrieved an identical style. "I mistakenly bought a few extra." Sinyu carefully scrutinized the item and confirmed its pristine condition, realizing that Sinyu must have mistakenly chosen the wrong style. However, upon glancing at the selection, he was taken aback to discover that Sinyu had a penchant for such designs. He had assumed that someone as pure and demure as her would prefer something more conservative and comfortable. Sinyu was reluctant to continue this discussion with Sinyu and hurriedly grabbed a change of clothes, stepping into the private hot spring behind the sliding door. Leaving Sinyu standing beside the suitcase, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How charming. Chapter 35. Transformed into a penny-pinching phoenix man, help me. Help me. As Sinyu stepped into the private hot spring, he felt an overwhelming urge to seek assistance from the plump cat. This intimate hot spring, nestled within the bedroom, could only accommodate two bathers at once, and the floor-to-ceiling windows offered a direct view of the secluded garden outside. Yet at that moment, Sinyu had no inclination to appreciate the scenery. Upon entering, he had deliberately clutched his phone, contemplating what excuse he could concoct to avoid sharing a room with Sinyu. How could a mere supporting character like him presume to occupy the same space as the protagonist? The plump cat, with its limited intellect, pondered alongside Sinyu for a while, ultimately letting out a soft meow, deciding to sneak away for some fun. With a sense of impending doom, Sinyu stripped off his clothes and sank into the warm waters, resting his arms on the edge of the pool while gazing at the empty garden outside. He strained to catch any sounds from the room, listening intently for Sinyu's movements. He soon realized that since entering the hot spring, Sinyu had not left, but remained in the master bedroom. This was troubling, Sinyu thought. Meanwhile, Sinyu sat on the edge of the bed, her gaze fixed on the door through which Sinyu had entered. The moment the warm, golden light illuminated the room, Sinyu's figure appeared on the other side of the sliding door, which had been intentionally aged and adorned with a paper design of maple leaves. From her position, Sinyu could hear the gentle sounds of the water in the hot spring, along with Sinyu's contented sighs. After a brief moment, her phone began to vibrate incessantly. She chose to ignore it. The calls continued uninterrupted. Eventually, Sinyu retrieved her phone and glanced at the caller ID, feeling no surprise. After all, aside from her elder brother, no one would be so persistent in calling her. Confirming that Sinyu would not be emerging anytime soon, she left the bedroom. "Come see me." Her brother's voice resonated on the other end of the line. "No," Sinyu retorted, her earlier gentleness dissipating entirely. "I have told you not to interfere." Her brother fell silent, seemingly contemplating something. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. "Do you think that by feigning this pitiful demeanor, someone will take a liking to you? I know your true nature. You will flee faster than anyone else." Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xinyu interrupted him, swinging open the door and stepping outside. "Enough chatter. Where are you?" Xinyu was still in the midst of brainstorming when he heard the sound of Yu Xinyu leaving the room. Soon after, he received a message from her. "Husband, Chang Yuanqing wants to catch up with me. I'll go meet him for a while." Upon seeing this, Xinyu let out a sigh of relief. He immersed himself in the hot spring water until he began to feel lightheaded, at which point he climbed out. Considering that Yu Xinyu was not present and he had no reservations, he grabbed the towel beside him to dry off and then wrapped a fresh one around his waist before exiting the private hot spring. He made his way from the bedroom to the mini bar in the living room, where he fervently gulped down a bottle of chilled mineral water. Once the dizziness subsided, he intended to change back into his clothes, only to discover a stranger standing in the courtyard. The individual, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected encounter, quickly turned to leave. Xinyu, unable to fathom why a stranger was in his private courtyard, hastily retreated to the bedroom. He hurriedly donned a shirt and trousers before returning to the living room. The stranger remained there, not having departed. Upon seeing Xinyu approach, he wore a rather apologetic expression. Xinyu opened the door closest to the courtyard and stepped outside. "I apologize. I did not realize someone was already residing in this courtyard." The stranger spoke first. Dressed casually in a beige sweater and pants of a similar hue, he was tall yet notably pale and slender, suggesting that he might not be in the best of health. After a few coughs, he offered Xinyu an apologetic smile. "I beg your pardon." Xinyu was uncertain of the man's identity, given that according to Chang Yuanqing, there were no others in the villa besides them. However, with the unexpected presence of Lu Baichuan, the arrival of another unfamiliar face did not seem particularly strange. He shook his head. "It's nothing." Then he turned his attention back to the stranger. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Are you also a guest residing nearby? Are you a friend of Mr. Chang?" "Mr. Chang?" Xinyu noted the stranger's somewhat unfamiliar reference to Chang Yuanqing, assuming he was a collaborator of Chang's. "Sort of," Xinyu replied vaguely. The stranger smiled, seemingly unconcerned, and softly said, "I noticed the maple trees in this courtyard looked splendid, and having heard that there were no other guests in the villa at the moment, I took the liberty to come in and take a closer look. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding with the housekeeper." Xinyu, upon hearing this, paid it no mind. He had no intention of making new acquaintances. He nodded and prepared to discreetly leave. However, the man curiously regarded him and ventured to ask, "Pardon my curiosity, but have you ever modeled?" "What kind of question is that?" Xinyu was somewhat perplexed. The man quickly clarified, "Not long ago, I happened to purchase a set of photographs." He smiled apologetically, then coughed several times, covering his mouth. He seemed about to retrieve something from his pocket, but hesitated, mindful of the presence of another person, and ultimately refrained. "It's nothing," he concluded. Xinyu noticed his movements. "Are you taking medication?" "Yes," the man replied, somewhat embarrassed as he retrieved a pill bottle from his pocket. Xinyu immediately averted his gaze, not wishing to pry into the man's privacy. Observing that the man was dressed so warmly despite the relatively mild weather, Xinyu surmised that he might be in poor health. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" Xinyu inquired. "I can get you a bottle of water while you take your medicine." The man looked at Xinyu with mild surprise and then smiled. His complexion was pale, with sharply defined features, yet both his hair and eyes were as dark as ink. Perhaps due to his frail condition, he bore slight dark circles beneath his eyes, and his lips were a faint hue. Nonetheless, this did not detract from his attractiveness. Rather, it lent him an air of melancholic beauty. "All right, thank you," the man replied with a smile. Chapter 36. Dressed as a frugal phoenix man, once the man entered the room, he coughed softly again. This prompted Xinyu to glance at him once more, and he retrieved a bottle of water from the minibar to hand to the man. After accepting it, the man took out the pill bottle from his pocket, poured 2 pills into his hand, and swallowed them with the mineral water Xinyu had offered. Once the man had finished his medication, Xinyu recalled the question he had posed earlier. "What photos are you referring to?" It was natural for him to wonder, as the combination of photos and model easily reminded him of the set of photos that had been purchased. He scrutinized the man cautiously, finding it hard to believe that this person would be the one to release those photos later. Could it be that he was a hidden fan of Yu Xinyu? The man quickly clarified, explaining that he had simply come across a set of photos that he found exceptionally appealing and could not resist purchasing. He smiled apologetically at Xin Yu, saying, "Since my health is not very good and I usually lead a rather conventional life," he paused for a moment before continuing. "I saw that set of photos and felt envious of such a lifestyle." He chuckled shyly, admitting that he had spent money on them. As he looked at Xin Yu, he added, "I couldn't help but notice that the tattoo on your body resembles the model in the photos I bought, which is why I inquired if you had ever been a model." Xin Yu gazed at the enlarged photo displayed on the man's phone. After being developed and enlarged, the photo was placed in a room devoid of any surroundings, as if it were merely a space for exhibiting photographs. Even from just a glimpse, Xin Yu could sense the emptiness and vastness of the room where the photos hung, which explained how the man could afford to purchase them. He shrugged internally and scrutinized the man's face more closely. Unfortunately, in the original narrative, there is no character that could match this man's appearance. Perhaps he was indeed a concealed admirer. With this thought in mind, he tentatively asked, "Do you know Yu Xinyu?" "Yu Xinyu?" The man's smile remained unchanged, suggesting he had heard of her. "Oh, it seems that at this point, you're not yet a fan." Xin Yu nodded in understanding, realizing that in accordance with the timeline of the original narrative, this man had likely become a fan after watching Yu Xinyu's variety show. In that variety show, Yu Xinyu was remarkably kind and perceptive. As the man prepared to speak further, he felt his phone vibrate. Glancing down, he expressed his gratitude to Xin Yu once more, thanking him for forgiving his abrupt behavior and for the assistance he had rendered. How overly courteous, Xin Yu mused, surprised that someone like Liao Tai could transform into such an ardent admirer. He silently scoffed, maintaining a calm nod until the man departed the courtyard. Exhaling, he sank into the sofa in the living room and glanced up at the vintage ceiling fan, more decorative than functional. What nuisance! Yu Xinyu had been seated in the largest courtyard of the manor for quite some time. His legs were nearly numb from sitting, yet he still awaited the arrival of Eugene Hang. Suppressing his growing impatience, he turned to his brother's assistant, inquiring about his whereabouts. "Mister, you have some matters to attend to." The assistant repeated the phrase he had uttered countless times, advising the young master to exercise a bit more patience. The only reason Yu Xinyu remained here was that prior to entering the courtyard, he had received a message from his elder brother. "Wait for me in the reception room. If you dare leave early, watch out for that wild dog's life." His words were far from courteous, yet upon seeing that message, Yu Xinyu obediently settled in the reception room. If he had merely a few minor quirks, his elder brother was genuinely unhinged, the kind of person no one in the Yu family dared to provoke. Achieving such a position at a young age was not solely attributed to skill and cunning. It was a testament to his sheer audacity. The fact that Eugene Hang could utter such words indicated his readiness to act on them. After approximately half an hour, as Yu Xinyu prepared to make his 20th phone call to urge his brother, Eugene Hang finally appeared in the courtyard. Upon seeing him, a faint smile graced his face. He was clad in a light-colored top and coughed a few times as if struggling against the chill outside. Upon entering, his secretary hastily draped a new coat over him. He looked at Yu Xinyu with a cheerful expression. Quite well behaved, he remarked casually, taking a seat in the chair his assistant had pulled out for him. The assistant had been with him for so long that he understood his unspoken commands. After preparing tea, he promptly exited the reception room. "What exactly do you want me here for?" Yu Xinyu asked, a hint of impatience creeping into his tone. Eugene Hang did not meet his gaze. Instead, he rubbed his wrist and reached for the teacup. When Yu Xinyu caught sight of the hideous and gruesome scar on his brother's wrist, he fell silent. To say that Eugene Hang was unhinged was not mere hyperbole. He had indeed spent a considerable time in the hospital. He seemed unconcerned with the scar on his wrist, a well-known secret within their circle. Everyone was aware of the tumultuous affairs of the old Yu family and knew why Eugene Hang had been sent to the hospital amidst the chaos stirred by those seeking to divide the family. Eugene Hang had never concealed the scars on his wrist. He never wore a watch, for he found it amusing to see the way people fell silent upon glimpsing the marks left by bites. After casting a glance at Yu Xinyu, he decided it was time to return home after indulging in enough amusement. "You know I am not playing," Yu Xinyu frowned. "I assumed you had reviewed those documents." Eugene Hang replied. At this, Yu Xinyu chuckled, for he was indeed an exceptionally handsome individual. a fact that justified his role as the protagonist's love interest in the original novel. Looking at his elder brother, he said, "Of course, I have." He was aware that Sin Yu did not harbor feelings for him. Their continued association stemmed perhaps from habit, or perhaps from not having found a more suitable companion. He merely found Sin Yu's daily arrogance endearingly foolish. "I want money," Sin Yu said with a cheerful smile. "I happen to have some. Isn't that wonderful?" "He certainly seems unaware of your wealth," Yu Jinheng remarked. "One must reveal their trump card at the appropriate moment," Sin Yu replied. Yu Jinheng fell silent, lost in thought. Perhaps due to the open window in the parlor, a gust of wind caused him to cough. His pale face flushed momentarily, and after a brief pause, he ceased coughing and glanced at the assistant and family doctor waiting outside the parlor. Finally, he said, "Then play for a while longer." "I'm not playing," Sin Yu reiterated. With a casual wave of his hand, Yu Jinheng signaled his indifference. Sin Yu understood this as a cue to depart. He rose and opened the door, allowing the waiting assistant and family doctor to enter. Then, as if recalling something, he suddenly asked, "Are the maple trees in my courtyard beautiful?" Surrounded by staff, Yu Jinheng lowered the handkerchief that had covered his mouth and nose, and his gaze drifted through the crowd to rest upon Sin Yu, who stood by the door. "Quite nice," he replied. Chapter 37. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Yu Jinheng did not inquire why the other party knew he had visited his courtyard to see Sin Yu, just as Sin Yu refrained from asking why he had ventured into his own yard. Some truths are understood without the need for explicit acknowledgement. Sin Yu merely intended to remind his elder brother, "I know what you went to do. Do not overstep." Having said this, he ignored Yu Jinheng, who was surrounded by his private doctor and assistants, and exited his brother's courtyard. Sin Yu remained in the living room, watching television, when he noticed Sin Yu entering the yard. His expression was neutral until he caught sight of Sin Yu, at which point a faint smile graced his lips. "Have you been waiting long?" Sin Yu entered the living room, noticing the newly opened bottle of mineral water beside Sin Yu and frowning slightly. "Why are there two bottles?" he inquired with surprise, then took a seat beside Sin Yu, resting his head on his shoulder. The scent was not that of the familiar shower gel, which he disliked. Sin Yu thought to himself, yet did not shift his head from Sin Yu's shoulder, leaning closer until nearly his entire body pressed against Sin Yu, and then grasped one of his hands. "Is there a guest?" At this moment, Sin Yu's attention was still fixated on the television. Upon hearing Sin Yu's question, he merely responded with a nonchalant until the other party grasped his hand, prompting him to focus on Sin Yu. Noticing that Sin Yu seemed to be awaiting his reply, he recalled the earlier inquiry and said, "A person passed by." He spoke casually, as if he were merely lost. Observing that the individual appeared unwell and in need of medication, he allowed him to enter for a drink of water. He was indifferent to the identity of this person, assuming he was merely a friend of Chang Yuanxing, and since the relevant events depicted in the photograph had yet to unfold, he deemed it unnecessary to mention them. "Unwell?" Sin Yu inquired curiously, scrutinizing Sin Yu's expression. What sort of man was he? Sin Yu, not giving it much thought, assumed the person belonged to Sin Yu's circle, and thus offered a brief description. He was quite tall, but he looked ill, with a very pale face. "Do you know him?" Seeing Sin Yu's probing interest, Sin Yu felt a flicker of curiosity himself. Sin Yu pondered for a moment, appearing not to recognize the man, and remarked, "Strange. Didn't Chang Yuanxing say it was only us here? How could there be unfamiliar faces?" Sin Yu understood that he was referring not only to that man, but also to Liu Baichuan. Consequently, he chose to remain silent, preoccupied with thoughts on how to connect these two central figures. At this opportune moment, the content on the television shifted. The advertisement concluded, revealing a disheveled face. Even with dirt and stubble, it was evident that the individual possessed a certain handsomeness. "Are you watching a movie featuring Peja?" Sin Yu recognized the identity of the person on screen the instant the image appeared. "Yes, it's airing right now." Sin Yu responded casually, merely glancing at it. In the original narrative, this character merely appeared as the adversary of Sang Qianshan, and knowing that Sang Qianshan held a dislike for him, he thought it rather inconsequential. Now that Peja was participating in that variety show, and with the film being aired, he simply watched. In the film, Peja portrayed a fighter in underground boxing. and the storyline leaned towards dramatic rather than high-budget production, infused with a touch of dark humor. Previously, Peja had been perceived as a privileged aristocrat, often criticized for only being able to play roles that appeared cultured or positive. This film marked a departure from his usual roles, and unexpectedly, it later garnered an award. While the box office was not extraordinarily high, achieving $500 million in ticket sales was a testament to Peja's drawing power in the realm of dark humor dramas. After watching for a while, Tsinyu heard Yusinyu suddenly say, "I heard a little rumor about him earlier." Tsinyu turned his gaze. "What?" Yusinyu looked at him and said, "Come closer, I want to tell you." Trusting Yusinyu and noticing the gentle expression on his face, Tsinyu leaned in. "I heard that Peja likes men." This did not seem particularly shocking, and as Tsinyu began to respond that it had been speculated before, he was abruptly startled by a sharp bite on his ear. Yusinyu had playfully bitten his earlobe, teasingly pressing his tongue against the ear hole. And before Tsinyu could push him away, he immediately released his hold. He gazed at the somewhat stiff Tsinyu with a cheerful smile. My sources hinted at his peculiar inclinations. Much like this, Tsinyu's body was becoming rigid. He wished to touch his ear, but hesitated, fearing that such an action might seem too deliberate. With a feigned sternness, he retorted, "Who told you to bite me?" He touched his earlobe, pondering the potential embarrassment should his colleagues discover this. "It's nothing. It will fade in a moment," Tsinyu chuckled, as if he had merely been jesting with Tsinyu. His gaze lingered on the earlobe he had just bitten, which bore a pallid, bloodless hue. Whether it was anger or embarrassment, Tsinyu's entire ear was flushed a bright red. The faint bite mark remained, shallow enough to disappear shortly. He could hardly suppress his facade, reaching out to pinch Tsinyu's earlobe. "It's all right, my dear. Let me massage it for you, and it will be gone." He shifted his position, leaning back against the couch, one hand grasping Tsinyu's ear. Dressed in dark, worn denim jeans, the fabric stiff against the skin, he casually embraced a nearby cushion until Tsinyu exclaimed in exasperation, "I'm not watching this anymore. This movie is so boring," and swatted his hand away before retreating. He did not relinquish the cushion. Tsinyu reclined on the sofa, one arm wrapped around the cushion while his fingers idly traced its surface. He watched the film playing on the screen. In the movie, the female protagonist confessed her feelings to Peja, who had been evading love, saying, "Without your love, I would perish." Chapter 38. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Tsinyu returned to the bedroom and was momentarily blinded by the sight of the double bed. Nearly forgetting the significant dilemma awaiting him, he feigned lifelessness on the bed, contemplating how to navigate this narrative. However, Tsinyu, oblivious to his plight, returned to the bedroom and smiled. "I'm going to take a bath as well." Observing, Tsinyu sprawled on the bed like a dead dog. He felt the fatigue from a morning spent traveling and decided to rest for a while. "No." Tsinyu instantly transformed from a lifeless creature to one brimming with energy. He longed to leap from the bed at once. Casting a glance at Tsinyu and pondering for a moment, a light bulb flickered to life in his mind. Luo Buochuan just contacted me regarding something. He mentioned he bought a computer and asked me to take a look. He flashed a grin at Tsinyu. "You sleep first. Don't wait for me. I'll finish my work and return." Without waiting for Tsinyu's response, he swiftly departed the bedroom. Standing in the bedroom, Tsinyu watched Tsinyu's retreating figure. Though he knew Tsinyu would likely flee, witnessing it firsthand stirred an undeniable wave of discontent within him. He lingered there, allowing his negative emotions to accumulate until, several minutes later, he slowly approached the bedside table and unlocked his phone. Tsinyu dashed out of his residence, only to realize he had not inquired about Luo Buochuan's whereabouts. He promptly messaged Luo Buochuan. "Tsinyu, Brother Chuan, did you buy the computer?" Luo Buochuan, "Yes." "Tsinyu, that is splendid. I had just been contemplating this matter, and I find it somewhat unsettling to resolve it on my own. Please inform me of your room details. I shall come to see how we might amend the situation." Luo Buochuan initiated location sharing. Upon observing the location shared by Luo Buochuan, Tsinyu realized that his villa was not too far from where they were staying. Rather than calling the butler, he opted to navigate directly. He meandered along a narrow path obscured by trees, wandering aimlessly until he unexpectedly stumbled upon an outdoor hot spring pool. Sen Igreku halted abruptly. casting a cautious glance around before deciding to turn back. He chuckled to himself. Such locations in novels typically herald the emergence of plot twists. However, just as he prepared to retrace his steps, someone suddenly snatched his phone. Before he could discern the assailant's identity, he felt a grip on his arm. Pei Yi. Xin Yu cursed under his breath, examining the person who held him. Dressed in a black polo shirt and trousers, the individual appeared robust, though his features were unremarkable. The hostility in his gaze was directed toward the private hot spring. Could he be a bodyguard? Before Xin Yu could ponder further, a voice emerged from behind him. If you continue to harass him, I will have no choice but to call the authorities. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, as if he had heard it not long ago. Xin Yu thought, no way, and turned his head to see the man draped in a bathrobe, none other than Peja, whom he had just seen on television. The disdain etched on Peja's face was a stark contrast to his poised demeanor on screen. Disdain. Xin Yu felt as though he was innocently strolling only to be bitten by a rabid dog. You have been following me and intending to take clandestine photos. If this persists, I shall ensure you are taken to the police station. Just as Xin Yu was about to protest that he did not know him and had no intention of stalking him. It was merely a coincidence. The bodyguard seemed to disregard his words entirely. Believing Xin Yu's phone concealed incriminating evidence, he grasped it and was about to hurl it to the ground. How dare you? Xin Yu exclaimed, swiftly reclaiming his phone. The bodyguard, taken aback by this audacious response from the supposed stalker, became enraged, seizing Xin Yu's shoulder and preparing to strike him. Xin Yu, initially inclined towards diplomacy, felt his temper flare. He had never been lenient with non-plot characters. After all, he held no qualms about stepping out of character when it came to them. As the bodyguard swung his fist, Xin Yu deftly dodged the attack. In the next moment, he flashed a smile at the bodyguard and beckoned him closer. As the bodyguard lunged, Xin Yu leapt into action. He seized the bodyguard's neck with both hands, raising his knee to deliver a series of forceful strikes to the chest. After swiftly creating distance between them, he executed a side kick that sent the bodyguard crashing into the nearby thicket. Having dealt with the bodyguard, he leisurely turned his gaze toward Peja. Fool! Xin Yu smiled at Peja and coolly uttered die. Peja seemed taken aback to find that the bodyguard he had summoned was swiftly dealt with. But Xin Yu's unwavering demeanor made him realize he might have misunderstood the situation. Soon after, Xin Yu's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from Lu Buchuan. He promptly activated the speakerphone. Where are you? Are you lost? Lu Buchuan inquired, his tone reflecting confusion over Xin Yu's delay in arriving at his villa. Ah, I was bitten by a dog, Xin Yu replied, glancing at Peja. A dog? Lu Buchuan sounded incredulous and hurriedly asked, Where are you? I'll come right away. You might need a rabies shot. Ah, I don't think that will be necessary, Xin Yu remarked, casting a sardonic glance at Peja. It appears to be a rather fine dog, albeit poorly raised by its owner, who lacks decorum and has a penchant for biting. Even Lu Buchuan sensed the condescending tone in Xin Yu's words. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Do not disconnect. I'll be there shortly. Once he hung up, Xin Yu regarded Peja in silence. At this point, even Peja, despite his earlier confusion, could sense he had misjudged the situation. Moreover, he was not foolish. He had been so mentally exhausted from being harassed by an obsessive stalker that he mistakenly assumed Xin Yu, who was merely holding a phone, was the very individual pursuing him. Realizing his error, an expression of profound apology surfaced on his face. He sincerely gazed at Xin Yu and recounted the reasons for his misunderstanding, apologizing profusely. It's just that this stalker appears and disappears without a trace. I have yet to see his face and have only heard his voice, which I know belongs to a young man, hence my preconceived notion. He apologized several more times, looking earnestly at Xin Yu. Xin Yu responded with a smile, playfully barking, woof woof woof, implying, stop barking like a dog. If you are so fond of barking, I can only reciprocate. Chapter 39. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Lu Buchuan arrived swiftly. The moment he caught sight of Xin Yu, he witnessed him smiling and barking at the man before him. Lu Buchuan, he thought, perplexed by the unfolding situation, yet he approached slowly. Upon nearing, he recognized the man standing before Xin Yu as none other than the acclaimed actor, Peja. As he approached, Peja appeared equally surprised to see him and greeted him with astonishment. "What's going on?" Lu Buochuan surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any dog, further confirming that Xin Yu had been engaging in mockery. Seeing Peja's rueful smile, he turned his gaze back to Xin Yu, who simply smiled and barked again. Woof, woof, woof. Lu Buochuan felt increasingly baffled. He realized he truly could not comprehend Xin Yu's mental landscape. Peja, acknowledging he could not evade the situation, began recounting everything that had transpired to Lu Buochuan, leaving no detail unmentioned. As Lu Buochuan heard of the misunderstanding surrounding Xin Yu, he furrowed his brow. Upon learning that Peja's bodyguard was preparing to strike Xin Yu, his frown deepened. However, when he later witnessed Xin Yu retaliate, subduing the bodyguard emerging from the bushes, he finally relaxed his expression. Ultimately, he impartially concluded that the fault lay with Peja. Acknowledging his own misstep, Peja had initially come to the villa only to discover that it was not yet open to the public. Consequently, the sudden appearance of a completely unfamiliar young man startled him, particularly given the recent torment inflicted upon him by a persistent stalker, rendering him somewhat paranoid. He promptly issued an apology, proceeded to engage in some trivial conversation, and, under Lu Buochuan's watchful gaze, assured that he would not pursue any trouble with Xin Yu due to his bodyguard's injuries, before sincerely meeting Xin Yu's gaze. Xin Yu regarded him, feeling somewhat bemused. The bodyguard had overheard the entire exchange. Typically, he had wielded his influence through Peja, often behaving rather brusquely towards fans. However, it had previously been excused as a result of his eagerness to protect Peja. He had not anticipated facing such a formidable opponent. After apologizing to Xin Yu, Peja instructed him to leave. Lu Buochuan glanced at Xin Yu and then at Peja, who was now merely draped in a bathrobe, shivering slightly in the breeze. Xin Yu turned to Peja, suggesting they head to his villa. Lu Buochuan nodded in agreement, eager to avoid playing the role of judge any longer. As Xin Yu appeared ready to depart, Peja called out to his retreating figure, expressing his sincere apologies once more, promising to visit later to apologize in person. Enough, Xin Yu replied, feeling a headache coming on. The narrative was becoming overly populated with male characters. He certainly did not wish for Peja to develop an interest in Xin Yu during his visit, as managing the affections of so many individuals was beyond his capacity. Glancing back at Peja, he relented, saying, "Rest assured, I won't expose you online." He presumed that Peja's repeated, earnest apologies stemmed from a concern regarding potential online revelations of the incident. Lu Buochuan escorted Xin Yu to his villa, attempting several times to articulate his thoughts, but ultimately refraining. It was only when they reached the living room that he could no longer contain himself, remarking, "You were a bit too impulsive just now." He intended to express that Peja's bodyguard was a skilled fighter, and Xin Yu's hasty actions could have resulted in injury. Naturally, he also wanted to criticize Peja for not discerning the situation more judiciously. He looked at Xin Yu, pondering, what if you had lost? Sen igriku chaked. If I lost, I would end up in the hospital, extorting him for 100,000 or so. Lu Buochuan nearly choked, realizing that even though Xin Yu was jesting, the humor was somewhat disjointed. After a moment of hesitation, he opened his laptop in the villa's office area. Never mind, take a look at this proposal first. Xin Yu recalled that Lu Buochuan was a pivotal character in the narrative, and he realized he must not stray too far from his established persona. After a brief moment of relaxation, he dutifully approached the other, who had pulled another chair closer. Without any pretense, Xin Yu settled himself into the chair and began to peruse the revisions sent by the client. After a short while, he noticed that Lu Buochuan had already made some amendments. The remaining changes would not require excessive time. Thus, he presented his computer to Lu Buochuan after confirming the adjustments. Following Lu Buochuan's verification of the document, it was promptly dispatched to the client, accompanied by a series of insincere pleasantries about the weekend and a gentle request for swift confirmation. Sighing deeply, Xin Yu lamented his inescapable fate of overtime work, regardless of the world he occupied. Observing that the client had seemingly exhausted their remarks, Lu Buochuan closed the laptop and turned to Xin Yu, inquiring, "Shall I escort you back?" The mention of this prompted Xin Yu to remember that Xin Yu was still in the room. Amused, He thought it remarkable how swiftly the work had progressed. During the actual task, it had felt interminably slow. Noticing Liu Buochuan's lack of movement, it was clear he was merely inquiring without any intention of rising. Thus, Xinyu remained seated, attempting to delay their departure by indulging in gossip. "How do you know Pengdi?" Liu Buochuan regarded Xinyu with a complex expression, recalling how he had just mocked Peja, yet now Xinyu feigned civility. Having grown accustomed to Xinyu's eccentric reasoning over time, he pondered how best to articulate his acquaintance with Peja. Prior to joining this company, he had encountered Peja at a banquet while still the heir of the Liu family. Peja was a spokesperson for one of Liu family's brands, and as the former heir, some pleasantries had been exchanged. The reason for his status as the former heir stemmed from the current head of the Liu family, old Liu, implying a replacement was imminent. Liu Buochuan found the situation laughable and chose to distance himself from the family, awaiting the ensuing chaos brought about by the illegitimate offspring. He merely recounted a portion of the truth to Xinyu. Xinyu, unfazed by the omission, thought to himself, "Who does not know your background?" He nodded, adopting the role of a curious reporter. "By the way, have you heard the rumors about Peja?" Perhaps in an attempt to pique Liu Buochuan's interest, he added, "Yu Xinyu told me." Upon hearing the name Yu Xinyu, Liu Buochuan immediately recalled Xinyu's roommate, or rather, his boyfriend. He vividly remembered the piercing gaze directed at him during their encounter in the car, which seemed to harbor an unsettling intensity. Luo Baichuan possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the young master of the Yu family. In certain respects, the Yu family appears even more chaotic than the Luo family. Apart from the two brothers, Yu Jinhang and Yu Xinyu, who bear only a slight resemblance to one another, the family is rife with disarray. Yu Jinhang embodies the quintessential features of a traditional Chinese gentleman, while Yu Xinyu exhibits more pronounced mixed heritage traits, resembling his maternal grandmother. Evidently, Yu Jinhang is a formidable character, both reckless and audacious, which leaves only the two brothers in the Yu household. The myriad of admirers, illegitimate offspring, and relatives with ulterior motives dare not provoke Yu Jinhang, as he currently holds the reins of the entire Yu family. Luo Baichuan's thoughts drifted, contemplating what praise Yu Xinyu could possibly bestow upon Peja. However, perhaps due to Xinyu's eagerness to divulge information, Luo Baichuan displayed a keen interest. Xinyu promptly cleared his throat, stating that Peja has a penchant for thrill-seeking. Luo Baichuan, initially perplexed by Xinyu's comments, soon found himself receiving an embellished account from Xinyu's perspective. Xinyu struggled to recall Peja's portrayal in the original narrative, as his existence was primarily to serve as a rival to Zheng Qianshan in the entertainment industry, ultimately enhancing the latter's triumph. Moreover, Xinyu perceived Yu Xinyu as unlikely to speak ill of others. Thus, Yu Xinyu's remarks surely stem from a credible source. As he observed the contemplative expression on Luo Baichuan's face, he inquired, "Have you heard of this?" Luo Baichuan furrowed his brow, puzzled by Xinyu's unfounded trust in Yu Xinyu, as if he would believe Yu Xinyu's intentions were purely benevolent, even if he were to commit a heinous act. Luo Baichuan had indeed heard whispers regarding Peja. However, whether the rumors aligned with Yu Xinyu's assertions was debatable, for the truth of the matter was obscured. Xinyu's deliberate reminders to Luo Baichuan were motivated by the upcoming plot involving a variety show. Goodness! How could a delicate flower like Yu Xinyu find himself embroiled with a wolf like Peja in a program? What favorable outcome could possibly ensue? Xinyu yearned to implore Luo Baichuan to open his eyes and recognize Yu Xinyu as the protagonist. Although I am not well versed in the rumors surrounding Peja, I have heard whispers of his impending participation in a variety show, Luo Baichuan mused after a moment of reflection. Xinyu's interest was piqued immediately, for such a plot twist did not exist in the original narrative. "Do you know whom he will bring along?" he inquired curiously. "Consider him a half-acquaintance of yours," Luo Baichuan replied enigmatically. Despite his reluctance to engage in the affairs of the Luo family, the intricate dynamics within compelled him to acknowledge that his brother manages a subsidiary brand endorsed by Peja. Consequently, he had gleaned some insider knowledge, including his brother's belief that Peja would rise to greater prominence, primarily due to the heavyweight friends he had enlisted. "It is your roommate's brother," he revealed. Eugene Hang? Xin Yu exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. How could Eugene Hang possibly participate in such a frivolous variety show? It is worth noting that in the original narrative, Eugene Hang never made a direct appearance. He perpetually existed in the shadows. How then? Has he suddenly emerged into the limelight? Who can say? Liu Baichuan remarked. In truth, he had heard whispers regarding certain matters, such as Eugene Hang's allegedly unstable mental state, which was not a secret within their circle, given that he had spent some time in a hospital. It seemed that someone from the Yu family was preparing to exploit this situation, prompting Eugene Hang to leverage the opportunity presented by the variety show on Durian Channel and his interactions with Peja and others during the program to transform those so-called rumors into mere gossip. Perhaps he would even utilize this to craft a narrative of his own. Nevertheless, Liu Baichuan could only speculate and was not entirely certain. He had no intention of sharing these thoughts with Xin Yu. After all, it was common knowledge that Eugene Hang was truly unhinged, and only a fool would consider engaging with a madman in a destructive manner. Upon returning to the villa, Peja received a message from his agent. Agent, Pei Ge, the plan is a success. Still clad in a bathrobe, Peja casually clicked on the news link forwarded by his agent, discovering that it detailed the sensationalized account of Sang Qianshan and a male friend. In essence, this was a scheme devised by Peja's team. Initially, it was members of Peja's team who spread the rumor regarding the rental of friends in the forum. It was a well-known fact that Sang Qianshan lacked friends within the industry, and Peja had also vaguely heard that he seemed to have few acquaintances outside of it, given his lack of interaction with the elite circles. Consequently, Peja's team executed a clever stratagem. They fabricated a post from a non-existent drama student, suggesting that Sang Qianshan's team might resort to renting friends to secure his participation in the variety show. This ruse effectively deterred Sang Qianshan's team from pursuing such a course of action, as the discerning eyes of netizens would surely scrutinize any sudden appearances of supposed friends. If they were indeed rented, the resulting dissonance during the show would be evident, prompting viewers to dissect every moment. This fundamentally obliterated Sang Qianshan's team's plans to rent friends. As a result, Sang Qianshan was left with the option of seeking out ordinary friends with whom he had less than favorable relations. But who could tolerate his notoriously foul temperament? The so-called ordinary friendships would undoubtedly be strained, further solidifying the perception of Sang Qianshan as a difficult person with no friends. Alternatively, perhaps fate would be merciful, and someone could indeed endure Sang Qianshan's notorious temper, leading to a genuine friendship with an ordinary individual. However, Peja's team found this scenario highly improbable and did not take it into consideration. Ultimately, the paparazzi's revelations shattered this perception. In the candid shots, Sang Qianshan exhibited remarkable patience and a gentle demeanor, completely contradicting his usual temperament. His face was adorned with a smile that garnered him a wave of new admirers. Naturally, Peja's team was not willing to concede defeat. Thus, the agent devised another scheme, to compel Sang Qianshan to either come out or bring this dear friend onto the show. They believed that when the rumors about Sang Qianshan first surfaced, they had not revealed the existence of this friend, likely because the friend was unwilling to participate in variety shows, or perhaps had an unsavory identity or harbored some undesirable habits. Behind the scenes, they speculated about Sang Qianshan's relationship with this friend, likening it to a transparent cabinet. In order to dispel the rumors, Sang Qianshan felt compelled to bring this individual onto a show to prove that they were indeed nothing more than pure friends. Of course, should this come to pass, further developments could unfold. The agent was also prepared to seize the opportunity, eager to uncover any potential scandals regarding this person. When messaging Peja, the agent exuded confidence, akin to a strategic mastermind, believing that the endeavor would succeed. However, unbeknownst to him, Peja, reclining in his chair, scrutinized the images in the news articles and carefully examined the profile of the same-sex friend, ultimately forced to acknowledge a startling realization. This person seemed oddly familiar, as though he had encountered him only recently. Chapter 41. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Peja furrowed his brow as he gazed at the photograph for a while, as if a thought had crossed his mind, but in the next moment, he felt a sense of relief. To safeguard privacy, the hot spring establishment was devoid of any surveillance cameras. He did not doubt that Sang Qianshan was aware that these incidents were orchestrated by his team, as such tactics were not uncommon when teams within the industry sought to undermine their competitors. Resources were limited. If allocated to one, they would inevitably be deducted from another. His only concern was that if Sang Qianshan became aware of this, and this individual subsequently appeared on a variety show, what if the matter were to be disclosed during the program? After all, the incident involving a civilian being accosted by bodyguards while near the hot spring and allegedly being assaulted could easily be sensationalized, even if he claimed it was due to recent harassment by an obsessive fan that had caused undue stress. He could envision the backlash that would ensue across social media, as well as the ensuing criticism directed at him. The only silver lining was that, without any cameras present, it was merely hearsay. If the team were to deliberately guide the narrative to suggest that he and Sang Qianshan were close, it could potentially be dismissed. With this thought in mind, Peja recalled the resources that the Liu family had been subtly directing towards him in recent times. He felt increasingly resolute that this situation could not be allowed to deteriorate. Thus, he decided to seize the opportunity while the other party had yet to depart the villa, to further probe their intentions. Xin Yu was still lingering at Liu Buochuan's place, reluctant to confront the reality of returning home, when he received a phone call from Yu Xingyu. He hesitated for a few seconds. Should he answer? Liu Buochuan inquired, his demeanor impassive. He could undoubtedly discern that Sun Yu was deliberately stalling in his room, fidgeting about as if there were some lurking monster within the villa. Initially, he suspected that the two had quarreled. However, after a brief probing, he realized that Sun Yu still held a significant affection for Yu Xingyu, leading him to conclude that the issue was not a disagreement, but rather Sun Yu's simple unwillingness to return. Answer? What for? Sun Yu was about to acquiesce, but then remembered he needed to maintain his tough image before Liu Buochuan, hastily retracting his statement. Can't you see I'm busy with work? Truly inconsiderate, he remarked, shoving his phone into his pocket, awaiting the automatic disconnection. Moments later, the call ended, but the very next second, the phone rang again. Sun Yu found it puzzling. This relentless dedication. He continued to ignore the calls, but soon the phone rang again. This time, it was Yu Xingyu. After a series of 7 calls, Sun Yu frowned. Just when Liu Buochuan assumed that the other party would be impatient with Sun Yu's excessive clinginess and terrifying obsession, he saw Sun Yu shake his head with a wry smile, declaring, "Such charm, it's simply unavoidable." He uttered this rather cliched line, lamenting that even after a brief separation, he began to miss her. Disregarding Liu Buochuan's subtle gaze, Sun Yu promptly answered the call. He initially expected that Yu Xingyu would be hysterical on the other end, questioning his silence. However, he was taken aback to hear her sobbing. "Husband, do you not want to speak to me anymore?" Her voice was intermittent, as if she were in a confined space. It seemed she had cried excessively, her words punctuated by gasps. She pitifully inquired, "Did you return home alone? Why had you been ignoring me?" Sun Yu felt a pang of guilt, clearing his throat. He replied, "I'm busy working here at Brother Chuan's." "Then show me your face," Yu Xingyu insisted. After her demand, she abruptly hung up, and the next moment, a video call came through. Sun Yu felt a bit overwhelmed but steeled himself to answer. Through the shaky lens, he discerned that Yu Xingyu appeared to be in the private hot spring of her bedroom. No wonder her voice had sounded as if it were confined within narrow walls. "Have you finished your bath?" Sun Yu noticed she was clad in a bathrobe. Her hair was somewhat damp, and she exuded a sense of weariness, likely from soaking in the hot spring for too long. The camera was so close that he could only see her face. When he asked her a question, Yu Xingyu merely nodded. The traces of her recent tears lingered in her eyes, suggesting she had indeed cried for quite a while over the imagined notion of being abandoned by Xingyu. "Are you truly working?" she asked, her disbelief evident. In response, Xingyu instinctively moved the phone slightly away, just enough to allow Liu Buochuan to appear in the frame, before bringing it back closer to himself. "I'll return shortly," he declared. Initially, he intended to prolong his absence, but seeing Yu Xingyu's sorrow, he felt a sense of moral conflict. Thus, he slightly altered his decision. After soothing her with a few kind words, Xingyu ended the video call and turned to Liu Buochuan, who bore a neutral expression. "Just a regular roommate?" Liu Buochuan inquired. "Sen igriku chaked softly." Lu Buchuan nodded and approached to pat Xinyu on the shoulder, adding, "The company supports every orientation and the freedom to love." Upon returning to their villa, Xinyu discovered that Yu Xinyu was already lying on the bed, seemingly engrossed in her phone. Upon noticing his return, she set her phone aside and extended her arms toward him, signaling her desire for an embrace. Pretending not to understand, Xinyu casually handed her a bottle of mineral water. "You must be thirsty from the hot spring, right? Here, have some water." With that, he averted his gaze from Yu Xinyu and prepared to soak in the private spring for a while longer. Yu Xinyu observed his movements as he unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, sipping it while watching Xinyu's silhouette. Moments later, he heard Xinyu, from the other side of the sliding door, inquire, "Why are all the clothes in the old laundry basket wet?" Yu Xinyu set the bottle down, placed it aside, and, clad in a bathrobe, descended from his bed. Leaning against the opposite side of the sliding door, he replied to Xinyu, "Oh, it was an accident. The hot spring water splashed out and landed in the laundry basket. Fortunately, I brought several extra outfits. You may wear one of mine." Xinyu had indeed packed clothing, as all the luggage had been prepared by Yu Xinyu. However, he hadn't intended to stay long, merely for a weekend. And since he perceived the storyline to be of great significance to Yu Xinyu, viewing himself merely as a supporting character, he had only brought a single jacket. When he changed earlier, he had forgotten to take the jacket out, and unexpectedly, it had become soaked along with the other discarded garments. As he exited the private hot spring, he casually accepted the clothing Yu Xinyu offered, an attire strikingly similar to his own, in a soft beige hue. Xinyu, indifferent to the similarity, remained in his previous clothing, intending to wear the new outfit the following day, as he noticed Yu Xinyu gazing at him with eager anticipation. Another question crossed his mind. Is Chang Yuanqing not accompanying you for a stroll? In the original narrative, it was due to witnessing his own neglect towards Yu Xinyu that Chang Yuanqing began to acknowledge his feelings for him. Having spent the better part of the day at the hot spring resort, the absence of the second male lead was quite alarming. Yu Xinyu seemed taken aback by the mention of Chang Yuanqing, his expression betraying some confusion before he smiled and clarified, "He appears to have some work to attend to. He is planning to treat us to dinner tonight." Xinyu, however, showed little interest in that prospect. Once he had changed his attire, he exited the bedroom, stating, "I'm not tired. If you feel sleepy, you should rest for a while. I will watch some television." Upon hearing this, Yu Xinyu followed Xinyu into the living room. "I just finished soaking in a hot spring. I'm not ready to sleep so early," he remarked, settling beside Xinyu near the television. Xinyu felt an uncomfortable tension, feigning nonchalance as he turned on the television, only to have Yu Xinyu grasp his wrist moments later. "What is this?" Yu Xinyu inquired, examining the marks on Xinyu's wrist. Earlier, when the bodyguard had seized Xinyu, he had believed he had caught the obsessed stalker, failing to ease his grip amidst subsequent scuffles, resulting in distinct impressions left on Xinyu's wrist. His long sleeves had concealed the marks until now, when he reached for the remote, causing the fabric to roll up, revealing the evidence of the earlier encounter. Xinyu paused for a second, glancing down at the marks left by the bodyguard. He did not regard it with much concern, responding, "It is merely a misunderstanding." Initially, he intended to gloss over the incident, but noticed Yu Xinyu's earnest gaze upon him. "Xiaoyu," he said, as tears, the size of soybeans, threatened to cascade down the corners of his eyes. Yu Xinyu gazed at Xinyu, inquiring, "Who did this?" As he spoke, he embraced Xinyu, burying his face in the latter's shoulder. "Moments latte." Xinyu felt the warmth of Yu Xinyu's tears seeping through the fabric onto his shoulder. This left Xinyu somewhat at a loss, raising his hands in uncertainty. Unsure of how to comfort the heartbroken Yu Xinyu. For the first time, he pondered a realization. Yu Xinyu seemed to harbor deeper feelings for him than he had initially surmised. Instinctively, his hand patted Yu Xinyu's shoulder a few times, acknowledging the unexpected nature of the situation. "Then tell me who did it," he urged. With his face buried in Xinyu's shoulder, Yu Xinyu's voice came out muffled. Xinyu could only wrap one arm around Yu Xinyu's shoulders. He tilted his head, gently stroking Yu Xinyu's hair, before succinctly summarizing the matter. Afterward, he added, "That's how it is." Slowly, Yu Xinyu's tears ceased, yet he remained nestled against Xinyu's shoulder. "I despise him." Peja. Yu Xinyu's voice remained subdued. He deserves it. Sun Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. His fingers wove through Sin Yu's hair, tenderly massaging it. It's all right, I'm not hurt. As for Pei Zhe, it doesn't matter if Sin Yu loathes him, since he is not a pivotal character in the narrative. Sun Yu comforted Sin Yu for a while as the images on the television changed, revealing Sang Qianshan's debut film. Sun Yu turned his gaze towards it, only to hear Sin Yu swiftly exclaim, "No looking." Sun Yu was momentarily puzzled by Sin Yu's intent. Suddenly, Sin Yu lifted his head, extending both hands to cover Sun Yu's ears while pressing down on his head to prevent him from turning. His eyes, still slightly reddened from tears, retained a striking beauty even in disarray, with his hazel eyes, flecked with green, appearing more luminous against the backdrop of tears. He looked into Sun Yu's eyes, commanding, "Don't look at that, just focus on me." At that moment, Sun Yu found himself captivated by the fervor and profound emotions reflected in Sin Yu's gaze. The possessiveness in Sin Yu's eyes momentarily halted Sun Yu's thoughts. Was the original Sin Yu truly like this? He seemed far from the fragile, harmless flower he had first imagined. Nevertheless, Sin Yu's assertiveness was fleeting. As the confusion and wavering in Sun Yu's gaze emerged, Sin Yu broke into a sweet smile. "Play Felitizin Tsen Igreku. I really dislike Sang Qianshan," he confided. "He knows so much that I don't." After saying this, he turned to look at Sang Qianshan on the television, yet his thoughts lingered on Pei Zhe. Recalling that Pei Zhe was set to appear on a variety show with Sang Qianshan, a sense of absurdity welled within him, even as he presented an innocent facade to Sun Yu. Pei Zhe is equally detestable. I know he asked about to join that Durian Channel variety show. The friend he sought, a commoner, was my elder brother, Sin Yu. He gazed at Sun Yu and said, "Should I persuade my brother not to participate in the variety show?" Sun Yu was taken aback, for he was unaware that Eugene Hang would be joining the show. He observed Sin Yu's earnest expression and deemed it unnecessary. After all, if Eugene Hang participated in the variety show, it would ultimately benefit Sin Yu even more. The gentle and amiable Sin Yu was, in fact, a second-generation scion of a wealthy family, a stark contrast that would undoubtedly attract fans. Sun Yu, much like a strategist, calculated the advantages Sin Yu would gain if Eugene Hang were to join the show, and then he spoke to Sin Yu, asserting that it was unnecessary. Sun Yu believed he had the situation well in hand, thinking that Sang Qianshan would handle matters later, especially since in the original narrative, Sang Qianshan had indeed triumphed decisively over Pei Zhe. However, Sin Yu interpreted his words differently. Though his smile remained, he internally ground his teeth, increasingly finding Pei Zhe and Sang Qianshan equally irksome. Chapter 43. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man as evening descended, the host, Chang Yuanqing, made his tardy entrance. He first invited Sin Yu and then extended an invitation to Lu Baichuan, subsequently recalling the need for publicity for the opening and thus invited Pei Zhe as well. Unexpectedly, Eugene Hang, whom he had not intended to invite, appeared unbidden. When it came time to host the dinner, he found himself in a quandary. He wished to engage with Lu Baichuan, while simultaneously wanting to discern what it was that captivated Sin Yu so intensely. And he also felt an obligation to entertain Pei Zhe. The thought of Eugene Hang added to his headache. Both Lu Baichuan and Sin Yu were only staying for the weekend, planning to return on Sunday afternoon. Though Eugene Hang did not voice it, Chang Yuanqing surmised that if Sin Yu departed, he would naturally follow suit. In his dilemma, while conversing with Lu Baichuan in the afternoon, he subtly revealed this detail, hoping to gauge the other's perspective, only to be met with Lu Baichuan's smile as he replied, "They are acquaintances of mine." Acquaintances? Chang Yuanqing was taken aback. He knew that Lu Baichuan must be familiar with Sin Yu, given their shared social circle, but he was perplexed about how Sun Yu fit into the equation. Lu Baichuan, however, did not keep him in suspense. "Sun Yu and I work together," he disclosed. Chang Yuanqing then recalled that Lu Baichuan had recently joined a company located in Tianhe Building, prompting him to instinctively inquire, "Is it Tianhe Building?" "Indeed, Tianhe Building," Lu Baichuan confirmed. Chang Yuanqing pondered the name for a moment before playfully teasing Lu Baichuan. "It seems this building has made quite a few headlines lately. Just today, I stumbled upon a news article regarding Sang Qianshan." He casually mentioned, I recall the place where Sang Qianshan picks up his employees is right by Tiana Building. Have you encountered him in your recent visits? I have not come across Sang Qianshan, Lu Baichuan replied. Chang Yuanqing paid little mind to the exchange, initially treating it as mere small talk, when unexpectedly, Lu Baichuan dropped a bombshell. However, I didn't know the person Sang Qianshan picks up. Chang Yuanqing felt an inexplicable peculiarity in the tone of Lu Baichuan. After pondering for a moment, he could not recall any particular conflict between Lu Baichuan and Sang Qianshan. The only thing that stood out in his memory was Lu Baichuan's excessive interest when he overheard gossip about Sang Qianshan that day. Could it be that Sang Qianshan's mysterious companion had some connection to Lu Baichuan? Before he could fully grasp the situation, he realized that Lu Baichuan had made a bold move. The person Sang Qianshan was meeting was none other than Xin Yu. Instinctively, Chang Yuanqing turned to look at Lu Baichuan, forgetting to sip his tea. After a few seconds, he stared blankly at Lu Baichuan like a startled goose. Huh? In the wake of Lu Baichuan's clandestine facilitation, combined with Chang Yuanqing's distracted state, what was initially intended to be a private dinner invitation for just Yu Xingyu had unexpectedly transformed into a grand gathering. Chang Yuanqing took the initiative to inquire about Yu Xingyu, mentioning that another guest, Pei Zhe, would also be present at the villa. He had not anticipated that Yu Xingyu would agree to add another person to the gathering. Yet to his surprise, after a brief pause, she graciously consented. That sounds wonderful, Yu Xingyu remarked. The more, the merrier. Holding his phone, Chang Yuanqing remained silent, sensing that Yu Xingyu's tone hinted at something beyond mere conviviality. It seemed to suggest that with more people, the potential for trouble might escalate. He suppressed his peculiar feelings and recalled Yu Xingyu's older brother, whom he found genuinely intimidating. What about your brother? He inquired. I wouldn't dare invite him. Just ignore him, Yu Xingyu replied casually, adding, he's not a fool, and besides, does it really make a difference whether you invite him or not? Upon hearing this, Chang Yuanqing found some merit in Yu Xingyu's reasoning. Indeed, it made little difference whether they invited Eugene Hang. If he wished to attend, he would do so regardless of an invitation, and if he chose not to, an invitation would hold no weight. Thus, it was best not to concern themselves with the whims of such a formidable figure. Chang Yuanqing felt a sense of exhaustion wash over him. The hot spring resort, where Chang Yuanqing was hosting the gathering, was originally conceived as a high-end retreat, emphasizing privacy, with each villa separated by a variety of flora and artificial hills. Nevertheless, provisions had been made for potential banquet needs, including designated areas for hosting. Given that it was a vacation hotel and the guest count was modest, Chang Yuanqing specifically emphasized a dress code of comfort, deeming formal attire unnecessary. However, apart from the damp jacket soaked by Yu Xingyu, Xin Yu had only his sweatshirt to wear. Feeling that a sweatshirt would be inappropriate, he opted for a beige casual top temporarily lent to him by Yu Xingyu. In a delightful coincidence, Yu Xingyu chose a garment strikingly similar in both style and color to his. Although the two outfits shared a resemblance, they conveyed entirely different impressions on their wearers. Xin Yu exuded a cool and detached aura, particularly evident in his silence, while the soft beige top perfectly softened his otherwise aloof demeanor, rendering his presence more approachable. In contrast, while Yu Xingyu appeared gentle and amiable, her stature and bearing lent her an air of understated elegance. The two of them hopped into the small vehicle driven by the butler, swiftly arriving at the venue where Chang Yuanqing was hosting the banquet. As Yu Xingyu alighted from the vehicle, her gaze fell upon the figure of Lu Baichuan, who stood at the entrance. Lu Baichuan had donned a casual shirt, and upon noticing Yu Xingyu, he nodded appreciatively before greeting Xin Yu, saying, if you didn't drive here, I can give you a ride when I leave tomorrow. Yu Xingyu was about to politely decline when she was interrupted by Xin Yu, who was eager to create opportunities for the protagonists. That works perfectly. We still have no way back, he remarked. At that moment, Chang Yuanqing emerged from the room, nodding at the group. Pei Zhe arrived shortly after, dressed in a new outfit, seemingly chosen to please Lu Baichuan, as it belonged to a brand under the Lu family. Lu Baichuan merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention elsewhere. Upon seeing Xin Yu, Pei Zhe greeted him with a nod, his gaze soon landing on Yu Xingyu beside Xin Yu. Since he was acquainted with Eugene Hang, He was quite familiar with his precious younger brother. He was taken aback to discover that Xinyu was actually with Yu Xinyu. However, in a fleeting moment, he recalled the rumors he had overheard at certain gatherings, suggesting that Yu Xinyu had fallen head over heels for a so-called Phoenix man, a penniless youth, and that Yu Jinheng, wishing to avoid disappointing his brother, had allowed this affair to unfold, merely waiting for Yu Xinyu to tire of it. Thus, it was common knowledge that Yu Jinheng held a strong disapproval of Xinyu. As Peja pondered this, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. Why is everyone standing outside? Guomin, a man, trailing behind Chang Yuanqing, laughed as he spoke. It seemed that his health was somewhat compromised, for he coughed a few times before urging everyone to enter, stating, "The food is all prepared." Xinyu stood frozen at the sight of the familiar, frail man, disbelief etched across his features. He failed to notice Yu Xinyu's suddenly darkened expression and her feigned surprise as she exclaimed, "Elder brother, when did you arrive?" Chapter 44. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, elder brother. Xinyu stared at the man he had only recently encountered, rendered speechless. He observed Yu Xinyu greeting Yu Jinheng with intimacy, to which Yu Jinheng merely inclined his head, responding, "I arrived a bit earlier than you." Both he and Yu Xinyu exhibited such ease, as if they had not been at odds just hours prior. Yu Jinheng's gaze shifted towards Xinyu, and with a smile, he said, "So you're Xinyu? It's our first meeting." He moved forward to extend his hand for a handshake. Xinyu was utterly astonished that the man who had appeared in his courtyard was indeed Yu Jinheng. It dawned on him why a stranger was present at Chang Yuanqing's hot spring villa, and moreover, why this stranger had conveniently wandered into the courtyard he shared with Yu Xinyu. Clearly, he had come prepared. Yet, he refrained from exposing the lie that they had previously encountered Yu Jinheng. Instead, he awkwardly attempted to grasp Yu Jinheng's outstretched hand, only to be halted by Yu Xinyu's intervention. "Elder brother, why are you being so distant?" Yu Xinyu smiled gently at Yu Jinheng, who had extended his hand. "Let's keep it simple," she suggested. Yu Jinheng regarded his outstretched hand and the way Yu Xinyu restrained Xinyu, his expression remaining unchanged, exuding the same elegance and nobility as ever. He nodded at Yu Xinyu. "Very well." Then, with a slight smile, he inquired, "Would you mind if I borrowed him for a while?" Yu Xinyu's smile faltered slightly, but in the presence of her elder brother and the gaze of those around them, she could only graciously nod in agreement, of course. Observing her reaction, Yu Jinheng gestured for Xinyu to step aside with him for a moment of private conversation. Realizing that Yu Jinheng wished to speak with him alone, Xinyu felt his legs weaken. After all, the man before him was the formidable antagonist of this narrative. The ultimate boss. His madness was no jest. As they moved to a secluded spot, Yu Jinheng simply stated, "I do not wish for Xiaoyu to learn of this afternoon's events." His tone was devoid of emotion, as if merely informing Xinyu of a fact. Xinyu comprehended Yu Jinheng's intent. His gaze drifted toward Yu Xinyu. Upon noticing his look, smiled back at him, and then cautioned Yu Jinheng, "Brother, please do not make things difficult for him." Yu Jinheng merely smiled in response, offering no words. Xinyu, mustering courage, assured Yu Jinheng, "I shall certainly keep the afternoon's matters to myself." Yu Jinheng remained silent, seemingly pondering something. Yet ultimately he placed a hand on Xinyu's shoulder, softly affirming, "That is good." His hand lingered on Xinyu's shoulder, projecting an appearance of camaraderie. Despite his seemingly frail demeanor, his height surpassing even that of Yu Xinyu, allowing him to rest comfortably upon Xinyu. Yu Jinheng nearly encircled Xinyu as he led him back to Yu Xinyu, clearly not intending to cause her distress. As he released his grip, he nodded slightly to the others before stepping into the banquet set by Chang Yuanqing. Luo Baichuan observed Yu Jinheng's actions with a sense of incongruity. He recalled that Yu Jinheng was notoriously neurotic, rarely allowing anyone into his vicinity. Even if this display was for Yu Xinyu's benefit, it seemed overly intimate. He watched as Yu Xinyu clung to Xinyu upon his return. Given his understanding of the Yu brothers, it was implausible that Yu Xinyu had not seen her elder brother since arriving at the villa. Peja, noticing Yu Xinyu's demeanor as if fearing Yu Jinheng might devour Xinyu, found it amusing. He could also see that Xinyu was evidently terrified of Yu Jinheng. Rightfully so, as everyone knew that Yu Jinheng was not to be trifled with. However, Yu Jinhong's attitude left him puzzled. Was he merely granting Yu Xinyu a favor, or did he genuinely disregard someone so inconsequential? Chang Yuanqing, observing the unfolding scene, felt overwhelmed. He had not anticipated Yu Jinhong's presence. Internally, he rubbed his face, yet outwardly maintained a cheerful demeanor, addressing everyone, since Brother Yu has spoken. Let us not delay and proceed inside. As it was merely a simple meal and the number of attendees was not large, Chang Yuanqing opted for a round table. Yu Jining naturally took the seat of honor, and the arrangement of the remaining seats soon became an issue. Yu Xinyu was preparing to evade his elder brother, yearning to conceal Xinyu in a place entirely out of his brother's sight. However, the moment Yu Jinhang, seated at the main position, addressed him, he said, "Xinyu, why not sit beside me? It has been a while since you came home for a meal." Yu Xinyu glanced at Yu Jinhang, who wore a smile that suggested he knew his younger brother would not refuse. He surveyed the table and, realizing that if he chose another position, it would only facilitate Yu Jinhong's view of Xinyu, he moved to sit beside his brother, allowing Xinyu to take the seat on his left. Following this, Lu Buchuan settled beside Xinyu, and then Pei Zhe and Chang Yuanqing took their places. Once everyone was seated, Chang Yuanqing initiated some polite conversation, perhaps feeling that the atmosphere was rather stifling and wishing for everyone to finish their meal promptly. Unexpectedly, Yu Xinyu broke the silence, asking, "Brother, are you and Pei Zhe going to participate in the variety show together?" Yu Jinhang glanced at Yu Xinyu, puzzled as to why he would bring this up. "Yes, that sounds wonderful," Yu Xinyu replied, displaying an expression of envy. "I heard that Sang Qianshan is attending as well." Xinyu, sitting nearby, suddenly realized that everyone except for Sang Qianshan, who was supposedly a figure of controversy, was present. No wonder he felt the pressure mounting. The name Sang Qianshan resonated with familiarity among them. Pei Zhe, who harbored a strong dislike for this individual, suddenly recalled that the very Xinyu before him was the one rumored to be involved with Sang Qianshan. Observing Yu Xinyu's expression closely, Pei Zhe sensed that Yu Xinyu seemed aware of this connection. "When did you become close with Sang Qianshan?" Although Yu Jinhang was not well acquainted with the Sang family, he understood that Yu Xinyu should not be familiar with him. "No, it's not me," Yu Xinyu replied, tilting his head and resting it on Xinyu's shoulder. He looked up at Xinyu, stating, "Sang Qianshan is a good friend of Xinyu." As soon as these words left his mouth, all eyes turned to Xinyu. Xinyu suddenly felt as though he were under scrutiny. Why was everyone looking at him, particularly Yu Jinhang, whose contemplative gaze was particularly unsettling? After a brief moment, Yu Jinhang inquired, "Could it be that the friend Sang Qianshan intends to invite is Xinyu?" "Of course not," Xinyu immediately retorted, nearly leaping from the table in his fervor. He noticed that as soon as his words left his mouth, both Lu Buchuan and the two brothers from the Yu family were staring at him intently. He cleared his throat and added, "The selection of participants for the variety show has not yet been finalized." "That implies there is indeed such a plan," Yu Jinhang remarked with a smile. "On that day, Sang Qianshan even went out of his way to bring Xinyu to our home just to discuss this matter," Yu Xinyu added. Indeed, the thought struck Pei Zhe and Lu Buchuan simultaneously. It seemed that the day Sang Qianshan was spotted with Sen Yu was indeed related to the variety show after all. However, Pei Zhe pondered deeper than Lu Buchuan, for he could not fathom that Sang Qianshan was oblivious to the paparazzi capturing his every move, given the latter's renowned sharpness before the camera. Even if Sang Qianshan were to remain unaware, if he truly wished to avoid the limelight, the paparazzi would not dare to offend the Sang family by disseminating such rumors about same-sex relationships. The fact that these rumors circulated without being retracted suggested they had received Sang Qianshan's tacit approval. Was this a deliberate ploy to create buzz solely for Xinyu's participation in a variety show? As this thought crossed his mind, Pei Zhe was suddenly gripped by a disconcerting notion. Had his previous actions inadvertently aided that scoundrel, Sang Qianshan? Xinyu was utterly perplexed as to why Yu Xinyu would suddenly bring up the topic of participating in a variety show. Could it be that she had developed an impression of Sang Qianshan? Did the sight of Pei Zhe evoke thoughts of Sang Qianshan? While he contemplated this, he did not anticipate Yu Xinyu to escalate the situation, as she shifted her gaze towards Pei Zhe, who was quietly enjoying his snacks. "All right, This afternoon I heard from Xiaoyu that you've been harassed by a fanatical stalker recently. Yu Xinyu remarked with an innocent expression. Are stalkers that terrifying? I almost mistook Xiaoyu for one. She smiled sweetly, looking at Xinyu with complete trust. How could Xiaoyu possibly be a stalker? Oh no. Xinyu truly did not expect Yu Xinyu to mention this matter during their meal. As her words escaped her lips, Yu Jinheng turned to Pei Zhe, while Chang Yuanqing remained oblivious, unable to comprehend how so much had transpired in just an afternoon apart. Lu Buichuan sipped his water nonchalantly, scrutinizing the group. A stalker? Yu Jinheng seemed intrigued, directing his gaze towards Xinyu and Pei Zhe. What's going on? Pei Zhe could not afford to offend this formidable figure. While he sensed that Yu Jinheng might harbor some disdain for Xinyu, he understood that this issue was ultimately his own. So he succinctly recounted the events of the afternoon, deliberately omitting the part about the bodyguard. He believed that would suffice to conclude the matter, but unexpectedly, Lu Buichuan, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke up, exclaiming in astonishment, Mr. Pei, how could you forget that detail? Pei Zhe cursed Lu Buichuan for meddling, but, recognizing the need to tread carefully around the Lu family, he could only force a smile and briefly recapitulate the incident involving the bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinheng appeared contemplative but merely smiled at Pei Zhe, remarking, it seems you need to replace this bodyguard. Not only is his vision lacking, but his skills also appear rather deficient. Indeed, Yu Xinyu chimed in, glancing at her elder brother. In what way does Xiaoyu resemble a stalker? Yu Jinheng simply regarded the smiling Yu Xinyu without responding. Seeing the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward, Chang Yuanqing hurriedly interjected. What exactly is this stalker situation? Why didn't you mention it before? Pei Zhe, relieved by Chang Yuanqing's timely intervention, quickly explained, it's just a fan on Weibo. He furrowed his brow as he spoke, evidently troubled by the ordeal. This situation, while seemingly straightforward, entailed Pei Zhe being relentlessly pursued by a fervent admirer. No matter where he went, this individual would follow him, managing to infiltrate even the most secure of neighborhoods, let alone film sets and backstage areas. He only knew that the individual was a young man, yet he remained oblivious to his appearance. Occasionally, he received phone calls from this person, of course, made from untraceable numbers. Over time, Pei Zhe found himself increasingly unnerved by this stalker, which explained his impulsive behavior during the earlier Hot Springs visit, though he admitted this was somewhat of a self-justification. Nevertheless, he was indeed being harassed by this persistent admirer. Upon concluding his statement, the reactions around the table varied. Xinyu was taken aback by Pei Zhe's unexpected revelation, while Yu Xinyu and Yu Jinheng appeared entirely indifferent. Lu Buichuan seemed to listen intently, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xinyu, and Chang Yuanqing was the only one truly engaged in the conversation. Xinyu was itching to pull out her phone to inquire with her sole connection in the entertainment industry, wondering if Sang Qianshan was privy to this matter. In summary, during the meal, everyone's thoughts diverged. As dinner concluded and Xinyu and Yu Xinyu prepared to depart, Pei Zhe reappeared, sincerely apologizing once more to both of them. Xinyu genuinely did not mind the incident, and Yu Xinyu smiled, stating that it was good the misunderstanding had been resolved. Feeling somewhat full from dinner, Yu Xinyu suggested they simply walk back, and Xinyu had no objections. The two of them strolled along the path of the villa for a while. As Xinyu gazed at the moon above, the dim lights illuminated the surrounding paths. At that moment, they were the only two remaining outside in the entire resort. Suddenly, Xinyu felt Yu Xinyu drawing closer, wrapping his arms around his waist. Yu Xinyu's face rested against Xinyu's shoulder. If they were in a brightly lit area, he might have pretended to be the more dominant partner, but at that moment he had lost all interest in such pretenses. The furtive glances from others at the banquet that scrutinized Xinyu irritated him. He allowed the darkness within to brew. After a moment, he spoke to Xinyu, inquiring if he had met his elder brother. Xinyu could feel Yu Xinyu's body completely pressed against him, the weight of the other person nearly suffocating him as his arms encircled Xinyu's waist. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Yu Xinyu tightening his embrace. No, Xinyu decided to lie. Do you know my elder brother? Yu Xinyu asked again. In the dim light, Xinyu's skin appeared a pale white, and he extended a hand to lightly caress the tattoo on his abdomen, stating, I feel like you are quite afraid of him. Who wouldn't fear Yu Jinheng? Xinyu certainly remembered that, At this moment, he should not be aware of Yu Xinyu's identity, nor would he know who Yu Jinhang was. So, he casually replied, "How could I be afraid of him? I'm not afraid at all." No sooner had he spoken than a cough echoed from the other side of the path. Xinyu looked up and indeed saw Yu Jinhang approaching, now draped in a coat, having presumably overheard their conversation for some time. Chapter 46. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Yu Jinhang stood there, observing the scene illuminated by the moonlight, Xinyu and his embrace with Yu Xinyu. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern that Yu Xinyu was wrapping his arms around Xinyu's waist, gently caressing the tattoo on his abdomen through the fabric. The image of that tattoo, a snake coiling down along the contours of Xinyu's muscular stomach, clasping a decayed apple, invaded Yu Jinhang's mind. He paid little heed to Yu Xinyu's gaze, fixating instead on Xinyu, and smiled. That smile sent a chill down Xinyu's spine, as if he sensed impending misfortune. Having left the gathering a tad early, he had not anticipated such a coincidence. Earlier, Yu Jinhang had not lingered long over dinner. After a few casual movements of his chopsticks, he excused himself, claiming discomfort. His departure instantly lightened the atmosphere, allowing the remaining guests to engage in casual conversation, ultimately bringing an end to the dinner that had felt so excruciating. Brother's health is not robust. It's better to refrain from venturing out at night, Yu Xinyu remarked with a grin, still clinging to Xinyu like an ornament. Yu Jinhang maintained his expression, casually responding that it was indeed necessary to stretch one's limbs. Otherwise, one might as well be akin to the deceased. That jest is hardly amusing, Xinyu thought, drenched in perspiration as he listened to the exchange between the two brothers. Strangely, despite Yu Xinyu's soft-spoken tone and Yu Jinhang's graceful demeanor, he felt as if two serpents were poised to strike. Overwhelmed by their presence, he could only cough lightly. "I feel like having a smoke. You two continue your conversation." With that, he extricated himself from Yu Xinyu's grasp and sought refuge in another area, creating space for the brothers to converse. As they watched Xinyu's nearly panicked retreat, Yu Jinhang coldly remarked, "He has been frightened away. Isn't it brother's fault?" Yu Xinyu replied, glancing at Yu Jinhang. "Xiao Yu is easily startled." Yu Jinhang remained silent, the night breeze fluttering the coat draped over his shoulders. After a moment, he advised Yu Xinyu, "Exercise caution." With that, he bypassed Yu Xinyu and prepared to leave. Yu Xinyu observed his elder brother brush past him, then turned to Yu Jinhang. He refrained from inquiring about Yu Jinhang's feelings towards Xinyu, for it was unnecessary. The brothers were in agreement from the very beginning. Xinyu sought an excuse to depart. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, placing it between his lips in search of a light, only to realize that, dressed in Yu Xinyu's clothes, he had no lighter. Returning for it now seemed rather foolish. Moreover, his craving for a smoke was not severe. His desire to smoke was merely a pretext to facilitate his exit. Thus, he stood there, cigarette unlit, waiting for the brothers to conclude their conversation before returning. After a brief while, he caught sight of Chang Yuanqing, who appeared slightly inebriated, yet only mildly so, standing there to sober up. Xinyu was not well acquainted with him, and after a tiring evening, he had no intention of greeting the other party. He merely lingered in the shadows, contemplating returning when the time was right. He did not expect to encounter Chang Yuanqing, who was approaching this way. However, it was evident that the latter had not noticed him and seemed intent on retracing the path he had just taken back to the villa. Wouldn't that lead him to an unfortunate encounter with the two brothers from Yu family? Xinyu felt a slight headache at the thought. As Chang Yuanqing was about to pass by, he finally spoke up. "Hey," he called out to Chang Yuanqing, "do you have a lighter?" Having indulged a bit too much, Chang Yuanqing, not entirely in his right mind, was nearly startled by the figure hidden in the darkness. Upon recognizing him, he frowned. "What are you doing standing here at this hour?" Xinyu raised his chin defiantly. "Did you not see? I am smoking." Chang Yuanqing, disinterested, attempted to continue on his path, but Xinyu grasped his arm. Xinyu removed the cigarette from his lips and made a gesture with his other hand, as the two brothers were conversing nearby. "Let go of my arm," Chang Yuanqing said. "Do you have a lighter? I need to borrow one." Xinyu stood precisely in the shadow of a tree, leaving only half of his body illuminated by the moonlight. Perhaps due to the night, he had lost interest in pretense, lazily leaning against the side. observing Chang Yuanqing with a relaxed demeanor, a stark contrast to the manic person he had been this morning. Chang Yuanqing, feeling the effects of alcohol, found his mind somewhat clouded. He gazed at Xin Yu's serene profile, coupled with an air of haughty indifference. And an inexplicable thought crossed his mind. No wonder Xin Yu was so infatuated with him. The faint scent of alcohol lingered around Chang Yuanqing, suggesting he was genuinely intoxicated. He retrieved his lighter from his pocket, not directly handing it to Xin Yu, but igniting it and presenting it in front of him. Xin Igriku, unfazed, placed the unlit cigarette back between his lips and leaned closer to the flame offered by Chang Yuanqing. At that moment, their lighters became a rare source of illumination in the dim surroundings. Chang Yuanqing observed Xin Yu's indifferent profile, as if he were unconcerned about anything, the beauty mark beneath his eye appearing even more like a tear stain in the subdued light. Moments later, Xin Yu distanced himself from Chang Yuanqing, inhaling deeply before exhaling and waving his hand. "Thanks, brother." Chang Yuanqing stared at the lighter he still held aloft, seemingly lost in thought or perhaps lamenting something. "Give me one too." Xin Yu, holding a cigarette with one hand, cast him a curious glance but refrained from asking further, offering him one instead. Watching Chang Yuanqing light it and then tuck the lighter back into his pocket, the source of light vanished, leaving the two of them smoking in the corner. After a while, Chang Yuanqing remarked, "I don't understand what Xiao Yu sees in you." Xin Yu thought to himself, "You should not understand." He lifted his gaze to the moon above, casting a wistful glance at Chang Yuanqing. "It's not too late for you to realize now. I have nothing worth liking." Xin Igriku replied deliberately. Chang Yuanqing gazed at him. "I thought you would boast about yourself and list some of your virtues." "Huh?" Xin Igriku chuckled briefly, his eyes betraying a hint of mischief as he looked at Chang Yuanqing. "I truly possess no merits, yet Xin Yu adores me. Perhaps he simply appreciates me as I am." Xin Yu observed with satisfaction as Chang Yuanqing's expression shifted. He playfully patted Chang Yuanqing on the shoulder, remarking, "The young lady only loves impoverished scholars, even if they speak naught but lies and possess nothing." He continued to watch Chang Yuanqing, yet the young lady remains hopelessly infatuated. Perhaps one must endure some hardship to understand that love is not so simple. His words dripped with sarcasm. Xin Yu anticipated that Chang Yuanqing would not take it well. Yet he was taken aback when Chang Yuanqing merely looked behind him and asked, "Xiao Yu?" At the sound of his name, Xin Yu turned abruptly, only to find Xin Yu approaching slowly, emerging from the cover of the trees, unbeknownst to him for how long he had been there or what he had overheard. Chapter 47. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Xin Yu noticed that Xin Yu displayed no sign of alarm. It is better for him to know what kind of scoundrel I am. After all, he will eventually leave this world, he thought, as he held a cigarette without moving closer. It was Xin Yu who approached him first. He wore that familiar, gentle smile, as if he had not heard Xin Yu's previous remarks. As he drew near, he reached for Xin Yu's cigarette, producing a portable ashtray from his pocket, extinguishing the cigarette within it. After closing the ashtray, he turned to Chang Yuanqing and asked, "What brings you here?" Seeing Xin Yu so unfazed left Chang Yuanqing bewildered. He had distinctly seen him standing right behind Xin Yu, undoubtedly having heard everything. Now, he felt that perhaps Xin Yu's mind had been clouded. "Sleepwalking," he said with irritation. "Oh, then be careful while sleepwalking," Xin Yu replied, nodding. He then wrapped his arm around Xin Yu's, stating, "Xiao Yu, and I will head back now." Xin Yu was momentarily lost in thought, pondering what he could possibly say or do to outwit Xin Yu, this invincible romantic. Upon returning to their room, Xin Yu appeared completely at ease, even asking Xin Yu if he preferred to sleep or watch television for a while. Xin Yu found himself perplexed by his intentions and uncertain if Xin Yu had indeed heard his previous comments. He could only say he intended to take a soak for a bit. Suddenly, Xin Yu suggested, "I heard there is a dedicated hot spring nearby. Shall we check it out?" Xin Yu was about to decline, but then reconsidered. Surely, one must wear swim trunks for bathing in the hot springs outside, he thought. Not a problem. He recalled that Xin Yu had prepared 2 pairs of swim trunks for such occasions, and eyed Xin Yu's suitcase apprehensively, fearing he might pull out a bikini instead of the desired swimwear. Fortunately, Xin Yu produced a pair that almost reached above the knees, resembling competitive swimwear. Sinyu exhaled in relief. He glanced at the sliding door behind him. I'll head in to change. Why go inside? Yu Sinyu asked curiously. You can change right here. Sinyu sat at the edge of the bed, a smile gracing his face, though this time it did not quite reach his eyes. He gazed at Sinyu, who appeared somewhat flustered while clutching his swim trunks, his gaze lingering on the young man's face for a brief moment before finally speaking as if granting a favor. Are you feeling shy, Xiaoyu? He reassured Sinyu. Rest assured, I won't peek. With that, he stood up, turning his back to Sinyu, and declared, Go ahead and change. I promise I won't look. Sinyu, still gripping the swim trunks, took a moment to observe Yu Sinyu's back, noticing that he seemed genuinely not to be watching. However, the prospect of asking Yu Sinyu to move to the living room felt a bit too overt. With this thought in mind, he proceeded without hesitation to remove the clothes that Yu Sinyu had lent him. Lowering his head, he began to prepare to don the swim trunks. Yu Sinyu, with his back turned at Sinyu, perhaps intending to showcase the aesthetic of the hot spring villa, observed that their accommodation was adorned with numerous decorative items. Even in the bedroom, there was a modern ornament that reflected just enough to reveal Sinyu's movements behind him. After a moment of watching, Yu Sinyu diverted his gaze, only turning around when he heard Sinyu's voice announcing he was ready. At this point, Sinyu had already donned a bathrobe and, feeling somewhat awkward, glanced at Yu Sinyu, saying, I'll go watch television first. Come out when you're done. Yu Sinyu made no objections. Once Sinyu had left, he felt no need for the modesty Sinyu had displayed. He removed his clothing and slipped into the swim trunks he had brought, even foregoing the bathrobe as he exited the bedroom, addressing Sinyu, who was seated on a living room sofa, with Let's go, Xiaoyu. Sinyu looked up and nearly lost his breath in shock. He stared in astonishment as Yu Sinyu emerged from the bedroom, clad only in swim trunks. Gone were the soft knitwear and light hues that had previously obscured his form. Sinyu now realized that Yu Sinyu's physique was entirely different from what he had imagined. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, he presented a near-perfect inverted triangle, the muscles of his abdomen tapering down to the swim trunks. Where's your bathrobe? Sen Igriku inquired. Yu Sinyu chuckled lightly. I don't think it's necessary. It's not that far. He glanced at the bathrobe draped over Sinyu, noting that it seemed to be the only clean one left in the room. Sen Igriku, unaware of this detail, was about to suggest calling the butler for another when he noticed Yu Sinyu already heading towards the front door. Sinyu cursed under his breath, swiftly shedding his own bathrobe and tossing it over Yu Sinyu's shoulders. Yu Sinyu caught the bathrobe with a curious expression. Aren't you going to wear it? He remarked, noting the chill in the air outside. If you know it's cold outside, why are you doing this? Sinyu questioned earnestly, gazing into Yu Sinyu's smiling face. I am suffering from the pains of love. Yu Sinyu replied with a grin. Xiaoyu, I am enduring the love you have given me. Sinyu was taken aback by Yu Sinyu's unexpected declaration. He initially believed that Yu Sinyu had not heard him, or that, judging by the other's previous reaction, he should not care about his words. As Yu Sinyu slowly approached Sinyu, who was already slightly shorter, he had previously feigned a delicate demeanor, but upon standing tall, Sinyu realized that regardless of how gentle and obedient Yu Sinyu appeared, he was still a man slightly more imposing than himself. Yu Sinyu looked at Sinyu and suddenly reached out, cradling his face in his hands, just as Sinyu thought Yu Sinyu was about to reprimand him. He allowed a sigh. Lowering his head slightly, he pressed his forehead against Sinyu's, holding his cheeks while gently caressing the tear mole beneath his eye, as if wishing to erase it entirely. Xiaoyu, he said earnestly, while I willingly endure hardships, given my profound love for you, you should not cause me sorrow. The more lightly he spoke, the more Sinyu felt the weight of his guilt. Finally, Yu Sinyu embraced him, resting Sinyu's chin on his shoulder. After a moment's hesitation, Sinyu softly murmured, I'm sorry, Xiaoyu. It was my fault. Yu Sinyu merely held him close, kissing Sinyu's earlobe in silence, his lips moving but no sound escaping. The hot spring that Yu Sinyu mentioned was not far from their villa, perhaps due to Sinyu's apology, softening Yu Sinyu's demeanor. The two waited for the butler to bring fresh bathrobes before donning them and heading to the spring. At that moment, it seemed Yu Sinyu had forgotten their earlier discord. As he took Sinyu's hand and led him toward the hot spring, Sinyu instinctively attempted to release his grip, only to find Yu Sinyu holding tightly, unwilling to let go. Gazing up at Yu Xinyu, he saw him with a tearful expression, prompting Xinyu to relent. Ultimately, he did not release Yu Xinyu's hand, and together they approached the hot spring reputed for its beauty-enhancing properties. The hot spring was quite spacious, adorned with flora and faux hills for privacy. As night had fallen, the entire estate lay in slumber. Xinyu placed his bathrobe on a nearby rack, cautiously tested the water's temperature, and slowly entered the pool. Finding a comfortable spot, he settled down, feeling the water envelop him up to his chest. He then observed as Yu Xinyu, having removed his bathrobe, approached and sat beside him silently, resting his head on Xinyu's shoulder. Xinyu glanced at Yu Xinyu, but pretended to close his eyes. The ambience was just right. The water was not particularly clear, and the dim lighting of the night lent a serene atmosphere. Watching their intertwined hands beneath the surface, Xinyu felt a deep sense of contentment. His skin, almost porcelain white, appeared even more exquisite in the warm embrace of the spring water. Yu Xinyu scrutinized Xinyu's profile, observing him with his eyes closed, feigning slumber, blissfully unaware of the gaze upon him. This incited Yu Xinyu's audacity, as he admired the dampened strands of Xinyu's hair and the soft hue of his lips. Xinyu exuded an air of striking beauty intertwined with an aloofness that conveyed a profound sense of disillusionment, as if indifferent to all that surrounded him. He noted the piercings adorning Xinyu's earlobe, the remnants of a bridge piercing etched along the contours of his ear, rendering him an enigma. "Darling," Yu Xinyu whispered. "Bikonen sen igreku." Xinyu opened one eye to regard him. "May I see your tongue piercing?" Though unaware of Yu Xinyu's intentions, the soothing warmth of the hot spring rendered Xinyu languid in thought. Following Yu Xinyu's request, he extended his tongue, revealing the delicate adornment. As Yu Xinyu gazed at the piercing, he sensed Xinyu's inclination to retract it. Instinctively, he reached out to grasp Xinyu's tongue, but Xinyu swiftly turned away, evading his touch, only to observe, not to touch. He mumbled, soon finding the act of displaying his tongue somewhat foolish, retracting it hastily. He observed Yu Xinyu, seemingly lost in reverie, his hand partially submerged in the water. "What are you doing?" Sen Igreku inquired. It appeared that Yu Xinyu was only just returning to reality. Glancing at Xinyu, whose chestnut locks glistened with moisture, revealing a deeper hue, the ends curling against his neck. The sight of Yu Xinyu, damp and vulnerable, elicited a tender sentiment within him. After a prolonged silence, Yu Xinyu finally smiled. "It's nothing," he mused. "I was merely contemplating whether I should get one as well." "What purpose would that serve?" Sen Igreku instinctively questioned. Yu Xinyu simply shook his head in silence, his gaze lingering on Xinyu, unsure if he referred to the piercing or to Xinyu himself, merely finding him beautiful. "Not suitable for you," Xinyu remarked. After a while, in the warm embrace of the spring, he began to feel the heat permeating his body and decided to leave the pool for a moment of clarity. However, as he stood, he heard footsteps approaching. He promptly returned to his seated position in the water. Moments later, the owner of the footsteps emerged, revealing it to be Lu Baichuan, who also donned a bathrobe and slippers, seemingly surprised to find company in the hot spring. "What a coincidence," Lu Baichuan remarked. Having taken some time to approach, he showed no intention of departing. After shedding his bathrobe, he descended into the pool, selecting a seat at a respectful distance from the two. He appeared weary, leaning back against the stone, tilting his head back, and closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Although Xinyu was somewhat surprised to see the other party here, he quickly realized it was not unexpected. The hot spring resort, aside from the private hot springs in each villa, boasted several distinctive hot spring pools. Although these VIP pools were exclusively accessible to guests residing in specific room types. Since Lu Buchuan had also been invited, it was likely that Chang Yuanqing had mentioned the availability of the outdoor hot spring pools. However, it was unclear why the other party had coincidentally arrived at this particular pool. Was it truly the magnetic allure of the principal characters? Xinyu silently assessed Yu Xinyu beside him and Lu Buchuan, who was meditating in the distance. Having hastily entered the hot spring pool, he was initially curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, but upon recognizing a familiar face, he relaxed somewhat, stretching his limbs and lengthening his legs. Unfortunately, due to the dim lighting in the pool, He did not notice that his foot had inadvertently brushed against Lu Buochuan's calf. Realizing he had accidentally kicked someone, Xin Yu promptly withdrew his foot. At that moment, Lu Buochuan had already opened his eyes. Sorry, Sen igreku mermert. It's nothing, Lu Buochuan replied. Then closed his eyes once more. Yu Xinyu observed for a moment before softly saying to Xinyu, I think I feel a bit dizzy. Shall we head back? After reflecting that they had soaked for over 10 minutes, Xinyu agreed it was sufficient. Furthermore, he had initially planned to leave. So he instinctively nodded and began to rise. Lu Buochuan, seemingly attuned to the sound of water, opened his eyes just in time to see Xin Yu standing up from the hot spring pool. His gaze was almost immediately drawn to the tattoos adorning Xin Yu's abdomen and arms, the partially visible serpent vertebrae, the decayed apple, and the other half obscured by the swim trunks, along with the cherubic trumpet on his arm. As Xin Yu stood, he casually swept his damp hair back from his forehead, further accentuating his strikingly handsome features. Sensing Lu Buochuan's gaze, he instinctively furrowed his brow, glanced down at himself, and his expression swiftly turned to one of visible panic. Xin Yu was just beginning to contemplate how to explain his tattoos when he noticed Yu Xinyu had already taken his hand and was leading him to the edge of the hot spring pool, draping a bathrobe over himself. At that moment, Lu Buochuan had shifted his gaze away, no longer looking at Xin Yu. I won't say anything, Lu Buochuan suddenly stated. Xin Yu looked at him, but he did not turn around. He merely lowered his eyes to the water's surface, adding, I have said that as long as it does not interfere with work, neither I nor the company will intrude upon the freedom of our employees. Yu Xinyu, now donning his bathrobe, glanced at Lu Buochuan, who had not lifted his head, and smirked inwardly. Nevertheless, he maintained a gentle demeanor toward Xin Yu. Don't worry. Brother Chuan isn't that rigid, right? I believe once he leaves the hot spring, he'll forget everything he saw here, Yu Xinyu assured. He will remember nothing. Xin Yu couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper meaning in Yu Xinyu's words. Meanwhile, Lu Buochuan, still in the hot spring, simply responded with a calm. After listening, Yu Xinyu smiled as he took Xin Yu's hand, preparing to leave the hot spring pool. He casually picked up a pair of slippers nearby, as if to assist Cinderella in donning her glass slipper. Just as Xin Yu lifted his foot to exit the hot spring, the slipper conveniently slipped onto his foot. It would be prudent to take another shower upon returning, as public hot springs can be somewhat unsanitary. Luo Baichuan could certainly detect the sarcasm in Yu Xinyu's tone, yet at that moment, he found himself devoid of the desire to engage in conversation. Xin Yu sensed an odd atmosphere, but with Luo Baichuan remaining exceedingly calm and Yu Xinyu appearing perfectly composed, he could only suppress the slight unease creeping into his thoughts as he departed the hot spring with Yu Xinyu. It was not until they had left that Luo Baichuan let out a deep sigh in the pool. Moments later, he stood up, hastily donned a bathrobe, and left the area. By Sunday, Xin Yu had initially planned to accompany Luo Baichuan on his return journey, but was taken aback when he received a message stating, Luo Baichuan, I have some work matters to attend to and must leave early. Apologies. Upon reading that it was work-related, Xin Yu hesitated to respond, fearing he might be roped into overtime as well. It was not until nearly noon, confirming that Luo Baichuan was already en route, that Xin Yu sent a message acknowledging the situation. After sending the message and tidying up his belongings, Xin Yu recalled their lack of transportation for the return journey. Just as he was about to inquire whether Chan Yuanqing should drive them back or if the hotel should call a cab, he noticed Yu Xinyu receiving a phone call. After glancing at the number, Yu Xinyu walked to the courtyard, conversing briefly before returning with the phone. He informed Xin Yu that his elder brother would be giving him a ride home. Heavens! Xin Yu exclaimed, feeling as though fate were conspiring against him. Perhaps it would be best not to trouble his brother. He hesitated slightly. Yu Xinyu shared this sentiment, but recognized his brother's firm disposition, given that they truly lacked transportation. He regretted not having taken a car from the garage earlier. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade, remarking that his brother was merely being kind, albeit with an underlying suspicion of ulterior motives. At this juncture, Xin Yu understood that resistance was futile. At 2 p.m., outside the hot spring resort, he beheld the grand spectacle orchestrated by Eugene Hang. Merely the assistants and personal physician number 2 or 3, not to mention the bodyguards. Yu Xinyu furrowed his brow in disbelief. He could not fathom that his brother had misinterpreted his words from the other day. If he understood, then such ostentation was clearly intentional. He pretended not to notice the personal doctor and bodyguards, walking instead to his elder brother standing beside a black vehicle, asking, "Was this deliberate?" Eugene Hang remained silent, merely nodding in response. Sun Yu glanced at the back seat of the car, realizing it could only accommodate two. Should I sit in the front passenger seat? He wondered, casting a glance at Eugene Hang's assistant, uncertain if he should take that seat. "Brother, I apologize. The space is quite limited." Eugene Hang did not explicitly invite Sun Yu to sit in the front passenger seat, yet he refrained from dictating where he should sit. After some contemplation, Sun Yu surmised that Eugene Hang was likely attempting to assert his authority. "Am I to sit in the front?" Sun Igriku inquired, then glanced at Eugene Hang's assistant. "I hope I am not usurping your position." The assistant chuckled, but remained silent. "You should take another vehicle," Eugene Hang commanded, prompting the assistant to join the private doctor and others in a different car. Sun Yu shrugged, opened the door to the front seat, and settled in, followed by Yu Xinyu and Eugene Hang. Yu Xinyu appeared somewhat taken aback by her elder brother's unexpected maneuver. Her expression after entering the car reflected her displeasure. Sun Yu was disinclined to engage in the siblings' petty squabble, yet he grew increasingly certain of one thing. Eugene Hang indeed harbored a dislike for him. Was he not aware that a man of Sun Yu's stature, upon witnessing the grandeur of the Yu family, would not feel belittled, but rather strive to ascend the social ladder through Yu Xinyu? With his chin resting on one hand, Eugene Hang quietly observed the expression on Sun Yu's face for a moment before instructing the driver, "Let's depart." The vehicle soon merged onto the expressway. At that juncture, Sun Yu received a message from Sang Qianshan. "Celebrity, you should refrain from going online for a while." "Sun Yu, what do you mean?" "Celebrity. It's complicated, but it's for your own good." After that, Sang Qianshan ceased messaging, but Sun Yu, ever the rebellious spirit, became even more curious. Consequently, he promptly opened Weibo, only to discover that rumors about him and Sang Qianshan had already surged to trending status. A multitude of individuals solemnly proclaimed him to be Sang Qianshan's male sister-in-law. Some even initiated discussions in Dubon groups, analyzing every minute expression and gesture of Sang Qianshan, as well as the garments they wore. Though not matching, love is about protection. Thus the speculation, further substantiating the notion that he, Sun Yu, was indeed the hidden male sister-in-law of Sang Qianshan. Sen Igriku? Huh? Celebrity. I told you not to look, yet you still did. Sun Yu, can't you just issue a statement? Confused face. Celebrity. When has any celebrity's statement ever convinced the public? Sun Yu, that makes a lot of sense. I find myself unable to refute it. Sun Yu, so what should I do? I do not wish to be a male sister-in-law. Celebrity, there is but one solution. Sun Yu, what is it? Celebrity, join me on a variety show. That way, everyone will understand that you are merely my invited friend, and the rumors of the male sister-in-law will naturally dissipate. Chapter 50. Transformed into a frugal Phoenix man. Group chat. Saying Gij's injustice is unbearable. 183. Little Huh? No way, Lao Tai. Has Gij truly found us a male sister-in-law? Little Ho. Pictures, 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 Little Ho. I never expected our Gij to have no rumors before. Turns out it was to find us a male sister-in-law. Licking lips, 1 ton a day. I always said Sang Qianshan ISNT straight. The universe's most straight man is nonsense. Xiao Yu. Sang Qianshan is dead. Smiling. Xiao Hu Hu, leader Yu. Etian Chi Tun, leader Yu. Xiao Yu. I have him torn to shreds. Xiao Hu Hu. The leader is brilliant. Thumbs up, clapping. Etian Chi Tun. The leader is brilliant. Thumbs up, clapping. Yu Xinyu gazed at the images in the group chat, nearly crushing his phone in his grip. Consumed by a desire to rush over and tear apart Sang Qianshan's visage, he observed Sun Yu, who was engrossed in his phone, his countenance shifting through a myriad of expressions as he engaged in conversation with someone unknown. Eugene Hang, however, maintained his relaxed posture, dressed comfortably for warmth, suggesting his health was indeed fragile, as he occasionally coughed during their journey. His vantage point allowed him to scrutinize Sun Yu's expressions, which fluctuated between frowning bewilderment and an urge to leap from the vehicle. Suddenly, he inquired, "When are you going to that variety show?" After a brief pause, he mimicked Yu Sinyu's tone, calling out, "Xiaoyu." Sinyu initially failed to comprehend that Yu Jinhang was addressing him. Upon hearing the name Xiaoyu, however, he felt a chill run down his spine. Unable to endure it, he turned, forcing a disingenuous smile onto his face. "Just call me Xiaocin, all right? Why call me Xiaoyu? Are we that familiar?" As Sinyu prepared to decline the invitation to the show, he recalled the rumors surrounding the male sister-in-law and promptly swallowed his words. He found himself at a loss, wondering how it had come to be that Yu Sinyu's appearance on the show had become a necessity for him. "We'll talk about it later," he replied ambiguously, leaving his options open. Yu Sinyu, who had initially worn a smile, found it faltering upon hearing Sinyu's noncommittal response. He frowned at Sinyu, but due to the angle, Sinyu remained oblivious to his expression. "We'll talk about it later." Yu Jinhang chuckled lightly, glancing at Yu Sinyu beside him. "Then we'll speak of it later." Sang Qianshan lay on the sofa, absorbed in his phone, while his manager was beside himself with anxiety. "It's definitely that wretched Pei Zhe," the manager shouted. "If Pei Zhe were here, I would tear apart this hypocrite's facade, who stirs up such rumors without cause, and amplifies them to such an extent." The manager exclaimed, "That post on that wretched forum was undoubtedly crafted by someone for Pei Zhe's team." Sang Qianshan remained unfazed. He glanced at the forum thread, discussing their new sister-in-law and a top star, then curiously asked, "How did they know that Sinyu and I were college classmates?" The manager nearly choked on his breath. "Is that the crux of the matter?" Sang Qianshan merely looked at the images in the post, discovering even some photos of Sinyu shaking milk tea during their school days, which he promptly saved. "Well, that's rather significant," he stated. The manager rolled his eyes, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure. How was he supposed to contend with a love-struck employer against the hypocritical alliance? He's doing this on purpose. The manager continued to curse Pei Zhe. "Their team is simply trying to force you to take Sinyu on the variety show." He hesitated for a moment, casting a glance at Sang Qianshan, and asked, "Sinyu doesn't have any dark past, right?" Upon hearing this, Sang Qianshan nearly sprang from the sofa. Of course, Sinyu had no blemishes. Sang Qianshan asserted that he was diligent and exceptionally down-to-earth. The manager, however, felt a twinge of skepticism, sensing that Sang Qianshan seemed somewhat bewitched, unable to engage in a rational discussion. Given that Pei Zhe's team resorted to such underhanded tactics, the manager resolved to counteract in kind, chuckling to himself. "Isn't he just a male friend? Let the naive Sang Qianshan and his ordinary friend do a little promotion. Who knows, they might even attract some fans." Sighing, he instructed, "You go and contact Sinyu. I need to have a word with him to see if we can quell this uproar. It's utterly absurd." Suddenly recalling something, the manager added, "Isn't your friend already in a relationship? Perhaps he could casually mention it on a variety show. That would help clear things up. After all, you two are genuinely good friends." On the other side, Yu Jinhang appeared momentarily intrigued by the topic. After his inquiry, he resumed perusing information on his tablet. Meanwhile, Yu Sinyu leaned against the car window, lost in thought. Sinyu, however, began a mental brainstorming session with the system, exclaiming inwardly, "Wait, I'm now on a variety show? What about you, Sinyu?" Sinyu shouted internally at the plump cat. "Let me think," the plump cat mused. And together, they assessed the narrative path they were currently traversing. Luo Baichuan had encountered Yu Sinyu, completed. Chang Yuanqing realized that Yu Sinyu's partner was a scoundrel, completed. Sang Qianshan had crossed paths with Yu Sinyu, completed. The plump cat pondered and felt as though the plot was nearing completion. Sinyu and the plump cat counted together, feeling somewhat satisfied with their progress. Ultimately, their goal was to tarnish Sinyu's reputation while enabling Yu Sinyu to gain followers. The plump cat concluded, "You just need to perform a little poorly when the time comes. Besides, with you off recording a variety show, it would naturally allow Luo Baichuan and Chang Yuanqing to interact more with Yu Sinyu." This notion seemed quite reasonable to Sinyu, and he nodded in agreement after conferring with the plump cat. Once their strategy was solidified, Sinyu accepted Sang Qianshan's invitation, embarking on the journey to pursue a career in showbiz. Yu Jinhang's driver parked beneath their apartment building. Yu Jinhang glanced at Yu Sinyu, expressing, "You've worked hard." Initially perplexed by her brother's intent, Yu Xinyu then heard him add, "The place is a bit cramped." Xinyu opened the car door, feigning ignorance. "It's just perfect for both me and Xiaoyu." A gentle smile spread across Yu Xinyu's face as she swung the car door shut, accepting the luggage handed to her by the driver. "Goodbye, brother." Yu Jinhang replied casually, not bothering to acknowledge Xinyu, instructing the driver to depart. As Yu Xinyu watched her brother's retreating figure, she half-jokingly and half-seriously remarked at Xinyu, "My brother is quite intolerable, isn't he?" Xinyu harbored no significant thoughts regarding Yu Jinhang, simply agreeing, "He's not the easiest to get along with." "The young master has quite the temper," Xinyu added. Chapter 51. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man upon returning home, Xinyu spoke to Yu Xinyu about his participation in a variety show. Yu Xinyu's expression remained unchanged, yet a hint of surprise flickered across his face. "Does this mean I might see you on television?" he inquired. "Perhaps," Xinyu replied, somewhat uncertain. However, what truly perplexed him was Yu Xinyu's attitude. Although Yu Xinyu had not explicitly stated his feelings earlier, his demeanor suggested a lack of enthusiasm for Xinyu's involvement in the show. What had caused this sudden shift in perspective? Pondering this, Xinyu decided to ask directly. Yu Xinyu slowly opened his suitcase, organizing his belongings for the trip. In response to Xinyu's question, he maintained his smile. "The compensation for this variety show should be quite decent, right?" "It's acceptable." Xinyu recalled the figures presented to him by Sang Qianshan. "In that case, we could consider moving to a different place." Once Yu Xinyu finished packing, he approached Xinyu, who was seated on the sofa, unguarded by Yu Xinyu's proximity. In Xinyu's mind, Yu Xinyu was gentle, harmless, devoid of any threat. Bending down, Yu Xinyu rested one hand on Xinyu's knee while the other supported him on the sofa. "Let us find a new place to live when the time comes." "All right," Igriku promised, albeit vacuously. He was acutely aware that he would eventually depart from this world, and he knew that Xinyu's fate in the novel was rather grim. As he gazed at Yu Xinyu, who looked up at him with a dependent expression, he wished that the other might harbor a bit more disdain for him. "Where do you want to go?" Yu Xinyu asked, squatting before Xinyu and gazing intently at him. "I don't know," Xinyu admitted, genuinely unsure. In that moment, Yu Xinyu resembled a gentle giant dog. Resting his head on Xinyu's knee, Xinyu absent-mindedly ruffled his hair. "We can think about it later." A sweet, expectant smile blossomed on Yu Xinyu's face as he looked at Xinyu with his green-brown eyes. "Let us go somewhere that belongs only to us, shall we?" Igriku nodded. Just then, Sang Qianshan sent a message inquiring about the venue for their meeting to sign the contract and discuss details. Yu Xinyu, wearing his customary smile, gazed at Xinyu's phone, unapologetically peeking at his messages. "How about you come to my place?" Yu Xinyu suggested. "There's so many paparazzi outside. It would be better at home." Sang Qianshan was taken aback at the prospect of visiting Xinyu's residence, as he believed that Yu Xinyu, whom he perceived as somewhat unhinged, would rather see him harmed. He found Xinyu's agreement to this arrangement rather astonishing. Having switched to another vehicle, he arrived at the foot of Xinyu's building, accompanied by his agent this time. The two pressed the doorbell together. Just as Sang Qianshan was about to flash a smile, he was taken aback to find that Yu Xinyu was the one who opened the door. His smile vanished instantly. "It's you?" "Of course, it's me," Yu Xinyu replied sweetly. "After all, I live with Xiaoyu." The agent was surprised to see a strikingly handsome young man with a hint of mixed heritage at the door. He glanced curiously at Sang Qianshan and then back at Yu Xinyu, feeling a surge of excitement, eager to recruit this individual for their company. Sang Qianshan let out a hum, but refrained from saying anything further. Yu Xinyu simply smiled with good-natured warmth. Xinyu had deliberately asked Yu Xinyu to open the door, intending to facilitate another encounter between the two protagonists. Upon seeing that Sang Qianshan had arrived, he emerged from behind Yu Xinyu and greeted, "You're here." At this, Sang Qianshan revealed a sincere smile, exclaiming, "Yes, it's the perfect opportunity to discuss the variety show." After changing their shoes, they proceeded to the living room where Yu Xinyu had already prepared tea and snacks, presenting them before Sang Qianshan and his manager. The manager expressed his gratitude and immediately took a sip of tea, commenting on its delightful aroma. He then handed business cards to Xinyu and Yu Xinyu, introducing himself. Sang Qianshan glanced at the tea, showing no inclination to partake, humorously pondering what Yu Xinyu might have added. The manager spoke first, outlining the simple process of the variety show. It involved a major star traveling on vacation with their non-celebrity friends. The focus is on a leisurely pace, showcasing a different side of the celebrity as they interact with their ordinary companions, thereby dispelling the rumors of Sang Qianshan's lack of friends. And now, a male roommate must be added. This was the first destination proposed by the production team. The manager handed a printed proposal to Xinyu, who noted that the initial location was an island, coincidentally mirroring the setting described in the novel. After all, this was a splendid locale within the narrative for fostering intimacy and enhancing physical interaction. How delightful. The overall itinerary closely resembled that of the book, departing from their respective homes and convening at the airport. Observing this, Xinyu turned to Yu Xinyu, questioning whether the departure scene was necessary to film. In the original story, Yu Xinyu had already broken up with Xinyu by this time, residing alone in her spacious apartment, naturally without any other appearances. However, since Xinyu was still cohabitating with Yu Xinyu, it was imperative to capture this. The manager, albeit reluctantly, affirmed this. Sang Qianshan furrowed his brow, poised to suggest to Xinyu that he might as well stay at his place, only to be preempted by Yu Xinyu, who remarked, "Let us just consider me your roommate." She kindly added, "Besides, everyone in the company already knows you are sharing a place with someone." Xinyu nodded in agreement. It was indeed the case. Moreover, this arrangement would certainly draw attention to Yu Xinyu in subsequent discussions. Since Yu Xinyu had no objection to being on camera, it was fortuitously appropriate. Sang Qianshan sit en livre honnête, glancing at Yu Xinyu, who was entirely focused on the proposal, not sparing him a look. "By the way, how will everyone be accommodated?" Yu Xinyu suddenly inquired. "It will likely require shared accommodations," the manager replied, "as the show's appeal lies in the camaraderie with non-celebrity friends." "What if the friends are of different genders?" Yu Xinyu playfully questioned. The manager hesitated, fumbling for words. Indeed, there was a pair of friends of opposite genders in the show. Per the director's instructions, individuals of the same gender would be housed together, with the possibility of a random draw to determine room assignments. "There will be a draw," Sang Qianshan interjected, explaining that a game would occur on the day of filming, with the victors allowed to choose their roommates, while the remaining pairings will be decided by gender-based drawing. He gazed at Yu Xinyu. "Are you satisfied?" Yu Xinyu did not affirm or deny, merely offering a smile. "Well then, it seems we can only rely on our own abilities." Chapter 52. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Sang Qianshan felt there was more to Yu Xinyu's words. Yet, he was quite certain that the other party would not be participating in the variety show. Their demeanor suggested they were confident of victory. Furthermore, Yu Xinyu had meticulously reviewed the basic processes and scripts, for although it was labeled as a live, slow-paced variety show, there was undoubtedly a script involved. Considering the participants were ordinary friends, their acting skills would likely not be exceptional, compounded by his limited understanding of Xinyu. Thus, Sang Qianshan's script summary leaned towards improvisation to dispel rumors of having no friends. Yu Xinyu examined the proposal, concluding that indeed, Xinyu was his sole friend. "Having Xinyu as a friend is sufficient," Sang Qianshan remarked casually, then shifted his attention to Xinyu. "People can have more than one lover without raising eyebrows. Why should it be strange for me to have only one friend?" Xinyu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back under Sang Qianshan's gaze. Though he knew the other party was oblivious to the plot, the previous statement seemed to carry an implicit critique. The manager frowned, observing Sang Qianshan and the seemingly gentle Yu Xinyu across from him. He suddenly felt as though the living room had transformed into an octagonal cage. Sensing that the two were on the verge of an altercation, Yu Xinyu pursed her lips and smiled. "Having Xinyu as a good friend is enough." Leaning against Xinyu's shoulder, she added, "And having Xinyu as a partner is also sufficient." Sang Qianshan regarded Yu Xinyu, who did not meet his gaze but instead smiled sweetly at Xinyu. "Right, darling?" "Indeed," Xinyu murmured, lowering his head to study the proposal, reluctant to make eye contact with either of them. At that moment, he felt a profound connection with Sang Qianshan's manager, a shared sentiment of wanting to escape the impending conflict. Sang Qianshan continued to elaborate on various details, such as camera angles and how to handle unexpected situations during the filming. He emphasized that the production team would also be recording at night. So it was vital to remember to turn off the cameras in the room before sleeping and to turn them back on upon waking. Sin-Yu glanced at the list of invited guests for the variety show, titled We Are True Friends. In addition to the already known Sang Qianshan and Pei Zhe, there was also Yu Huining, who had betrayed Sang Qianshan, along with two other pairs, the popular idol Jian Zhou, male, and his ordinary childhood friend Yu Kersin, female, as well as the idol Lin Xinyan, female, and her ordinary senior Ji Shuang, female. Sin-Yu was only familiar with these two pairs. However, the issue was that their presence in the original narrative was rather weak, offering little in terms of reference. Sang Qianshan suddenly interjected, "Keep your distance from him." The manager genuinely wished to cover Sang Qianshan's mouth, but under the latter's piercing gaze, he could only manage an awkward smile and turned at Sin-Yu. "Well, you understand." "Yes, I understand," Sin-Yu thought. "The first person I must confront on this show is Yu Huining." The next day, as work commenced, Sin-Yu arrived at the office bright and early. So early? Upon arriving at the office, Gao Lanyuan was taken aback to find Sin-Yu already present. Sin-Yu appeared somewhat distracted, as if preoccupied with a matter of significance. His gaze drifted towards Lu Buochuan's office, pondering the unusual absence of the punctual robot who typically graced the workplace every day like clockwork. Gao Lanyuan noticed Sin-Yu's intense scrutiny of the office, as if attempting to pierce through its walls. "Did you spend the weekend with Brother Chuan?" Sin-Yu turned his attention to Gao Lanyuan, bewildered. "Huh? Did you not see the moments on WeChat?" Gao Lanyuan chuckled. Brother Chuan posted something. Sin-Yu admitted he had not checked, as he rarely perused his WeChat moments. Upon hearing Gao Lanyuan's comment, he promptly navigated to Lu Buochuan's WeChat post. There, he discovered an update from Saturday, a snapshot of an open computer screen alongside a hand that was undoubtedly masculine. The fingers, while long, exhibited prominent knuckles, suggesting a certain strength. The hand's complexion was a cool, pale hue, leaving Sin-Yu uncertain whether it was the lighting or a natural trait. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the hand was indeed his own, as evidenced by a small scar on his ring finger, pale and faint, reminiscent of a past injury. The accompanying caption was simply work, followed by a myriad of thumbs up and likes from admirers. "Are you a private investigator?" Sin-Yu queried, regarding Gao Lanyuan's perceptiveness in identifying him. Gao Lanyuan's gaze lingered on Sin-Yu's fingers, specifically tapping lightly on the scar on his ring finger. Sin-Yu glanced down and confirmed the small scar, which had seemingly been there for some time. "With your skills in spotting differences, you would undoubtedly score full marks," Sin-Yu remarked, lifting his gaze to meet Gao Lanyuan's. Yet, Gao Lanyuan continued to pursue his prior inquiry. "Did he invite you to work overtime over the weekend?" "Not exactly," Sin-Yu briefly explained, clarifying that they had merely crossed paths at a location. Just then, Lu Buochuan approached, impeccably dressed in a suit. Noticing the two engaged in conversation, he nodded in greeting, "Morning." Sin-Yu reciprocated and, upon seeing Lu Buochuan enter his office, stood up and patted Gao Lanyuan on the shoulder. "I'll head in first. We'll chat later." Gao Lanyuan glanced at the spot where Sin-Yu had touched him, and then observed as Sin-Yu entered Lu Buochuan's office without the customary knock. A frown creased his brow. It seemed that in just one weekend, the rapport between Sin-Yu and Lu Buochuan had intensified significantly. Ordinarily, Sin-Yu would have rapped on the glass before being granted entry. Unbeknownst to Sin-Yu, his colleague was already concocting theories regarding the newfound closeness with Lu Buochuan. He closed the glass door behind him and watched as Lu Buochuan removed his suit jacket and hung it on a nearby rack, loosening his tie slightly before taking a seat. "Is there something you need?" Lu Buochuan inquired, looking at Sin-Yu, who followed him inside. "Indeed, there's a matter," Sin-Yu replied. "Go ahead. It's about the variety show," he elaborated. Sin-Yu promptly began to articulate the elaborate justification he had crafted the previous day. The variety show required only 3 days of recording in each location, with 2 of those days falling on the weekend. Therefore, he merely needed to request a single day off, assuring that it would not interfere with his work commitments. He guaranteed he would fulfill all tasks assigned by the company with both quality and quantity. Furthermore, Sin-Yu recited the worker's manifesto, vowing to demonstrate unequivocally that he would not impede his professional duties. So, Please grant me the leave. Luo Baichuan, listening, felt a headache coming on. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at Xin Yu. Are you certain you wish to participate in the variety show? Well, there is no alternative. Xin Yu replied with a smile. The compensation is simply too generous. Luo Baichuan, however, was indifferent to the amount offered. After all, it was merely a figure. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk, a habitual gesture during contemplation. You still have 10 days of annual leave remaining, he stated. Moreover, since you only need to take 1 day off, and provided you complete your work with high standards, I have no reason to deny your request. Yet when I previously inquired, you expressed a complete lack of interest in this variety show. He leaned forward slightly, studying Xin Yu as though seeking to understand the shift in his perspective. May I ask what has altered your opinion? They're simply offering too much, Xin Yu reiterated, steadfast in his reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Baichuan nodded. Very well. Please submit your request through the proper channels. With that, he diverted his attention back to the computer, asking, could you provide the specific dates for the recording? Xin Yu shared a rough estimate of the filming period. Given that the prominent stars had limited availability, the show was designed to record for a maximum of 3 days in each location, with a minimum of 2. The first episode required a 3-day schedule to allow for adjustments, especially since many ordinary participants were appearing on a variety show for the first time. This was to ensure sufficient usable footage. The show would employ a format of partial live streaming followed by post-production editing for television broadcast. Upon receiving the details regarding the recording schedule and location, Luo Baichuan merely nodded, signaling that Xin Yu could leave. Time swiftly passed until the moment before the show officially commenced. Sang Qianshan and Xin Yu set off for the airport. Initially, they were meant to travel separately. But Sang Qianshan, considering Xin Yu's lack of transportation, proposed to the production team that he accompanied Xin Yu to the airport. The production team deliberated and ultimately agreed, recognizing the potential for engaging content. Once the livestream setup was complete, the recording of We Are True Friends officially began. As Sang Qianshan had the largest fan base, the moment his face appeared on the screen, the chat exploded with comments. Come see my lonely husband with no friends and a sulky face. L'éclipse sans Qianshan. Tell me you don't have a male sister-in-law. Angry. Here comes the male sister-in-law. I hope the pure fans don't get too upset with the brother. Aggrieved. In the footage, Sang Qianshan donned glasses, eschewing makeup, perhaps prioritizing comfort for the flight, and dressed in a rather simple manner. The upper half was adorned with a simple black t-shirt featuring a logo, complemented by a pair of jeans and a modest hoodie as an outer layer. Upon noticing the camera, he greeted with a wave and subsequently fell silent. He decided to pay a visit to Xiaoyu. After leaving his spacious apartment with his luggage in hand, Sang Qianshan addressed the driver and placed his suitcase in the back seat. At that moment, the comment section was ablaze with remarks such as, Xiaoyu, such a familiar address. Are you still the same, Sang Qianshan? Have you been possessed? And it seems the male friend is named Xiaoyu. The production team, diligently fulfilling their roles, began to inquire whether Xiaoyu is Sang Ji's closest friend. Upon hearing this, Sang Qianshan furrowed his brow, casting an irritated glance at the camera. The comments erupted. Blackface already. I knew Gage had no friends. And breaking news. The live stream just started and he's already sulking, truly the silly Sang Ge. His face is sour. He firmly stated that Xiaoyu is not merely his best friend, but rather his only friend. With calm composure, he declared to the camera, Xiaoyu is my sole companion. I have no other friends. The comments flooded in. Not her brother? Are you coming out? And shocking, a superstar publicly coming out. For what reason? The production crew of Durian TV felt their breaths quicken, although they thrived on drama. They had not anticipated such cooperation from Sang Qianshan. As soon as he spoke, the comments section nearly erupted. Nevertheless, they were mindful of the show's direction, asserting, we are true friends. Hence, despite their eagerness to secure trending topics, the staff remained composed and reassured, it seems Sang Ge and Xiaoyu share a strong bond. Truly, they're like brothers. Sang Qianshan paid little heed to the remarks from the Durian TV staff. Instead, he directly dialed Xin Yu's number. Once he heard that the other party was prepared, He mentioned that he would arrive in half an hour. Yes, I'll be there in half an hour, he said, one hand holding the phone while leaning against the side of the van. Sang Qianshan smiled slightly. Breakfast? I haven't eaten. Could you bring me some? Oh. His expression suddenly turned cold. Then never mind. I shan't trouble you. Within mere seconds, his demeanor shifted dramatically, leaving the comments section baffled and questioning the rapid changes in his emotions. At the moment the doorbell rang, Xinyu glanced at Yu Xinyu's room. Ever since learning that Sang Qianshan would arrive in half an hour, Yu Xinyu had retreated to his room, seemingly unwilling to emerge before the production team's departure. After a moment's thought, Xinyu opened the door, only to find Sang Qianshan and the accompanying camera crew behind him. As Sang Qianshan's gaze instinctively swept across the room, he felt a sense of satisfaction upon not spotting Yu Xinyu. Casting a glance at Xinyu, he noted that the latter was clad in a simple gray hoodie and jeans, their attire remarkably similar, with only a modest carry-on suitcase beside him, sufficient for 3 days' essentials. Just as Sang Qianshan was about to suggest they could depart, a door within the room swung open, revealing Yu Xinyu, impeccably dressed and clearly having made an effort to present herself. The production team, having prior knowledge of Xinyu sharing accommodation with a roommate, had originally not intended to capture this moment on film. However, the stunning appearance of Yu Xinyu compelled the camera to shift its focus. As she gracefully approached Xinyu under Sang Qianshan's watchful eye, "You should take this too." Yu Xinyu suddenly handed Xinyu a small bag. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of medicated patches for treating bruises. Was he heading to a tropical island for leisure or preparing for a survival game? Leaning slightly closer, Yu Xinyu whispered in his ear, "These can cover your tattoo." It dawned on Xinyu that, given the nature of the show, his tattoo would likely need to be concealed. Realizing this, he couldn't help but admire Yu Xinyu's thoughtfulness when Sang Qianshan interjected, "Is this your roommate?" "You?" He regarded Yu Xinyu, introducing himself for the first time. "I am his good friend, Sang Qianshan." Yu Xinyu found Sang Qianshan's possessive demeanor somewhat amusing. She understood that he assumed she would refrain from revealing their romantic connection during the broadcast, hence his insistence on labeling her as a mere roommate. "Indeed, I am Xinyu's roommate," she replied with a smile. "We have lived together since our university days." Chapter 54. Dressed as a frugal phoenix man, faced with Yu Xinyu's provocation, Sang Qianshan, despite being aware of her intentionality, could not suppress a surge of irritation. "Is that so?" he said, casually resting a hand on Xinyu's shoulder. "I recall that Xinyu resided in the dormitory." He looked down at Xinyu. "I often visited you there, didn't I?" Yu Xinyu chuckled softly. "Occasionally, yes." She turned to Xinyu, seemingly oblivious to Sang Qianshan's challenge. "We often watch movies together on weekends. Dear friends, am I overthinking this? What else with this competitive tone? I told you our male sister-in-law is remarkable. Not only has he won over the heart of the princess, but their roommate relationship appears to be quite special." Shush. While the team at Durian Station was entertained by this dramatic scene, they were also wary of the potential for the show's direction to go awry. Urgently, the crew signaled to Xinyu off-screen, indicating that they needed to depart soon. "Enough of this. Let us hurry." Xinyu placed the small bag that Yu Xinyu had given him into his backpack and turned to her. "I'll be back in a few days." He then promptly grabbed Sang Qianshan, urging, "Let us go, or we'll miss our flight." At this moment, Sang Qianshan displayed an expression of triumphant victory, and with a smile, he accepted Xinyu's suitcase, reassuring him that there was still time to spare. Xinyu turned back to glance at Yu Xinyu inside the room, feeling an inexplicable sense that despite the smile on her face, it did not reach her eyes. "Take care," he said, as Yu Xinyu watched Xinyu being led away by Sang Qianshan. Her expression twisted almost grotesquely at the moment the door closed behind them. Her gaze shifted to the cameras in the living room, and the thoughts that had arisen since Xinyu's participation in the variety show surged back in her mind. She wished that little Yu belonged solely to her. Once Xinyu boarded Sang Qianshan's van, he let out a sigh of relief. According to the original storyline, although everyone was setting out separately, the Durian Station intentionally arranged some explosive combinations for entertainment value. However, the original combinations had drastically changed, and it remained uncertain whom they would encounter at the airport. He chuckled, hoping it wouldn't be Eugene Hang. Yet, the moment Xinyu laid eyes on Pei Zhe, He realized his earlier jest had come true. Unlike Xin Yu and Sang Qianshan's casual attire, Peja was evidently well-groomed. His clothing was comfortable yet stylish, clearly designed with the aesthetic appeal for the camera in mind. Peja had already earned a reputation as a handsome figure in the industry, often criticized for relying on his looks before receiving any accolades. However, the instant Peja's friend, a non-celebrity, appeared, nearly everyone's attention was captivated by him. Though the weather was not particularly cold, Yu Jinheng was clad in an oatmeal-colored overcoat that reached nearly to his calves, perfectly complementing his tall and slender physique. Underneath, he wore a light gray knit sweater and matching casual trousers. In contrast to his light-colored attire, Yu Jinheng's hair and eyes were strikingly dark. Seemingly unwell, he coughed softly while clenching his fist, his face devoid of color, exuding an impression of frail nobility. What a coincidence! Yu Jinheng remarked softly upon seeing Xin Yu and Sang Qianshan. At that moment, Sang Qianshan suddenly understood the confident demeanor Xin Yu had displayed earlier. He realized that Yu Jinheng would assist him. Regardless of any personal grievances towards Xin Yu, the brothers would always stand united, their interests aligned in the face of outsiders. Sang Qianshan truly wished to avoid encountering Yu Jinheng. Even though he was already aware of the participants for the recording, he assumed Yu Jinheng was merely making an appearance. He approached Yu Jinheng to greet him, only to find that Yu Jinheng's gaze was not directed at him, but rather at Xin Yu. Xiao Yu expressed concern for you, so she asked me to look after you a bit, Yu Jinheng said softly, not even glancing at Sang Qianshan, seemingly unfazed by the fact that he was overstepping in front of his good friend. At that moment, Xin Yu felt as if he were a frog ensnared by a serpent, desperately wishing to surrender. Unlike the casual demeanor displayed towards others, Xin Yu harbors a genuine trepidation regarding Yu Jinheng. There exists an unsettling unpredictability in his actions. Upon hearing Yu Jinheng's words, Sang Qianshan nearly succumbed to laughter, exclaiming that he would take care of his friend himself. He turned toward Yu Jinheng, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jinheng. Given that Yu Jinheng had assumed full responsibility and was somewhat older than them, he carried a significant air of authority among the younger generation. Generally, Sang Qianshan preferred to avoid any entanglement or conflict with Yu Jinheng. However, with Xin Yu having been so brazenly dismissed by his elder brother, he could not simply remain silent. Otherwise, one day, he might find his wife whisked away, while he stood idly by, applauding, "Well done. Brother Jinheng is indeed considerate." Yu Jinheng did not react with anger to Sang Qianshan's remarks, resembling a lion king observing a young male lion's defiance. Aware that these cubs would soon leave the pride, or perhaps meet a grim fate. "I have met Xiao Yu, so it is no trouble," Yu Jinheng remarked, nodding at Xin Yu before turning his attention to Peja. "Is our flight about to depart?" Peja glanced at Sang Qianshan, whose expression was less than pleasant, and the bewildered Xin Yu. "Yes, it's soon." After a lengthy absence, he also greeted Xin Yu. Xin Yu, distracted, nodded absently. "Are we all together at the airport?" "Oh, my apologies, Director. I'm late." Just as Xin Yu finished speaking, a youthful male voice emerged amidst them. A boy in his early 20s approached, clad in fashionable attire predominantly from luxury brands, his hair meticulously styled, and a light layer of makeup adorning his face. Accompanying him was a moderately attractive young man, who, having barely broken into the industry, managed to rank in the 30s during a talent show. He carried 2 pieces of luggage, and, as the boy hurried along, he gently reminded him to be careful not to trip. Before his departure, Xin Yu had taken the time to familiarize himself with the entertainment industry. He instantly recognized the young boy as Yu Huining, who had gained popularity for his role alongside Sang Qianshan in a recent drama. The young man beside him was his ordinary friend. Yu Huining's eyes brightened upon spotting Xin Yu, and he exclaimed, "You must be Sang Ji's ordinary friend. What a pleasure to meet you." With a cheerful demeanor, he introduced himself. "I am Yu Huining, and I previously acted with Sang Ge." Yu Huining embodied the vibrant, sunny idol persona with an unabashedly bold character. Previously, he had insinuated on a program that Sang Qianshan was somewhat antisocial and dismissive towards lesser-known artists. And while some fans defended him, Claiming he was merely being genuine, they expressed their apologies for his outspokenness. His exuberant entrance, coupled with his newfound fame from acting, instantly drew a throng of fans online, showering him with compliments for his charm and kindness, while subtly criticizing Sang Qianshan for his earlier brusqueness towards Pei's friend, deeming it quite rude. The fans of Yu Huaining eagerly awaited a response from Sun Yu, who then took the opportunity to promote Yu Huaining. In a live broadcast, a man, handsome yet exuding an air of indifference and world-weariness, smiled slightly. Long admired? When did I become so famous? He gazed at Yu Huaining, questioning, what is it that you admire? In Chapter 55, titled Transforming into a Penny-Pinching Phoenix Man, the atmosphere was electric. At that moment, nearly all the staff at Durian Channel were struck by the same thought. Wow, this is captivating. They had initially believed that Sang Qianshan would be the focal point of conflict in the show, but his friend proved to be equally formidable. If it weren't for the script that contained no provocation towards Yu Huaining, the staff might have thought it was all prearranged. Yu Huaining was equally taken aback by Sun Yu's unexpected remark and nearly lost his smile. Although he had initially responded with long admired in a somewhat insincere manner, he wondered what there was to admire about Sun Yu. After all, he was merely Sang Qianshan's male relative. However, he did not anticipate Sang Qianshan's stubborn and abrasive nature, nor that his friend would be cut from the same cloth. Yet, he knew he must not show any anger at that moment. Both fans and trolls alike would rally in the comments to defend him, allowing him to feign innocence. Yu Huaining immediately adopted a perplexed expression, stammering, I was just being polite. His explanation served as a subtle jab at Sun Yu, insinuating that he was overestimating himself. As anticipated, the comment section was filled with his fans fiercely defending him. Disgusting. How could someone as kind as Xiao Ning encounter such a loathsome person? Get out. Get out of the production team. It's clear that Gij's friends are not good people. Amidst this were the sardonic remarks from Sang Qianshan's fans and statement from self-appointed champions of justice. Am I the only one who thinks Yu Huaining was being sarcastic and our sister-in-law picked up on it? Promptly firing back. What sister-in-law? Mind your words. Just good buddies. Oh, sarcastically, the only friend I see. Sun Yu, sharing a similar sentiment, chuckled. I thought you had stumbled upon some trivial gossip online and were being sarcastic here. Turns out it was just courtesy. At this juncture, Yu Huaining's friend, Wei Ku, interjected. Ning Ning, let us head over there. He glanced at Sun Yu and Sang Qianshan, his expression not particularly pleasant. Don't engage with them. Oh, Ning Ning. Sun Yu observed Yu Huaining smiling at Wei Ku and replied, All right, I knew Yu Huaining had something planned. It seemed he was about to stir the pot regarding their brotherly bond. Sun Yu scrutinized Wei Ku's appearance, internally critiquing Yu Huaining and Wei Ku's investor. Don't waste your energy. Better to tidy up and get to work. Sang Qianshan had not anticipated Sun Yu's impulsiveness, though he was not particularly surprised, as Sun Yu had always been the type to confront challenges head-on. Meanwhile, Yu Jinhong's expression remained unchanged. He glanced at his watch before telling Pei Zhe, Let us board the plane. Am I the only one who feels Pei Zhe is being overshadowed, appearing like a butler? Is there anyone who knows the identity of Pei Zhe's friend? They seem to exude an incredibly strong aura. Meanwhile, several entertainment forums and groups have begun discussing this episode. And soon, curious onlookers have uncovered that Yu Jinhong's true identity is one that even the production team would kneel and call dad. Due to the restrictions against live streaming within the cabin, the broadcast from the production team concluded at this point. The subsequent segment consisted of follow-up shots. The seating arrangements were predetermined at check-in, with most of the business class seats nearly occupied by a few individuals, arranged according to their relationships with ordinary friends. Sun Yu and Sang Qianshan fortuitously found themselves seated in two adjacent middle seats, while each window seat was occupied by a single passenger. Given the production team's limited budget, they provided the guests with GoPros to capture some footage of the flight themselves. Sun Yu noticed that Yu Huaining, who had been absent for a while, although still smiling, did not appear to be in the best of spirits, and his so-called good friend Wei Ku looked even more displeased. It wasn't until the two activated their GoPro that they began to speak nonsensically for the camera. Seizing the moment before they commenced filming, Sun Yu leaned closer to Sang Qianshan and quietly inquired about the situation. Sang Qianshan glanced over at Yu Huaining and Wei Ku, recalling the information his agent had gathered, referring to them as plastic friends. Sun Yu looked at Sang Qianshan and understood the implication of their relationship. He could tell that the two were complete strangers. Sang Qianshan briefly elaborated on Wei Ku's background, mentioning that he came from a wealthy family, a second-generation rich kid aiming to make a name for himself in the industry. In essence, Wei Ku aspired to become a star, and his family was paving the way for him to take shortcuts. First by getting him on such a popular variety show to gain some recognition, and then leveraging that exposure to showcase some appealing traits during the program. Followed by aggressive marketing after the show to smoothly transition into the entertainment circle. Although Yu Huining currently had a decent following, his sudden inclusion in this program was likely a result of resources from Wei Ku's end. On the other side, Yu Jinhang glanced at the camera, and Peja subtly adjusted the lens to focus more on himself, attempting to minimize the exposure of Yu Jinhang. Despite Yu Jinhang's participation in the variety show, it was merely a formality, so any unnecessary shots could easily be avoided. "Have you changed your bodyguard?" Yu Jinhang suddenly asked. Peja was taken aback by this unexpected concern, feeling a bit flattered. He explained that his previous bodyguard had sustained some injuries recently, prompting the company to assign someone else. Yu Jinhang propped his head on his hand, looking at Peja with a hint of sympathy, remarking that it was indeed unfortunate. It seemed that luck was not on his side, missing out on this excellent opportunity for exposure. Chapter 56. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, Peja felt inexplicably that Yu Jinhang's words carried a deeper meaning, but when he looked back, he found Yu Jinhang had already lowered his gaze to the tablet in his hands, as if the previous conversation had merely been casual banter. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Peja reassured himself, and he quickly set his mind at ease. Sun Yu's seat provided a clear view of the top of Yu Jinhang's head, and since the two had not made an effort to lower their voices during their conversation, he naturally overheard their exchange. Did the bodyguard really sustain some injuries? What a curious turn of events. Unlike Peja, Sun Yu was well aware, having read the novel, that Yu Jinhang was an individual of profound thoughts who seldom indulged in trivial conversation. Moreover, when had he ever shown interest in Peja's bodyguard? Sun Yu wagered that Yu Jinhang likely couldn't recall what Peja's bodyguard even looked like. Nevertheless, he could not fathom the reason behind Yu Jinhang's specific inquiry, leading him to temporarily conclude that he was simply being irrational again. "Have you met him?" Sang Qianshan, having noticed that Yu Jinhang and Sun Yu were seated before them, lowered his voice to inquire. He could certainly perceive the familiarity Yu Jinhang had with Sun Yu, alongside Sun Yu's subtle mix of trepidation and resistance. Had something transpired? Given Sun Yu's fearless and self-assured demeanor that day, Sang Qianshan felt it was uncharacteristic for him to be so cautious around Yu Jinhang. "Ah yes." Sun Igriku, caught off guard by the question, responded a beat late. He cast a sympathetic glance at Sang Qianshan, thinking to himself that Zihan was being excluded from the gathering. After all, aside from him, the other stockholders were all present at the tumultuous event. He exchanged a meaningful look with Sang Qianshan. "Yes, I met Xiao Yu's elder brother." Sang Qianshan furrowed his brow. "Where did you go?" He doubted that Yu Jinhang would frequent any inexpensive establishments, yet given Sun Yu's notorious frugality, it seemed implausible that he would venture into any high-cost venue. Suddenly, he morphed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes, deducing infidelity from a mere photograph, and almost instantly arrived at the answer. "Did Yu Sun Yu take you somewhere?" He scrutinized Sang Qianshan with a frown. "Where did he take you?" Sun Yu savored Sang Qianshan's mildly irate demeanor before replying. "We went to soak in a hot spring." "Soak in a hot spring?" Sang Qianshan could barely contain himself, his voice rising slightly. This immediately drew the attention of others. For instance, Peja turned to glance at him, while Yu Huining and his companion also stole furtive looks in his direction. "Are you jealous?" Sun Igriku probed tentatively, curious to see if a spark had ignited between Sang Qianshan and Yu Sun Yu. Of course, if one were to calculate the intensity of the friction based on the mutual animosity between Yu Sun Yu and Sang Qianshan, it would be far more than a mere flicker. It would be akin to a raging inferno. "Jealous?" Sang Qianshan seemed taken aback by Sun Yu's bold assertion. He stumbled over his words, his ears turning crimson. How could I be jealous? It's not like Seeing that Sang Qianshan had inadvertently drawn parallels to himself, Xin Yu hastily interrupted to clarify. I meant you're jealous of a good friend's outing without you. A bit miffed, perhaps. Upon hearing this, Sang Qianshan frowned slightly. He wanted to refute Xin Yu, insisting that his irritation stemmed from the choice of partner rather than the exclusion from an outing. Yet, as he opened his mouth to speak, he found himself at a loss for words, feeling rather perplexed. Ultimately, he said nothing, opting instead to jest. Then you must take me along next time. Yu Jinheng glanced at the messages sent by Yu Xinyu on his tablet, as the airplane had yet to take off. He perused the messages a few times before switching to another page. Upon overhearing the conversation of the two individuals behind him, he did not lift his gaze but remained fixated on the screen, lost in thought. Page caught wind of Yu Jinheng's words and momentarily doubted his own hearing. However, as he turned to look, he noticed the other party was still engrossed in what appeared to be a report, prompting him to avert his eyes in trepidation. Meanwhile, Sang Qianshan continued to inquire about the specific hot spring, expressing his desire to visit it next time. Xin Yu opted to recount the events of that day in a general manner, and upon learning that besides the two brothers from the Yu family and the host Chang Yuanqing, both Pei Zhe and Lu Baichuan were present, he felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was I really not there? Sans question. No worries, Sun Han. We simply want to invite them next time. Xin Yu replied with a smile. In the midst of their conversation, Xin Yu suddenly noticed another individual approaching within the cabin, who then took a seat in the single seat to his left. At first, Xin Yu paid no mind, but upon realizing who it was, he quickly turned to his left. The person beside him seemed to have only just acknowledged Xin Yu's presence, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise as they removed their coat. What a coincidence, they remarked. Xin Yu glanced at Lu Baichuan's astonished expression, responding, Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Lu Baichuan, noticing San Jianshan beside Sen Yigriku, seemed to finally grasp that they were recording a variety show and nodded in a restrained manner, indicating he would not disturb their work. Xin Yu was aware that before takeoff, Sang Qianshan had not prepared to turn on the GoPro. Seizing the moment before takeoff, he half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, Brother Chuan, you haven't come and catch me at work, have you? I've already taken leave. Lu Baichuan chuckled softly. Your leave was approved by me, of course. I haven't forgotten. Perhaps in anticipation of the long flight ahead, he had opted for a more casual attire rather than his usual tailored suit. What a coincidence, he echoed. Yu Jinheng, propping his head on his hand, listened for a while before lazily turning his head to glance at Lu Baichuan. Upon meeting his gaze, Lu Baichuan merely nodded. Brother Jinheng, Yu Jinheng greeted. I didn't expect to see you so soon, he added. Lu Baichuan replied with a smile. I was surprised too when Xiaoyu mentioned it to me. I thought he was joking, considering Brother Jinheng has already taken over the family business. I assumed he wouldn't have time for such childish play. Yu Jinheng placed his tablet aside after dimming its screen, aware that in this digital age, diverse promotional methods were indeed advantageous. He glanced at Lu Baichuan, wary of anyone who might be restless and inclined to stir up trouble. Xin Yu, listening from behind, was left utterly perplexed. Wait, brother, when did I tell you that Yu Jinheng would be participating in the variety show? You were the one who spilled the beans at the villa. Chapter 57. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, 3 hours later, the plane finally landed, bringing them to the seaside villa arranged by the production team. As they had arrived together, they still needed to wait for another flight carrying 2 groups of people. Yu Huining and Wei Ku walked ahead, and upon laying eyes on the villa, Yu Huining displayed an expression of delight. The production team must have spent a fortune this time. Xin Yu mused, glancing curiously at the villa before them. Is there truly a discrepancy between the portrayal in novels and reality? How could he possibly recall the original work depicting this villa as a cozy abode when, at present, it is anything but modest? It could easily host 10 seasons of a reality show featuring the family of Kardex. Sang Qianshan cast a glance at the villa before turning to observe Yu Jinheng, who lingered at the rear of the crowd. At that moment, the director of the production team expressed gratitude to the benefactor behind the scenes for providing their seaside villa. Although Xin Yu was intrigued by how this villa had suddenly transformed from a warm retreat to something seemingly unattainable, He attributed it to the sponsors recognizing the show's immense potential and subsequently increasing their investment, thus not dwelling on it too much. The villa itself was perched on a hillside by the beach, covering an expansive area. The ground floor facing the beach featured entirely open walls, designed with sliding floor-to-ceiling windows that, when opened, allowed direct access from the living room to an outdoor terrace adorned with teak sofas, offering an unobstructed view of the sea. Behind the villa lay a swimming pool and various facilities, with the overall decor predominantly showcasing beige tones and natural wood, including woven elements. Sinyu glanced around and immediately sensed that even the soft furnishings within were of considerable value. Upon entering the villa, the group settled onto the outdoor sofas, temporarily placing their luggage in the living room. It was at this juncture that the production team began distributing task cards. Sang Qianshan casually accepted his envelope and passed it to Sinyu. Upon opening it, Sinyu discovered the first task of the day: draw lots for room assignments. Draw lots for room assignments? He could not help but read aloud. Beside him, Sang Qianshan furrowed his brow, bewildered by the notion of drawing lots. He looked at the production team, questioning why friends weren't meant to stay together. The director, wiping non-existent sweat from his brow, chuckled awkwardly, explaining that the sudden increase in budget allowed for more accommodations, thus eliminating the need for everyone to squeeze into one space. His gaze inadvertently shifted to Yu Jinhang, who sat quietly in a single sofa. Even in this warm seaside locale, he had merely removed his coat, still clad in a light gray knit sweater. After glancing at the task card, he seemed disinterested, placing it aside. Ahem, the director continued, due to the unexpected availability of numerous empty rooms. There is no longer a requirement for 2 people to share a room. However, there are only 4 single rooms available. Whoever is fortunate enough to claim one remains to be seen. Yu Huining pondered whether the director had lost his mind. Wasn't the appeal of this show rooted in the sparks generated by friends sharing a room, along with the subtle and overt conflicts with others? Now that they wouldn't be living together, what sparks could possibly ignite? His companion, Wei Ku, seemed oblivious to this reality. Upon hearing about the single rooms, his eyes lit up with excitement. Fool! Yu Huining rolled his eyes internally, feeling as though their brotherly bond was being squandered. Despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a facade of surprise. However, we have a girl among us. Perhaps the single rooms should be offered to the female guests? He suggested, winking. Let the few of us men draw lots. In the depths of his heart, he thought, there are only 3 female guests. Surely, each will have her own room. I refuse to believe that my luck could be so unfortunate as to be assigned a solitary chamber. When Yu Huining joined the show, he had already devised a plan, not only to siphon off attention from Sang Qianshan, but also to extract it from Peijia. As for the foolish Wei Ku, who cared about him? Oh, Ning Ning, you truly are an angel. Your thoughtfulness is unparalleled. He even managed to steal a scene from the show. How nauseating. Goodness. The production team is up to something. If Gidge and the male guest end up sharing a room, I would die laughing. However, despite Yu Huining's clever scheming, he did not anticipate the arrival of the other 2 groups of artists. Upon hearing that the first task was to allocate rooms, the only female group swiftly declared, "We can share a room." The female idol, Lin Xinyan, immediately clasped her senior's wrist, reminiscent of their school days. Her senior chuckled and said, "Let us skip the drawing. I'll share a room with Xinyan." With the 2 of them paired together, the remaining male-female duo found themselves in a rather awkward predicament. After all, as a female guest without prior acquaintance, Yu Kursin sharing a room with unfamiliar men was evidently inappropriate. Thus, the production team promptly decided she would occupy a single room. At this juncture, only 3 single rooms and a double room remained. Sinyu glanced at the others. Yu Jinheng, a viper, best to keep a distance. Peijia, a smiling tiger. Minimal interaction preferred. Sang Qianshan, a good person, but as one of the leading protagonists, it was wise to avoid suspicion. Yu Huining and Wei Ku, 2 simpletons. Jianzhou, a male unfamiliar to him, seemed to have little significance in the original story. Sinyu scrutinized Jianzhou for a moment. He was a refreshing and handsome young man, embodying the archetype of first love, and had recently gained fame from a youth film. The production team, unconcerned with the participants' thoughts, promptly presented the prepared props for drawing lots. Sang Qianshan glanced at the box before him, pondering, this hardly seems fair. What's unfair about it? The director inquired immediately. It's all a blind draw. Those who draw the same room will share it. He paused briefly, adding, it's purely a matter of luck. What if someone is up to some trickery? Sang Qianshan retorted. For instance, if someone had prepared all the room slips in advance, they could choose their desired room without any randomness. I'm impressed by Gidge. Such a thought process is not something just anyone could conceive. Which lovesick fool would go so far as to bribe the production team just to stay with friends? Can't they refrain from projecting their own experiences onto others? Love drives one mad. Fearing their male friend sharing a room with other handsome men, even top stars begin to spout nonsense. Sang Qianshan glanced at the ever-observant Yu Jinheng, realizing that persuading the production team to alter the drawing method was evidently futile. Thus, he declared, let us begin with us. He happened to be seated at the far right, with Xinyu to his left, and the last to draw would be Yu Jinheng. Although the production team was unaware of the reasons behind Sang Qianshan's actions, they decided to comply with his modest request and began drawing lots from his designated spot. Once the group had completed their selections from the small cards in the box, Sang Qianshan glanced over at Yu Jinheng. Given that the draw had originated from their end, perhaps it was only fitting that the cards be flipped from the opposite side this time. He turned to Yu Jinheng, inquiring about the room number he had drawn. Chapter 58. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Yu Jinheng reclined on a single Yuwood sofa, revealing his card. A single room. He looked at Sang Qianshan, seemingly indicating that his concerns were unfounded. Sang Qianshan furrowed his brows, pondering whether he had indeed overthought the situation, especially considering Yu Xinyu's unwavering confidence in her chances. Following Yu Jinheng, the remaining participants took their turns revealing their cards. Among them, Yu Huaining and Jian Zhou found themselves paired, while Wei Ku and Pei Zhou were assigned to the same room. The last two single rooms fortuitously went to Xinyu and Sang Qianshan. Xinyu was pleasantly surprised, glancing at his luck and feeling an unexpected surge of fortune. The result of the draw left everyone dissatisfied except for Xinyu. He was entirely unfamiliar with Pei Zhe and knew that sharing a room with him would inevitably overshadow his own presence. He had intended to room with Yu Huaining, as they had previously agreed, with Yu Huaining's role being to enhance his own prominence. Instinctively, he looked towards Yu Huaining, only to find him avoiding his gaze. Damn it, a backstabbing ingrate. Wei Ke quickly deduced that Yu Huaining likely believed he would have more engaging conversations with Jian Zhou, given that both were currently popular male celebrities. Jian Zhou, Wei Ke began, would you mind swapping rooms with me? He scratched his head, adopting a guileless demeanor. I'd really like to share a room with Ning Ning. It's been ages since we traveled together. What nonsense. We never traveled together, Yu Huaining internally retorted. Yet he remembered his public persona and could only feign surprise and gratitude, silently praying that Jian Zhou would decline the request. However, Jian Zhou swiftly acquiesced to Wei Ke's plea, and the two exchanged cards without hesitation. Director, is this room swap permissible? Yu Huaining inquired, unwilling to concede. He blinked. Had I known this, I would have roomed with Wei Ke from the start. It's not too late now, Wei Ke chuckled. The director chuckled in return. That was merely a fun activity. He addressed the group. You are certainly free to choose your own room arrangements. As for whether others are willing to comply, that is an entirely different matter. In any case, the mere topic of rooming arrangements, who would share with whom, could generate 10 pages of discussion on the forum, potentially sparking 3 days of heated debate. The staff at Durian TV yearned for every participant to express dissatisfaction with their assignments. Xinyu, however, had no complaints. He was thoroughly pleased with his single room. On the contrary, Sang Qianshan wore a neutral expression, leaving one to wonder whether he was pleased or displeased. With the room assignments finalized, the group proceeded to their respective floors, the villa consisting of 2 levels. Am I on the first floor? As Sang Qianshan glanced at his room card, he realized he was assigned to a single room on the first floor. Accompanying him on this level was the unassuming girl. The remaining double room on the first floor was occupied by Yu Huaining and Wei Ke. Xinyu noted that his own room was situated on the second floor. He ascended the stairs of the villa with his suitcase and soon spotted Eugene Hang standing by a side door, with cameras capturing the moment. Eugene Hang appeared equally surprised to discover that Xin Yu's room was right next to his. After offering a nod, he opened his door and stepped inside. While Xin Yu felt a twinge of anxiety at the proximity of Eugene Hang's room, he reassured himself that there was a wall separating them, and thus he pushed open his own door without hesitation. Upon entering, he was greeted by an awe-inspiring view of the ocean from the terrace. The room's decor harmonized perfectly with that of the rest of the villa, boasting an unexpectedly vast space. In one corner, there was a Barcelona chair, and as he scanned the wall, he was taken aback to discover a wooden door embedded in it. Curiously, Xin Yu approached the door, which then swung open to reveal Eugene Hang, dressed in a light knit sweater, equally astonished by the villa's unique layout. The expression of mild surprise on Eugene Hang's face indicated that he had not anticipated this connection between their rooms. Xin Yu realized that the door served as a passage between their two spaces. Through the opening, he glimpsed Eugene Hang's bedroom, which mirrored the decor of his own, suggesting that both rooms had been designed and furnished in unison. Moreover, Xin Yu made an intriguing discovery. The bathroom was located within Eugene Hang's room, a facility entirely absent in his own. It seemed that the villa had been initially designed with a shared layout for both sides. Xin Yu raised his gaze to the now open door, which astonishingly could be fully folded back. He attempted to push it aside, and instantly, the entire space felt more expansive. The two rooms nearly shared the terrace, with only a half wall separating them, rendering them almost indistinguishable from one another. Several camera operators were busy capturing the design of the rooms, and the barrage of comments included expressions of astonishment at the opulence of the lifestyle. The life of the affluent blinds me. And wait, Sang Qianshan really lets our male protagonist share a room with another man. Meanwhile, after unpacking his belongings, Sang Qianshan hurried to Xin Yu's room, initially thinking that a single room would pose no significant issues. Upon entering, he stumbled upon the secret of the two rooms. Instinctively, he glanced at Eugene Hang, who wore a similarly surprised expression, seemingly unaware of the villa's design. Amused by the unexpected situation, Sang Qianshan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. He recognized that despite their differing perspectives, the brothers from a Yu family were capable of uniting when it came to shared interests. Is it possible to switch rooms? He inquired. Sang Qianshan understood that with Eugene Hang, it was best to be straightforward and candid. I wish to share a room with Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Eugene Hang displayed a troubled expression, glancing back at his luggage set aside. I would prefer not to change. Seeing that a confrontation was about to ensue between Sang Qianshan and Eugene Hang, Xin Yu promptly intervened. As one of the protagonists, how could he argue with his own brother-in-law? He immediately exhibited a spirit of selflessness, suggesting, how about you stay in my room? I can take yours. Sang Qianshan inquired. And what about you? Xin Yu proposed, you could stay in your room, next to Eugene Hang. Sang Qianshan's expression conveyed his desire to leap from a building. Why can't we stay together? He suddenly directed his gaze towards the filming crew. Surely, there aren't regulations against sleeping on the floor? After voicing his thoughts, he turned to Eugene Hang, declaring, I want to sleep on the floor here. Chapter 59. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man. Wow, what a love-struck brain. Take it down a notch. The stench of love-struck foolishness is overwhelming. Does Sang Qianshan even realize what he is saying? Has he lost his mind? Or have I? Do you understand what it means to have a true friend? Senyukist as Sang Qianshan, excessivit. Please don't lose your mind. Sang Qianshan, sensing that his earlier words were somewhat impulsive, looked at Eugene Hang and noticed him smiling. In that case, I shall relinquish this room to you. He nodded at Xin Yu and turned to pack his belongings. Heaven above, how could this variety show be filled with such chaos? Xin Yu glanced at Sang Qianshan and then at Eugene Hang, who was preparing to tidy his luggage. Haha, he was just joking, he said, not waiting for Sang Qianshan's response, and moved to grasp Eugene Hang's hand, still working on his suitcase. Brother Eugene Hang, you shall stay here. Eugene Hang paused, looking over at Xin Yu at Sang Qianshan. Is that so? He chuckled. I find him rather serious about this. He is truly your good friend? As the elder brother of Yu Xin Yu and Xin Yu's apparent brother-in-law, Eugene Hang's words resonated with a weight akin to a reprimand in Xin Yu's ears. Xin Yu felt compelled to swear an oath to the heavens. He and Sang Qianshan were indeed exceptionally innocent. The notion of being brothers-in-law was a mere fabrication. Lord Yu, please see clearly. Of course, we are simply good friends, Xin Yu replied nonchalantly. We have known each other since our school days. Yu Jinhang remained silent, his expression neutral as he patted Xin Yu's shoulder a few times. That is good. He slightly lowered his head, seemingly to prevent the crew from overhearing and to avoid the camera capturing it, whispering in a near-side angle to Xin Yu's ear, I trust you know your boundaries. His words were soft, yet carried an unmistakable gravity. So, do not let Xiao Yu be saddened. After speaking, he stepped back slightly from Xin Yu and turned to Sang Qianshan. I need to pack my bags first. His words bore the tone of someone eager to usher guests away. Once everyone finally organized their luggage, the production team sent forth the next task. Director, are we here to participate in a transformation show? Pei suggested. The task for that evening was quite straightforward, a seaside barbecue. Though the ingredients had to be procured by the participants themselves, each round would allow the winning teams to select the barbecue ingredients in order of their ranking. And to add a touch of drama to the show, the producers exerted considerable effort. The victorious teams could choose their ingredients without limitation on quantity, yet within a fixed total. This scenario would inevitably lead to discussions on social media and forums, questioning whether XX was being overly selfish by hoarding so many ingredients while pretending to be generous, which could result in a lengthy debate online. The first round of activities was rather simple, a swimming competition. Xin Yu glanced at the various events: swimming, basketball, a three-legged race, and a card memory challenge, indicating that the selection of these activities was likely tailored to the strengths of the guests. I'll take swimming, Xin Yu declared without hesitation. Both his original self and his current persona excelled at swimming, while basketball was assigned to Sang Qianshan. The remaining two events were left to fate. The groups quickly finalized their participants for the first round, which included Xin Yu, Jin Zhou, Wei Ku, Pei Zhe, and Lin Xinyan. As Xin Yu returned to his room to change into his swimsuit, he recalled the tattoo on his body. He had just confirmed with the director that it would be best to cover it up, which he found understandable. However, the inconvenience lay in the fact that the bathroom was adjacent to Yu Jinhang's room. May I borrow your bathroom? Xin Yu asked Yu Jinhang, who was quietly standing by as a backdrop. Sure, Yu Jinhang replied with a nod. Upon receiving consent, Xin Yu promptly returned to his room, grabbed the ointments prepared by Yu Xin Yu and his swim trunks before heading to Yu Jinhang's room. The arrangement in Yu Jinhang's space mirrored his own perfectly. Upon entering the bathroom, Xin Yu noticed a familiar bottle of shower gel sitting in the shower, resembling the one from his own home. What a coincidence, he thought as he stepped closer to the mirror and removed his clothing. After donning his swim trunks, he began to cover his tattoo. The angel tattoo on his arm was relatively easy to conceal with two patches. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a video call from Yu Xin Yu. After a moment's hesitation, he answered, only to be greeted by Yu Xin Yu's face, which was quite close to the camera. Yu Xin Yu appeared genuinely concerned. Is your brother giving you a hard time? He asked, noticing that Xin Yu seemed to have shared a quiet moment with him. Xin Yu thought to himself, your brother advised me to be cautious and not to spark any rumors. However, he would not voice this to Yu Xin Yu, as he needed to apply the patches. He placed the phone on the edge of the sink, where it could capture his upper body. Glancing at Yu Xin Yu, he resumed applying patches to the tattoo on his abdomen. With his head lowered, Xin Yu was oblivious to Yu Xin Yu's gaze in the video, nor did he notice that the background behind Yu Xin Yu was evidently not his home. Yu Xin Yu observed Xin Yu through the screen. In a bid to obscure his tattoos more thoroughly, he slightly tugged down the edges of his swim trunks before applying a bandage near the serpentine tattoo that rested close to his pubic bone. He proceeded to cover the apple and half of the snake's body, ultimately concealing nearly his entire abdomen. Only then did Xin Yu pull his swim trunks back to their original position. Are you at home? As Xin Yu glanced up, he noticed the familiar silhouette of Yu Xin Yu. After a moment of careful scrutiny, he realized, isn't this by the seaside? Yes, Yu Xin Yu replied, seemingly concerned that Xin Yu might be upset. I miss my husband terribly. All right, love-struck fool, there's no saving you now. Xin Yu acknowledged that he had grown accustomed to Yu Xin Yu's romantic demeanor, and surprisingly, he felt no irritation at her stealthy arrival. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "Does your older brother know?" "Know what?" Eugene Hang interjected abruptly. Xin Yu was taken aback to discover that his bathroom door had not been securely closed. Eugene Hang merely stood outside and said, "The director is asking when you can come down." Realizing he had spent a bit longer than intended applying the bandage, Xin Yu awkwardly ended the call with Yu Xinyu. He then opened the partially obscured bathroom door and saw Eugene Hang leaning against the wall. Eugene Hang cast a brief glance at him, his gaze lingering momentarily on the bandages adorning Xin Yu's abdomen and arms. "Is Xiao Yu here?" Xin Yu noticed that they were positioned out of the camera's view and nodded in response. Eugene Hang said nothing further, simply stating, "I knew it. Xiao Yu is always like this." As for what always like this entailed, Eugene Hang showed no inclination to elaborate. Chapter 60. Transforming into a penny-pinching Phoenix Man. Are you injured? Upon Xin Yu's entrance, someone immediately noticed the bandages on his body. "I pulled a muscle in my back," Xin Yu replied, maintaining a stoic expression. "A pulled muscle in your lower abdomen?" Peja questioned. Yu Huaining examined the bandages on Xin Yu's body, and recalling his previous hushed inquiries with the director, he leaned in slightly, suddenly feeling as if he had uncovered a secret. Intentionally, he spoke up, "Hey, is that a tattoo?" After speaking, he gazed at Xin Yu with admiration, adding, "I think large tattoos like that are so cool." "Huh? A tattoo? Did our sister-in-law get such a large piece?" "Wow. The bandage is even covering the edge of the swim trunks. Where does the tattoo reach? What could possibly be hidden from family? Show me. I can't take it. I told you. Sang Qinshan's friends are not decent people. You just insulted Ning Ning. He must be a thug. What kind of outdated stereotype is that? What is wrong with tattoos?" The comments erupted into another heated debate over the potential existence of tattoos. Xin Yu, of course, was oblivious to this. He glanced at Yu Huaining, who seemed eager to stir trouble, and felt grateful for his generous provocation. "Yes," he deliberately stated. "I got it when I was in school. What do you think? Hurry up and criticize me." Xin Yu distinctly remembered how, in the original story, everyone had reacted with outrage upon discovering the original character's tattoos, immediately branding him as a scoundrel and a playboy, unworthy of respect. He had previously been troubled by how to make others aware that the areas covered by the patches on his skin were tattoos. Little did he expect that Yu Huaining would come to his aid at just the right moment. "Oh, you got a tattoo while still in school?" Yu Huaining exclaimed. "Feigning surprise." Xin Yu deliberately refrained from disclosing that he had gotten the tattoo during his university years, simply to observe Yu Huaining's performance and to see how the online trolls would attempt to tarnish his reputation. "Go ahead, smear my name a little more." "What is wrong with tattoos?" Jianzhou frowned, seemingly disapproving of Yu Huaining's sarcastic demeanor. He couldn't fathom why this person was being so verbose. Tattoos were ubiquitous in the entertainment industry, and Xin Yu was merely an ordinary individual. Noticing his friend's growing agitation, Jianzhou gently tugged at the hem of his shirt. Jianzhou, realizing his own impulsiveness, cast a glance at Yu Huaining and fell silent. Initially perplexed by Jianzhou's eagerness to defend Xin Yu, Yu Huaining soon noticed that Jianzhou's unassuming friend had a small tattoo on his wrist that resembled a tree. He had meant to target Xin Yu and had not intended to involve Jianzhou. Just as he was about to salvage the situation, he suddenly heard Sang Qianshan impatiently declare, "This tattoo on Xiao Yu is done by me. Is there a problem?" He seemed utterly oblivious to the bombshell he had just dropped, stating matter-of-factly that the tattoo on Xiao Yu was his work with a design chosen by him. Did I hear that correctly? No, dear fans, don't struggle. Let's wish our brother and sister-in-law 99 blessings. Heart, sending 50. Xin Yu noticed that almost everyone's expressions transformed from shock to astonishment. Even a few girls displayed brave and congratulatory glances. "I'm merely working for him." Xin Yu swiftly distanced himself from the association, explaining that when he was looking for a model, he had needed money and thus agreed to model for him. He emphasized the aspects of needing money and being a model. "So that's how you two met?" Peja remarked. He had come with Eugene Hang and, naturally, remembered that Xin Yu was Eugene Hang's brother's boyfriend. Observing Eugene Hang's expression closely, he noted that the latter remained indifferent, seemingly uninterested in the unfolding drama. It appeared he truly cared little for his brother's young boyfriend, Peja concluded internally. Meanwhile, the director, sensing that the program was veering off course, quickly grabbed a microphone and announced that it was getting late and everyone should hurry to the competition. Thus, the group found themselves by the pool in the villa, making 2 laps. The director bellowed, "Those who arrive first will have the privilege of choosing their ingredients." Xin Yu stretched his body slightly and positioned himself at the edge of the pool. He glanced at Sang Qianshan, standing nearby, and observed that he appeared as anxious as a parent at their child's first kindergarten sports day. It's all about participation, Sang Qianshan noted upon realizing Xin Yu was watching him. In response, Xin Yu flashed an okay gesture. Beside Xin Yu stood Pei Zhe, followed by Wei Ku and others. As the director's whistle resonated, a group of individuals promptly plunged into the water. The moment he entered, Xin Yu exerted himself to swim forward. It appeared that the production team had meticulously planned this competition, as several participants submerged and underwater footage was captured. However, the audience in the live broadcast could not witness this. They would have to await the subsequent edited version. On the shore, Eugene Hing glanced at the messages on his phone before stepping away from the pool's edge. The director was well aware that this was the true financial backer, free to act as he pleased. Thus his departure went unnoticed by all, save for Sang Qianshan, who cast a few extra glances. Eugene Hang beheld Yu Xinyu, who stood at the entrance of the villa. "You have indeed come," he remarked. Yu Xinyu donned a short-sleeved shirt and linen trousers, and without a suitcase in hand. It seemed he had secured accommodations at a nearby hotel. "Should I not come and merely watch Xiao Yu being taken away by wild dogs?" Yu Xinyu smiled sweetly, though his words dripped with hostility. He held an opened coconut, presenting an appearance reminiscent of a vacationer. "Guess who I encountered at the hotel?" "Who?" "Luo Baichuan." Yu Xinyu chuckled. "Why are there so many blind people? They wish to covet what clearly belongs to others." Eugene Hang regarded his brother for a moment, while Yu Xinyu extended the coconut towards him. "I just bought this. Would you like a sip, brother?" Eugene Hang accepted the coconut, seemingly oblivious to the red stains around its opening. After taking a sip, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing. The coconut water had been infused with chili oil, and given Eugene Hang's mild palate and delicate constitution, it merely caused him discomfort. Both he and Yu Xinyu were aware of this, yet he still drank. After witnessing his brother's relentless coughing, Yu Xinyu eventually offered him a bottle of mineral water. Eugene Hang accepted it, rinsed his mouth, and took several swigs to quell his cough. He regarded Yu Xinyu. "Are you truly set on this course of action?" Yu Xinyu gazed at the villa, seemingly lost in thought before turning to his brother. "I merely wish to take him to a place devoid of these pests." Chapter 61. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Xin Yu, of course, remained oblivious to the happenings outside. Upon finishing his competition and emerging from the water, he found the long-absent system bouncing in his mind. "Host, our progress bar has exceeded 50. Is it already at 50? The system had not communicated progress to him, and he had presumed the bar was only at 30. How could mere participation in a competition result in such a significant increase in completion? Perhaps someone has been meddling behind our backs. The chubby cat expressed its excitement with a few meows. It seems someone is plotting against the host. Don't be so thrilled upon hearing that someone is plotting against me. Xin Yu felt somewhat speechless within. In this round of competition, he secured second place, while the first was claimed by his unassuming friend from Jianzhou. Yu Kersin exuberantly high-fived Jianzhou. However, in the face of nearly record-breaking achievements, she merely smiled shyly, remarking that she had previously been part of the swimming team. It was understood that the master would soon dominate the competition. With the conclusion of this round, the Jianzhou team naturally possessed the privilege of selecting ingredients first. The two exhibited remarkable restraint, choosing only 2 items before departing from the lengthy table laden with barbecue ingredients. Next, it was the turn of the duo, Xin Yu and Sang Qianshan. Xin Yu inwardly chuckled, thinking, "Now observe my audacity." He proceeded to seize a plethora of food, leaving only 3 portions of vegetables for the remaining 3 teams. "Apologies, but we will be taking it all." Sang Qianshan felt a twinge of discomfort. He worried Xin Yu's actions might provoke criticism, so he quickly added, "I was merely joking. I can't consume this much." He placed some ingredients back on the table, taking only a portion for himself. Xin Yu could already envision how the production team would later justify his actions, undoubtedly labeling him as a blunt boy He firmly grasped Sang Qianshan's hand, asserting, "I can indulge in this much." Consequently, the comments section erupted in criticism of Xinyu, branding him shameless and a petty individual reveling in his triumph, eagerly anticipating how his elder siblings would dominate the competition. What a despicable person. At that moment, Yu Jinhang had returned to the poolside, and he certainly witnessed the farcical scene meticulously orchestrated by Xinyu. His gaze turned towards the production team, who appeared both excited and conflicted. Perhaps they had not anticipated finding such a cooperative participant, desperately seeking drama from an ordinary guest. Peja noticed Yu Jinhang's return and, instead of inquiring about his earlier whereabouts, resignedly stated, "Apologies, we lost." Yu Jinhang seemed unfazed. The subsequent matches unfolded, during which Yu Jinhang's group was predominantly represented by Peja. The comments section quickly filled with discontent from Peja's fans, expressing their dismay. Did Pei Gu recruit a statue? Why is he not moving at all? My heart aches for Pei Gu, having to carry this burden on the show. Someone, go investigate this person's name. There might be a surprise, SHHH. Shortly thereafter, it seemed someone had conducted a search, leading to a brief silence in the comments. After which someone cautiously remarked, "This is a genuine father and a true support shivers." Yu Jinhang only participated in the memory recall segment of the competition, where the production team placed all the playing cards on the table, allowing a mere 40 seconds to memorize their suits and positions. Subsequently, the cards were flipped over, and the contestants were tasked with locating all positions of 3 specified suits. In total, each round required finding 12 cards in their corresponding locations. The more cards one found, the higher the score obtained, culminating in a ranking based on points. The 4 contestants preceding Yu Jinhang had managed to reveal a maximum of only 6 cards with correct positions and suits. When Yu Jinhang stepped up, he glanced at the playing cards for a moment and then informed the production team, "I am ready." The director, uncertain, shouted through the microphone, "Are you sure? Shouldn't you take a closer look? The time isn't up yet." "Absolutely," Yu Jinhang replied. Upon concluding his statement, he promptly turned on his heel. Once the staff had flipped all the cards back over, he gazed at the 39J presented by them. In less than a minute, he adeptly identified 3 cards of each suit without the slightest hesitation during the reveal. More astonishingly, he flipped the cards all in the same suit, leaving both the production team and the guests utterly astounded. It seemed no one had anticipated Yu Jinhang's remarkable memory. Only Xinyu remained unfazed, recalling that Yu Jinhang had once resided in a particular place for an extended period, where his leisure activities were scarce, limited to a single deck of playing cards, his most frequently played game being the memory of suits after shuffling. Yu Ji's memory is truly exceptional. Yu Huaining began to lavish praise, having discreetly researched this individual in the room moments prior. Upon delving into his background, he realized that this was indeed a formidable figure and a valuable ally, thus resolving to flatter him diligently. Yu Jinhang, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow while regarding him. Yu Huaining, perplexed, felt a surge of trepidation under his gaze and instinctively took a small step back. "I apologize," Yu Jinhang said, fixing his gaze upon Yu Huaining. "I prefer not to be addressed in that manner. Simply call me Mr. Yu." Yu Huaining appeared taken aback by Yu Jinhang's bluntness and lack of pretense. However, he understood that offending him was utterly out of the question and could only muster an awkward smile. Yu Jinhang seemed entirely oblivious to the harshness of his words. Instead, he restrained himself and turned his attention towards the director's team. "Am I allowed to select my items now?" Yu Huaining's fans, amidst the barrage of comments, found themselves torn between indignation and admiration, ultimately resorting to expressions of frustration. So wealthy, so impressive, laughing to death, trying to get close only to be rebuffed. Fans are enraged. In this round, Sang Qianshan ranked 3rd, which theoretically should afford him a decent amount of ingredients. However, he merely observed as Yu Jinhang slowly approached the edge of the long table. He circled the table, casting a glance at the pitiful few vegetables on Peja's side. "Bring on some meat," Peja exclaimed. Yu Jinhang tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his gaze shifting towards Sang Qianshan before swiftly scanning over to Xinyu, finally resting on the director's team. "I recall the competition rules state that there is no limit on the quantity of ingredients one may take. correct? Ah, yes. The director affirmed, microphone in hand. As Eugene Hang posed this question, a sense of foreboding crept into the director's mind. Should he defend the sponsor online? Or should he relinquish control immediately? Eugene Hang nodded gently, adopting a tone reminiscent of a domineering CEO in a luxury boutique. I'll take them all, he declared to the camera. I want everything here. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to Tsinyu, who happened to meet his eyes momentarily before quickly averting his glance, as if their brief connection had been merely accidental. Meanwhile, the comments streamed in, what happened? Why aren't you all criticizing him now? Weren't you all quite pleased to berate the male partner earlier? Now that the CEO declares he wants it all, why has everyone gone mute? Chapter 62. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, no one anticipated that Eugene Hang would take all the ingredients. Peja was equally astonished, staring at Eugene Hang in disbelief as the latter nodded and approached him. Why the sudden change? He refrained from asking too many questions, aware that he and Eugene Hang were not friends, but rather had a cooperative relationship. "I'm hungry," Eugene Hang casually remarked. Moreover, I shall not participate in the next round. The upcoming round was a three-legged race, and Eugene Hang had no intention of competing. He suddenly coughed a few times and signaled to the production team that he wished to leave, subsequently departing the filming location under the gaze of the onlookers. Peja understood that Eugene Hang would not partake in the three-legged race, so he had already prepared to forfeit this round. The director was in a bit of a quandary as he glanced at Peja, who was now alone. While Eugene Hang was akin to a towering Buddha, Peja was someone he could not afford to offend. Would Peja have to forfeit simply because his partner had vanished due to ill health? The director could already envision the backlash from social media platforms like Weibo, Douban, and TikTok, where they would mercilessly criticize him. As he pondered over this dilemma, his gaze fell upon a few remaining guests when suddenly, Tsinyu raised his hand. Director, I have an idea, Tsinyu announced. Peja and Sang Qianshan turned to look at him, as did the other guests. Let us include Peja. The three of us can participate together. Tsen Igriku smirked, knowing that if Peja were to play the three-legged race solely with Sang Qianshan, the production team would inevitably edit it in a rather suggestive manner. The mere thought of them locking gazes would be akin to a marriage ceremony, and any physical contact would imply a step toward intimacy. Thus, it seemed more prudent to involve Peja as well. He was curious to see how the three of them would fare in this ludicrous game, while others speculated about his peculiar bond with Sang Qianshan. Peja appeared taken aback by Tsinyu's unexpected offer of assistance. However, Yu Huining immediately objected. How had he not considered such a fortuitous turn of events? Only to have it seized by Tsinyu? Director, wouldn't it be unfair with three participants? Yu Huining cautiously reminded. Unfair? Tsen Igriku questioned. Three individuals collaborating is inherently more challenging, leading to a slower pace. What if someone lifts the person in the middle? Yu Huining countered. Doesn't that happen frequently in sports events? Tsinyu took a moment to appraise Yu Huining's stature and then nodded. Your concerns are not entirely unfounded. Yu Huining was infuriated. He had never anticipated that Tsinyu would dare to mock him so brazenly. He glanced at his own shoes, which he had deliberately purchased from a luxury brand for their thick soles. How could such a trivial detail be noticed by Tsinyu? Please stop supporting. Gidge is about to embrace, hurry and shatter him. My heart aches, smile. Sang Qianshan frowned as he glanced at the eager Tsinyu, seemingly ready to showcase his talents. Then looked at Peja, his emotions oscillating dramatically. Peja was genuinely taken aback by Tsinyu's unexpected suggestion. He observed Sang Qianshan's grim expression and, before the latter could voice any objections, quickly interjected, I suppose this is our first collaboration. He smiled, not wishing for Sang Qianshan to utter any dissenting remarks. Although he participated in this variety, show merely to earn some money, maintain connections with Eugene Hang, and increase his exposure to secure the endorsement from the Liu family. He certainly did not desire to be left without screen time. Even if the director recognized his prominence, he would not simply edit him out for not engaging in gameplay. However, merely sitting and watching others play, aside from allowing the production team to embellish his image with some decorative text, would yield little screen time. That's not the case. Sang Qianshan replied. Peja completely forgot that he and Sang Qianshan had any other collaborations. At the XX Magazine's gala this year, Sang Qianshan remarked. We played a little game together. Upon hearing this, Peja inwardly cursed Sang Qianshan. That particular XX magazine, renowned as the foremost publication in the universe, often leveraged its status and popularity to conduct attention-grabbing and controversial events. Their collaboration amounted to little more than passing a relay baton. Yet, the magazine's public account promptly glorified that moment, even capturing an image and titling it as the cover photo, the handover of the new and old film emperors. Sun Yu is unaware of their underlying grievances, but the others present, all astute individuals entrenched in the industry, immediately recalled the magazine's unscrupulous antics. Jingzhou promptly lowered his head, while the two girls began to avert their gazes, desperately hoping to avoid having their expressions caught on camera. The director's breath quickened, not out of anger but joy. He had never anticipated that this season's variety show would feature such a plethora of hidden talents. He sensed that years later, his show would become a new phenomenon, with countless individuals dissecting and analyzing every utterance of this group and their underlying intentions. Sun Yu glanced at Pei Zhe and Sang Qianshan, asking, So, are we all in agreement? Sang Qianshan nodded. I have no objections. Neither do I, Pei Zhe replied with a smile, though he felt an urge to stab Sang Qianshan if a knife were at hand. However, when it came to assigning positions, Sun Yu objected. I refuse to stand in the middle, he immediately asserted, playfully suggesting that he wished to avoid inciting the audience's misguided shipper tendencies and creating absurd cult-like narratives. He was adamant that he would not stand in the center. After all, that would position him between two men. He could already envision how some groups would fabricate rumors, with headlines such as two-person, three-legged race, understand the progress. Is our sister-in-law indulging a bit too much? What an enormous appetite. Sang Qianshan glanced at Pai Shi, and the thought of being close to him made him feel as if he were infested with fleas. Pei Zhe was reluctant to be close to Sang Qianshan, yet as a person renowned for his refined demeanor and amiable nature, he could hardly express his disdain directly by saying he wished Sang Qianshan would withdraw from the circle, as being next to him made him want to retch. Thus, he opted for a more subtle approach, whispering to Sun Yu that if he were to partner with Sang Qianshan, a mere exchange of glances or an accidental touch would likely lead to marketing accounts fabricating numerous stories about their discord. Sun Yu thought to himself, aren't you two already at odds? However, he feigned innocence, remarking, Isn't this a journey of breaking the ice? Isn't this how company team-building activities are typically conducted? Sun Yu smiled and said, I've preemptively facilitated your ice-breaking. Pei Zhe, of course, had no desire to break the ice. Rather, he wished to use Sang Qianshan's foolishness to shatter an iceberg. He glanced at Sang Qianshan and, observing Sun Yu's resolute demeanor, suggested they play rock, paper, scissors. As expected, Sang Qianshan acquiesced to whatever Sun Yu proposed. Pei Zhe pondered that if he were to play rock, paper, scissors with Sang Qianshan, it could only mean he was at odds with this ridiculous program, and perhaps he should seek divine intervention afterwards. Thus, he agreed to the game. To clarify, I intend to choose scissors, Sun Yu disclosed. Upon hearing this, Sang Qianshan quipped, Are you employing sleight of hand as well? Pei Zhe mused. No wonder Sun Yu and Sang Qianshan could engage together. Their thought processes were rather unusual. He nodded, too weary to contemplate further, simply wishing to conclude this farce. After much deliberation, Sang Qianshan ultimately decided to take a random approach. Once they had all made their decisions, they revealed their choices. Sun Yu and Sang Qianshan both chose rock, while Pei Zhe chose paper. Sun Yu glanced at his hand and then at Pei Zhe. Pei Zhe genuinely found the situation amusing, chuckling as he said, I believe you, but I desire to lose, which is why I chose paper. Pei Zhe's victory granted him the privilege of selection, and he chose the farthest right position. Sun Yu and Sang Qianshan made a last-ditch effort to resist, but ultimately, Sun Yu stood forlornly in the middle. The staff then began to bind the three of them together. Sun Yu looked at the individuals on either side of him and suggested they chant a slogan together. Sang Qianshan readily agreed, and Pei Zhe found it entirely acceptable as well. The three-legged race involved them walking back and forth, first toward the director's table to fetch a cup of water, and then, based on the elapsed time and remaining water, determining their rankings. Sun Yu estimated that they should start off briskly. As the whistle blew to signal the start of the competition, the teams of Jian Zhou and Lin Xinyan moved smoothly, while the steps of Yu Huaining and Wei Ku were uneven and clumsy. Sun Yu yelled, "Can you not tell left from right?" He scolded them, wrapping his arms around theirs, feeling as though he were on the verge of being torn apart. These two had simultaneously lifted their left and right legs, nearly hoisting him off the ground. Yet perhaps it was due to an inexplicable sense of competition. At this moment, Pei Zhe and Sang Qianshan had transformed into fierce warriors, each bearing Sun Yu as they charged forward. One might mistakenly believe that their strenuous efforts were solely to procure an air conditioner for their dormitory. It was quite astonishing to witness Pei Zhe demonstrating such vigor. To prevent falling, Sun Yu clung to their necks, his complexion contrasting sharply with theirs. The spirited competition unfolded as Pei Zhe and Sang Qianshan made their way towards us, each warrior steadfastly supporting Sun Yu. In the footage, Sun Yu, striving to avoid being tripped by these two formidable figures, desperately wrapped his arms around their necks. Having just participated in a swimming competition, he was still somewhat damp, and in order to maintain his balance, he continuously grasped their shoulders. Pei Zhe and Sang Qianshan each held onto one of Sun Yu's arms while encircling his waist with the other. Sun Yu's naturally pale complexion appeared even more pronounced after swimming, creating a vivid contrast with the others. As the two towering figures, both exceeding 185 centimeters in height, took long strides, they swiftly approached the table, leveraging their height advantage. At this juncture, Sun Yu found himself devoid of free hands while Pei Zhe effortlessly grabbed a cup. The trio then prepared to return. Sun Yu was aware that they could no longer ensure the water's quantity and thus decided to prioritize speed. Disregarding how he might resemble a dangling gourd, he patted Pei Zhe's shoulder, urging them to charge ahead. Pei Zhe held the cup in one hand while maintaining his grip on Sun Yu's waist with the other, and Sang Qianshan clung tightly to Sun Yu, fearful that he might tumble. Ultimately, the two warriors and their chariot successfully reached the finish line, albeit with only 1/5 of the water remaining in the cup. Following them were Lin Xinyan and her close friend, then Jian Zhou, and finally Yu Huaining. At that moment, Yu Huaining wore a disgruntled expression. He was aware that Wei Ku lacked foresight, but he never anticipated such a complete disregard for their teamwork, leading to a noticeable lack of synergy. Moreover, he constantly berated himself for failing to keep pace. In contrast, Lin Xinyan and Jian Zhou exhibited a harmonious collaboration with their ordinary companions, reflecting the warm and congenial spirit of the program. As for Sun Yu, Pei Zhe, and Sang Qianshan, their running speed was commendable and their strength notable. Sun Yu offered his assessment of the duo. Meanwhile, the production team was busily calculating the remaining water quantities in each cup and the time taken. Although the trio had performed swiftly, they ultimately secured second place due to the insufficient water left in their cup. Sun Yu had just finished selecting ingredients and was celebrating with his teammates when he felt a sudden gaze upon him. Following the direction of the stare, he spotted Yu Jinheng leaning against the railing of the second-floor terrace. The doors to the terrace were fully opened, and Yu Jinheng rested his chin on the railing. Observing their game, he appeared to be unwell. It was already evening, and although the temperature remained relatively high, the sea breeze brought a hint of coolness. Yu Jinheng quietly leaned against the railing, draped in a light jacket. To Sun Yu's surprise, Yu Jinheng lit a cigarette, watching them from the terrace. As dusk descended, the production team illuminated the scene with numerous powerful lights, their glaring brightness rendering it unlikely for any ordinary person to glance upward at that moment. Beneath the photography team's illumination, the second-floor terrace was divided into two distinct realms. When Sun Yu raised her gaze, she caught a glimpse of the evening glow over the seaside, while Yu Jinheng stood in the shadows, observing them. The room behind the terrace remained unlit, and had Sun Yu not fortuitously looked up, she likely would not have noticed Yu Jinheng, cigarette in hand, watching them. At that moment, their eyes met. He placed the cigarette between his lips and took a puff, followed by a few coughs, before extinguishing the cigarette under Sun Yu's watchful gaze. It was not until the evening barbecue by the seaside that Yu Jinheng reappeared, clad in a different outfit, his complexion appearing even more pallid. Due to their previous collaboration, he had teamed up with Sang Qianshan and Pei Zhe, who was now handing a grilled prawn to Eugene Hang. Eugene Hang glanced at him and murmured his thanks. "Why do you smoke?" Sen Igriku suddenly inquired. "You don't seem like someone who would." Although Eugene Hang held the cigarette gracefully, it appeared he was entirely unaccustomed to smoking. Curiosity, he replied, followed by another cough. "I thought I might as well give it a try while I'm still alive." Sen Igriku regarded Igriku Jinhang Fotfeli. The original text offered scant insight into Eugene Hang, merely stating that he was in poor health. Yet, observing him now, coupled with his calm narration, gave Sen Yu the unsettling impression that his time was fleeting. Eugene Hang seemed to notice her scrutiny and turned his head to look at her. "Is something wrong?" Sen Yu furrowed her brow, feeling that given the nature of her relationship with Eugene Hang, probing too deeply would be inappropriate. Thus, she averted her gaze, focusing instead on the sand beneath her feet, and, after a few moments, replied, "Nothing." With that, she distanced herself from Eugene Hang and approached the barbecue, where Jian Zhou was just arriving to exchange ingredients with Sang Qianshan. Upon noticing Sen Yu, they nodded in acknowledgement. Sang Qianshan held a certain disdain for Eugene Hang and had clearly observed Sen Yu's earlier interaction with him, while brushing sauce onto the grilled meat. He feigned indifference and remarked, "Did you take him something to eat? Worried he might starve?" Sen Yu answered, "I found Peja holding a paper plate, and he wasn't eating much. Are you watching your diet?" Peja seemed taken aback by Sen Yu's question, although he sensed a slight misunderstanding between them. He was aware that she did not hold him in high regard, especially given his association with Sang Qianshan. He took a bite of the mushrooms and broccoli skewers that Sang Qianshan had just grilled, mumbling, "Need to join the group." Jian Zhou, intrigued by this, looked at Peja, but seemed hesitant to inquire further, mindful of the live broadcast. At first, Sen Yu did not comprehend, instinctively glancing towards her solitary connection in the entertainment industry. The connection met her gaze and then beckoned her with a finger, prompting Sen Yu to lean in closer. In the realm of the film featuring Peja, it has come to light that auditions for the male supporting role are underway. It appears that Jian Zhou has ventured for an interview, as softly noted by Sang Qianshan. Given that this matter has yet to be officially announced, it is only natural that the other individuals in the live stream remain oblivious. Sen Yu cast a glance at Jian Zhou, coming to understand the reason behind the latter's eager gaze fixed upon Peja. His good friend seemed to be aware of this development, yet at this moment, he was assisting Sang Qianshan with the barbecue. At this juncture, the beach was bustling with the program's crew, who had specially illuminated the area and set up equipment. It was unclear how the production team had communicated prior, or if it was due to the beach being private, but no tourists were in sight. Sen Igriku, chewing on the barbecued meat with a hint of boredom, contemplated an excuse to return and recline. Meanwhile, Peja set down the paper plate in his hand, announcing his need to excuse himself for a moment to retrieve something from the villa. In an instant, everything transpired, as Peja, clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt, prepared to tread through the sand back to the villa. He suddenly sensed that something was amiss with his belongings left beside him. Initially, he thought he might have misremembered. Instinctively, he glanced at Eugene Hang, seeking to inquire if the latter had noticed anyone's presence in the vicinity. However, Eugene Hang had only recently arrived. Due to the crew's need to arrange lighting and prepare barbecue supplies, the area had been somewhat chaotic before the guest's arrival on the beach. Peja's clothing had been placed on a nearby beach chair, while at that moment, his assistant had stepped away to make a phone call to their agent. Could it be a mere oversight? Peja rummaged through his pockets, ultimately deciding to proceed to the villa. Sen Igriku, wielding a plastic fork and listlessly chewing on the barbecued meat, observed Peja pausing momentarily as if searching for something, only to see him relinquish his search and turn towards the villa. Diverting his gaze, Sen Yu then noticed an individual among the crowd whose attire seemed rather peculiar. Although it was evening and the sea breeze had turned slightly cool, it was hardly the weather for a pullover sweatshirt. Even Eugene Hang, whose health was not particularly robust, merely wore an open cardigan. Yet this person donned a pullover sweatshirt topped with a cap. Furthermore, Sen Yu discerned that this individual's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on a nearby Peja. A fan? Sen Igriku instinctively pondered. The individual stood precisely behind the lighting, and given that dusk had descended, had Sen Yu not fortuitously caught sight of this man, standing quietly, it is likely that no one would have noticed him. At that moment, Peja was also preparing to head towards the villa. He navigated around the camera's view, intending to pass through the shadows by the large lights, when Xinyu suddenly sensed something amiss. He recalled Peja's previous mention of fervent fans. Just then, the individual who had kept his hands tucked within the pockets of his pullover suddenly produced an object. As Xinyu focused, he realized it was a bottle. Oh no! Something felt distinctly wrong. The thought surged through Xinyu's mind. His reflexes outpaced his thoughts as he sprang into action. Just as Peja was nearing the edge and the man was poised to charge forth, he charged forward, seizing Peja's arm and forcefully yanking him backward. In quick succession, a side kick sent the nearly opened bottle flying from the man's grasp. Before he could react, he was swiftly pinned to the ground, with Xinyu almost straddling his chest, a knee pressing firmly against his ribcage, while a plastic fork was pointed threateningly at his eye. "What are you doing?" The unexpected turn of events left everyone in stunned silence. No one could have anticipated that Xinyu would strike so suddenly. Even Peja was taken aback by the sudden emergence of an individual from behind the bright studio lights. The harsh illumination had left him momentarily blinded and disoriented as he stepped into the shadows. It was only after Xinyu yanked him aside that he stumbled a few paces, regaining his senses. The man, pinned beneath Xinyu's weight, instinctively struggled and coughed a few times. The fork remained unwaveringly aimed at his eye as Xinyu addressed the production team, asking them to ascertain the contents of the bottle. It was at this moment that the crowd seemed to awaken from the chaos that had unfolded in mere seconds, with someone screaming to check the bottle. Meanwhile, the production team and others rushed to restrain the man clad in a hoodie. As Xinyu took action, Sang Qianshan promptly approached his side, his expression dark as he scrutinized the subdued man. Where did this person come from? The production crew was now preoccupied with shutting down the live broadcast, lacking the bandwidth to fathom the turmoil this incident might incite. Hasty hands grabbed hold of the man pinned by Xinyu. Once the threat was neutralized, Xinyu rose to his feet, his knee scraped and bleeding from the earlier friction, speckled with sand. Nonchalantly, he brushed off the grains. As Peja was surrounded by his assistants, Xinyu remarked, "Great star, you owe me a personal favor," while tilting his chin toward Peja. Chapter 65. Transformed into a penny-pinching phoenix man following the production team's call to the authorities and the arrival of professionals. The mood for a barbecue dissipated. Fortunately, the bottle contained no toxic substances, though its contents were far from benign. As the man was escorted away, he shouted, "Peja, you are mine. Why are you talking to those people? Why are you smiling at others?" Peja clenched his fists, ready to confront the man had he not been a public figure. Recognizing the familiar voice, he realized this was the same individual who had been harassing and stalking his fans. To his astonishment, this person had infiltrated the recording site, and even more absurdly, the production team had failed to notice the breach. Upon learning of the incident, Peja's manager and company were livid. Questioning how the production team could allow a stranger to infiltrate, it was later revealed that this individual had joined due to a shortage of personnel, merely tasked with basic transport duties. No one anticipated that he would turn out to be such a deranged stalker. Xinyu sat languidly on a beach chair, while Sang Qianshan, holding a bottle of mineral water, squatted silently before him. Noticing a small, bleeding wound on Xinyu's knee, which was also speckled with sand, Sang Qianshan instructed his assistant to fetch the mineral water promptly. He then knelt before Xinyu, preparing to rinse the sand from his knee. As the icy water made contact with the wound, Xinyu instinctively flinched. Sang Qianshan immediately halted, cautiously raising his gaze to inquire if it hurt. Xinyu chuckled, "Brother, if you wait a moment longer, the wound will heal." He patted Sang Qianshan's shoulder, adding that the water was merely a bit chilly. After all, it wasn't as if the water had been retrieved from a refrigerator, and the seaside temperature was not particularly low. Sang Qianshan chose not to challenge Xinyu's words, gently washing the wound. Upon completion, he realized that the injury was not just a simple cut. Rather, it appeared that when Xinyu knelt on the sandy ground, he must have scraped off a layer of skin. This did not account for the accompanying bruises. Sang Qianshan proceeded with utmost care. Xinyu could hardly bear it, feeling as though he were being treated like a porcelain doll. He was, after all, a rugged man of steel. He seized the mineral water from Sang Qianshan's hands and unapologetically rinsed his wound vigorously, returning the empty bottle to Sang Qianshan. "All right, it's done," he declared, attempting to rise from the beach chair. "Be careful," Sang Qianshan exclaimed nervously, steadying Tsinyu's arm. "I'm not fragile, so there's no need to be so cautious." As Tsinyu prepared to shake off Sang Qianshan's grip, noticing the genuine concern in his eyes, he suppressed his internal frustrations and sighed. "I'm really fine." At that moment, Yu Jinhang arrived, accompanied by a familiar figure. Tsinyu recognized him as the family doctor of Yu Jinhang, whom he had encountered previously during a car ride. "You brought him along?" The doctor promptly instructed Tsinyu to sit still, proceeding to disinfect and bandage his injured leg. Remarkably, Sang Qianshan did not express any displeasure towards Yu Jinhang this time. Instead, he observed Tsinyu's bandaged knee before turning to Yu Jinhang. "Thank you," he said. Yu Jinhang chuckled in response. "There's no need to thank me. I am merely Xiao Yu's partner, so there's no need for gratitude." Upon hearing this, Sang Qianshan understood that Yu Jinhang was intentionally asserting his claim over his brother. If his thoughts had previously been somewhat nebulous, they now crystallized. He regarded Yu Jinhang without initiating an argument, seemingly lost in contemplation, while Yu Jinhang simply watched him quietly. Finally, Sang Qianshan exhaled. "I understand. I know he's Yu's lover." Meanwhile, Tsinyu remained oblivious, as the live broadcast that the production team had failed to cut off had already ignited a significant uproar online. Everyone was merely witnessing Tsinyu indulging in barbecue when, abruptly, he cast aside the plate in his hand and dashed out. Just as onlookers were preparing to admonish Tsinyu for his lack of decorum, they were taken aback to see him seize Pei Zhe and, in a swift motion, deliver a kick that sent a bottle flying from the grasp of a man clad in black. Subsequently, he subdued the assailant to the ground. The entire sequence unfolded with an effortless grace, the program's cameras instinctively following the guests. By the time they realized something was amiss and attempted to cut the live broadcast, the footage had already been transmitted. This incident caused a stir on Weibo, with users speculating about the identity of the suddenly emerging man in black and conjuring various terrifying thoughts regarding the bottle that had been kicked away. Fortunately, Pei Zhe Studio quickly issued a statement, remarking that all would be revealed pending an investigation and subtly hinting that the assailant was the unidentified stalker previously mentioned and warned against by Pei Zhe Studio on multiple occasions. Numerous individuals flocked to the Weibo pages of Pei Zhe, Sang Qianshan, and the production team, eager to learn what transpired next. After all, Tsinyu did not possess a Weibo account. Ultimately, it was Sang Qianshan who shared a photo of Tsinyu giving a peace sign to the camera, assuring everyone that he was safe and there was no need for concern. Simultaneously, the tone of certain posts within various groups shifted dramatically, transitioning from comments on how well their sister-in-law could eat to cries of PZ, SQS. "We are irreconcilable. Return my wife, return my wife." Some even lamented, "Husbands, who understands? My wife is so spicy. Does anyone with connections know what my wife's tattoo is? I'm so curious. I want to see my wife's tattoo." Of course, Tsinyu remained oblivious to all this, for his phone had also exploded with notifications. Not only were several colleagues expressing their concern, but Liu Baichuan even sent a voice message inquiring about his well-being. Meanwhile, Yu Xinyu incessantly bombarded him with video calls. Upon noticing yet another incoming call from Yu Xinyu, Tsinyu gestured for others to excuse him momentarily. He then took his phone and walked to the edge of the beach. The tide was slowly creeping in, and as Tsinyu took a few steps forward, temporarily distancing himself from the production crew and savoring the rhythmic ebb and flow of the water, he connected the video call with Yu Xinyu. However, Yu Xinyu's appearance on the other end was indistinct, shrouded in shadows akin to his own. "Why is it so dark?" Tsinyu inquired, standing in the sea and raising his phone to get a better view. Yu Xinyu remained silent, his breathing noticeably labored. Just as Tsinyu was about to ask why he was speaking, he suddenly heard Yu Xinyu's voice through the video, urging him, "Turn around." Simultaneously, a voice from outside the frame echoed. Instinctively, Tsinyu turned to face the source of the sound, spotting Yu Xinyu, breathless and clutching his phone. It appeared he had sprinted all the way there. Upon seeing Tsinyu, he uttered not a word, instead rushing forward to envelop him in a tight embrace, striving to steady his breath and quell the racing heartbeat that had nearly leapt to his throat while watching the live broadcast. "I'm so relieved you're safe," Yu Xinyu eventually murmured, his breath still uneven. Chapter 66. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Yu Xinyu, after all, was not a guest on the show. He could not simply accompany Xinyu back to the villa. At this moment, Yu Xinyu clung to Xinyu as if afflicted by a desperate craving for skin, unwilling to let go. "I told you, you shouldn't have participated in this variety show." With his arms wrapped around Xinyu's waist, he looked up from his shoulder, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. If his previous weeping had been largely theatrical, this time he was genuinely frightened. He feared that the bottle Xinyu had threatened to cast him out from contained something far more perilous. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. Sen Igriku, somewhat exasperated by Yu Xinyu's clinginess, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, admitting, "Indeed, I acted impulsively. Peizhou is nothing." Yu Xinyu nearly blurted out a retort, but quickly reconsidered, modifying his response to, "I meant his bodyguards." Sen Igriku, unfazed by Yu Xinyu's words that starkly contradicted his usual persona, noticed his phone lighting up with a message from Sang Qianshan, inquiring about his whereabouts. Placing a hand on Yu Xinyu's shoulder, he pressed the voice message button with one hand while the other gently patted Yu Xinyu's back in a comforting gesture. "I'm at the beach. I'll return shortly. Don't wait for me." Sang Qianshan, evidently concerned, promptly sent a voice message after receiving Xinyu's. "I don't know if that person has accomplices. Perhaps you should come back first. It's quite dark now." Xinyu thought to himself, longing to return. But Yu Xinyu had nearly transformed into a starfish clinging to him. Thus, he continued messaging Sang Qianshan, "Xiaoyu has arrived. He seems worried, so I'm staying with him." Sang Qianshan ceased sending messages, and just as Xinyu was about to put his phone away, he received one last note from Sang Qianshan. "Once you return, let me know. I won't disturb you." Xinyu sensed an inexplicable shift in Sang Qianshan's tone compared to earlier. But perhaps it was due to his persistent messaging that Yu Xinyu tightened his embrace, as if wishing to merge him into his very being. "It hurts." Xinyu instinctively tapped Yu Xinyu's shoulder. "Be gentler." In the dim light, Yu Xinyu's tears had dried upon Xinyu's shoulder. He gazed at Xinyu and said, "I might need to go abroad soon." "Abroad?" Xinyu looked at Yu Xinyu in surprise. This subplot was not present in the original narrative. Had the pursuit of love commenced prematurely? "I'm going to visit my former art teacher," Yu Xinyu explained. "It's been a long time since we last met." Xinyu recalled that Yu Xinyu's teacher was quite renowned, and although he was uncertain why Yu Xinyu suddenly felt the urge to visit, he nodded in understanding. "Then make sure to return quickly," he urged. He remembered that in the original story, Yu Xinyu gained fame due to a competition, which subsequently launched his career. Meanwhile, the antagonist began to regret his past actions due to Yu Xinyu's departure, leading to a series of attempts to win him back, ultimately resulting in a collective reckoning by several characters. Could it be that this implies an early commencement of the career path? After all, many variety shows have begun to advance their schedules. Xin Yusin idly pondered this, while Yu Xinyu remained silent in the embrace of the other. The waves, incessantly lapping at the shore, danced against their calves, and the sea gradually encroached, rising from a mere touch on Xinyu's instep to the height of their ankles. If they lingered any longer, it seemed the production team would soon be called to retrieve them both. "We should leave. The tide is coming in," Xinyu stated, gently tapping Yu Xinyu's shoulder. He then took the other's hand and led him toward the shore. On one side lay a secluded beach, under the night sky, where only the sea breeze and the twinkling stars bore witness to their presence. On the other side, the production crew was still wrapping up, the staff gathering the large lights. As the lights dimmed and the power was cut, the opposite side gradually fell into silence, as if the entire scene were concluding. Xinyu held Yu Xinyu's hand and guided him away from the water's edge. Standing on the sand, Yu Xinyu gazed at Xinyu's knee, squatting down to examine it closely for a moment before lifting his gaze to meet Xinyu's. "Does it hurt?" Though the lights were extinguished, the moonlight illuminated Yu Xinyu's expression. Stripped of the need for pretense under the cover of night, Xinyu momentarily shed his usual facade, abandoning the slick words he often employed. He simply watched Yu Xinyu quietly for a while before breaking into a smile. It doesn't hurt. It's nothing serious. Yet, Yu Xinyu found no comfort in these words. He gently caressed the injury on Xin Yu's knee through the gauze. Xin Yu bent down, cupping Yu Xinyu's face. Are you crying? Tears streamed down Yu Xinyu's cheeks as he looked at Xin Yu, allowing him to wipe away the tears trailing down his face. Then, with Xin Yu's help, he stood up. I told you it's not a big deal, Xin Yu murmured. In a few days, I'll be jumping around again. Yu Xinyu remained silent, observing Xin Yu's back as he led him away. Xiaoyu, he called softly. Xin Yu turned his head. When we have the means, let us go to a place where no one else is around. In his mind, Yu Xinyu envisioned Xin Yu as the sun, the moon, and the stars, while he himself was a black hole, consuming the other's radiance. He could not bear any light emanating from Xin Yu. He simply desired him in his embrace. Away from all else. I'm heading off, Yu Xinyu said with a smile. Take care, and don't get hurt again. As Xin Yu approached the villa, he thought little of why Yu Xinyu had come here, knowing full well the recording location and understanding that, given Yu Xinyu's romantic inclinations, he would undoubtedly show up. He watched Yu Xinyu wave as he prepared to leave, and then said goodbye. Goodbye, Yu Xinyu replied, smiling as he waved back. He lingered until Xin Yu's figure vanished into the villa before departing slowly. Upon Xin Yu's return to the villa, the filming had temporarily ceased. Peja, spotting Xin Yu's arrival, promptly approached him, expressing gratitude alongside his manager. Xin Yu waved his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent to the gesture. He was utterly exhausted, longing only for a soothing bath. Yet, upon his return, he found it rather peculiar that he did not see Sang Qianshan. Where is Sang Qianshan? He inquired of Jianzhou, who pondered for a moment before replying. It seems Brother Sang has retired to his room to rest. Jianzhou recalled that Sang Qianshan had initially stood by the barbecue grill, waiting for Xin Yu to return before they departed together. However, after sending a few messages, he had decided, never mind, let us leave together. Jianzhou, lacking the inclination to delve into others' gossip, asked, is Xin Yu not returning with us? What if there are accomplices still around? Sang Qianshan merely tucked his phone into his pocket, stating, no need, I am with my friends. As Xin Yu ascended the staircase to the second floor, a member of the production team mentioned that the cameras in the room were supposed to be activated tonight. However, considering the events of the evening, they would postpone until tomorrow. Nevertheless, they hoped to capture a segment of him waking up after some rest. Xin Yu found no inconvenience in this, and, upon entering his room, heard faint voices. Following the sound, he spotted Eugene Hang on the terrace, engaged in a phone call. They shared the same terrace, and Eugene Hang leaned against the edge, seemingly conversing animatedly. As he grew excited, he could not suppress a series of coughs, eventually sighing as he ended the call. At that moment, the terrace door was closed, thus Xin Yu could not discern Eugene Hang's words. Even if he could, he would not have been particularly interested. After concluding his call, Eugene Hang appeared to notice Xin Yu's return. After hanging up, he exited through the door that separated their two spaces, which remained ajar, allowing Xin Yu to clearly see Eugene Hang leave the terrace. He seemed to have already freshened up, clad in a silk nightgown beneath a light-colored outer garment. The oatmeal-colored knit sweater draped over him, paired with the inky black nightgown, rendered him as if composed of only these two hues, a soft oatmeal and a deep ink. Eugene Hang was from head to toe a contradiction. Standing by the door that divided their spaces, he addressed Xin Yu. If you wish to bathe, the bathroom is currently unoccupied. Is not unoccupied. For you are right here, Xin Yu silently retorted, finding Eugene Hang's remark rather redundant. Nevertheless, he rummaged through his suitcase for a change of clothes. He had not brought a bathrobe, considering the filming needs. He only packed a t-shirt and beach shorts as sleepwear. He balled up his clothes and, clutching them in hand, made his way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Eugene Hang seemed entirely indifferent to his presence, having returned to the reading chair in the room and switched on the light. He casually picked up a book he had previously read, opening it while observing Xin Yu enter the bathroom before finally diverting his gaze. Xin Yu was pleasantly surprised to discover that the bathing products in this villa were identical to those at his own home. The entire bathroom was quite spacious. He lowered his gaze to the bandage wound on his knee, raising an eyebrow. To be honest, he felt that everyone was somewhat overreacting. However, he understood that since it had been properly dressed, it was best to keep it dry. Thus, he opened the bathroom door and knocked on the wall a few times, catching the attention of Eugene Hang, who was engrossed in a book. Only when the other's gaze turned to him did he speak. "Could you fetch me some cling film?" "Cling film?" Eugene Hang appeared puzzled, questioning the necessity of such an item. Sun Yu pointed to his leg, indicating the freshly bandaged area, and mimicked a wrapping motion, explaining, "I just need to secure it with cling film to keep it dry." Eugene Hang's eyes fell upon his knee. At that moment, Sun Yu had already removed his shirt and was clad solely in the swim trunks he wore that day. The medicated patch still adhered to his skin, and combined with the bandaged wound, he looked rather pitiful. Eugene Hang continued to peruse his book, dismissively stating, "No need. The doctor is still here. We can change it later." His response was casual, as if Sun Yu's inquiry held little significance. Sun Yu propped himself against the bathroom door, inquiring tentatively, "The doctor hasn't he left?" "They've left a room for him here," Eugene Hang replied without looking up. "If you have something to ask, feel free to speak directly." Sun Yu clicked his tongue, surprised by Eugene Hang's perceptiveness. He decided to be straightforward. "So, is this your villa?" He scrutinized Eugene Hang. "Is the financial backer of the program team mentioned really you?" Indeed, Eugene Hang did not deny it. Sun Yu contemplated for a moment, gazing at the door that partitioned the two rooms. He finally understood Eugene Hang's meticulous efforts. He had arranged such a luxurious villa to ensure that Sun Yu would not have to share accommodations with anyone else. Had this been the small, cozy home depicted in the original story, he would have inevitably ended up sharing a room with someone, regardless of how the draw went. With the answer unveiled, Sun Yu felt no further need to inquire. After all, if Eugene Hang was willing to provide such an opulent villa, it would certainly be more comfortable for him. With that thought, he closed the door, preparing for a shower. Just as Sun Yu pondered whether to remove the patch, he was suddenly alerted by a hefty cat. "Host, there are people online criticizing you." Where? Sun Yu immediately perked up. The system promptly transmitted several posts to his phone. He opened the threads from those groups, noticing that they appeared normal at first, until one reply took a turn for the worse. "Am I overthinking this?" This Sun Yu claims to be an employee, yet his clothes are all high-end brands. "I can't believe it. Is it forbidden for someone to have a little extra cash? Besides, don't you have to wear something decent on a show?" "Enough. I say it's San Qianshan who bought it for his wife." LOL. Maybe Sun Yu comes from a wealthy family. He probably doesn't even know what university is like. The newly registered account continued to stir the pot. If he weren't short on cash, how could he possibly model for San Qianshan? Moreover, Sun Yu was always working while shaking milk tea during his school days. Following this, a photo was shared. In the photograph, Sun Yu appears expressionless as he takes orders from customers. The comments below have descended into chaos, with everyone clamoring for their wife. While some inquire if anyone can write a piece about a superstar and a bubble tea maker, the anonymous account seems unprepared for this frenzy and ultimately resorts to a bold declaration. Let us be honest. The reason Sun Yu can wear designer brands and lead such a comfortable life is that he has a wealthy boyfriend. It's laughable. Don't you all know he has a boyfriend while you're busy idolizing him and Sang Qianshan? The moment these words were uttered, the entire group erupted into disarray. Some individuals even took screenshots of this person's comments and created a new thread, which was swiftly followed by marketing accounts. Leaning against the wash basin, Sun Yu, alongside his chubby cat, took a moment to relish the roast directed at him and decided to register a new account to join the fray, declaring, "If you ask me, Sun Yu is nothing but a morally bankrupt, penny-pinching man. I advise you not to speak on his behalf." Sun Yu was actively replying, "Moreover, he not only has tattoos, but also a tongue piercing. He clearly isn't a decent person. Wow, my wife is so fierce. I adore her." After a brief silence, Sun Yu continued to respond. He slacks off at work, taking every opportunity to cut corners. If a worker doesn't slack off, does that mean the company is really my home? Hilarious. And who are you? Are you a jealous co-worker of my wife, plotting to drag her down? Sun Yu murmured to his chubby cat, understanding that he could no longer continue to respond, or else Eugene Hang might think he had fainted in the bathroom. Pei Yi. Someone is defaming Sun Yu. Due to the stalking incident, Peja had not yet returned to his room. As he sat on the sofa, outside the living room. He noticed his manager approaching. Defeimin sen igreku. Peja was somewhat perplexed. He glanced behind him and observed that the living room was empty. Either everyone was at the pool or had already returned to their rooms to rest. What could possibly be said against him? Peja was puzzled. After all, Sinyu was an ordinary person. Even with newfound exposure from this show, it was unlikely he would enter the entertainment industry. And Peja couldn't fathom who might harbor such deep animosity towards him. The manager, unsure of how to articulate the situation, simply handed his phone to Peja for him to see. Tonight, their studio had been monitoring the situation and controlling the narrative, and they had naturally noted these discordant voices. Upon seeing the mention of a boyfriend, Peja immediately thought of Yu Sinyu. Since this person knew Yu Sinyu and was aware of Sinyu's college past, they must have known him for quite some time. Was it jealousy that prompted them to expose him now that Sinyu had gained fame? Peja was uncertain, but decided to return the phone to the manager, suggesting they assist Sinyu. After all, if it weren't for his own actions, this program might not have ignited such a stir on social media, and Sinyu, an acquaintance, might not have noticed his participation in this particular variety show. The manager had no objections, considering it a simple task. On the other side, Sang Qinshan Studio had also taken note of the discordant voices. When his agent called, Sang was lost in contemplation within the confines of his room, reclining on his bed, scrolling through the album on his phone, where images of he, Sinyu, lingered. The agent got straight to the point. Frowning, Sang Qinshan observed the various links sent by his agent, his brow furrowing deeper with each glance. He inwardly cursed Yu Sinyu as being utterly useless, lamenting that all she could do was play the victim. He then instructed his agent to take action, whether it be deleting comments or any other measures, insisting that this debacle should not tarnish He Sinyu's name. After ending the conversation with his agent, Sang Qinshan gazed at a photo of himself with He Sinyu, muttering to himself that friendship was preferable to romance. Friendships were bound to endure longer. At that moment, He Sinyu remained blissfully unaware that her post had nearly been erased. The following morning, perhaps due to the tumultuous events of the previous day, the production team dared not introduce any further complications. They finally recalled the essence of their leisurely variety show, deciding to allow the guests to explore nearby attractions and enjoy some leisurely time. As long as there were cameras capturing the moments, it sufficed. Considering He Sinyu's leg injury, Sang insisted on taking her out on his bicycle. "I merely have a scraped knee, not a limp," He Sinyu remarked, glancing at the bike Sang was offering. "Regardless, I can't walk," he replied, patting the bike's rear seat. "Hop on. Let me show you around." "Are you filming a youth idol drama?" He Sinyu quipped, yet she climbed onto the back seat. Sang Qinshan, typically not one for excessive conversation, found himself speaking a bit more around He Sinyu. As they were on vacation, they had changed into floral shirts that suited the local vibe, riding the bicycle in tandem. The sun blazed down, and the cycling path was nearly deserted save for themselves and the camera crew. "There are hardly any people here," He Sinyu observed, noting the unusual hour for cycling. She glanced up at the noon sun, suspecting Sang Qinshan might be suffering from heat exhaustion. Sang turned to look at her and noticed her cheeks had turned a rosy hue from the sun, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. "Shall we take a break?" Just then, they arrived at a bustling beach, likely attracting attention due to the conspicuous presence of the production crew. Wearing sunglasses, they ventured into a quaint shop near the sand. The shop was modest in size and not overly crowded. He Sinyu soon realized it was a postcard shop, featuring hand-drawn cards from various renowned attractions across the nation, promoting a sense of inclusivity. As she browsed, she noticed Sang Qinshan fixated on a postcard with the phrase, "To the future you." "Seriously?" He Sinyu inquired, looking at Sang. "You want to send this?" Has the young master never encountered such postcards at tourist spots before? Oh, he forgot that someone of Sang Qinshan's stature would typically not frequent such a humble street-side establishment. It seemed that the incredulity and astonishment in Sinyu's gaze were too conspicuous, causing Sang Qinshan to feel a tinge of embarrassment and anger. "What? Is it not permissible?" "Of course it is." Sinyu raised both hands in surrender. He noticed that others around them were discreetly observing, some even capturing candid shots of the crew, which was a common occurrence. After all, where would the variety show's behind-the-scenes revelations come from? Nevertheless, he wished to avoid being the center of attention. He patted Sang Qianshan on the shoulder, urging him to write quickly if he intended to. You should write too. Sang Qianshan repeated. Sun Yu hesitated for a moment, pondering to whom he would send this letter. He was aware that he would soon depart from this small world. Yet observing Sang Qianshan's keen interest and enthusiasm, he did not wish to dampen his spirits. Thus, he selected a postcard and began to write as well. Don't peek, Sang Qianshan said mysteriously after acquiring the postcard and pen. How old are you, big brother? Sen Igriku inquired, turning to comply with Sang Qianshan's request to write on the postcard. Truth be told, he could hardly recall any addresses or phone numbers. After much contemplation, he decided it would be best to send it to the current address of Yusinyu. But what should he write? He knew he would eventually leave in accordance with the original narrative's conclusion and wondered if Yusinyu would have forgotten him by then. If by that time, she had embarked on a new romance, she might even show this postcard to her new boyfriend, saying, "Ah, this was a scoundrel I once fancied." Never mind, he thought. He might as well share a secret with Yusinyu. With that, he boldly inscribed on the postcard, "I know those individuals in the alley were hired by you to perform." Chapter 69. Transformed into a frugal phoenix man, concise and somewhat enigmatic. This was certainly preferable to uttering something overly sentimental, which might lead to Yusinyu mocking it with others 3 years hence. After admiring his work for a while, Yusinyu felt exceedingly satisfied. Of course, he also believed Yusinyu would not receive it, as she would undoubtedly no longer reside in that apartment 3 years later. That was of little consequence. Even if a passerby caught a glimpse, they would remain oblivious to its meaning. With this thought, Yusinyu set the pen aside, placed the postcard into an envelope, and handed it to the shopkeeper. After paying, he awaited the day 3 years hence when this postcard would be sent. Meanwhile, Sang Qianshan had also just finished writing. He carefully tucked the postcard into an envelope, and after settling the payment, he earnestly inquired of the shopkeeper, "Will this postcard truly be sent in 3 years?" Receiving confirmation, he nodded, appearing quite satisfied. Sen Igriku, curious, asked, "What did you write?" After a moment's thought, he added, "Who is it for?" Sang Qianshan glanced at Sinyu. "Who are you writing to? Who else could it be?" Sen Igriku replied, puzzled. "Of course, it's for you, Sinyu." The smile at the corner of Sang Qianshan's mouth waned slightly as he regarded Sinyu, who remained oblivious and continued to probe about his writing. Ultimately, he coldly responded, "It's a secret." He had no intention of revealing that the contents of his postcard were addressed to none other than Sinyu himself. The content is quite simple. It merely reflects his most sincere wish. May you live a life free from worries, filled with peace and joy. After the two finished writing their postcards, they prepared to leave the seaside shop. However, as Sinyu stepped outside, he encountered Lu Buochuan, clad in a t-shirt, completely shedding his previous serious demeanor. Sang Qianshan also noticed Lu Buochuan. Although they were not well acquainted, he recognized him as Sinyu's superior. As the camera crew trailed behind them, Sinyu hesitated to greet Lu Buochuan, sensing he might prefer to avoid the spotlight. Yet, Lu Buochuan, seemingly oblivious to Sinyu's subtle hints, remarked on the serendipity of their meeting. Sinyu promptly signaled with his eyes towards the camera, and since they had entered the shop, the live stream had commenced. Lu Buochuan appeared unaware of the implications of Sinyu's gestures, exclaiming, "Who is this? Why does it seem like he knows my wife so well?" Sang Qianshan couldn't help but think that this would drive him mad. "What do you mean by your wife? Didn't you see the deleted revelations? Sinyu is not exactly a good person. He must be supported by a wealthy benefactor. Brother Chuan, are you okay with being on camera?" Sinyu could no longer tolerate Lu Buochuan's inability to grasp his hints and asked directly. It was only then that Lu Buochuan appeared to notice the cameraman, pondering for a moment before agreeing. Sang Qianshan, unfamiliar with Lu Buochuan, had only spoken to him on the plane, where he learned that this scion of the Lu family worked at the same company as Sinyu. "Are you here specifically to catch me at work?" Sen Igriku hissed, indicating to others that Lu Buochuan was his superior and not to overthink their relationship. He feared that unsuspecting onlookers might mistakenly assume his affluent boyfriend was Lu Buochuan. "Do I seem like such a miser?" Lu Buochuan replied, seemingly aware that they had lingered at the entrance for too long. He stepped aside, saying, "You two carry on." Once Sinyu, Sang Qianshan, and the cameraman departed, he turned his attention to the postcards adorning the shop's walls. He recalled Xin Yu's earlier remark about coincidence. How could there be so many coincidental encounters in the world? The two of them would likely see his parked car by the roadside if they ventured outside. He had merely been engrossed in a live stream, leading to this unexpected meeting. Perhaps due to their mutual postcard writing, the shop became bustling with patrons eager for a renaissance of creativity, each wishing to send a postcard to their future selves. Lu Buchuan stood before the plethora of illustrated postcards for quite some time before finally selecting the most fitting one. The postcard depicted only the horizon and flying birds, now distant and reduced to mere specks in the sky. Lu Buchuan took the postcard, not inscribing any elaborate sentiments, but simply noting the date and time in his own handwriting. He then handed it to the shopkeeper. This postcard was intended for himself. He had no one to converse with or extend well wishes to, so he chose to send it to himself simply to commemorate this very moment in time. The first episode's seaside recording has finally concluded. Due to the incident on the first night, the production team, realizing they had sufficient footage, decided to return early on the third day. The guests were free to choose their departure times. Sang Qianshan left the villa early for an unexpected work commitment, followed closely by Jian Zhou and the others. In the end, only Xin Yu and Yu Jinheng remained in the villa. While brushing his teeth on the terrace, Xin Yu, whose afternoon flight was not urgent, was suddenly startled by a shout from the plump cat in his mind, almost swallowing the foam in shock. He retrieved his phone and quickly noticed the message forwarded by the cat. The content revealed that a certain painter's works had fetched a high price at an auction today. This artist was a disciple of Master XXX, who had shown remarkable talent from a young age, but had inexplicably faded into obscurity for many years. After a long hiatus, he returned with his paintings, which attracted fierce competition among galleries for collection. Xin Yu, with a toothbrush in his mouth, immediately recognized that the young painter mentioned in the report was Yu Xinyu. Yu Xinyu, clad in a well-fitted suit, had neatly combed his slightly long hair, with only a few strands falling onto his forehead. As he gazed into the camera, a smile graced his lips, exuding the air of a naturally proud aristocrat. He received accolades with a composed demeanor, deftly deflecting even the most probing questions with grace. He appeared entirely at ease, seemingly born for such social gatherings, as if no inquiry could fluster him. However, when asked about his romantic partner, a spark of liveliness ignited in his expression. What was once a mundane question suddenly held significance. His hazel green eyes met the camera, his smile reaching the depths of his gaze. Yet, he seemed reluctant to discuss the matter. Yu Xinyu shushed the audience, proclaiming, "We are in a secret romance." His response subtly hinted at the gender of his beloved, revealing a profound happiness, as if the request for secrecy was not an unreasonable demand. Xin Yu had not anticipated Yu Xinyu's swift rise to fame, completing the later plot of the original narrative. He continued to brush his teeth, pondering how, although Yu Xinyu had not disclosed the identity of his lover, curiosity about the young and handsome genius painter's partner was palpable. Some even uncovered that Yu Xinyu was indeed the second son of the Yu family, with his elder brother, Yu Jinheng, frequently appearing on television and in financial publications, currently participating in a variety show. Upon noticing someone promoting the show, Xin Yu silently returned to the bathroom, spitting out the foam in his mouth. "I discover that the plot seems to remain on course," Xin Yu remarked to the plump cat after rinsing his mouth. The cat, not comprehending his words, simply reveled in the heightened narrative completion, sensing that soon Xin Yu would be able to transcend into the next world. After a moment of purring, the plump cat turned at Xin Yu, asking, "What does the host mean?" "Nothing of consequence," he replied. Xin Yu remarked as he reached out to stroke the plump cat. The little feline need not be aware of such matters. Although Yu Xinyu concealed the truth about his beloved, his elder brother Yu Jinheng had already participated in a variety show. Furthermore, if his memories serve him right, Yu Xinyu had indeed appeared on camera, engaging in a dialogue with Sang Qianshan. As anticipated, beneath the comment mentioning Yu Jinheng, someone quickly replied, "Oh, isn't this Xin Yu's roommate?" accompanied by a screenshot. In the captured image, although Yu Xinyu had not made a special effort with his appearance, his striking visage was undeniably memorable, instantly recognizable as the young artist currently in the limelight. Comments soon flooded in, Does he have a boyfriend, yet still live with someone? Sarcastic, clown emoji, everyone. I have a bold hypothesis. Does anyone remember that rumor? The one about CY having a boyfriend? Could it be? Covering mouth emoji. Sen Yku scoffed softly, bracing himself against the sink while perusing the continuously refreshing comments on his phone. Society has an insatiable appetite for gossip, particularly concerning the lives of the privileged, especially when intertwined with trending variety shows, male siblings, and clandestine romances, topics rife with intrigue. It wasn't long before viewers began to scrutinize the live footage frame by frame. Numerous marketing accounts shared recordings, including the moment Sinyu opened the door to reveal Yu Sinyu stepping out of his room, where the phrase "we have lived together since university" was dissected and analyzed repeatedly. Moreover, after Sinyu met Eugene Hang at the airport, Eugene Hang mentioned Xiaoyu. However, due to the absence of subtitles, no one could ascertain who he referred to, which, in hindsight, was undoubtedly his own brother, Yu Sinyu, who would entrust their elder brother with the care of their roommate. Clearly, Sinyu was the clandestine lover of Yu Sinyu. This revelation aligned seamlessly with prior anonymous disclosures within their group, indicating that Sinyu had a boyfriend during his school days, whose family was affluent. Wasn't Yu Sinyu's family well off as well? The two had indeed known each other since university and continued to cohabitate. The onlookers felt they had unearthed the truth, and soon detractors began to stir the pot regarding Sang Qianshan. What is the deal with Sang Qianshan? Is he the male third wheel? Doesn't he know Sinyu has a boyfriend? Nonsense about him being a male third wheel. Detractors take a step back. Throughout, Sang Qianshan has only referred to Sinyu as his good friend. Do you understand what that means? This is hilarious. It seems Sinyu wishes to break into the entertainment industry, hence his association with Sang Qianshan. Does anyone still doubt that Sang Qianshan is the epitome of a straight man? Sinyu's fingers tapped lightly against the glass before him, the reflection revealing a man exuding an air of indifference and fatigue. Suddenly, it struck him that perhaps Yu Sinyu had intentionally positioned himself in front of the camera from the very beginning. Even his words in that moment may have been deliberate. Of course, one couldn't argue that he was in the wrong, for all along, these were Sinyu's own stipulations, the demand for their relationship to remain undisclosed, the insistence that Yu Sinyu conceal their romantic involvement, and the requirement that Yu Sinyu publicly refer to him solely as a roommate. Had Yu Sinyu breached any of these conditions? On the contrary, Yu Sinyu performed exceptionally well. He stated in front of the camera that the two individuals were roommates who had known each other since their university days. When faced with a reporter's inquiry about his romantic status, he did not lie. Indeed, he had a partner. However, being abroad revealed the fact that his partner was male. In accordance with Sinyu's request, he concealed his lover's identity, merely stating that his partner desired a secret relationship. He executed this task flawlessly, satisfying nearly all of Sinyu's demands. Yet, he could not quell the curiosity of others, nor could he prevent them from uncovering clues. Everything was not as he claimed. Yet everything was indeed his doing. At this moment, speculation online regarding Sinyu had largely confirmed that he was indeed Yu Sinyu's lover. Once this was established, the public sentiment began to shift subtly. After all, despite his adamant denial of being with Yu Sinyu, insisting they were merely roommates, he was perceived as engaging in publicity stunts with Sang Qianshan. Although Sinyu had no intention of exploiting the situation, the mere presence of attention suggested otherwise. Why would he participate in a variety show if he did not wish to garner attention? Sinyu observed for a while, and indeed noticed numerous comments criticizing him beneath the marketing posts, with people expressing their disdain for his perceived duplicity. They claimed that if Sinyu appeared on the show again, they would stop watching entirely. The host, the chubby cat, also caught wind of the online discourse. Just as it contemplated how to console the host, it discovered that he was once again using a previously nearly banned alternate account. He began posting in his old group. Is this unbearable? Sinyu is far worse than this. Do you think he could associate with a rich beauty like Yu Sinyu without being manipulative? Unfortunately, Yu Sinyu is love-struck and unable to see the truth. But you probably won't believe it anyway, so I'm signing off. After posting, he promptly deactivated the account. Well then, let this fire burn a bit brighter. Suddenly, Sinyu seemed to have an epiphany as he meticulously pondered the original plot. In the original narrative, The innocent and naive rich girl, a romantic idealist, had transformed into a cunning and deep-rooted carnivorous flower. Thus, altering his content slightly shouldn't pose much of an issue, right? After all, from an external perspective, Yu Xinyu still appeared to be the perfect victim. Therefore, as the antagonist fulfilling the plot, all he needed to achieve was Yu Xinyu leaves him. The internet is condemning him. The masses are outraged. Unable to bear the pressure, he jumps. If he accomplished this, his task would be complete. After all, in the original work, Yu Xinyu only began to develop real, emotional connections with others after Xinyu's leap. Not to mention, the book ultimately failed to select a definitive protagonist. With this thought, Xinyu suddenly conceived a new idea. System, could you transfer all the recordings captured by the home surveillance to me? Chapter 71. Transformed into a penny-pinching phoenix man when Yu Jinhang found Xinyu. He was on the terrace outside the living room, smoking, leaning against the half-height glass. One hand holding a cigarette, he gazed at the sea view, the wind ruffling the hem of his clothing. Yu Jinhang slightly increased his footsteps, prompting Xinyu to turn around immediately. Upon recognizing him, he asked, "Are you taking me to the airport? I couldn't find you earlier." Yu Jinhang glanced at the luggage placed beside Xinyu, mistakenly believing that he had departed. Sen Igriku, cigarette in hand, remarked on the splendid sea view. Following Xinyu's gaze, Yu Jinhang noted the tranquility of the private beach, devoid of the usual throngs of people. With the filming crew absent and the equipment removed, the surroundings had indeed become remarkably serene. The waves lapped at the shore, and after observing the scenery reflected in Xinyu's eyes for a moment, he suggested they take a stroll. "Sounds good," Xinyu replied, approaching with the cigarette still between his lips. The sudden scent of smoke caused Yu Jinhang to cough instinctively. He observed that Xinyu had the cigarette perched in his mouth and shrugged apologetically. "Sorry, it wasn't intentional." Yu Jinhang lowered his hand from his mouth and glanced toward the ashtray beside the teak chair. In the past, he would have expected Xinyu to extinguish the cigarette upon noticing his approach. Even if he had not done so initially, he would likely have done so after witnessing Yu Jinhang's cough. Perhaps his gaze toward the ashtray was too conspicuous. Xinyu, with the cigarette still in his mouth, mumbled, "Didn't you say you wanted to try smoking? You can experience a second-hand smoke as well." Xinyu seemed irked. Yu Jinhang, not lacking in perception, sensed the underlying anger in Xinyu's tone. He surmised that Xinyu had encountered the rumors circulating online and had perceived the intentions behind his own words since arriving at the show. It was only natural for Xinyu to be upset. Upon returning to the villa, Yu Jinhang found the empty bedroom and the open terrace door, leading him to believe that Xinyu had left after seeing the news online. Reluctant to accept this, especially given the villa's distance from the airport and the difficulty of hailing a cab, he searched the villa until he finally discovered Xinyu outside on the terrace, in plain sight. Regrettably, in his haste to return to the second-floor room to find Xinyu, he had overlooked this area. As Xinyu walked past Yu Jinhang into the living room, he noticed the absence of footsteps behind him and turned back to find Yu Jinhang still standing on the terrace. "Didn't you say you wanted to stroll by the sea? Why haven't you come over?" Xinyu remarked, adding that there was nothing particularly entertaining by the seaside. The cigarette he had been smoking was long extinguished, and he had no intention of lighting another. Instead, he retrieved a portable cigarette case from his pocket and extinguished the remains of a cigarette. Just as he was about to put it away, he heard Yu Jinhang request, "Could you spare me a cigarette?" Xinyu turned, his expression neutral. In the past, he might have declined, but now he saw no reason to refuse. He simply pulled a cigarette and lighter from his pocket and tossed them to Yu Jinhang. Yu Jinhang fumbled slightly as he caught them, opened the pack, took out a cigarette, lit it, and returned the lighter and remaining cigarettes to Xinyu. Xinyu accepted them back. Yu Jinhang took a few tentative puffs, still coughing and appearing quite awkward, one hand clutching the cigarette while the other covered his mouth, his entire body bent as if it might break at any moment. "That's enough," he finally managed to say. Xinyu approached, taking the cigarette from Yu Jinhang's hand and extinguishing it in the portable ashtray. Just as he was about to pocket it, he heard Yu Jinhang cough a few times and inquire, "Can I have it?" Sen Igriku, somewhat perplexed, raised the portable ashtray and asked this. Yu Jinhang nodded, "I can purchase it." At this, Xinyu let out a derisive laugh, casually tossing the item to Yu Jinhang. declaring it a trivial possession meant for amusement. Gazing at the sea view before him, he noticed that Eugene Hang remained silent. Although they had come for a stroll, the two merely stood on the beach. Sinyu glanced down at the sand that had infiltrated his flip-flops and sighed. "Let's go." Turning to Eugene Hang, he observed the latter's neat attire, complete with leather shoes. How uncomfortable it must be to have sand intruding within. He refrained from questioning Eugene Hang about his origins or whom he had met while so impeccably dressed. It was of no concern to him. Time was fleeting, and they needed to head to the airport. As Sinyu spoke, he began walking towards the villa. Eugene Hang instinctively reached out, but by the time he lifted his hand, Sinyu had already moved far ahead, leaving him with only the elusive wind in his grasp. Eugene Hang accompanied Sinyu to the foot of the apartment building. Upon returning home, Sinyu noticed the absence of Yu Sinyu and surmised that she was still abroad. At that moment, the system had already transmitted all the surveillance footage from his home to Sinyu. After reviewing the recordings from the past few days, he clicked his tongue in surprise. It seemed Yu Sinyu had left more footage than he had anticipated. However, this fortuitous circumstance proved advantageous for him. With this thought in mind, he opened his computer and began fervently editing. On Monday morning, Yu Sinyu still had not returned, and the messages Sinyu sent went unanswered. Whether she was avoiding accountability or had other intentions, it ultimately assisted him greatly, for in the original storyline, Yu Sinyu was supposed to have a falling out with him during this period and resolutely leave the scoundrel, thereby vacating the apartment. With both essential conditions, Yu Sinyu gaining notoriety and acclaim, and Yu Sinyu vacating the apartment, distancing herself from the scoundrel, fulfilled, the plot's completeness reached 90. A final spark was all that was needed to conclude his task. With this in mind, Sinyu couldn't help but whistle, then gathered his belongings to head to work. Upon entering the building, he sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. Once at the company, the scrutiny intensified. As he sat down, Gao Lanyuan appeared to want to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. Meanwhile, a red-haired designer messaged him on WeChat, stating, "Sang Luo, it's over. The big boss thinks this situation is detrimental, and he's lost a few more strands of hair." Sen Igriku responded. "So what?" Sang Luo replied, "I don't know. Just fend for yourself. But rest assured, I support you." Sinyu thought to himself, chuckling, as he anticipated that the big boss would soon lose even more hair. At 9 a.m. on a Monday morning, as the workers commenced their day, they began to engage in their usual diversions. A video has surfaced in the view of all those who indulge in leisure, evidently depicting surveillance footage. It shows the recently renowned Sinyu, who gained fame after participating in a variety show, sitting on a sofa, impatiently directing Yu Sinyu, uttering a stream of unpleasant remarks. "How many times must I tell you? Clothes must be hand-washed. Do you think my electricity bill is free? Why are you so negligent in your work? Look at how poorly you perform. Who would want you besides me?" The title of the expose is straightforward. Let's be honest, Sinyu's continued presence is nauseating. He is nothing but a miserly phoenix man. Chapter 72. Transforming into a miserly phoenix man Sinyu. Lu Buchuan arrived, albeit a bit late. Upon entering the office, he called out Sinyu's name. Even though his voice was soft, it still drew the attention of those nearby. From the outset, the office staff had been attuned to the happenings here. Sinyu lifted his gaze towards Lu Buchuan and discerned the concern veiled beneath his calm demeanor. "Come to my office," Lu Buchuan nodded, then proceeded to his small office. Sinyu promptly shut his computer, pushed back his chair, and stood up. As he did so, the nearby Gao Lanyuan finally spoke up. Looking at Sinyu and Yu Sinyu, he is my boyfriend," Sinyu replied casually, disregarding Gao Lanyuan's reaction, and walked directly into Lu Buchuan's office. Upon entering, Lu Buchuan had yet to remove his coat. He merely stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the buildings outside. It was only when Sinyu stepped in that he turned around and took a seat. Sinyu closed the door and sat across from Lu Buchuan. Separated by a desk, Lu Buchuan sat first, opened his computer, and began discussing some work arrangements with Sinyu. His speech was fragmented, almost as if he were filling the silence out of apprehension that their conversation might falter. Sinyu sighed inwardly, contemplating that Lu Buchuan was indeed a good person, trying to maintain his dignity in the situation. "What does the company say?" Sinyu inquired directly. Liu Buchuan's fingers paused above the keyboard, plunging the office into silence. He regarded Xinyu, who maintained his indifferent demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the online discourse. Unsure of how to convey the company's decision to Xinyu, he faltered. The company's stance was rather gentle, merely suggesting that since Xinyu had been busy recording the variety show, it would be best to grant him a few days off. However, there was no mention of how long the break would last or when he was expected to return. Perhaps the company's true concern was not the online public opinion, but rather Yu Jinhong's worry regarding Xinyu's attitude towards Yu Xinyu, which might provoke discontent from Yu Jinhang. After all, everyone knew how well Yu Jinhang treated his younger brother. Yet, from Liu Buchuan's perspective, he did not believe that Yu Jinhang would take issue with Xinyu, nor would he retaliate against the company. He thought the bald-headed boss was overly anxious, but when confronted with Xinyu's calm gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. At last, he inhaled deeply and remarked that the company was considering allowing him to take a few days off. He feigned nonchalance, suggesting that it was just as well since he was about to film a variety show and would be quite exhausted upon his return. So it would be prudent to take a break for a while. Liu Buchuan indeed conducted himself with dignity. Sen Ygu reflected inwardly, marveling at how the company could so gracefully articulate a dismissal. However, he had no intention of prolonging his tenure. He turned to Liu Buchuan and stated simply, "No need. I will submit my resignation today." He smiled at Liu Buchuan, adding, "Please approve it for me when the time comes." Liu Buchuan frowned, wanted to say something, but ultimately settled for, "There's no need for this." He regarded Xinyu earnestly, asserting, "You need not do this." Xinyu remained silent, rising to gaze at Liu Buchuan, then following his line of sight to admire the landscape through the floor-to-ceiling windows before lowering his gaze back to Liu Buchuan, replying, "For me, it is necessary." Meanwhile, the production team was in disarray, with some believing it to be a publicity stunt while others feared it might offend the Yu family. Ultimately, they were unable to reach a consensus, praying that before the second episode's recording, they could ascertain the Yu family's stance. Sang Qianshan had also seen the video online and unleashed a torrent of curses at Yu Xinyu, questioning how such a thing had been leaked. Just as he intended to ask his manager if they could redirect the narrative, he noticed his manager looking distressed. "For heaven's sake, don't get involved," his manager implored. "How do you think this video got out?" The manager felt that Sang Qianshan was only complicating matters. This was clearly a domestic issue. Aside from Yu Xinyu, who else could have access to the video? If the video were indeed released by Yu Xinyu, then whether by design or the contents of the interview, coupled with the sudden emergence of the video, it was evidently at Yu Xinyu's behest. If he truly wished to crush Xinyu, it would merely be a matter of a word. After all, no one would risk offending the Yu brother for the sake of Xinyu. The more Sang Qianshan pondered, the angrier he became. He reached for his phone to post on Weibo, only for his manager to snatch it away and swiftly change the password, fearing that Sang Qianshan might act out of rage. Sang Qianshan glared at his manager, fine. He resolved to call Xinyu, but found that Xinyu had just sent him a message. "Xinyu, I'm fine. Don't lose your mind." Sang Qianshan felt as though he had suddenly lost all strength. He looked at his manager. "Give me my phone." The manager warily watched him. "Hand it over." Seeing the genuine anger in Sang Qianshan's eyes, the manager reluctantly handed over the phone. Sang Qianshan took it and retreated to his bedroom, closing the door before dialing Xinyu. The call connected swiftly, and contrary to his expectations, Xinyu's voice was unchanged from usual. "Why are you calling me?" Sang Qianshan wanted to inquire about Xinyu's well-being, but hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently touch a nerve. "I'm fine." Xinyu seemed to sense his apprehension and quickly added, "No need for comforting words. I'm busy." "Busy with what?" Sang Qianshan inquired, puzzled. "I'm resigning and packing my things," Xinyu replied, sounding as if he was genuinely in the midst of it. "You resign? I have indeed found a supportive ally." Sen Ygu chuckled softly, reflecting on how a man of my status should cling tightly to such a benefactor. After speaking, he informed Sang Qianshan that he had matters to attend to and abruptly hung up. Once Sang Qianshan attempted to call back, the line was entirely unreachable. Xinyu had little to carry with him. Adhering to his principle of being ready to flee at a moment's notice, his desk was barren, save for a solitary cup. He couldn't be bothered to take the cup with him and simply discarded it in the trash. Grasping his laptop, He departed, casting a glance at the nearby Gao Lunyuan. "I'm leaving," he announced. Gao Lunyuan immediately rose. "Allow me to see you off." Sen Yu was taken aback, assuming this gesture stemmed from a sense of camaraderie, as it was not yet the end of the workday and the elevator was nearly empty. "What are your plans afterward?" Gao Lunyuan inquired just before Sen Yu exited the company premises. Sen Yu turned back to look at him. "What else?" "I shall be a kept man." With a wave of his hand, he added, "The car has arrived. I must take my leave." He then swiftly made his way to the entrance. Entering the vehicle he had just summoned, Gao Lunyuan observed Sen Yu open the door and step inside, not bothering to look back, as if he held no attachment to this place. Indeed, there was little to miss, Gao Lunyuan mused, allowing himself a self-deprecating smile. He then swiped his card to enter the elevator and returned to his floor. Upon reaching his workstation, he noticed the cup Sen Yu had discarded in the trash. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved it and placed it into his bag. He then approached the office of Liu Baichuan, tapping lightly on the glass door before entering. "Brother Chuan, I wish to resign." Chapter 73. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man, Sen Yu felt fortunate that the taxi driver was not merely a bystander. Upon returning home, he found that Sen Yu had yet to return. "Host, someone online is disparaging you again." Sen Yu was at a loss for words. Such trivial matters hardly warranted notification. He began browsing on his phone, searching for some high-rise buildings in the city, preferably abandoned ones where he could leap without concern for collateral damage. To his surprise, despite his intentions to avoid such distractions, the data algorithms insisted on revealing them to him. Squinting at the screen, he wondered why this particular individual was joining the fray. It turned out to be none other than the bodyguard of Peja, who had previously held a contractual relationship with him. Due to an injury, Peja had employed others from the company as temporary bodyguards. This individual harbored resentment towards Sen Yu and shamelessly embellished the events of that day, taking advantage of the absence of surveillance to fabricate a narrative. He accused Sen Yu of exhibiting violent tendencies, claiming that he had been spying on Peja and had physically assaulted him upon being discovered. Such slanderous fabrications were intolerable. Sen Yu lamented to his chubby cat. "Me? Spying on Peja? How dare he presume I would?" Nevertheless, regardless of Sen Yu's protests, the bodyguard's notoriety began to rise, with various marketing accounts reaching out to him, eager to arrange a live broadcast in which he would recount the events of that day. If someone were to gather the fragments of the Cullinan because of this foolish individual, I would haunt him even in death, Sen Yu declared vehemently to the system. He recalled that the Plump Cat had mentioned that the main system, in order to monitor the task completion of various transmigrators and to detect any cheating behavior, recorded every moment of their tasks through subsystems. He firmly believed that the Plump Cat must have the complete footage from that time. With a soft meow, the Plump Cat sent the recording from beside the hot spring to Sen Yu's phone. Sen Yu smiled at the camera, requesting, "Please help me set up a Weibo account." Peja had also heard the bodyguard's remarks. Upon inquiring with his manager, he discovered that the bodyguard was unwilling to clarify the situation. Ultimately, it was merely a misunderstanding. Peja remembered he owed Sen Yu a favor. Had it not been for Sen Yu's assistance at the reality show recording, he shuddered to think of what dangerous actions the stalker might have taken. With his phone in hand, he hesitated, his fingers lightly tapping the screen. His manager, observing his indecision, advised, "Brother Pei, there's no need." Sen Yu is clearly indicating that someone wishes to crush him. Perhaps it's a signal from a brother. As per their agreement, no matter how significant Peja's reputation may be in the industry, he is nothing in the face of a Yu family. Furthermore, Mr. You might very well be enraged at this moment. Holding his phone, Peja did not believe that Eugene Hang was angry with Sen Yu. Just considering the instance when Eugene Hang secured victory in the competition and claimed all the ingredients, he doubted there was no intention to assist Sen Yu. He pondered for a long while, his calculative mind wavering at this moment. He acknowledged that he indeed owed Sen Yu a favor, but, as his manager had pointed out, he had no obligation to wade into murky waters. He pulled a coin from his pocket and tossed it into the sky. It quickly landed back into his palm, revealing the head side. Looking at the coin, he felt a resolution forming within him and prepared to post on Weibo to clarify the bodyguard's actions on Sen Yu's behalf. However, unexpectedly, his manager exclaimed, "Oh no, Sin Yu has already posted on Weibo. He turned the screen toward Peja, revealing that the account named I Am Sin Yu had just released a video tagging the bodyguard SID with the caption, "Don't bark like a dog." The video clearly captured Sin Yu passing by the hot spring, only to be suddenly seized by someone, followed by a series of ensuing events. Although Peja's face was blurred, anyone could recognize him. The footage even showcased Sin Yu deftly reclaiming his phone and kicking away the bodyguard who had attempted to provoke him. As soon as the video was released, the comments on Weibo erupted. Peja set his phone down, realizing that his post to defend Sin Yu had become futile. His manager looked at him and said, "Let us prepare for public relations." He acknowledged that while the video seemed to depict the bodyguard at fault, as Peja was the employer at that time, he too had indeed overreacted, leading to the subsequent events. Peja glanced at the half-finished message he had composed and chose to exit. Weibo inquired whether he wished to save the unfinished content as a draft. Peja likely opted against saving it, as Sin Yu did not require his outdated clarification. However, in a moment of miscalculation, he inadvertently clicked to save it instead. He contemplated whether to delete it, but deemed that too cumbersome. Since it was a message that could not be sent, it was better left in the draft box. At that moment, Sin Yu was engrossed in an online confrontation when the door unexpectedly swung open. Sin Yu, weary from travel, stood at the threshold with his suitcase in hand, hesitating instead of stepping inside. Sin Yu, preoccupied with his argument, leaned against the sofa and cast a glance at him, wondering what he was doing just standing there. Sin Yu's face was a mixture of fear and apprehension, akin to a condemned prisoner who had just received the unexpected news of a royal pardon. He exhaled deeply from the bottom of his heart, dropped his luggage, and slowly approached Sin Yu, kneeling before him. His face nestled against Sin Yu's knee, and after a moment, he looked up and said, "That video was truly not sent by me." "Yes, I know," Sin Yu replied, for the video had indeed been posted by him. Sin Yu remained silent. Although he protested that the video was not his doing, he was fully aware that all the subsequent actions were indeed his. All he desired was to be with Sin Yu. The moment Sin Yu embarked on a variety show, Sin Yu understood that he would undoubtedly become beloved by all. Love and hate are two sides of the same coin. With this in mind, Sin Yu thought it best to wait until Sin Yu gained notoriety before allowing others to disdain him. Perhaps then Sin Yu would cast aside everything and follow him far away from here, away from those he once knew. If Sin Yu became so fearful of leaving his home that he grew more reliant on him, that would be even better. Yet, this was merely a fleeting thought for Sin Yu. He recalled the footage captured by the surveillance cameras, knowing that if these videos were released, Sin Yu's reputation would undoubtedly plummet. Even if he wished to plunge the sun into darkness, he could not bear the eternal night that would ensue. Thus, even at his most reckless, when he yearned to share a tragic fate with Sin Yu, he never truly wished to do so. But ultimately, the sun did fall. Throughout his journey, Sin Yu was fraught with trepidation. He scarcely dared to close his eyes, unsure of how to face Sin Yu. Yet now, Sin Yu so casually forgave him. He gazed at Sin Yu, kneeling on the ground, his forehead resting against Sin Yu's palm, much like a martyr receiving a benediction from the divine. "Without you, I would perish," he murmured. Chapter 74. Transformed into a stingy phoenix man, Sin Yu reclined on the sofa, looking down at Sin Yu, who lay across his lap. "Whether you wish to live or die is entirely your own decision," he stated, withdrawing his hand that Sin Yu had been resting upon. "It has nothing to do with me." At that moment, Sin Yu noticed that since Sin Yu's return, the completion rate of the storyline had begun to surge once again. Confused by the sudden spike in completion, he poked the large, plump cat to inquire about the reason behind it. Perhaps the intense animosity towards Sin Yu stemmed from others discovering his machinations. Big Fat Cat contemplated. This narrative merely required the other characters to harbor strong sentiments towards Sin Yu, and success would be achieved, albeit unexpectedly. The feeling manifested was not love, but rather hate. Big Fat Cat mused that the primary system likely did not anticipate such vehement hatred from the protagonist towards the protagonist's love interest. "This is akin to a wish in the palace of Yong," Sin Yu quipped, noting that while the task was completed and the objective met, it was all accomplished through a distorted lens. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Big Fat Cat quietly withdrew. as the system indicated that his narrative completion had reached 98. Xin Yu realized his departure from this small world was imminent. According to the original storyline, it was after he had abandoned Yu Xinyu that he discovered Yu Xinyu's wealth and talent, which led to Yu Xinyu's relentless pursuit, ultimately resulting in the revelation of his PUA tactics towards Yu Xinyu online. The situation was exacerbated by a series of incriminating photographs. Xin Yu pondered how to obtain those images. He glanced at Yu Xinyu, who was still lounging on his lap, reluctant to move, and decided to make one final demand: to cook. Yu Xinyu looked up at Xin Yu. Unwilling? Xin Yu raised an eyebrow, then never mind. At that moment, Yu Xinyu's expression shifted subtly. A hint of a conciliatory smile crossed his face. Little Yu, why don't you go wait in the room? The oil fumes are a bit strong. The oil fumes are a bit strong? Xin Yu, upon hearing this, turned to glance at their kitchen, which reminded him that during previous cooking sessions, there had been hardly any oil fumes. Doubt crept into his mind as he recalled Sang Qianshan's pointed remarks at the dining table, yet he maintained an impassive facade and nodded. All right, call me when you're ready. Upon hearing this, Yu Xinyu let out a sigh of relief, carefully observing Xin Yu. Since you've resigned, should we consider relocating to a different place? It seemed he harbored many thoughts. For instance, to where my teacher lives, where there are vast lemon trees and abundant sunshine, which you would surely adore. I have a quaint little white house there, and I could paint while you do whatever you wish. Concerned that Xin Yu might decline, he elaborated on the life he envisioned. That place would be devoid of anyone who knew Xin Yu. No Sang Qianshan, no Lu Buochuan, nor anyone else. Just the two of them. In that house he had purchased, Xin Yu could pursue any endeavor he desired or choose not to engage at all. Regardless, Yu Xinyu was affluent enough to fulfill any of Xin Yu's wishes. A glimmer of hope shone in Yu Xinyu's eyes as he spoke of the delightful weather and charming little shops nearby. Xin Yu reached out, covering Yu Xinyu's sparkling eyes with his hand. Let us discuss it later, he replied. He recognized that he could not offer Yu Xinyu the promises he sought. From the very beginning, as Yu Xinyu devised this plan, his task progress had surged, indicating that their fates were undeniably intertwined. First, let us prepare the meal. Upon returning to his bedroom, Xin Yu powered on the laptop he had brought back, instructing the plump cat to transfer a portion of the surveillance permissions to his device. He settled beside his desk, observing Yu Xinyu engaged in a phone conversation in the living room. After approximately half an hour, Yu Xinyu stealthily opened the door to receive the takeout from the hotel, revealing a sigh of relief on his face as he glanced towards Xin Yu's room. He then proceeded to the kitchen, meticulously transferring the contents of the takeaway containers onto the household plates. Once he completed this task and discarded the refuse into the trash bin, Yu Xinyu adjusted his apron slightly and knocked on the door, announcing, Xiao Yu, it's ready. Xin Yu stood up and opened the door to find a meal already laid out on the dining table outside his room. As he approached to take a seat, he abruptly diverted to the kitchen, peering down at the takeaway boxes. Did you buy these? He inquired. Yu Xinyu was taken aback that his little ruse had been uncovered, gazing at Xin Yu with a hint of embarrassment. Xin Yu merely smiled, dismissing the inconvenience of washing an extra plate. He seemed unconcerned about the deception Yu Xinyu had maintained for so long, generously forgiving him for the lie. However, this very act deepened Yu Xinyu's unease. He was uncertain whether Xin Yu truly cared little about these matters or if he had already made a decision in his heart. Sitting at the dining table, Yu Xinyu found the food tasteless as he watched Xin Yu savor the dishes with delight. Xiao Yu, he instinctively called out. Xin Yu turned to him. Yu Xinyu opened his mouth, unsure of what to ask, realizing that, as Eugene Heng had said, the moment he made this decision, there was no turning back. It's nothing, he mumbled, fiddling with his fingers. He thought about how he possessed considerable wealth, knowing that Xin Yu cherished money and a life of comfort. He could provide that for him. Yet, the anxiety within him was uncontainable. Deep down, Yu Xinyu understood that Xin Yu had always been an enigma he could not grasp. Can we sleep together tonight? Yu Xinyu suddenly asked as Xin Yu, freshly bathed, prepared to return to his room. Xin Yu, drying his hair, looked at him. I want to do anything. Yu Xinyu quickly reassured him, fearful of being misunderstood. I'm just afraid you'll leave. Xin Yu set the towel aside and regarded Yu Xinyu. All right. This time, he did not refuse. Instead, He donned matching pajamas and entered Yu Sinyu's bedroom. Yu Sinyu, feeling as though he had just emerged from a battle, hurriedly dried his hair and followed Sinyu into his room. He had never felt so nervous, nearly tripping over his own feet. Watching Sinyu lie beneath his dark quilt, he suddenly remembered something and asked, "Since you can't cook, you probably can't do laundry either?" Yu Sinyu nervously fidgeted with his fingers. "Yes. So, did you throw away the clothes I ruined?" Sinyu inquired with curiosity. Feeling a diminished sense of confidence, Yu Sinyu slowly approached the wardrobe that occupied an entire wall and then opened its door. Inside, it was densely packed with the clothes of Sinyu, which he had carelessly ruined in the past. There were many items, some of which Sinyu had likely forgotten, all stored within the confines of the wardrobe. Yu Sinyu anxiously glanced at Sinyu, expecting anger or frustration. Yet, to his surprise, Sinyu merely nodded calmly. While his laundry skills left much to be desired, his organizational abilities were commendable. Chapter 75. Transforming into a frugal phoenix man as Yu Sinyu lay on the bed. He could still sense Sinyu's presence beside him. They were separated by merely a fist's breadth, and he noticed Sinyu was engrossed in his phone. Curiosity piqued. He dared not look, and could only watch Sinyu from the corner of his eye. At that moment, Sinyu was orchestrating the extraction of a set of photos from the system, subsequently sharing them across all groups. In a flash, news regarding Sinyu began to circulate once more. After sending out all the photos, Sinyu noticed Yu Sinyu observing him. He turned off his phone, setting it aside, and said, "Rest now," before extinguishing the lights in the bedroom. In the absence of illumination, Yu Sinyu could certainly hear Sinyu's breathing and the familiar scent of the same shower gel enveloping them both. He felt a surge of excitement that kept him awake. Had he not feared disturbing Sinyu, he might have tossed and turned restlessly in bed. He had already envisioned that following this incident, Sinyu would not wish to remain there. Rather than face the judgment of others outside, it would be better to start anew in an unfamiliar place. Lost in his thoughts, he unwittingly drifted into a dream, where he and Sinyu were in the white two-story house he had purchased. Sinyu sat by the window, gazing outside, while Yu Sinyu was absorbed in painting him. Only after confirming that Yu Sinyu had fallen into a deep slumber did Sinyu rise from the bed. Thanks to the system's assistance, Yu Sinyu slept soundly and would not awaken until the following morning. Sinyu rummaged through the wardrobe, selecting a casual outfit, and prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, he glanced at the painting frame draped in a black cloth, set aside in the corner of the room. Merely a fleeting glance, he told himself, as he illuminated the space with his phone and lifted the black cloth. The image revealed himself ensnared by thorns, as if bound by them, and within the wounds inflicted by the thorns, fresh feathers emerged. It was as if, in Yu Sinyu's heart, he was the thorns that trapped him, while he himself was a bird that could never be confined. Sinyu held the black cloth for a moment, contemplating the painting, before turning his gaze to Yu Sinyu, who was buried in his pillow, soundly asleep. "Fool," he murmured, covering the painting once more before opening the bedroom door. Perhaps sensing Sinyu's impending departure, Yu Sinyu murmured his name in his sleep, "Xiaoyu." Sinyu felt no lingering attachment and promptly closed the bedroom door behind him. The night remained shrouded in darkness as Sinyu rummaged through his room for paper and pen. He had initially harbored a multitude of thoughts, envisioning how the original Sinyu would have erupted in a fit of rage, berating Yu Sinyu as a lunatic for jeopardizing his future. After all, things had just begun to look promising, yet now the very name of Sinyu lay tarnished. Before his appearance on the variety show, few could have recalled who Sinyu was. In a world where numerous individuals gained fame daily, a mere Sinyu would have been easily forgotten. However, after stepping into the limelight, everything had changed. This was precisely why Yu Sinyu had allowed Sinyu to participate in the show. He sought to tarnish Sinyu's reputation the moment he gained notoriety. Yet, in his malice, he was unable to disclose the events captured on surveillance. Unable to act on his own, he relied on Sinyu to execute his plans. Nevertheless, as this Sinyu was not the original, he found himself harboring less animosity towards Yu Sinyu. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, he penned only a brief note to Yu Sinyu before stepping out of the apartment. At 7 a.m., in a dilapidated building, solitude enveloped him, and the weather was just right. Sinyu stood contentedly at the edge of the crumbling structure, gazing down at the vacant ground below. This place was ideal, ensuring no one would be harmed. Unexpectedly, the recommendation from Little Sweet Potato proved to be quite reliable. The plump cat emerged with a hint of concern. Host, have you made up your mind? Once you leap from this height, this world will come to an end, leading to a brief transition before entering the next. If I have not decided, can you still retrieve me? Sen Igriku inquired. I could give you a push. The plump cat revealed its true intent. After all, you are bound to jump. If you don't, I won't meet my performance goals. You certainly know how to put on a show, Sinyu retorted, bemused. I assumed you would try to dissuade me from leaping, he added. The plump cat licked its paw. I can help shield you from pain. Sinyu glanced at the progress bar, which had reached 99, likely due to the intensified animosity towards you Sinyu after several individuals saw the online photographs. My apologies, Sinyu thought to himself. Then, upon noticing his phone vibrating violently, inundated with calls, he leaned back and bid farewell to this world. Upon awakening to find Sinyu missing, Yu Sinyu was seized by a sudden wave of panic. Without time to don his shoes, he flung open his bedroom door and rushed out. The sight of the note left by Sinyu on the dining table plunged him into despair. He could not fathom the possibility of losing Sinyu. In his haste, he sprinted barefoot towards the exit. Clutching the note tightly, he reached the ground floor, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. He had no inkling of where Sinyu might have gone or where he could possibly be headed. He considered hailing a taxi to the airport, but recalled that Sinyu had no real home to return to, no place to escape to. Where could he possibly go? At that moment, it was precisely 7 a.m., a typical Tuesday morning, as Yu Sinyu stood barefoot outside the apartment building amidst the bustling crowd hurrying to work. A passerby cast a curious glance his way, only to be startled by his disheveled appearance. It seems unimaginable that a person's expression could contort into that of a demon. Yu Sinyu incessantly dialed Sinyu's number, yearning to ascertain his whereabouts. Just then, a wave of gasps erupted among the office workers. What? Did someone jump from the building? Yu Sinyu looked over in confusion, observing a man engrossed in his phone. In an impulsive move, he snatched the device from the man, revealing a message in a group chat. Someone jumped from the unfinished building. Accompanying this was a harrowing video of a figure plummeting from a great height. Clutching the phone, Yu Sinyu felt a haze cloud his mind. In that moment, his world spun chaotically. The man was cursing himself for being foolish, while Yu Sinyu merely held onto a stranger's phone. Gazing at the familiar figure in the video, he recalled that particular garment, the one he had ruined during his first attempt at washing Sinyu's clothes. He gripped the phone tightly, wishing he could crush it to pieces. A laugh escaped him. He clutched the note Sinyu had left for him, now nearly crumpled beyond recognition. The note was strikingly simple, its message painfully brief. Farewell. There was neither love nor hatred, reminiscent of their parting by the sea, an understated goodbye, as if they might still have a chance to meet again. Chapter 76. An epilogue of the frugal Phoenix Man. The day Yu Jinhang passed away was a snowy one. Since Yu Sinyu's demise, his health had deteriorated significantly. At the tender age of 39, he was already a shadow of his former self. Those who encountered Yu Jinhang often remarked that he had withered from longing for his brother. Yet, no one dared to utter Yu Sinyu's name in his presence. Following Yu Sinyu's death, Yu Jinhang withdrew further into seclusion. Occasionally, those in the ancestral home recalled the fierce argument between the brothers, which ended in bitter discord, a memory from 6 or 7 years prior, the cause of which was another name that could not be mentioned. The mere thought of that name caused discomfort among the Yu family servants, as if they were confronted with an insurmountable dilemma. Everyone remembered the farce and the haunting image of that figure leaping from the building. It was a Tuesday morning. Yu Jinhang's assistant vividly recalled that day when Yu Jinhang, who had never missed a company meeting, suddenly fell gravely ill, missing an entire week of work, followed by a month in a rehabilitation center. From that point onward, his health continued to decline. As for Yu Sinyu, the assistant couldn't help but sigh at the memory. He had begun a live stream, confessing his wrongdoings, recounting his selfishness and the deliberate neglect that allowed the malicious online sentiments against Sinyu to flourish. In a fit of anxiety, he gnawed his own fingers until someone recognized his distress and ended the stream, taking him away. Thereafter, Yu Sinyu remained confined in the rehabilitation center. a place Yu Jinhang had also frequented. The assistant genuinely felt that the Yu family was cursed, as both Yu Jinhang and Yu Xinyu seemed unable to escape the grasp of that institution. He recalled the moment he accompanied Yu Jinhang to the sanatorium, where Yu Xinyu sat in a wheelchair, clad in a restraining garment designed to prevent him from harming himself in moments of emotional turmoil. Yu Jinhang merely observed Yu Xinyu, who did not return his gaze but instead focused on the grand trees outside the window. He had yet to see my house and seemed oblivious to the words being spoken. I had planted a lemon tree, and he could easily reach out the window to pluck its fruit. At that moment, Yu Xinyu appeared calm. He turned to Yu Jinhang and smiled. While I heard Xinyu's voice urging me to die, he did not wish you dead. Yu Jinhang coughed lightly and spoke. He gazed at his brother, pursed his lips, and uttered a farewell. He doesn't even want to say goodbye to me, Yu Xinyu stated, expressing that he had no desire for another meeting. Following this, he broke into an absent-minded smile and said to the window, "Ah, that day the sea breeze was so strong. I saw you standing by the shore and thought, truly, my little Yu is exceptionally beautiful, but why can't I grasp hold of you?" As he spoke, he fell into a sea of endless memories. Yu Jinhang, watching his brother's soliloquy, ultimately departed from the sanatorium. The events involving Xinyu had transpired, and the variety show had lost all prospects of continuation. Soon after, Sang Qianshan announced his withdrawal from the industry and returned home to take charge of the family business. While Lu Baichuan left his previous company, Yu Jinhang sensed that business was progressing poorly, with both the Sang and Lu families relentlessly pursuing him. 3 years after that incident, Yu Jinhang, now residing in the apartment he had purchased, received a postcard from Xinyu. He visited the sanatorium and looked at Yu Xinyu, who was no longer the frenzied individual he had been 3 years prior. Occasionally, he would sit by the window and draw, depicting simple scenes of the lemon tree, the White House, and Xinyu. He drew Xinyu numerous times, capturing expressions of joy that even Xinyu had never shown. Yu Jinhang handed the postcard to Yu Xinyu and adjusted his clothing, preparing to take his leave. Just as Yu Jinhang stood up, Yu Xinyu suddenly spoke, "Brother." Yu Jinhang turned to him. "Goodbye." He cast one last glance at Yu Xinyu. "Goodbye." It was said that on the night Yu Jinhang left the sanatorium, Yu Xinyu's room was engulfed in flames, claiming both the drawings and Yu Xinyu himself. No one knew what thoughts occupied Yu Jinhang's mind. All that was known was that from that moment on, his health deteriorated further, culminating in that winter. Lying in bed, perhaps experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity, he suddenly felt invigorated and retrieved an album from the safe. The assistant, unaware of the album's contents, witnessed Yu Jinhang opening it and gazing at it for an extended period before returning it to the safe. He lay quietly in bed, waiting for his final moment to arrive. In the depths of his consciousness, he seemed to glimpse something. After a few coughs, he softly murmured the name of the figure he had been watching, Little Yu. Just as the assistant was about to summon help, he discovered that Yu Jinhang had ceased to breathe. He meticulously recalled the name that Yu Jinhang had just uttered, attributing it to the overwhelming grief following his brother's demise. After all, who could have anticipated that Yu Jinhang was calling out the name of a man with whom he had merely crossed paths on a few fleeting occasions? The undelivered postcard ultimately returned to Sang Qianshan's hands. He gazed at the words he had penned 3 years prior, finding it rather ironic that he had stopped his vehicle to visit Xinyu's grave, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Baichuan there. The latter appeared weary, as if he had just returned from a business trip. Upon meeting, the two exchanged a nod but spoke not a word. They stood in silence for a considerable time before Sang Qianshan retrieved a lighter from his pocket and set the postcard ablaze before Xinyu's gravestone. "May you live a life free from worries, in peace and joy." Sang Qianshan watched as the flames consumed the postcard, releasing it into ashes, which danced away into the air. He mused that if there were to be a next life, these would still be the words he wished to convey to Xinyu. Chapter 77. Transformed into a fraudulent male streamer, suddenly pulled from his confined world, a torrent of information flooded into Xinyu's mind. He sat in an empty room, his expression a mixture of emotions as he regarded the plump cat. "So, I am truly called Xinyu. In this world, Xinyu bears an uncanny resemblance to me." The memories rushing into his consciousness were fragments concerning his own identity. The Xinyu of that small world was an exact replica of himself, at least in appearance and disposition, but he struggled to recall anything beyond that. It felt as though he were ensnared in a labyrinth of memories, having thus far unearthed only a single remnant of his past. The plump cat leaped on its Xinyu's lap, meowing softly. The host's current soul is still too fragile. It chirped as it meowed on Xinyu's lap. It explained that the more tasks he completed, the more soul fragments he could gather, which would ultimately allow him to exit the fast travel world. Xinyu stroked the cat, scrutinizing his surroundings. In truth, he had received no training prior to entering the first small world. He had merely opened his eyes to find himself in this white room. Whereupon the plump cat had appeared and informed him that he had fallen into slumber for reasons unknown and must traverse various worlds to complete tasks and recover soul fragments. The more tasks he accomplished, the more his memories would gradually return. He gently petted the plump cat's head and inquired, "What is the next task?" The plump cat looked up at Xinyu, asking, "Would the host like to see what transpired in the small world after your departure?" Xinyu regarded the cat with confusion. "Am I unwell?" He rose, setting the cat on the floor, his mind preoccupied with the unsettling image of Xinyu's restless slumber. He felt he could not bear such emotionally charged scenes of life and death, prompting him to take his leave first. What was the next world? The plump cat grumbled about Xinyu's impatience while presenting two options, a short horror story or a captivating tale of a male idol group. It inquired which one Xinyu preferred. The horror story, he replied without hesitation, utterly frightened by the notion of a captivating idol narrative. What is wrong with Xindok? Is he so frightened that he has become immobile? As Xinyu stepped into the small world, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He was live streaming, his phone and stabilizer in hand, while the barrage of comments continued to refresh incessantly. He discovered he had even created a voting option. The haunted house lies ahead. Shall we venture forth, brothers? Before he could comprehend the nature of his performance in this scenario, a mysterious individual in the live chat began showering the stream with extravagant gifts, rapidly filling the progress bar for the venture option. Xinyu cast a nuanced glance at the ID, expressing his gratitude to Xiaoyu. It seemed the system had finally completed loading this segment of the narrative, revealing a small note attached to the short horror story, Pure Love Channel. To his dismay, it appeared he was destined to delve into a romantic subplot after all. At this early stage of the plot, the protagonist had yet to make an appearance. The narrative would formally commence the following evening, when the male lead, Pei Hengjuan, received an invitation from a former class monitor to return to his quaint village for a reunion. Having not returned in many years, the protagonist invited his boyfriend, the adventurous streamer Xinyu, to accompany him back to his hometown. Xinyu, intrigued by tales of this mysterious, scarcely developed mountain village, agreed to accompany Pei Hengjuan. However, he was unprepared for the peculiar occurrences that awaited them, along with Pei Hengjuan's 3 classmates. So, this person fled upon realizing the house was haunted. After reviewing the storyline, Xinyu found himself musing with the system. For a moment, he was at a loss as to whether the scoundrel in this narrative was more contemptible than the Phoenix Man from his previous life. This version of Xinyu, upon discovering the haunting, not only fled but even locked the protagonist in a room to escape. Consequently, the 3 classmates and the lead, Pei Hengjuan, would experience the ensuing emotional and plot developments. As for Xinyu, this scoundrel met his demise due to the narrative's design. Was it truly that straightforward? Xinyu glanced at the plot, incredulous that his role was so minimal. All he had to do was lure the protagonist into the room and slip away when the haunting began to fulfill his task. As he continued to confirm the original novel's storyline in his mind, the benefactor in the comments, Xiaoyu, sent a new message: "Go to the haunted house." The comments were soon inundated with this phrase. Xinyu looked at the haunted house before him. This villa, constructed 30 years ago, had a dark history. On the very first night the original owners moved in, strange sounds echoed within its walls. Shortly thereafter, the family's dog and cat mysteriously perished in the backyard. Objects in the house began to be inexplicably rearranged, and just as the owners decided to leave, the nearby residents discovered that the entire family of 5 had hanged themselves in the living room. Over the course of 30 years, despite its ominous reputation and low price. Many attempted to purchase the property for residence, only for 3 similar hanging incidents to occur within 2 decades. In the subsequent 10 years, the house was bought to serve as a youth hostel and for various other purposes, yet all who stayed reported having seen the heads of the hanged individuals at midnight. As time passed, the villa fell into complete disrepair, transforming into a favored locale for outdoor adventure streamers seeking thrills and views. Sen-Yu glanced at the dilapidated villa before him, and without hesitation, he pushed open the rickety door, stepping inside with his phone raised high. In one hand, he held a flashlight, while the other captured the surrounding environment on his device. The villa, comprising 3 floors, exuded a stifling atmosphere due to its low ceilings. He recalled that the original narrative detailed how the entire family had hanged themselves in the living room. Aiming his flashlight toward the living room, Sen-Yu, in the audience in the streaming room, suddenly spotted a vague silhouette behind the shattered glass. At that moment, neither the viewers nor Sen-Yu dared to breathe loudly as he cautiously approached the figure, flashlight in one hand and phone in the other. The viewers witnessed the camera's image blur, as if it had encountered something truly horrific, causing the scene to spin chaotically. Goodness, goodness! Sen-Yu's startled exclamations echoed in the live stream, as the camera focused on the swaying figure in the living room. To their astonishment, they beheld a person hanging from the beam, gazing intently at the camera, and just then, the stream abruptly cut off. Sen-Yu ended the broadcast and turned to the swaying figure, calling out, "Hey, stop playing around." In the original story, Sen-Yu had orchestrated this effect for the sake of his stream, instructing his assistant to place a dummy in the living room beforehand. With no lights in the villa at night, the clarity of his phone's camera was compromised. He thought that by shaking the camera and then ending the stream, no one would discern that the figure was merely a dummy, thus ensuring the desired effect and financial gain. However, despite his calls, his assistant did not respond. Sen-Yu felt a twinge of curiosity, but proceeded onward. As he navigated through the obstacles and approached the hanging figure, he discovered his assistant unconscious on the floor, his face ashen, as if he had witnessed something truly terrifying. Furrowing his brow, Sen-Yu glanced at the broken glass, where blood-red words inexplicably emerged. Sen-Yu, Sen-Yu, I am so sad." As if conjured from thin air, a pair of icy hands appeared around his neck, seemingly intent on choking him. Sen-Yu chuckled softly, producing a vial of black dog blood from his pocket and splashing it behind him. "Do not attempt to frighten me. I'm not superstitious." Chapter 78, transformed into a deceptive male streamer 2. It remained uncertain whether the apparition was deterred by the black dog blood or simply taken aback by Sen-Yu's apparent lack of fear. The chilling hands gradually vanished from his neck. Sen-Yu crouched down, examining his assistant, and gently checked for signs of breath. He was still alive. Sen-Yu remarked. As a disreputable character in a horror-themed short romance novel, Sen-Yu's portrayal of this role was refreshing and distinct. Unlike the previous narrative, where all characters were affluent, Sen-Yu now epitomized the sole figure in this short horror tale who remained unyielding to superstition. A staunch atheist, regardless of the peculiar happenings around him, firmly believed in scientific explanations. Although no one was currently observing him, Sen-Yu recalled his persona as an atheist and cleared his throat, speculating that the villa's magnetic field must be compromised, leading the group to hallucinate and frighten themselves to death. As for why all the deceased were found hanging, Sen-Yu boldly conjectured about a potential burglary. After uttering this line, he gazed at the plump cat in silence, pondering whether he was the fool or the one who crafted this character was. Having just picked up his phone, which had fallen to the ground, he discovered the screen intact. He activated the flashlight and front camera, only to behold several crouching shadows in the corner of the living room, homeless individuals. Sen-Yu nodded, concluding that they were indeed vagrants without shelter. The homeless murmured in response. However, the object that had gripped his neck, while not exerting much force, had left a distinct mark, giving the impression that he too had been hanged. Saved some money, Sen-Yu muttered to himself, reflecting on the cost of makeup. Noticing that his assistant remained unconscious, he decided to move the individual out of sight of the camera, maintaining his composure when catching a glimpse of the homeless. He thought, what if they come asking for money? perhaps due to the mystical properties of the black dog blood, or perhaps because the vagrants bore no ill intent. They slightly shifted aside as Xinyu transported his assistant into the living room. Feigning ignorance, he glanced at his assistant, whose eyes were closed, likely not waking anytime soon. He tucked several talismans, which Pei Hongjuan had insisted he carry for safety, onto his assistant's person before returning to the location where he had previously filmed the hanging. He removed the dummy that had been set up for his assistant and placed it beside him on the ground, as there was nowhere else to store it. After completing these tasks, Xinyu poured some black dog blood on himself and grasped a few talismans in his hand. Then he sat down heavily on the floor and, after restarting the live stream, breathlessly addressed his audience. "It's all good, my friends. I've already subdued that thing." He gestured to the mark on his neck, indicating the remnants of their struggle. As the live stream resumed, comments flooded in. "Whoa, what happened? Did something really occur? I'm terrified. I need to go offer prayers. Hey, streamer, please be alright. Does anyone know where the streamer is? LOL, calm down. Xinyu's signature showmanship. Did you really think that was real? Xiaolu, come out. Stop hiding. I know you were the one who hung that thing up." Xiaolu is the name of Xinyu's assistant, occasionally appearing on screen, thus familiar to his loyal viewers. Xinyu Cai, undeterred, glanced at the influx of viewers flooding into the live stream due to its abrupt interruption. He promptly altered the stream's title to Haunted Villa Live Exorcism and began filming the rope hanging above him with his phone. "Do you see it?" he exclaimed, pointing at the rope. "That thing was just here. I see it, I see it. You haven't even removed your trademark." Xinyu Cai looked up closely at the rope and indeed noticed the plastic tag that had yet to be torn off. His assistant appeared even less reliable than he had anticipated. Pretending not to notice, he pointed at the shattered glass of the window. "I just saw that thing. It immediately wrote my name to scare me." He indicated the bloodied letters on the glass. "I assure you, I'm not lying. Who else would know my name? Your assistant and yourself, of course. Come on, can't you buy some decent paint? It hurts to see it fade. Why do you all say such things? I just saw its face. It was terrifying. Support Littleton. You are the best. Littleton is good-looking and skilled. We all love watching." Xinyu Cai glanced at the live stream's viewer count, which had surged past 30,000 at this late hour of 2 a.m., a remarkable increase considering he usually attracted only 3,000 to 4,000 viewers during midnight streams. A portion of this surge was undoubtedly due to the gifts sent by Xiaoyu, coupled with the title he had chosen. This villa had become a must-visit location for outdoor exploration streamers, drawing in a multitude of curious onlookers. Xinyu Cai carefully scanned the comments, eager to see if Xiaoyu had spoken, only to discover that after sending money and urging him to enter the villa, she had vanished. Had she encountered a wealthy patron? As he observed the rising viewer count and the increasing gifts, he pondered whether he should consider it a windfall when a sudden, blood-curdling scream erupted from the living room. A ghost! Aya! The voice sounded like his assistant, Xiaolu. Before Xinyu Cai could comprehend what had startled the other, he saw Xiaolu dash toward him. Brother, there's a ghost in the living room. It's lying right next to me." Recalling what that thing might be, Xinyu Cai gazed at Xiaolu with a look of incredulity, questioning whether this was merely a staged effect for the show. The comments once again erupted in excitement. "Go take a look. Hurry, streamer. What should he look at? A dummy?" Xinyu Cai was at a loss for words, but had no choice but to point the camera toward the sofa in the living room. He then mouthed to Xiaolu, producing a sound that would never be heard in the live stream. "Are you afraid of a dummy?" Xiaoli's face contorted in distress. "That dummy was purchased by me. I had no idea. Come on, Xingu, it's not a dummy." He quivered, hiding behind Xinyu Cai. "You must go take a look." To be honest, Xinyu Cai felt a twinge of fear upon hearing this. However, in this round, Xinyu plays the role of a staunch atheist, which theoretically means he would not believe Xiaoli's words at all. The burly Xiaolu shamelessly hides behind him, trembling as he points to a spot in the living room. Xingu is right there, even without looking at the barrage of comments. Xinyu knows that the viewers are undoubtedly urging him to take a look. Could it be that those homeless individuals have chosen to abandon their silence and lash out violently? He feels a knot of anxiety in his heart, inwardly cursing the script the system has assigned him, which seems to offer only the choices of encountering ghosts or an overwhelming male presence. At that moment, the living room is eerily quiet. Xinyu holds a flashlight in one hand, cautiously navigating the shards of glass as he approaches the sofa. As he draws nearer, he sees the pitiful figures of the homeless individuals huddled in the corner, their bodies almost translucent. The sound of crunching fills the air. Following the beam of his flashlight, Xinyu discovers a tattered, hunched figure squatting beside a mannequin, seemingly gnawing on something. Upon glancing at the barrage, Xinyu suddenly spots a critical piece of information. That clothing. I've seen a photo of the first homeowner. He wore the same outfit. Protect us with the barrage. Moreover, this thing has been standing on tiptoes. After reading the comments, Xinyu immediately looks back at the figure beside the mannequin, realizing, just as the comments suggested, that the creature's heels have never touched the ground, as if something is preventing it. If Xinyu remembers correctly, the legend states that only the spirits of those who have hanged themselves walk on their toes. The light from Xinyu's flashlight is not particularly dim, yet he quickly turns it off and crouches down. Although the live stream is still ongoing, the screen is now pitch black, revealing nothing. Could it be that he would meet his demise in this small world so soon? Xinyu dares not move, crouching in the corner alongside Xiaolu, listening to the eerie crunching sounds. Perhaps the creature has finally realized that what it was gnawing on was not a real person. With a huff, it spits out the plastic it had been chewing, and then footsteps echo through the empty living room. Xinyu feels a surge of dread. He searches his pocket and can only find the talisman paper that the protagonist, Pei Hengjuan, had given him earlier. He decides to gamble on a dead horse as if it were a living one. Thinking quickly, he hurls the talisman in the direction of the footsteps. A howl erupts from the darkness, clearly indicating that the creature has been wounded by the talisman. Xinyu promptly shoves Xiaolu, and the two of them dart around the sofa, aiming to escape the villa. Just then, the spare phone in Xinyu's pocket suddenly rings. He had set it to vibrate, but unfortunately, it is pressed tightly against his thigh, inevitably producing a sound in such a hushed environment. Oh no, Xinyu thinks. Just as he is about to voice his concern, suddenly, he hears the sound of a car stopping outside the villa, followed by the opening of a car door and the sound of footsteps approaching. Xiaoyu, a gentle voice calls out, I noticed you hadn't returned yet. Have you encountered any problems? As Xinyu, the protagonist, heard the voice, he instantly recognized its owner. Pei Hengjuan, a timid art teacher, was starkly different from the resolute atheist Xinyu. He possessed an innate fear of ghosts. Upon discovering that Xinyu was an outdoor adventure host specializing in the supernatural, Pei Hengjuan promptly procured an assortment of talismans and bottled black dog blood, only to be met with Xinyu's staunch disbelief as an atheist. Each time, Pei Hengjuan would discreetly place the items in Xinyu's pockets. When he heard Pei Hengjuan approaching, Xinyu thought, surely this novel won't conclude in the first chapter, with the protagonist unwittingly meeting his demise at the hands of a ghost. While lost in thought, he heard Pei Hengjuan exclaim, It's so dark here. I'll turn on the lights. Turn on the lights? What lights? Xinyu was momentarily perplexed, as the villa's electrical system had long since failed. Yet in an instant, the entire villa was illuminated as brightly as day. The immense wattage left Xinyu momentarily blinded by a blinding white light, and he heard a creature emit a howl, seemingly retreating to the second floor of the villa. Xinyu shielded his eyes until someone approached and bent down to turn off his live stream. It's haunted here. I told you, Pei Hengjuan said, gently patting his shoulder. Xinyu crouched behind the sofa, covering his eyes to regain composure, but found it impossible to calm himself. Instinctively, he reached out, and Pei Hengjuan, with a soothing demeanor, took his hand. Let me guide you out, he offered. At that moment, Xinyu could see nothing. Nearly blinded by Pei Hengjuan's light, he could only grasp the other's hand, allowing Pei Hengjuan to lead him away. As for Xiaolu, you'll have to find your own way, Pei Hengjuan said with a smile. Though Xiaolu could barely open his eyes, he too was reluctant to linger. Once the trio finally exited the haunted villa, Pei Hengjuan turned off the lantern he had been carrying and sighed towards Xinyu. I told you this villa was haunted. He opened the car door, gesturing for Xinyu to enter. With one hand still shielding his eyes, Xinyu scrutinized Pei Hengjuan, noting his gentle demeanor, fair complexion, and exquisitely refined features, which perhaps due to his kind nature, left a profound impression on others. The initial reaction of anyone encountering Pei Hengjuan would be to perceive him as a gentleman. There are no ghosts in this world. Sen Igriku instinctively retorted. Recalling his own character, Pei Hengjuan appeared unfazed by Xin Yu's response, glancing back at the dilapidated villa. Then what were you hiding from just now? He inquired. What else could it be but a ghost? Xin Yu thought, yet outwardly he replied, that was a homeless person. A homeless person dressed like the first owner? Pei Hengjuan shook his phone, clearly having watched Xin Yu's live stream moments ago. Xin Yu, flustered and indignant, retorted, he was merely pretending to be the first owner to instill fear, knowing that no one would dare approach him while he resided there. And what was he eating just now? Pei Hengjuan pressed. He must have been starving. Xin Yu stubbornly insisted. Of course, he wanted to eat something. Pei Hengjuan glanced at Xiao Lu, who was trembling from the earlier fright as he settled into the back seat. Let us take Xiao Lu home first, he suggested to Xin Yu. It seems he is quite shaken. Pei Hengjuan spoke as he prepared to start the car. It was the height of summer, and as an art teacher with a free evening, he was able to pick up Xin Yu. While driving, he tapped his fingers lightly on the steering wheel and addressed him as Xiao Yu. Pei Hengjuan smiled at him, recalling how the former class monitor from high school had invited him to a reunion. Xiao Yu, would you like to attend? Xin Yu would certainly go, but true to his character, he would most likely decline. It was as if Pei Hengjuan had seen through Xin Yu's thoughts, as he added, I have an old classmate who works for a live streaming platform. He cast a pointed glance at Xin Yu's phone, suggesting it was indeed the same platform he frequented. Chapter 80. Transforming into a deceptive male streamer, a classmate involved in live streaming. Xin Yu pondered for a moment before recalling who it was. He Yongning, the primary male lead of this narrative. Both he and Pei Hengjuan hailed from the same rural secondary school and had risen from humble beginnings to become wealthy individuals. They were not particularly close, but in the novel, their bond developed gradually during a peculiar reunion. He Yongning was known for his composed demeanor, a hint of perfectionism, and his affluent background, making him a prime candidate for the role of the protagonist's love interest. Indeed, after thoroughly examining the story, Xin Yu discerned the underlying essence of a hidden investment narrative within the horror genre. He Yongning? Xin Yu immediately voiced the name. Is he your classmate? Pei Hengjuan's gentle smile remained unchanged as he replied, It's been many years since I've seen him. He continued driving, suggesting that since they were returning together, perhaps He Yongning would notice Xin Yu's innate talent for live streaming and decide to promote him, much like the blind admiration and attachment Xin Yu had for Xin Yu in the previous book. In this narrative, Pei Hengjuan saw no issue in supporting a boyfriend who did not earn much. Despite his profound fear of supernatural occurrences, often retreating into Xin Yu's embrace at the mere mention of horror movies, he still drove to rescue Xin Yu from danger. Xin Yu was also intrigued by the mention of a grand conspiracy surrounding the reunion, where everyone had been deceived. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he attempted to flip to the end of the script, only to be met with the warning, non-plot characters, please do not cheat. So he had met an untimely end and could not view the subsequent script, which led to his frustration with the system. Which high school did you attend? Xin Yu asked, feigning ignorance. Meiman High School, Pei Hengjuan replied. There was only one high school in our area, and our entire grade had just one class. He chuckled, adding, it seems fitting to gather everyone for a reunion, given it's been a decade since graduation. Xin Yu remembered that in the original story, Pei Hengjuan's ancestral home had been destroyed by a mudslide, forcing them to temporarily reside in Jiang Tuan's house. Jiang Tuan, the village chief's son, had just built a new home in the town, making it possible for Pei Hengjuan and the others to stay. Moreover, Jiang Tuan had secretly harbored feelings for Pei Hengjuan during high school and was now quite enthusiastic about the return of his first love for the reunion, leading him to harbor a strong aversion towards Xin Yu, who accompanied Pei Hengjuan as a friend, viewing him as someone who frivolously live-streamed instead of pursuing a proper career. Unbeknownst to them, the car had already returned to the city. As they approached his home, Xiao Lu, seated in the back, interrupted the conversation between the two men. Brother Pei, Brother Xin, we've arrived at my house. At that moment, Pei Hengjuan pulled over to the side of the road. Xiao Lu resided in a resettlement housing community, and even at 2 in the morning, The entrance was bustling with activity, filled with numerous night market stalls. The lively atmosphere provided Xiao Lu with a sense of reassurance. Before alighting from the vehicle, he glanced at Xinyu and the good-natured Pei Hongjuan. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Xinyu and said, "Brother Xin, I want to be coming in tomorrow." Xinyu was taken aback by Xiao Li's sudden resignation. "Tonight's incident weighs heavily on my mind," Xiao Li confessed, recalling the unsettling sights he had encountered upon waking. His legs trembled slightly as he looked at Xinyu. "I'm sorry, Brother Xin. I just lack the courage." Xiao Li's resignation was entirely unexpected for Xinyu, but it mattered little since Xinyu was soon to face his own demise in that rural town. He feigned anger, uttering words about the existence of ghosts and the illusions one believes in, before ultimately transferring the money to Xiao Lu, urging him to return home. As Xiao Lu's figure faded into the lively community, Xinyu added, "You saw that person, didn't you? What is there to fear about a homeless man?" Unable to restrain himself, Xinyu complained to Pei Hongjuan. Pei Hongjuan, displaying a sympathetic expression, replied, "But I truly believe that it didn't resemble a human." He then suggested, "Perhaps we should reconsider our venture. Why not pursue a career as a gaming streamer? I've heard they earn quite a bit." Become a gaming streamer, playing Tetris on camera? Sen Yku mused. The character in the original narrative had contemplated being a gaming streamer, yet he struggled with every game except Tetris, which he excelled at. He had also considered becoming a beauty streamer, but for reasons unbeknownst to him, it seemed no one appreciated his appearance. Typically, no one would even enter his stream, and when they did, it was often to mock him with comments like, "With a face like that, you think you could be a beauty streamer? You must be joking." Consequently, Xinyu felt disheartened and ultimately decided to continue as an adventurous outdoor streamer instead. He had seen himself in the streaming room and confirmed that his appearance remained unchanged. It made no sense that in one world, people praised his looks, while in this world, they deemed him unattractive. He glanced at his reflection in the rearview mirror, reassured that he truly looked the same as he did in the previous world. "What do you think of my appearance?" Xinyu couldn't help but ask. Pei Hongjuan had yet to start the car and turned to look at Xinyu. His hair, somewhat long and reaching his neck, had been dyed a light gray for streaming purposes, giving him a cool and weary appearance, with two prominent beauty marks under his eyes. Pei Hongjuan's gaze lingered on the marks for a moment before he replied, "You're certainly quite handsome, my dear. Then why can't I be a beauty streamer?" Senigreku pondered aloud, genuinely perplexed. In the original narrative, how could his character face criticism for being unattractive while attempting to be a beauty streamer? Pei Hongjuan, perhaps lost in thought, chuckled lightly. Perhaps they simply lack the appreciation. "The baby in my heart is the most beautiful. Don't be mushy." Xinyu shivered slightly. In the established narrative, Pei Hongjuan is 3 years older than Xinyu. Thus, he is exceptionally tolerant of Xinyu, completely accommodating his thoughts. According to the original text, Pei Hongjuan is the devoted partner, while Xinyu assumes the role of the spirited young wolf. Soon, they return to the house purchased by Pei Hongjuan, which, though not expansive, was adorned with a warm and inviting decor. Upon entering, Xinyu noticed a painting on the wall, depicting nothing but a high school. As he approached to examine it closely, he could see students attending class within the school building. The inscription was quite simple: "Beautiful High School, Summer 2012. It appeared to be a scene from Pei Hongjuan's own high school days, leaving Xinyu to ponder why the protagonist cherishes high school life so fondly. However, Xinyu recalled that Pei Hongjuan had never returned after graduating. Chapter 81. Transformed into a fraudulent male streamer. "Did you enjoy your high school life?" Sen Igreku inquired. Gazing at the painting before him, Pei Hongjuan stood beside him, slightly taller, his eyes filled with nostalgia as he looked at the artwork. "It was a year I fondly remember." "That year?" Xinyu responded, noticing the date inscribed, 2012. Pei Hongjuan nodded. Xinyu attempted to reminisce about his own high school experience, only to find his memories hazy, consisting of fragmented moments in tutoring classes and the atmosphere of examinations, as if his role as a supporting character had rendered his past insignificant. "What transpired in 2012? Xinyu asked curiously, "What makes you reminisce so?" 2012 was precisely 10 years prior, coinciding with Pei Hongjuan's high school graduation. If he calculated correctly, Pei Hongjuan must have been in his senior year then. In the original narrative, Pei Hongjuan attended a prestigious university after graduation. Perhaps this was the reason for his nostalgia regarding his final year? Sinyu felt an inkling that things were not as simple, especially since the horror novel mentioned that the entire reunion was a grand deception, with everyone entangled within it. Sinyu was not the first to meet a tragic end in the story. The first to perish was a wealthy heir, discovered lifeless in his home on the night of the reunion. The most chilling aspect was that the day after their gathering, a sudden mudslide occurred nearby, fortuitously blocking their escape routes and transforming their location into an isolated island. Until the roads were cleared, they could only await rescue. Some suggested leaving early, but as the deaths continued, it became evident that staying in that cursed place was untenable. However, those who chose to depart seemed ultimately lost in the wilderness, never to return. The novel concluded with the rescue team discovering Pei Hongjuan unconscious by the roadside. Upon regaining consciousness, he urgently informed the rescuers that another individual was nearby. Consequently, the rescue team turned their gaze and spotted a figure fallen down the hillside. The story ended there, leaving an open conclusion, with no one knowing the identity of the survivor. Sinyu speculated that he was likely one of the protagonists. The protagonist emphasized the year 2012, suggesting it holds significant importance in the original narrative. Undoubtedly, something transpired that year, leading this group of individuals to return to their hometown for a reunion, only to encounter misfortunes. As Sinyu pondered this, he noticed Pei Hongjuan's phone suddenly vibrate. Stepping a few paces away to answer the call, Pei Hongjuan nodded thoughtfully and responded a few times before concluding the conversation. He turned back to Sinyu, stating that all arrangements had been made. With a smile, Pei Hongjuan informed Sinyu that, aside from the two of them, there were 8 more individuals, former classmates, who were free to attend the reunion. Upon their arrival in Pei Hongjuan's hometown, Saiping Village, at 6 p.m. on July 18th, Sinyu felt profoundly nauseous from the car ride. As soon as the vehicle halted, he could not suppress the urge to rush to the roadside and vomit. When he finally lifted his head, he found Pei Hongjuan offering him a bottle of mineral water. "Thank you," he said, rinsing his mouth, only to notice a man standing at the village entrance. The man, clad in a t-shirt and beach shorts with flip-flops, greeted Pei Hongjuan enthusiastically. "Xiaopei, over here." "Jiang Tuan?" Pei Hongjuan exclaimed with surprise. "You specifically came to meet us at the village entrance?" Jiang Tuan possessed a ruggedly handsome appearance, with a scar on his lip and sun-kissed skin that hinted at a life spent outdoors. His initially joyful expression faltered for a moment upon hearing us, and his gaze shifted towards Sinyu, causing his smile to wane slightly. "Who is this?" he inquired. "This is my good friend," Pei Hongjuan replied, guiding Sinyu closer to Jiang Tuan. "He, like you, is a teacher," Jiang Tuan asked cautiously, considering that the reunion would last an entire week, unless one took a leave of absence or, like Pei Hongjuan, had summer and winter breaks. He could not fathom who could afford to take such an extended vacation. "Ah, not quite," Sinyu interjected. Wearing a t-shirt, he waved at Jiang Tuan, his angel tattoo on his arm distinctly visible. As he spoke, the tongue piercing became apparent, which instantly caused Jiang Tuan to harbor some disdain, perceiving Sinyu as less than respectable. "I am a freelancer," Sinyu continued, clearly noticing Jiang Tuan's subtle rejection, but choosing to feign ignorance. "I've heard that your area is quite interesting, so I thought I'd take a look around." "Yes, Xiaoyu creates videos and does live streaming," Pei Hongjuan added. "Creating videos?" Jiang Tuan's expression darkened further, as if recalling something distasteful. "There's nothing worth filming here. I hope you want to embellish the details later." Although he held an aversion to Sinyu, his demeanor softened slightly in Pei Hongjuan's presence. "I prepared a room for you," he stated, hesitating momentarily, "but I haven't arranged for anything extra." He then mentioned that he Yoning also intended to stay at his place. Jiang Tuan's residence was a newly built 3-story house, simply decorated. The fact that he could accommodate 2 guests had already required prior organization on his part. However, there were also inns available in the town. As Jiang Tuan spoke, he completely disregarded Sinyu, suggesting that if his friend found it uncomfortable, he could always go to the town. "It's no trouble," Pei Hongjuan smiled, acknowledging that it was partly his fault for not mentioning it earlier. Xiao Yu and I will share a room. You two in one room. Jiang Tuan's expression soured further. He glanced at Xin Yu and, moments later, as if struck by an unwelcome realization, averted his gaze. I'll find you another blanket. Despite it being summer, the village can still be rather chilly. Upon hearing Jiang Tuan's words, Xin Yu sensed that the village indeed felt a bit colder. Could it be due to its mountainous location? He touched his arm, feeling a peculiar chill, the temperature seemingly only in the low 20s, starkly contrasting with the sweltering heat of July. While they conversed, another vehicle appeared at the village entrance. Xin Yu squinted at it, recognizing that it was quite a luxurious car. It soon came to a halt before them, and a man in a shirt and casual slacks stepped out. He Yongning? Jiang Tuan immediately waved in greeting upon recognizing the newcomer. Xin Yu turned his gaze to the main character, He Yongning, and observed that even on this hot summer day, he showed no signs of perspiration. His attire remained impeccably neat, devoid of any wrinkles. Upon seeing Jiang Tuan, he smiled and nodded, but when his gaze fell upon Xin Yu, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, as if he couldn't recall which classmate this was. Such pretense, Xin Yu thought to himself. So, he deliberately flashed a radiant smile. Oh my, you are the esteemed He Yongning. Xin Yu rushed forward, grasping He Yongning's hand. I am a streamer on your Apple Live platform. You can call me Xiao Xian. He was taken aback at how much more handsome He Yongning appeared in person than in photographs. He held onto He Yongning's hand, seemingly oblivious to the furrowed brow that looked as if it could crush a fly, and added, considering we are old classmates, do take care of me. Xiao Yu, please do not disturb Yongning. Pei Hengjuan interjected, gently grasping Xin Yu's wrist to separate their intertwined hands before turning to He Yongning with a hint of embarrassment. It's my fault for mentioning that you're the owner of the streaming platform he works for. Pei Hengjuan exuded an air of scholarly elegance, being both handsome and amiable, making it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards him. In contrast, Xin Yu's hair was somewhat long and dyed a light gray, and as he spoke, the piercing tongue stud was quite apparent. He Yongning immediately noticed the angel tattoo on Xin Yu's arm, which only served to deepen his disdain for anything outside of societal norms. Thus, even when he recalled that Pei Hengjuan had once been a classmate, his opinion did not shift significantly. He resolved to add both individuals to his blacklist. Nevertheless, on the surface, He Yongning maintained a composed, mature demeanor. You were the representative of the physical education department back then, weren't you? He asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Though a decade had passed since their graduation, the notion of Pei Hengjuan being the sports representative was hard for He Yongning to fathom. He glanced at Xin Yu, who was completely unfamiliar to him. He had no recollection of such a person in his high school class. Jiang Tuan seemed to have sensed the somewhat tense atmosphere. So he approached and briefly introduced the identities of the two individuals, particularly emphasizing that Sun Yu was not a classmate of theirs. Why don't you come to my house first? Jiang Tuan said with a touch of warmth. It's all been tidied up. He Yongning nodded with restraint, rising to prepare to return to the vehicle. Jiang Tuan was momentarily taken aback. He had expected He Yongning to invite him into the car. After all, he had walked all the way to the village entrance specifically to guide them. Given that Xin Yu was seated in the front passenger seat of Pei Hengjuan's car, it was apparent that He Yongning would be giving him a ride, making it more convenient for him to lead both vehicles. Xin Yu certainly noticed Jiang Tuan's moment of distraction. With a soft snicker in his heart, he turned to Jiang Tuan and said, You take the front passenger seat and lead the way. Without waiting for Pei Hengjuan to respond, he slid in the back seat, leaving Pei Hengjuan and Jiang Tuan in the front. Pei Hengjuan cast a half-lidded glance at He Yongning, who had returned to his own vehicle, and finally addressed Jiang Tuan. Yes, I must trouble you to guide us. Host, the vanished fat cat reappeared at Xin Yu's feet, taking advantage of its invisibility to roll over beside him. The main system states that due to the simplicity of your current role, it does not meet the requirements. Hence, you must complete an additional task. The fat cat meowed. What task? You must uncover the truth of this novel before the story concludes, said the fat cat. Upon hearing this, Xin Yu was displeased. Are you out of your mind? Xin Yu retorted, I died on the fourth night, and you want me to investigate the truth of a novel that only concludes 7 days later? This novel, categorized as a horror mystery, had already seen its first victim on the night of the gathering. The following day, a mudslide struck, transforming their location into an isolated island. By the third morning, another body was discovered, leading to someone finally cracking under the pressure and deciding to leave. This was followed by the events of the fourth night, where after encountering a ghost, Xinyu was locked in a room by Pei Hongjuan, who fled but was ultimately killed. The subsequent plot remained unknown to Xinyu due to lack of access. All he knew was that, by the end of the seventh day, rescuers found a comatose Pei Hongjuan by the roadside, who then mentioned that there was still another person nearby. This left an open-ended conclusion. Now, the system implied that he must uncover the truth of the novel before he was killed on the fourth day, or else he would not successfully complete the challenge. That's not the case, host. The fat cat hastily interjected. Even after your death, your soul remains in this scenario, allowing you to investigate the truth in a ghostly state. Xinyu fell silent for a moment, doubting his own ears. You are truly heartless, Xinyu scoffed. After dying and becoming a ghost, I still have to complete tasks in a spectral form? Meanwhile, Jiang Tuan had already led both vehicles to his newly constructed three-story house. The courtyard had ample space to accommodate both cars. Once Pei Hongjuan parked, he immediately glanced at Xinyu, seated in the back, seemingly worried about something. Xinyu yawned. I need to catch up on sleep. I'm so tired. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tuan frowned, seemingly disapproving of the other party's nonchalant demeanor. As he yawning disembarked, he glanced at the courtyard and felt a sense of satisfaction upon discovering the absence of poultry. Pei Hongjuan's expression remained largely unchanged. Yet he approached Xinyu with a look of concern, inquiring whether he had slept poorly the previous night. Xinyu yawned again, admitting that he had risen too early. To avoid tardiness, Pei Hongjuan had set out at noon, and given the less-than-ideal roads, they arrived at 6 in the evening. Is everyone else here? He yawning suddenly asked. Yes, Jiang Tuan replied. Most arrived around noon today. The sun had not yet set, and he informed Pei Hongjuan and he yawning that the class monitor had suggested they dine together the following afternoon, allowing them some time to rest. Pei Hongjuan seemed to notice that Xinyu was genuinely fatigued. After inquiring about their rooms, he picked up a simple duffel bag and accompanied Xinyu to the third floor. He Yongning, on the other hand, was staying on the second floor, just below them. Xinyu felt extremely tired, but was reluctant to sleep without a shower. However, after searching the house thoroughly, he could not locate a bathroom. Upon inquiring, he learned that the bathroom in Jiang Tuan's home had yet to be renovated, and they were currently using a small room in the courtyard that had been constructed separately. Without hesitation, Xinyu slipped on his slippers and prepared to head to the courtyard bathroom. Upon arrival, he discovered that the facilities were rather rudimentary. There was merely a small wooden door outside without a lock, but perhaps because Jiang Tuan lived here alone, it posed little concern. Don't follow me. Xinyu noticed that Pei Hongjuan had trailed behind him. I can't help but worry, Pei Hongjuan replied, seeming anxious that his words might be overheard. He leaned closer and whispered in Xinyu's ear, I heard there are strange occurrences in the village, possibly haunting. Due to Pei Hongjuan's proximity, Xinyu sensed his slightly lower body temperature. Pei Hongjuan appeared quite frightened as he confessed, I don't dare stay alone. I've told you, there are no ghosts in this world. It's all just illusions, Xinyu retorted, but seeing Pei Hongjuan's woeful expression, he could not bear to dismiss his fears entirely. After a moment's thought, he suggested, You wait outside the door for me. If anything seems amiss, call out, and I will come right out. Chapter 83. Transformed into a fraudulent male streamer, once Xinyu entered the bathroom, he realized it was even more Spartan than he had anticipated. The floor was merely a layer of rough cement. The walls lacked any finishing, and the designated area for clothes consisted of a plastic bag suspended from an iron hook. The plastic bag was emblazoned with the words Red Apple Supermarket, clearly a remnant of Jiang Tuan's shopping excursion. Xinyu slipped off his soiled clothes and hung them on the iron hook, placing his clean garments into the plastic bag. When he turned on the water heater nearby, he was suddenly jolted by a blast of cold water, only to discover that he had forgotten to plug in the heater. Wiping his cold face with the shower water, he mused that he felt as though he had stepped into a reality show. What is wrong, Xiaoyu? It seemed that the muffled sound of curses emanating from the bathroom had made Pei Hongjuan outside quite anxious. Have you encountered some trouble? He inquired. No, it's nothing, replied Xinyu, who was perplexed as to why the protagonist of a horror novel would exhibit such fear of ghosts. Taking a deep breath, He returned to the shower. The temperature in the mountains was inherently lower than that outside, and even in summer, a cold shower took Sun Yu a moment to acclimate. As he prepared to wash his hair, he discovered the bathroom's amenities were surprisingly rudimentary, with merely a bar of soap placed in the corner. It appeared that this single bar was intended for washing hair, face, and body alike. Sun Yu touched his dyed hair, realizing that using this soap on his hair would undoubtedly lead to tangles. Thus, he immediately called out towards the wooden door, Brother Pei. Perhaps due to Pei Hongjuan's 3-year seniority, Sun Yu would always refer to him as brother when he sought to please him. Could you please fetch some shampoo and conditioner? There's none here. Pei Hongjuan's voice, muffled by the door and the sound of water, responded faintly. Just a moment. I'll be right there. After hearing the sound of his footsteps receding, Sun Yu continued, rinsing himself under the cold water. A few minutes later, he suddenly heard a knock at the door. Brother Pei? He called out. Came the response, though it was somewhat indistinct due to the barrier of the door and the water. Recognizing it was Pei Hongjuan, Sun Yu quickly opened the door a crack, and the shampoo and conditioner were slid through the gap. Thanks, he said, promptly shutting the door again. He hastily poured the shampoo onto his head and began to lather it. Just then, he felt the soapy water trickling into his eyes, prompting him to close them and rinse beneath the shower head. It was at that moment he sensed something amiss. He felt as though his calf had been touched by something. Initially, he presumed it was merely a trick of the mind, a sensation conjured by the soapy water cascading down his leg. However, when he felt what seemed to be a hand caressing his calf, he immediately leapt up. Disregarding whether the soap might enter his eyes, he opened them wide, only to find his calf bare, devoid of any hand. It was as if the entire occurrence had been a mere figment of his imagination. He looked up, noting that the light bulb in the bathroom was also broken, leaving only the faint illumination from a small skylight above, through which nothing could be seen. The icy shower water cascading over him sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. Brother Pei? He instinctively called out through the door. Yet, there was no answer. That's odd, he thought, for according to Pei Hongjuan, he should have remained standing just outside the door. Sun Yu, now hesitant to close his eyes, called out again. Pei Hongjuan? But still, there was no response. Furrowing his brow, he concealed half of his body behind the door and swung it open, only to find He Yongning in the courtyard, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. The other party appeared taken aback by the sudden emergence of a person from the bathroom, gazing at him with surprise. However, perhaps realizing that Sun Yu was half exposed, with his entire torso uncovered, he promptly turned away. After exchanging a few words on the phone, he finally hung up. Then he turned his body to face Sun Yu, who was hiding behind the door, and asked, "Did you not bring any clothes?" Apart from this inquiry, he could not fathom any other reason for someone to be undressed and concealed behind a wooden door. "No," Sun Yu replied, looking at He Yongning. "When did you arrive?" He Yongning, confused by Sun Yu's query, noticed his anxious demeanor and pondered for a moment before responding, 3 minutes ago. 3 minutes ago? This was right after Pei Hongjuan had delivered shampoo to him. But was it truly Pei Hongjuan? Doubts immediately surfaced in Sun Yu's mind. When did Pei Hongjuan leave? He rephrased his question. Pei Hongjuan? He Yongning displayed an expression of bewilderment, indicating that he knew nothing of what Sun Yu was referring to. He is not here. Upon realizing that Sun Yu was searching for Pei Hongjuan, he quickly added, "When I arrived just now, there was no one here at all." A sense of dread enveloped Sun Yu. It appeared that the person who had recently delivered the shampoo was indeed not Pei Hongjuan. Furthermore, He Yongning's assertion that no one was in the courtyard confirmed that no one had come here at all. Who, then, had handed him the shampoo? Upon reflection, the voice he had heard certainly sounded somewhat deep and did not resemble Pei Hongjuan's at all. In the midst of his thoughts, Sun Yu suddenly noticed Pei Hongjuan rushing out of the 3-story building, breathless. Upon seeing that Sun Yu had already opened the door, he wore an expression of guilt. "I'm so sorry, Xiao Yu. I was just delayed for a moment." Pei Hongjuan immediately approached Sun Yu, positioning himself in a way that shielded He Yongning's view from the courtyard. After a brief glance at Sun Yu's damp collarbone, Pei Hongjuan raised his gaze to meet Sun Yu's eyes. "I couldn't find the shampoo and shower gel, so I want to ask Jiang Tuan." As he spoke, he held up an unopened bottle of shampoo, This was just retrieved for me by Jiang Tuan. At that moment, Jiang Tuan also emerged from the building, perhaps feeling that Xin Yu was overly demanding. Upon seeing him, he couldn't help but tease, "Is the young master unaccustomed to using soap?" Xin Yu remained silent, merely observing the shampoo in Pei Hengjuan's hand, as well as Jiang Tuan standing behind him. "Were you two together just now?" Xin Yiku inquired. Although Pei Hengjuan did not comprehend the full implication of Xin Yu's question, he nodded. "After I noticed the shampoo was missing, I went to find Jiang Tuan." He then expressed a hint of remorse. "Perhaps I was too hasty while packing and forgot it." Xin Yu did not respond. He simply took a step back, wrapped a towel around his waist for modesty, and decisively pulled open the wooden door that concealed him. Pei Hengjuan seemed unprepared for Xin Yu's bold action, and by the time he attempted to intervene, it was too late. Consequently, everyone in the courtyard beheld Xin Yu, who was clad only in a towel around his waist. He Yongning instinctively averted his gaze, yet before doing so, he caught sight of the serpentine tattoo adorning Xin Yu's abdomen. Jiang Tuan, on the other hand, faced Xin Yu directly, his complexion reddening as he stuttered. Xin Yu, however, paid no mind to the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around him. He kicked at the shampoo and conditioner left by the door, then turned to Pei Hengjuan, asking, "Is this the shampoo and shower gel you claim to be missing?" At that moment, the four of them stood in the courtyard. Although He Yongning had not previously discussed this matter with the other three, he was not oblivious and quickly grasped Xin Yu's implication. The shampoo, which Pei Hengjuan had been searching for, had miraculously appeared in the bathroom. However, at that moment, only the four of them were present. Xin Yu was still in the bathroom, having not yet departed. Pei Hengjuan was searching for the shampoo and had sought out Jiang Tuan, while He Yongning had been on call. Each of them had an alibi. He Yongning looked toward Xin Yu, weighing his inquiry. "Did you bring the shampoo with you earlier? Are you joking?" Xin Yiku frowned. He stood behind the wooden door. The hour nearing 7 as dusk began to settle, and with his scant attire, he felt the chill of the mountain air seeping into his bones. He did not shy away from the others. Perhaps he too was somewhat unnerved by the recent peculiar events. Drying himself off under their gazes, he slipped into a clean t-shirt and shorts before stepping out of the bathroom in his slippers. "I heard someone knock while I was in the bathroom," he remarked, immediately pointing at the wooden door. "I thought it was Pei Hengjuan." He paused, noticing Pei Hengjuan's ashen face. It seemed that the unexpected turn of events had startled him considerably. After all, he had not entered the courtyard. How could someone have knocked on Xin Yu's bathroom door? I called out his name, and he responded. Xin Yu continued, draping a towel over his head, still feeling somewhat uneasy. He glanced at the three individuals before him, each bearing expressions of astonishment. Pei Hengjuan looked ghostly pale. He Yongning frowned, seemingly unconvinced by Xin Yu's words, while Jiang Tuan appeared utterly perplexed. Xin Yu disregarded their reactions and continued. "While I was bathing, the sound of the water combined with the wooden door made it hard to hear clearly." He gestured towards the door, reflecting that the sound did not quite resemble Pei Hengjuan's voice. He Yongning turned to Xin Yu, inquiring, "When did this happen?" "About 3 or 4 minutes ago," Xin Yu replied, addressing He Yongning. "While you were in the courtyard. But I didn't see anyone else in the courtyard," He Yongning instinctively remarked. He realized that Xin Yu was likely telling the truth. Otherwise, he would not have immediately opened the bathroom door to ask who had been in the courtyard moments prior. After pondering for a moment, he asked, "What else did you see in the bathroom?" As soon as He Yongning posed this question, Pei Hengjuan appeared as though he might faint, urgently grasping Xin Yu's arm. "Xiao Yu, did you see anything else?" Xin Yu inwardly cursed He Yongning for being overly inquisitive. The reason he had refrained from mentioning the other presence in the bathroom was the sight of Pei Hengjuan, who appeared utterly terrified. Continuing would likely send him into a faint. He gently patted Pei Hengjuan's shoulder and suggested, "How about you cover your ears for now?" Jiang Tuan had also begun to sense that something was amiss. Glancing at his own bathroom, he thought, "I shower here every day." Logically, if something truly strange were afoot, he should have been the first to notice. Pei Hengjuan hesitated momentarily, yet chose not to cover his ears. "Just tell me directly, Xiao Yu," he said, leaning against Xin Yu's side. "I'm not afraid." "You may come to regret this," Xin Yu warned, and, under the gaze of the others, calmly recounted his recent experience. "While I was washing my hair with my eyes closed, I felt someone touch my calf. He pointed to the location on his leg. It was just a gentle rubbing. Noticing Pei Hongjuan's evident fright, he decided to cover the latter's ears before continuing. When I opened my eyes, however, there was nothing. He turned to He Yongning and asked, "Did you see anything just now?" He Yongning remained silent, and Jiang Tuan's expression was grim, although he was not as fearful as Pei Hongjuan. Anyone would feel uneasy hearing of such bizarre occurrences in a place they frequented. As for Pei Hongjuan, he had buried his face in Xin Yu's embrace, seemingly too frightened to utter a word. "What do you think it is?" He Yongning, perhaps the most composed person aside from Xin Yu, directed his gaze toward him. "What do you intend to do?" Xin Yu, recalling the persona he had established, pondered how to explain things scientifically, but it simply did not add up. Unless he had orchestrated the scene himself, having cleverly concealed the shampoo within his change of clothes to account for its sudden disappearance and reappearance, it would not make sense. Yet, this narrative was not being told from his perspective as a mere supporting character. Perhaps, from Pei Hongjuan's and He Yongning's viewpoints. The likelihood of Xin Yu being the architect of this drama would be greater, considering his persona as a deceptive streamer. With this thought, Xin Yu turned to He Yongning and declared, "What you believe is what it is." He intentionally adopted an air of mystery. Seeing Pei Hongjuan's distress, he promptly decided to take him back to rest. Pei Hongjuan weakly confessed to Xin Yu, "I'm just a bit too frightened. If you're this scared, how will the subsequent events unfold?" Xin Yu remarked, for the series of strange incidents was set to commence with the class reunion tomorrow. He guided Pei Hongjuan back to the room. Perhaps due to the cooler mountain air, even with just a fan running, the room felt devoid of heat. After assisting Pei Hongjuan to sit on the bamboo, mat-covered bed, Xin Yu prepared to leave. "Xiao Yu," Pei Hongjuan called out, looking at him. Xin Yu turned to find Pei Hongjuan's pallor had not improved. Upon meeting Xin Yu's gaze, he forced a slight smile. "Could you stay with me for a while?" I am indeed a bit scared," Pei Hongjuan admitted. Xin Yusin pondered that, after all, his current persona was that of a deceitful live streamer who particularly relished in embellishment and creating dramatic effects. To placate Pei Hongjuan, he casually declared that everything previously uttered was merely for show. For show? Pei Hongjuan appeared somewhat perplexed by his insinuation. Indeed, Xin Yusin fabricated further, as they were set to broadcast in the coming days, laying the groundwork for rumors of potential hauntings in the vicinity. Fictionnel, Xin Yuxin mused, as he believed the place to be genuinely haunted. "This shampoo was brought by me," he added, reassuringly patting Pei Hongjuan's shoulder. "You haven't found anything amiss." Fictional? Pei Hongjuan's expression was rather peculiar, as he seemed reluctant to accept that it was indeed a fabrication. What else could it be? Xin Yusin continued his charade. "Is there truly such a thing as ghosts in this world?" Pei Hongjuan seemed swayed by Xin Yusin's words, his demeanor shifting to a more tranquil state, his countenance no longer reflecting the distress it once bore. After ensuring Pei Hongjuan's reassurance, Xin Yusin turned to exit the room, only to encounter He Yongning waiting just outside the door, the latter holding the shampoo and conditioner that they had inadvertently left behind in the bathroom. It was evident that He Yongning had overheard Xin Yusin's earlier exchange with Pei Hongjuan. He regarded Xin Yusin with an inscrutable expression before letting out a chuckle. Trulia con artist. Chapter 85. Becoming a deceptive male streamer, Xin Yusin was entirely indifferent to He Yongning's perceptions. From the perspective of sustaining his persona, it was indeed more advantageous for He Yongning to be aware. He gazed at He Yongning, inquiring, "Are you perhaps planning to expose the truth behind the platform?" After encountering Xin Yusin, He Yongning had taken the initiative to research him, discovering that he was notoriously audacious and fond of theatrical effects. He had orchestrated numerous instances where assistants or acquaintances would set the stage at locations prior to an exploration, only to later feign surprise before the camera. Thus, upon hearing Xin Yusin's almost provocative question, He Yongning felt no ire. There was no necessity for him to be vexed. He assessed Xin Yusin, acknowledging his acting prowess, suggesting that he might consider further honing his skills. Had he not overheard Xin Yusin's remarks to Pei Hongjuan, he might have been fooled by Xin Yusin's hurried attempts to open the wooden door. Perhaps recalling a past experience, He Yongning cautioned Xin Yusin, nevertheless, it is wise to exercise caution regarding matters of the supernatural. A word of wisdom from the esteemed He. Sen Yushin mused. He Yongning, holding the plastic bag, extended it towards Sen Yusin. Accepting it, Sen Yusin observed as He Yongning leisurely departed their floor. Sen Yusin, feeling the water still dripping from his hair, cursed under his breath about the troublesome scenario before returning to the shared room with Pei Hongjuan. He Yongning had spoken without deliberately lowering his voice, allowing Pei Hongjuan to hear everything distinctly. Upon Sen Yusin's return, Pei Hongjuan immediately inquired with concern, wouldn't it be unwise to admit that outright? He appeared worried about Sen Yusin's standing in He Yongning's esteem. Sen Yusin, however, felt no concern whatsoever. His stay in this scenario was bound to be brief. And who could say if He Yongning would even survive? He chuckled at the thought. It is uncertain whether the person Pei Hongjuan discovers at the conclusion of the novel is indeed He Yongning. He set aside the shampoo and conditioner that He Yongning had brought back before turning to Pei Hongjuan and casually remarked that it was of little consequence, if necessary. They could simply switch platforms for their live broadcast. Observing this, Pei Hongjuan felt a slight sense of relief. What was your relationship with your classmates like in the past? Sen Yu pondered, considering that the narrative would commence tomorrow, and deemed it prudent to inquire first. Pei Hongjuan contemplated for a moment before responding. After many years since graduation, I recall that I had a fairly good relationship with our class monitor. The class monitor? Sen Yu recollected that this individual was the orchestrator of the gathering. The class monitor was an academic prodigy, yet for reasons unknown, he chose not to leave the village after graduation, returning instead to become a mathematics teacher at a local middle school. He was the one who organized this reunion, based on the descriptions from the original narrative. This class monitor might be a potential adversary, but the possibility of him being a hidden mastermind could not be dismissed either. Sen Yu contemplated this, and then noticed Pei Hongjuan displaying signs of fatigue, evidently wearied by the day's events. Before arriving at the village entrance, they had snacked in town, so they were not hungry at this moment. Additionally, Jiang Tuan had thoughtfully prepared 2 blankets. Would you like to rest first? Sen Yu inquired, observing the drowsy Pei Hongjuan. I just need to wipe my body a bit, Pei Hongjuan replied, somewhat sheepishly. It was clear that the incident in the bathroom had unsettled him significantly. He fetched a basin and boiled a kettle of hot water, returning to the restroom to clean himself. Meanwhile, Sen Yu, with his hair still damp, reclined on the bed and began to play on his phone. Having canceled his live broadcast today, many were inquiring about his whereabouts. Sen Yu casually selected a few replies. User Kudwadeub, where's Sindog? Has he truly been taken by that thing? Sen, yes. I've been taken to your house and am currently standing at the foot of your bed watching you. I 18 centimeters. I heard Xiao Lu resign because of fraud, fearing an imminent crackdown, right? Sen, the 315 incident will verify your ID overnight, clarifying it is not 18 centimeters, only 18 centimeters. Support you, Bao. Where has Xiao Yu gone? Is he on vacation? When will he start broadcasting again? Son, I'm accompanying a friend to a class reunion. I'll be live tomorrow night. After Sen Yu finished responding to the comments, he realized that Pei Hongjuan had completed his cleansing, donned his sleepwear, and sat at the edge of the bed. Noticing Sen Yu engrossed in his phone and seemingly neglecting to dry his hair, he offered, "Shall I help you dry your hair?" Sen Yu initially intended to decline, but then recognized the inconvenience of managing his unkempt hair. In the original story, he had dyed his hair a light gray for the sake of appearance, which paired well with Sen Yu's fair complexion and somewhat aloof expression. However, it was indeed a hassle. After 3 dye jobs, his hair had become as brittle as plastic strands, feeling weightless in his hands. Not to mention, Sen Yu's hair was somewhat long, reaching the nape of his neck, which added to his discomfort. As he uttered a sound of acknowledgement, Pei Hongjuan promptly retrieved a highly absorbent towel from a suitcase and began to dry Sen Yu's hair. Seated behind Sen Yu, Pei Hongjuan gently enveloped Sen Yu's locks with the soft towel, meticulously unraveling the strands before gradually drying them. With Sen Yu's head bowed and his slightly gaunt frame due to irregular sleeping patterns, Pei Hongjuan could distinctly observe the prominent bones at the nape of his neck. After a moment of contemplation, he tenderly brushed his fingers against them. Despite his naturally low body temperature, even after using warm water to cleanse his body, his fingers felt somewhat frigid, causing Sen Yu's spine to shudder reflexively at the touch. What is the matter? Xin Yu immediately turned his head. Nothing. Pei Hengjuan replied with a smile. Just a stray hair. Xin Yu paid it no mind. Still preoccupied with contemplating the plot for the following day and the underlying truth of the novel. Before long, the clock struck 9, and Pei Hengjuan, appearing genuinely fatigued, bid Xin Yu good night before settling beneath the covers. Having adjusted to an inverted sleep schedule, Xin Yu found it impossible to sleep at this hour. Nonetheless, to avoid disturbing Pei Hengjuan's slumber, he turned off the bedroom light and lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. Beside him, Pei Hengjuan's breathing gradually steadied, suggesting that he had succumbed to sleep, likely exhausted from driving. Xin Yu randomly selected a video and donned his headphones to watch. It was at that moment that he felt an inexplicable sensation. He discovered that there seemed to be a hand beneath the covers, caressing his foot. The hand was chillingly cold, resembling nothing that could belong to a living being. Xin Yu cursed under his breath, instinctively preparing to kick. It struck him as peculiar that the apparitions in this place were so unrefined and indiscreet. Unfortunately, this time, the hand proved resilient, grasping his ankle as he attempted to kick it away. As if in defiance, the hand glided further up his ankle, slowly exploring his calf. Its icy touch curiously tracing the serpentine tattoo on Xin Yu's skin. Frustrated, Xin Yu began to unleash a torrent of curses. You better hope I don't find out who you are, or I'll snap your limbs and blend them in a juice to make you drink it. Chapter 86. Transformed into a deceitful male streamer, Xin Yu lay beneath the covers, cursing vehemently. He recalled that it was said that swearing profusely was effective when encountering a ghostly presence. Whether it was his furious tirade that yielded results, or the fact that Pei Hengjuan, roused from slumber by his outburst, caused the apparition to retreat. Xin Yu noticed that as Pei Hengjuan groggily awoke, the inappropriate hand vanished from the covers. Shall you? Pei Hengjuan rubbed his eyes, propping himself up in a daze. He casually switched on the light on his side of the room and squinted at Xin Yu, asking, "What's wrong? Were you just talking?" Sen Igriku, still half reclining on the bed, shifted his feet beneath the covers and discovered that the ghostly hand had indeed disappeared. He certainly could not confess to Pei Hengjuan that he had been touched by a ghost in the middle of the night, so he vaguely replied, "It's nothing. Just saw something infuriating and couldn't help but curse a bit." "What did you see?" Upon being roused from slumber, Pei Hengjuan found his desire for sleep had vanished. He suddenly felt inclined to engage in an earnest conversation with Xin Yu. Propping himself up, he turned his head to gaze at Xin Yu, inquiring with curiosity. "Nothing much," Xin Yu replied. "I just witnessed someone disregarding the rules, sneaking about, and they ended up with their hands and feet rather unceremoniously placed into a blender." He chuckled. Addressing Pei Hengjuan, such sneaky individuals deserve to be dealt with in that manner. Wouldn't you agree? Pei Hengjuan appeared somewhat perplexed, yet upon noticing Xin Yu's genuine ire, he nodded in agreement. "Indeed," he remarked, "to sneak around is utterly despicable." Xin Yu chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Let me not catch you, young man." He was now utterly convinced that the hand which had caressed him in the bathroom and just moments ago under the covers was likely the very specter that had been a constant presence throughout the narrative. Truth be told, as a horror tale, this specter had never made a direct appearance. It merely lurked in the shadows, becoming apparent only after a series of untimely demises and peculiar occurrences, prompting the realization that an apparition had infiltrated their midst. Moreover, upon scrutinizing the novel, Xin Yu discerned that these spirits seemed bound by certain rules or restrictions. Rather than annihilating everyone at once, they methodically dismantled the groups to survive, piece by piece. After exchanging words with Xin Yu for a while longer, Pei Hengjuan, evidently fatigued, gradually leaned back against his pillow and succumbed to slumber. Xin Yu cast a glance at Pei Hengjuan, perhaps concerned that the entity might return. This time, he chose not to extinguish the light. Fortunately, until the moment Xin Yu drifted off to sleep, the entity did not return to disturb him. The following morning, as Xin Yu awoke, he discovered Pei Hengjuan was no longer in the bedroom. After a brief wash, he slipped on his slippers and made his way downstairs, where he encountered Jiang Tuan returning with breakfast. Upon seeing him, Jiang Tuan exhibited a hint of discomfort. Yet as Xin Yu yawned and prepared to leave, Jiang Tuan called out to him, "Hey you." Jiang Tuan hesitated, gazing at Xin Yu. Xin Yu displayed an expression that conveyed, "What do you want?" Jiang Tuan, feeling somewhat awkward under Xin Yu's scrutiny, promptly handed him the soy milk and steamed buns he was carrying, stating, "This is for you." "Specifically for me?" Xin Igriku inquired. Taken aback, he recalled that in the original narrative, Jiang Tuan harbored a strong dislike for him, viewing him as the bane that harmed Pei Hengjuan. "You don't have to eat it if you don't want to," Jiang Tuan hastily replied, then placed the breakfast on the table in the living room before retreating to his own room. Though he departed quickly, Xin Yu noticed the faint blush on his ears, a stark contrast against his healthy, sun-kissed skin. "Didn't he say I wouldn't eat it? Why rush off?" Xin Yu pondered Jiang Tuan's intentions, and seeing the buns and soy milk still steaming, he fetched a small stool and settled down to eat. The soy milk was packaged in a plastic bag, and rather than bother with a straw, Xin Yu simply bit into the bag and drank directly. At that moment, he spotted He Yongning, clad in workout attire, seemingly returning from exercise. "What time is it?" Xin Yu glanced at the clock, realizing it was only 9 in the morning. Having made a round, Xin Yu lifted his chin towards He Yongning, signaling a morning greeting, inquiring about his whereabouts. Beads of sweat adorned He Yongning's forehead. He wore a headband and had changed into a white and gray athletic outfit, appearing considerably younger than his previously meticulous appearance. As he observed Xin Yu, who was greeting him while nibbling on a soybean milk bun, he found himself disliking the latter's casual demeanor, yet still nodded in acknowledgement. "Good morning." Xin Yu swiftly finished his soybean milk, then posed the question, "Have you seen Pei Hengjuan?" "Pei Hengjuan?" He Yongning mused for a moment before admitting he hadn't seen him. He turned to Xin Yu. "Weren't you two in the same room last night?" "You don't know?" Initially, he had assumed Xin Yu was merely Pei Hengjuan's friend, but after witnessing the intense protectiveness Pei Hengjuan exhibited upon seeing Xin Yu emerge from the bathroom, along with the evident affection he harbored for Xin Yu, he realized their relationship was far more profound than mere friendship. "I didn't tie a rope around him," Xin Yu replied, bemused. He Yongning chose not to engage further. While Xin Yu had not literally tied himself to Pei Hengjuan, it was apparent that Pei Hengjuan wished to tether himself to Xin Yu. Not wishing to delve into such discussions with Xin Yu, especially after his invigorating run that left him sweaty, he decided to take a shower instead. He nodded at Xin Yu, then bypassed him, making his way to the second floor. Xin Yu, meanwhile, took a bun and sauntered into the yard to indulge in it. Although this place was referred to as a village, a bustling market lay ahead when one followed Jiang Tuan's home. Presumably, Jiang Tuan had procured the buns from that lively place. Standing at the doorway with a bun in hand, he prepared to take a stroll when he spotted a bespectacled man approaching along the path. Upon seeing him, the man's eyes flickered with curiosity, yet he continued towards the entrance of the yard where Xin Yu stood. "Who are you?" the man inquired, looking at Xin Yu. Perhaps recalling he had yet to introduce himself, he promptly added, "I am Yu Sheng, a classmate of Jiang Tuan." Yu Sheng. Xin Yu immediately recognized his identity as the class monitor who had organized this gathering, and now a mathematics teacher at Meiman Middle School, a top student from their high school days. "The class monitor, I presume?" Xin Yu extended his hand. "I am a friend of Pei Hengjuan," accompanying him to visit his hometown. Pei Hengjuan. Yu Sheng's expression shifted to one of realization. "I heard he is now an art teacher, correct? I remember he had a fondness for sports. I assumed he would pursue a career in athletics." His demeanor was calm, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. He appeared somewhat shy, shaking Xin Yu's hand for a few moments before releasing it. "Class monitor," Pei Hengjuan's voice called from a distance. When Xin Yu turned, he saw Pei Hengjuan approaching with pancakes in hand. "Who are you?" Yu Sheng asked, his expression somewhat puzzled. "I apologize. I am not very good at remembering faces and have encountered many misunderstandings before." The class monitor, "I am Pei Hengjuan," Pei Hengjuan replied with a smile. Pei Hengjuan spotted Xin Yu, who was holding a bun in his hand. "I specially bought you a pancake. It seems it's no longer needed?" He pondered. "Did Jiang Tuan buy you the bun?" "Yes," Xin Yu replied, glancing at the pancake in Pei Hengjuan's hand, realizing he wouldn't mind having another one. He casually took the pancake and took a bite in front of Pei Hengjuan. Observing Pei Hengjuan's expression brighten considerably, he stepped aside to let Yu Sheng in, then inquired of Pei Hengjuan, who followed Yu Sheng. "What time did you wake up this morning?" Xin Yu's sleep quality was generally poor, So if Pei Hongjuan had risen early, he should have been aware of it. After a moment of thought, Pei Hongjuan responded, "Around 8 o'clock? Perhaps it was a bit after 7. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you." Xin Yu and Pei Hongjuan had always slept in separate rooms due to Xin Yu's exceptionally poor sleep quality, coupled with his late-night live streaming. Their biological clocks were entirely misaligned. After much deliberation, they decided it best to sleep apart. As Yusheng walked ahead, perhaps realizing that Pei Hongjuan was an old classmate, he couldn't help but engage in conversation. "I remember you were the representative for physical education back then. Who would have thought you'd become an art teacher now?" His shy demeanor and limited words stemmed from the fact that he hadn't seen Pei Hongjuan for quite some time. His memories of Pei Hongjuan were faint. He only recalled that Pei Hongjuan often sat by the window, sharing a desk with He Yongning, while he himself sat in front with Jiang Tuan. The four of them had always been in a close-knit seating arrangement. "What school did you end up attending?" Yusheng inquired further. Pei Hongjuan mentioned the name of his institution, prompting a look of realization from Yusheng. "Ah, so it's that one. Xin Yu and I are college classmates." Pei Hongjuan added, seemingly concerned that Xin Yu might feel left out of the conversation. This remark conjured images into Xin Yu's mind. Memories of how he and Pei Hongjuan had gradually become friends after meeting in a public course. No wonder he could pursue a relationship with Pei Hongjuan. Proximity had its advantages. He thought irresponsibly, just as Yusheng's gaze turned toward him, politely asking, "Are you a teacher as well?" "Me?" Xin Yu pointed to himself. "I'm an unemployed drifter." Yusheng appeared momentarily taken aback by Xin Yu's response, but the next second, he saw Xin Yu break into a smile. "Just kidding," he added playfully. Strangely, Xin Yu's cheerful countenance evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity in him. "I'm a streamer." Xin Yu gestured as if holding a phone, mimicking the act of filming a video. Only then did Yusheng snap back to reality, nodding in support. Recently, some folks in the village have also started live streaming, selling agricultural products. As the three conversed, they arrived at the living room of Jiang Tuan's home. Yusheng called out Jiang Tuan's name directly. Perhaps due to his role as a teacher, his voice resonated powerfully, reaching even He Yongning on the second floor, who promptly descended to the living room. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among a few old classmates, Yusheng stated that they planned to have a meal at noon and then visit their former school in the afternoon. Xin Yu, listening nearby, soon realized that Yusheng had likely already informed the gatekeeper about their return. Additionally, since these individuals were all from the village, the school gatekeeper, understanding their desire to reminisce about their past campus life, had granted them some leniency. Xin Yu bit into his pancake, aware that the main event would occur later that evening. It was on this very night that a wealthy classmate would meet an untimely demise in his home. The gathering was initially set for a week, primarily because many attendees had not returned to their hometown for years and wished to take this opportunity to stay for a while. However, attendance was not mandatory. Those with prior commitments were free to leave early. The affluent classmate, in fact, was someone who was supposed to depart the following morning. He was not originally from their village. His presence at the local high school was due to his family's intention to toughen him up, thereby enrolling him in the village's high school. His return for the reunion stemmed from a nostalgic yearning for his high school days, prompting him to join the group back to the village. Xin Yu recalled that in this narrative, he had no intention of attending the noon gathering, as he was unfamiliar with anyone present. As he prepared to sneak upstairs for a nap, he suddenly noticed Yusheng glancing back at him. "Sen Igreku, you should join us, right?" he asked. "Huh? Aren't you friends with Pei Hongjuan?" Yusheng smiled, emphasizing that it was a rare occasion to visit the village, and given their amicable relationships, no one would mind. Jiang Tuan frowned at this, and, after a moment's contemplation, suggested to Yusheng that they should first seek the opinions of the others. Pei Hongjuan then turned to Xin Yu, asking, "Xiao Yu, do you want to go?" Xin Yu pondered, recalling his hidden mission, to uncover the concealed secrets within the narrative before its conclusion. He glanced at the four pairs of eyes directed at him, each harboring its own thoughts, a tapestry of hidden intentions. He could discern He Yongning's disapproval, and Jiang Tuan seemed disinclined for him to attend the gathering. Naturally, Yusheng was eager for his participation, while Xin Yu scrutinized Pei Hongjuan's expression, unable to glean any genuine insight into his true feelings. Taking another bite of his pancake, he reflected on his contrary nature, Had both Jiang Tuan and He Yongning wished for him to attend, he might have opted to refrain. Yet, seeing that both were against his participation, he conceded, "All right," swallowing the mouthful of pancake. "Apart from you all, who else is invited?" "I also invited Teacher Yin, our former homeroom and Chinese teacher." Sun Yu recalled the narrative's details about Teacher Yin, realizing that her appearances were rather limited, rendering her little more than a background character. Moreover, he had largely remained uninvolved in this series of horrifying events. He observed the reactions of others upon hearing Teacher Yan's name. Jiang Tuan displayed surprise, seemingly taken aback that Teacher Yan would also attend this gathering, while He Yongning lowered his gaze to his phone, conveniently avoiding Sun Yu's scrutiny. As for Pei Hongjuan, he maintained his characteristic smile throughout. Soon, Yu Sheng received updates from others, indicating that the addition of one more person was met with little resistance. Some even felt that a larger group would be more lively, especially since this individual was a friend of Pei Hongjuan, and everyone was quite willing to welcome him. Upon hearing this, Sun Yu turned to Pei Hongjuan and inquired, "You were quite popular in school, weren't you? It seems everyone is eager to embrace a friend of yours." Perhaps this group assumed that since he was a friend of Pei Hongjuan, his character must be similar to that of Pei Hongjuan. He recalled the painting of Pei Hongjuan displayed at home and mused that he must have had a pleasant high school experience. As Jiang Tuan began to speak, he was about to mention that Pei Hongjuan was his desk mate, recalling how they used to play basketball together on the school playground. The infrastructure of their rural school was rather basic, lacking a proper indoor basketball court. They still enjoyed playing on the cement ground. He remembered frequently inviting Pei Hongjuan and He Yongning to join him for basketball, but paused momentarily before voicing it. He glanced at Pei Hongjuan, who, even in summer, donned a shirt and dress pants, and couldn't he help but ponder a question. Was Pei Hongjuan always like this? He recalled Pei Hongjuan being the sports representative, fond of playing basketball with him and He Yongning during breaks. Yet, judging by his current demeanor, it seemed he might not even remember how to make a layup. "What did you all do during high school?" Sun Yu asked, intrigued by Jiang Tuan's sudden mention of their school days. At that moment, Jiang Tuan's mind was racing with thoughts as he looked to He Yongning, seemingly seeking confirmation. "We often played basketball together, right? 3-on-3. It was usually the three of us." He Yongning reminisced for a moment, casting a glance at Pei Hongjuan and the puzzled expression on Jiang Tuan's face. "Yes, back then, Yu Sheng would read in the classroom while we went out to play basketball." He indeed had some memories of their high school days. He and Pei Hongjuan were desk mates, and with Jiang Tuan being lively and energetic, they frequently teamed up to play. However, He Yongning regarded Pei Hongjuan with a scrutinizing gaze. He felt that his memories of Pei Hongjuan did not align with his personality, even if one considered the changes that come with graduation and the trials of society. Could the transformation be so drastic? Yu Sheng, however, did not perceive the sudden silence between the two. He began to explain to Sun Yu that the current environment was far superior to the past, and the basketball courts were now more professional. He glanced at He Yongning, acknowledging Yongning has been quite helpful. He Yongning maintained his usual indifferent demeanor, as though he felt he had contributed little. However, upon hearing Yu Sheng's words, Sun Yu realized that He Yongning had made a generous donation to the school after graduating and achieving success in his career, aimed at improving the fundamental environment of the institution. Sun Yu's curiosity piqued as he wondered whether he had returned to his hometown. Observing He Yongning's unfamiliar demeanor, it seemed evident that he had not visited his homeland in at least a decade. "I've been too busy," He Yongning admitted. Yet, perhaps only he understood that every time he recalled his hometown and the high school from which he graduated, the predominant feelings were not nostalgia, but rather a sense of aversion, as if something profoundly unsettling had transpired there. Regardless of how he reflected on it, his high school life appeared to him as arduous yet tranquil, culminating in his admission to a prestigious university without any regrets. Yu Sheng glanced at his phone and suggested they save the pleasantries for the dining venue. They had made reservations at a rural eatery known for its rustic cuisine, unsure if it would suit the tastes of the others. As Sun Yu walked alongside Pei Hongjuan, they decided to stroll to the eatery, given its proximity to Jiang Tuan's home. Sun Yu curiously scanned his surroundings, recalling that a landslide had once inundated Pei Hongjuan's residence, leaving him to reside temporarily with Jiang Tuan. After surveying the area for some time, without spotting the purported dwelling of Pei Hongjuan, he couldn't resist asking, "Where's your home?" Jiang Tuan, who was walking ahead of the two, seemed to catch Xin Yu's question. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Pei Hongjuan and mentioned, "I tried calling you then, but couldn't get through. Although it has been cleared now, it's still uninhabitable. Would you like to visit today?" Pei Hongjuan smiled somewhat sheepishly upon hearing Jiang Tuan's remark about the unresponsive call. "I was quite preoccupied at that time and didn't manage to reach out to you," he explained before glancing at Xin Yu. "Would you like to take a look?" Although the house is mostly destroyed and uninhabitable, throughout Pei Hongjuan's speech, a gentle smile lingered on his face, and his measured pace instilled a sense of calm. However, inexplicably, despite his unchanging tone, Xin Yu sensed a reluctance in him towards visiting the abandoned old house, rather than unwillingness. It felt as though he was entrusting the decision to Xin Yu, as if the ruins of the house, devastated by the landslide, concealed some profound secret. Xin Yu was reminded that this was a horror novel. In any horror narrative, the emergence of malevolent spirits often triggers certain ominous flags. Pei Hongjuan had survived until the end, not solely because he was the protagonist, but perhaps there was a deeper enigma connected to that old residence. Xin Yu pondered this for a while. Finally, meeting Pei Hongjuan's gaze, he nodded resolutely, "I wish to go." Pei Hongjuan's expression remained serious, yet his smile was unwavering. "All right, I'll take you there in a few days. Allow me to guide you," Jiang Tuan interjected. "The paths to that place have also been damaged, making them quite treacherous." With a hint of curiosity, Jiang Tuan then inquired of Yongning, who was walking a short distance ahead. "Yongning, what about you? Why not visit the old house in the coming days?" Yongning's ancestral home had fallen into disrepair due to prolonged abandonment, yet it had not collapsed. The entrance was overrun with weeds, and the interior had transformed into a haven for various small creatures, with spiderwebs so extensive they could ensnare even the likes of Tang's son. Consequently, Yongning had no intention of residing there initially. However, upon hearing Jiang Tuan's inquiry, he found himself reminiscing about his hometown, perhaps stirred by a sense of nostalgia. He recalled a small stream behind his house, a cherished spot where he and his high school friends would play during the summer. Turning to Jiang Tuan, he remarked, "All right, I shall go take a look as well." As they spoke, the group arrived at a quaint farmhouse. Yu Sheng was a familiar face, and since he had made the reservation, the owner promptly welcomed them. "Teacher Yu," he greeted, glancing at Yu Sheng before extending his greetings to Jiang Tuan, and finally turning his attention to Yongning and Pei Hongjuan. "You are Yongning." The owner recognized the well-dressed Yongning after a moment of contemplation, but appeared puzzled when he saw Pei Hongjuan, as if he had never encountered him before. After a brief pause, realization dawned on him. "Pei Hongjuan." Pei Hongjuan smiled slightly. "It seems I have changed considerably, to the point where the owner does not recognize me." The owner chuckled heartily and gestured for Yu Sheng and the others to proceed to the private room. As Xin Yu passed by the owner, he suddenly inquired, "Hey, what's your name? You look familiar, but I can't quite place you." "Me?" Xin Yu halted, regarding the owner of the farmhouse. The proprietor appeared to be in his 40s, seemingly striving to recall who Xin Yu was, yet he could not succeed. "Boss, he is not one of our classmates." Yu Sheng interjected. "You probably thought he was part of our group." The owner expressed surprise. "He isn't your classmate?" "No wonder," he murmured. "I thought my memory was failing me." "He is my friend," Pei Hongjuan said with a gentle smile. "He has never been here before. He is just tagging along with me this time." The owner then comprehended the situation and remarked, "This place is quite nice. It's certainly worth a visit." As mealtime approached, the owner hurried off to attend to other guests. Xin Yu watched his retreating figure, contemplating for a moment before turning to Pei Hongjuan with a smile. "It seems I'm ill-suited to be an attractive streamer." "Huh?" Pei Hongjuan found himself momentarily lost in Xin Yu's train of thought. "My looks are too ordinary. Even the owner said I seemed familiar," Xin Yu replied. Upon hearing this, although Yongning did not turn around, Xin Yu's face inevitably emerged in his mind. While he might not recognize every streamer on the platform, some prominent figures were certainly familiar. Yet he felt many streamers in the beauty category lacked the striking presence of Xin Yu. He could not fathom the sentiment behind Xin Yu's remark, assuming it was merely jest. At that moment, Yu Sheng had already pushed open the door to the private room, where the others had gathered. Xin Yu's gaze immediately fell upon a stern man seated in a wheelchair, who appeared to be slightly older than the rest, approximately 35 years of age. The man seated in the wheelchair exuded an air of fatigue. Upon spotting Yu Sheng, he offered a subtle nod, slowly shifting his gaze toward the group of old classmates entering the room. However, a look of surprise flickered across his face when he beheld Xin Yu, as if he had not anticipated the presence of this individual. Xin Yu pondered, did he recognize me? Just then, a voice broke through his thoughts, exclaiming, "Aren't you that person?" Following the direction of the voice, he discovered a man adorned with logos of luxury brands. It appeared he was the wealthy second-generation character from the novel. Upon recognizing Xin Yu, the man became animated, exclaiming, "Tsinggu, is that you? What a coincidence! I thought you were here for our reunion instead of streaming." Xin Yu instantly understood. He was a viewer from the live stream. He greeted the man in kind. In the meantime, some curious classmates inquired about his identity, to which the wealthy individual candidly responded, a notorious outdoor adventure streamer known for his elaborate hoaxes, always pretending to encounter ghosts. Xin Yu fell silent. Although it was the truth, such bluntness was unnecessary. Standing nearby, He Yongning chuckled softly upon hearing this, seemingly recalling a moment from a courtyard. When he caught Xin Yu's gaze, he raised an eyebrow and, with his mouth slightly agape, uttered 3 words, "Little trickster. Show some respect for your brother." Xin Yu rolled his eyes at He Yongning and turned to the wealthy man, saying, just kidding. I truly enjoy your showmanship." Thanks to this interruption, the atmosphere, which had been awkward due to years of separation and the presence of a stranger, lightened considerably. Jiang Tuan and others exchanged greetings with the man in the wheelchair. Mr. Yin, whose full name was Yin Feiwan, had recently graduated from university when he taught them, and they had not seen him in a decade. While he was not one to smile easily, his demeanor was gentle. However, when he looked at Xin Yu, he could not help but admonish, joking about ghosts is not advisable. Mr. Yin spoke earnestly to Xin Yu. The latter immediately recognized this as a potential plot point. Why else would their teacher suddenly broach such a topic? Had Mr. Yin encountered something similar? Xin Yu glanced at Yin Feiwan, who seemed lost in a memory, his body trembling slightly before he shook his head. No. Yet, Xin Yu distinctly recalled the surprise that had crossed Yin Feiwan's face upon first seeing him, clearly indicating recognition without revealing the truth. He Yongning inquired, what happened to Mr. Yan's legs? He remembered that Yin Feiwan had been perfectly fine at their graduation. Why was he now confined to a wheelchair? Yu Sheng quickly clarified that it was related to a mudslide that had devastated Pei Hongjuan's family home a few years prior. At that time, Yin Feiwan had been near Pei Hongjuan's old residence and had not anticipated encountering the mudslide that day. After a harrowing rescue, his legs were damaged, and his health had significantly declined since then. Pei Hongjuan appeared taken aback to discover that Yin Feiwan was now in a wheelchair, and that it was somehow connected to his old residence. Xin Yu observed from the side, resolved to become the uninvited interrogator in pursuit of the truth. He directly inquired of Yin, why were you near Pei Hongjuan's home at that time? He turned his gaze toward Yin Feiwan. Hadn't he long since moved away? If memory served, Xin Yu recalled that Pei Hongjuan's home was not particularly close to the village's main thoroughfare. In fact, it could be considered somewhat remote, which explained the occurrence of a mudslide. So, what business did Yin Feiwan have near Pei Hongjuan's old residence so many years after he had departed? Could it be that he had uncovered a secret, eager to verify it, only to encounter a mudslide by misfortune? Xin Yu watched as Yin Feiwan's demeanor shifted to one of panic in response to his question. It seemed as though he were evading something, mumbling instead that he happened to pass by while out for a walk. At this moment, He Yongning's expression deepened in contemplation. Pei Hongjuan, however, appeared indifferent, merely urging Xin Yu to take a seat at the round table, suggesting they should eat first before continuing their conversation. After taking their seats, the group began to reminisce about their high school days, while Xin Yu, as an outsider, listened attentively. Pei Hongjuan spoke sparingly, only engaging in polite responses when the conversation turned to memories of their past camaraderie or when someone mentioned his previous role as the representative of the sports department, now transformed into an art teacher. Concerned that Sinyu might find the discussion dull, Pei Hongjuan occasionally glanced in his direction, and upon noticing Sinyu's empty bowl, would serve him more food. Everyone present had weathered the trials of society, quickly realizing that the bond between the two was anything but ordinary. He Yongning, seated to the right of Pei Hongjuan, momentarily locked eyes with Sinyu as he observed the group. He Yongning promptly averted his gaze. Feeling somewhat bored, Sinyu remarked to Pei Hongjuan that he was stepping outside for some fresh air and bid farewell to the others as he left the farmhouse. Standing outside the establishment, he lit a cigarette from his pocket. Perhaps due to the lull in business after mealtime, the owner of the farmhouse appeared outside for a smoke, standing not far from Sinyu, who caught the owner's gaze. After a moment of being watched, Sinyu could no longer contain himself and asked, "Are you done staring?" The owner, taken aback by the sudden inquiry, chuckled awkwardly, admitting, "I just thought you looked familiar." Sinyu replied, "I've never been here before." The owner, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and a puzzled expression, insisted, "But I really feel like I've seen you somewhere before." When a minor character in a horror novel repeatedly mentions this keyword, it can only imply one thing. There is a plot point here. Sinyu regarded the owner. "Oh, really? Have you seen someone who looks remarkably like me before?" He joked. "Or do I just have a very common face?" The owner, tapping his forehead, replied, "I just feel like you seem very familiar." It appeared that this avenue with the owner was not fruitful. Sinyu pondered that it was akin to a decryption game, where an NPC incessantly provides the same information, yet fails to furnish further answers, ultimately indicating that one must embark on their own exploration. The cigarette in his hand had dwindled to half its length. Where might Pei Hongjuan's residence be? I refer to the one that had been devastated by the mudslide. Upon encountering a question he could answer, the proprietor's demeanor relaxed considerably. He gestured with his cigarette, instructing Sinyu, "Follow this path. You will come across a small shop. Then, turn up the slope and pass through a cornfield. Pei Hongjuan's home lies beyond." However, to describe Pei Hongjuan's abode as a home would be a misnomer. The structure before him had nearly crumbled into ruins. Although some had assisted in clearing a portion of the debris, the prolonged absence of habitation had allowed rubble, soil, and wild grasses to claim the area. Sinyu stood at the threshold of Pei Hongjuan's home, perhaps due to the mudslide triggered by the landslide. Although stones and earth had surged into Pei Hongjuan's dwelling, obliterating half of it, the remaining half precariously stood. Sinyu observed for a moment, preparing to climb inside when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld Pei Hongjuan, breathless and seemingly having sprinted to reach him. "Xiao Yu." Pei Hongjuan hurried to him, concern etched on his face. "What brings you here alone?" Realizing his tone had been somewhat harsh, he softened his voice. "Had I not inquired with the owner of the farmhouse, I would have remained oblivious to your presence here." He glanced at the dilapidated structure, then back at Sinyu. "This place is exceedingly perilous. What is your purpose in coming here?" Sinyu, witnessing the genuine worry in Pei Hongjuan's expression, refrained from disclosing that he was here to investigate the truth in hopes of discovering clues. Instead, he retrieved his phone and remarked, "Don't you think this location is perfect for a live broadcast? I could stream at midnight, and the effect would be explosive." Pei Hongjuan gazed at Sinyu with a grave expression, and only upon hearing Sinyu's intent to broadcast did his demeanor lighten somewhat. "But this is too dangerous," Pei Hongjuan insisted, concern lingering in his eyes. "It will be prudent for us to return. Did you not come back with them?" Sinyu recognized the familiar voice of He Yongning, who appeared beside the gravel path adjacent to Pei Hongjuan's home, seemingly having accompanied him. A nod was exchanged when He Yongning met Sinyu's gaze. "Even with your dedication, I shan't arrange a better recommendation for you. I hope you still have your life a week from now," Sinyu mused, realizing that his solitary expedition had been in vain. He began to suspect that this was a narrative intervention to prevent him from uncovering the truth prematurely. Thus, under Pei Hongjuan's insistence, he departed from the old residence. He cast one last glance at the shattered window of the dilapidated house and noted that his current position appeared to align with the bedroom. Ignoring Pei Hongjuan's protests, he approached the ruined window, leaning in to scrutinize the interior decor more closely. The ground was strewn with dirt and gravel, and the contents of the house were scattered haphazardly. Cracks marred the walls, and then Sinyu noticed a few posters of basketball stars affixed above. He turned to Pei Hongjuan, who was looking at him with concern. Did you have such a passion for sports in high school? Why is there not a single item related to sports in your home now? He had previously been the representative for the sports department. He Yongning approached along the gravel path, joining the two as they gazed at the posters of the basketball stars. I thought you might pursue a career in sports, he remarked. Pei Hongjuan followed them into the bedroom, standing behind Xin Yu. He did not answer He Yongning's question, but whispered softly in Xin Yu's ear, Xiao Yu, I'm a bit scared. Maybe we should head back? His hand rested on Xin Yu's shoulder, a gesture that seemed less about seeking refuge and more about asserting control. He squinted at the room, as if genuinely fearing something terrifying might emerge from within. It hasn't been lived in for so long. I worry there might be something here. Something? Xin Yu immediately recalled Pei Hongjuan's character. You mean a ghost? Don't say that. Pei Hongjuan quickly covered Xin Yu's mouth. It might really appear. Xin Yu struggled to breathe as Pei Hongjuan suddenly covered half his face and, after realizing his mistake, let go of his mouth. Sorry, Xiao Yu. Pei Hongjuan began to apologize like a chastised puppy. I got too scared and overly excited. Xin Yu gasped for air, furrowing his brow as he looked at Pei Hongjuan. Now I believe you really were into sports. Pei Hongjuan displayed a puzzled expression. You're as strong as an ox. Xin Yu pointed at himself. You almost suffocated me just now. Chapter 91. Transforming into a deceptive male streamer, He Yongning merely observed the two, as if they were performing a comedic duet. You didn't seem so frightened before, he noted. He was about to mention ghosts, but, perhaps concerned about Pei Hongjuan's reaction, opted for a different phrasing, afraid of. That thing. Remember the game we played in the classroom during winter break? What game? Xin Yu immediately turned to He Yongning, intrigued. He Yongning, surprised by Xin Yu's interest, thought for a moment and replied, It's the game where a few people stand in a corner of the classroom and tap each other on the shoulder. I recall you weren't that frightened then. He Yongning glanced at Pei Hongjuan, aware that everyone changes after graduation, yet Pei Hongjuan's transformation was beyond his expectations. Pei Hongjuan seemed to remember the game they once played. He quietly explained to Xin Yu, It was after playing that game that I started to feel a bit scared. He pulled Xin Yu away from the old house and back onto the gravel path, as if genuinely concerned that something might leap out from the old residence. I feel like there really was something extra back then. Xin Yu certainly recognized the infamous game. In a pitch-black room, 4 individuals stood at each corner, commencing a game where, starting from the first person, they would tap the shoulder of the next and announce their names in succession. Typically, one would expect that this game would leave an empty position. Yet as the game progressed, the 4 participants would suddenly discover a foreign name emerging from the corner that was supposed to remain vacant. As a renowned purveyor of deception, Xin Yu was no stranger to theatricality. The voice, in reality, emanated from a remote-controlled recording device that had been pre-programmed with an unfamiliar name. After altering the voice, it was simply played in the darkness. When the positions shifted, someone would unwittingly carry the recording device to the next spot. Initially puzzled by the presence of a ghost in what was ostensibly a benign campus tale, Xin Yu soon realized that it was, in fact, the protagonists themselves who had conjured this mystery. He glanced at Pei Hongjuan, who appeared lost in recollection and trembling in fear, before turning his gaze to He Yongning. So, did an unheard name truly materialize? Perhaps recalling that haunting episode, He Yongning's eyes flitted between Xin Yu and Pei Hongjuan before he nodded affirmatively. Whose name was it? I do not know, He Yongning replied, furrowing his brow. His memories felt hazy, and he turned to Pei Hongjuan. Did you converse with the person associated with that name? Pei Hongjuan exhibited a look of confusion. Did I speak? Yes, He Yongning confirmed. I believe you posed a question. Yet, as he endeavored to recall, he found the memory shrouded in fog, as if his mind had deliberately obscured it for his own protection. All he could summon was the sheer terror felt by all when that mysterious name had manifested in the darkened room, along with Pei Hongjuan's inquiry at that moment. What do you have to say about this? Xin Yu promptly inquired, recognizing that such phenomena typically linked to the past of the school. And why would you engage in this game? He Yongning genuinely could not remember, but the once trembling Pei Hongjuan, seemingly still shaken, suddenly spoke up. I heard that after the stranger appears in the game, one can make a wish. Xin Yu turned to Pei Hongjuan. Did you make a wish? Pei Hongjuan hesitated momentarily. If I was indeed conversing with that entity, I might have made a wish. It was evident that Pei Hengjuan was equally uncertain. Well then, we have all lost our memories. Xinyu inwardly cursed the system. Perhaps due to their prolonged absence, Pei Hengjuan's phone rang. Xinyu glanced at it and noted that it was a call from their class monitor, Yu Sheng. After answering, Pei Hengjuan exchanged a few words before hanging up and informing Xinyu and He Yongning. The monitor said they are heading to school without us. We should make our way there ourselves. Upon arriving at this seemingly idyllic high school, Xinyu realized that it was entirely different from his preconceived notions. The standard running track and the brand-new teaching building came into view as he gazed across the playground, only to catch sight of an old teaching building shrouded in the shadows of the locust trees. The exterior, still adorned with tiles, revealed patches of blue paint where tiles were absent. Perhaps due to its prolonged abandonment, the building inexplicably evoked a sense of unease and dread within him. Noticing Xinyu's gaze, Pei Hengjuan immediately whispered an explanation. That was the old teaching building. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng interjected, affirmatively stating that years prior, He Yongning had generously donated a substantial sum, allowing for the construction of a new edifice. He then beckoned the others, suggesting they explore the new teaching building. Yin Felwan was absent from a gathering, possibly due to mobility issues, or perhaps he simply felt uncomfortable amidst the teachers, even those he had known from a decade ago. Xinyu cast a glance at the abandoned building, reminiscent of the image in Pei Hengjuan's painting. As he watched the group head toward the new teaching building, Xinyu halted and informed Pei Hengjuan, I will take a look over there. Pei Hengjuan was about to voice his objection when Yu Sheng remarked, There's nothing much to see. It's mostly empty, just some old desks and chairs left behind. Xinyu retrieved his phone, stating, No worries. I'll just find a spot to stream live. The atmosphere here is quite evocative. Yu Sheng nodded in understanding and gestured for the others to proceed to the new building, while Jiang Tuan turned back to Xinyu, seemingly wanting to say something. He Yongning did not glance back, and although Pei Hengjuan desired to accompany Xinyu, his fear held him back, forcing him to turn around repeatedly. Call me when you come out, he urged. Xinyu nodded in response and set off toward the old teaching building without a backward glance. Perhaps due to the modest size of this once thriving middle school, the building was rather small, with only 2 classrooms on each floor, forming an L-shaped structure, while the other side housed the teachers' offices. As Xinyu ascended the staircase, he noticed a shattered large mirror at the corner, above which was inscribed, Study diligently and strive for progress every day. However, in the desolate teaching building, the broken mirror and those words only instilled an inexplicable sense of terror. Upon reaching the second floor, Xinyu discovered a commendation board for outstanding students. Although a decade had passed since graduation, He Yongning's portrait still graced it, depicting him in a school uniform, gazing quietly at the camera. Beside it was an essay he had written during high school, titled My Best Friend. Regrettably, due to rainwater that had seeped in, the words were barely legible, revealing fragments about his classmate, who enjoyed sports. Was it Pei Hengjuan? Xinyu snapped a photo for reference and bent down to examine the information below the commendation board. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chilling touch against his neck. As he finally reacted and attempted to raise his head, he felt a familiar, icy hand grasping his neck. The hand caressed his nape, and as Xinyu glanced at the reflection on the glass of the bulletin board, he discovered an empty void behind him. Nothing at all. Are you a pervert? Xinyu couldn't help but exclaim. Why do you touch people so indiscriminately? In Chapter 92, transformed into a deceptive male streamer, Xinyu was utterly unable to discern the movements of that hand. He could only feel the coldness continuously stroking his neck. One hand pressed against the protruding bone at the back of his neck, while the other slowly caressed his cheek, tenderly rubbing the tear mole beneath his eye. The sensation was vividly clear, yet within Xinyu's line of sight, there was nothing, neither on his neck nor his cheek. It felt as though everything was merely a figment of his imagination. Forget it, Xinyu thought, dismissing the hand as he continued to explore the abandoned teaching building. The classroom doors stood ajar, revealing desks and benches that had been left behind, likely due to He Yongning's later donation of superior equipment. He entered the classroom closest to him, which was thickly coated in dust, the tables and chairs layered with a heavy film of grime. On the desk's surface lay various remnants left by students of yore. Doodles of flowers, adhesive tape marks, and an array of peculiar phrases and names inscribed in ballpoint and gel pens. Sinyu couldn't tell if it was mere coincidence or the unfolding of a narrative. But it seemed that the classroom he had entered was indeed the one where Pei Hongjuan and his peers had spent 3 years. From the corner of one desk, he discovered the name of that affluent heir, accompanied by a recurring plea, "I want to go home." Reflecting on this, Sinyu squinted and turned his gaze toward where Pei Hongjuan and the others would have sat, recalling that they were positioned by the window. He ambled over, slowly lowering his head to scrutinize the various inscriptions on the desk. One by one, he examined the surfaces until he finally spotted the name Jiang Tuan written in ballpoint pen on one of the desks. Instantly, Sinyu lifted his head and directed his gaze towards the adjacent desk. This was indeed Pei Hongjuan and He Yongning's desk. At this realization, he approached the desk, only for that hand to seize his arm, seemingly intent on preventing his advance. "If you're going to be a rogue, fine, but why do you also enjoy hindering others?" Sinyu frowned, wishing fervently to kick that specter away. He extended his hand and grasped that invisible hand, threatening fiercely, "Behave yourself, or I'll break your ghostly fingers." Whether the entity sensed Sinyu's displeasure or was merely unable to linger for long, after he issued his threat, it surprisingly vanished. Sinyu regarded the now desolate classroom with a contemplative expression. Unimpeded by the specter, he naturally approached Pei Hongjuan's desk. The drawer lay empty, suggesting that when the new teaching building was established, the previous owner had long since emptied its contents. He bent down to scrutinize the words on the desk, only to discover that one of the surfaces was remarkably pristine, devoid of any signs of past writings. Even after accumulating a thick layer of dust over the years, it was evident that its original owner had cherished it dearly. Perhaps it was precisely because of its immaculate preservation that, despite having been owned by others subsequently, it remained unscathed and orderly. An inexplicable intuition led Sinyu to conclude that this must undoubtedly be He Yongning's desk. He then glanced over to the adjacent workspace, which presumably belonged to Pei Hongjuan. This desk bore a considerable mark of correction fluid in one corner, and aside from that blemish, the surface was inscribed with the names of various sports stars. Could this truly be Pei Hongjuan's desk? Sinyu pondered how drastically he had changed. The current Pei Hongjuan showed no signs of his former admiration for sports figures. Just then, as Sinyu was lost in thought, he heard voices at the classroom door. Upon looking, he noticed Pei Hongjuan along with He Yongning and others. Jiang Tuan, observing the room, momentarily averted his gaze when he locked eyes with Sinyu. "Xiao Yu, how did you know this is our classroom?" Pei Hongjuan slowly entered. Perhaps due to the backlighting, although he wore a smile, it lacked the warmth he once exuded. Approaching Sinyu, he grasped his hand, exclaiming, "I almost couldn't find you." "He's not a child. He won't get lost," Jiang Tuan remarked, following them into the classroom. He glanced at his own desk with a hint of nostalgia, and then suggested, "By the way, there's a basketball court downstairs. How about a game?" He Yongning nodded in agreement. Turning to Pei Hongjuan, he inquired, "Care to join us?" However, Pei Hongjuan offered an apologetic smile. "I haven't played basketball in so long. I'm a bit out of practice." "It's all right. I haven't played in ages either," He Yongning replied nonchalantly, as if insisting that Pei Hongjuan must join them. "It's perfect that Yu Sheng is here. The gym teacher is on duty today, so we can just ask him for basketball." Although Jiang Tuan didn't quite understand why He Yongning suddenly had such a strong urge to play basketball, the prospect of sharing the court with old friends filled him with joy, prompting him to pull Yu Sheng along to borrow a ball. Pei Hongjuan watched Jiang Tuan and Yu Sheng leave, his smile still present but lacking warmth. In that moment, he seemed disinterested in maintaining the facade of the gentle art teacher, Pei Hongjuan, and revealed his true self. He Yongning, perceptive as ever, noticed a shift in Pei Hongjuan's demeanor. Casting a glance at the contemplative Sinyu, he remarked, "Since they're off to get the basketball, let us head down as well." He Yongning then turned to Sinyu, asking, "Do you enjoy playing basketball? If you do, you can join us." Sinyu pondered for a moment. It seemed the original owner had never expressed a preference for basketball. After all, as a character in a short horror story, the adventure streamer Sin You had a remarkably simple background, and the fragmented information that had been transmitted into his mind provided little more than a cursory introduction. His role as a streamer was not born from passion, but rather a means to earn a living. Gaming proved to be inadequate, and the allure of a visually appealing streamer was futile. Thus, one resorted to becoming an outdoor adventure broadcaster. Upon reflection, this character's essence bore a striking resemblance to a previous existence, fundamentally rooted in a dire financial need. What a nonsensical commonality. Could there be something more uplifting? Xin Yu internally scoffed, yet after a thorough rummage through his memories, he found no connection to basketball. Just as he was about to convey his disinterest in the sport to He Yongning, he instinctively altered his response. Basketball? I have quite an interest in it. Xin Yu turned towards Pei Hengjuan. Count me in. He Yongning's gaze lingered on Xin Yu, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Pei Hengjuan donned his gentle facade once more. Really? That's splendid. He smiled warmly, yet internally, he had already decreed He Yongning's demise. Chapter 93. Transformed into a deceitful male streamer, Xin Yu was no fool. He could certainly sense the undercurrents swirling between Pei Hengjuan and He Yongning. Logically, considering they had once shared a desk and were the protagonists in their respective roles, their conversation appeared devoid of any veiled animosity. Nevertheless, Xin Yu felt an inexplicable impression that He Yongning was specifically targeting Pei Hengjuan. What about the others? Xin Yu inquired of He Yongning. They've headed back, He Yongning replied. Only we few remain to explore. He glanced at Pei Hengjuan. Shall we head down to play basketball? I miss your skills. Pei Hengjuan merely smiled without responding to He Yongning's remark. Instead, he turned to Xin Yu, his expression now genuinely sincere. Let's go down first, he said, a hint of trepidation in his voice. I feel a bit eerie here. Xin Yu resumed his usual rhetoric. I've told you. There are no ghosts in this world. It's all a fabrication. He Yongning seemed intrigued by this statement. Is that so? Do you truly believe there are no ghosts in this world? Absolutely not. Sen Igreku retorted promptly. What about those in the live stream? All for show, Xin Yu replied. Then turned to He Yongning. Did you watch my stream replay? Yes, He Yongning admitted candidly. Scrutinizing Xin Yu and Pei Hengjuan, I viewed the latest one, the haunted villa. What was that thing that appeared at the end? He Yongning fixed his deep-set eyes on Xin Yu, filled with inquiry. I sensed something unusual during that live broadcast. So, what emerged at the end? A person or something else? What else could it be but a ghost? Xin Yu rolled his eyes internally at He Yongning's naivety. Isn't it apparent? Yet, to maintain his persona, he calmly informed He Yongning it was a person, a vagrant I'd found. He Yongning frowned, seemingly taken aback by Xin Yu's obstinacy. However, Pei Hengjuan chuckled. That's just how Xiao Yu is, he said to He Yongning. He never believes in the existence of ghosts, a staunch atheist. It was through Pei Hengjuan's reminder that Xin Yu suddenly realized something. In the original narrative, he had always been a firm atheist, crafting scientific explanations for bizarre occurrences, even ones he himself found hard to believe. It was only after entering the reunion that one might truly realize the existence of that malevolent spirit, which led to a night of panic, locking Pei Hengjuan in a room and fleeing in terror. By the time anyone discovered the scene, it was too late. The ghost had already claimed its victim. However, I distinctly recall that upon first entering this village, I had already been tormented by that accursed specter thrice. How could such a scene be absent from the original narrative? Even if it were a plot inconsistency, it seems rather excessive. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon Xin Yu, but verification would have to wait until the ghostly hand made its next appearance. At that moment, the group heard Jiang Tuan calling their names from downstairs. Realizing that Jiang Tuan had procured a basketball, Xin Yu and the others decided it prudent to vacate the classroom. He Yonggan led the way, followed closely by Xin Yu and Pei Hengjuan, who was still discussing the plans for the following day with Xin Yu. As they approached the corner of the staircase, the narrowness of the stairs compelled Xin Yu to slow his pace slightly, trailing just behind Pei Hengjuan. It was at this juncture that the unsettling event transpired. He Yonggan had reached the corner of the stairs, while Pei Hengjuan had only made it to the middle of the staircase. Xin Yu, descending the stairs, lightly tapped the handrail, gazing at his reflection in the mirror at the corner. He mused that such a sight could easily frighten half of the students returning from evening study sessions. Yet, As he observed his reflection, he suddenly discerned something amiss. Why did it appear as though the figure in the mirror was smiling back at him? Frowning, Sun Yu instinctively touched his own face, only to find that the reflection remained still, simply smiling at him. An uneasy sensation washed over him. Sun Yu immediately grasped that the ghost had manifested. Just as he intended to warn Pei Hongjuan not to look at the mirror, he noticed Pei Hongjuan, upon seeing his own reflection grinning, began to laugh in response. Pei Hongjuan opened his mouth, seemingly about to call Sun Yu's name, when the visage in the mirror, once smiling, suddenly bled from the corners of its eyes, transforming into a terrifying specter that roared, attempting to escape the glass. Despite having felt foreboding, Sun Yu was still nearly caught off guard, almost losing his footing, until his hand, which had been resting on the handrail, tightened its grip to prevent a fall. Unfortunately, Pei Hongjuan was not as fortunate. Being startled while already on the staircase, he barely had time to react before the reflection that mirrored his own image caused him to stumble and roll down the stairs. At the staircase corner, Yangon glanced at the mirror behind him before rushing forward to support Pei Hongjuan, who had tumbled to the landing. Sun Yu hastened down the stairs, eager to check on Pei Hongjuan's condition after the fall. Pei Hongjuan bore scrapes on his face and arms and appeared pale with fright. As Sun Yu approached, Pei Hongjuan immediately embraced him, burying his face in Sun Yu's chest. "Did you see it?" he stammered, his voice trembling. "That thing." Pei Hongjuan was evidently shaken, his entire body quaking as he spoke. Sun Yu lowered his gaze to examine his ankle and noticed that, perhaps due to the fall down the stairs, Pei Hongjuan's ankle had turned a shade of crimson. He reached out to touch it, immediately hearing Pei Hongjuan's sharp intake of breath, indicating the severity of the pain. It appeared to be sprained. After a brief examination, Sun Yu quickly deduced the situation. "Jiang Tuan," he shouted toward the outside. "Is there a medical clinic nearby?" Realizing someone was injured, Jiang Tuan and Yu Sheng hurried into the dilapidated classroom building, only to find Pei Hongjuan crouched on the floor. As Jiang Tuan ascended the stairs, he spotted Pei Hongjuan resting in Sun Yu's embrace, his ankle inflamed, clearly injured. Yet, instead of rushing to express concern, he glanced at He Yongning and inquired, "What happened?" "He fell down the stairs and sprained his ankle." Sun Yu interjected before He Yongning could respond. He squatted in front of Pei Hongjuan, saying, "Get on my back, I'll carry you." Pei Hongjuan's face was still streaked with tears, whether from pain or fear was uncertain, but upon hearing Sun Yu's words, he promptly climbed onto his back. Sun Yu lifted him effortlessly. To his surprise, Pei Hongjuan was lighter than he had anticipated. Jiang Tuan and Yu Sheng, both locals accustomed to the area, walked ahead to guide Sun Yu. Yu Sheng approached Sun Yu and asked, "Do you need a hand?" Sun Yu shook his head, glancing at the hurried figure of Jiang Tuan leading the way. This was peculiar. Shouldn't Jiang Tuan be eager to carry Pei Hongjuan at this moment? He Yongning brushed the dust from his knees as he observed the departing figures, realizing they had slipped away. He knew that Pei Hongjuan would never comply with their plans to play basketball together, although the reason for the situation remained unclear. Pei Hongjuan's demeanor was entirely unlike the memory he held. He caught a glimpse of himself in the shattered mirror. Could there truly be such serendipitous occurrences in this world?